Hey, don't skip. Give me your 15 seconds.
No.
I've launched my official Patreon, and you will find exclusive 18+ stories there. But why not here?
I don't know.
Because of community guidelines. But there are many stuffs that I want to share with you all regarding Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku that I can't share here. Please join our Patreon to find spicy, 18+ and unique story. Now enjoy.
Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was Dark Feudal Lord? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. It was a cold night in Surrey when it happened. No one knew that a powerful force was making its way through the streets and towards a certain house. For about 3 years, nothing had been done to help a scared and confused child, but no more. Two figures made their way towards the home of the Dursley. One was slightly short than the other, but don't let her hear you say that. They made their way silently into the house and towards the cupboard under the stairs. How the hell did this happen? And you wonder why I don't let my brothers oversee worlds. They want the responsibility, but when push comes to shove, they get lazy, and I'm the one that must clean it up. He wasn't supposed to be here. He is supposed to be with his grandfather, but Jonathan would rather lock himself in his library. Should just burn the damn thing down with him in it. Stop laughing. The woman hissed at her partner. I'm sorry, Scarlet, but the look on his face when you said that to him was priceless. Though, I must agree with you about your brothers. They are lazy. The man said with a chuckle. Scarlet huffed and carefully opened the door, only to see a blue flame floating in the air and lighting up the dark space. She wasn't surprised at the sight before her as she was expecting it. She pulled out a glass jar from the blue bag on the floor and scooped up the flame. It was then set in the bag. Scarlet then pulled out a first aid kit and used some magic to light up the cupboard. There on a thin mattress was a tiny little boy covered in blood and other filth. She gently woke the child and smiled when he looked at her. Hi, sweetheart. I'm Scarlet, and the man behind me is my friend Alan. May I know your name? She watched as the little boy gazed into her eyes and let down her shields when he started to probe her mind. His eyes widened when he saw her memories. Fweek, my name is Fweek. You Fweek too. Scarlet blood boiled at the innocent question. Her brother was so dead. No, sweetie, I'm not, and you're not a freak either. You are a little Haru, and your grandpa is looking forward to seeing you. But first we must make you all better, Kay. When little Haru nodded, Scarlet picked him up carefully and took him to the bathroom. She turned on the water and made sure that it was the right temperature. Then she picked up the little boy and put him in, smiling at his innocent little face. It took 2 refills before the water ran clean through his hair. Then came the bubbles. Alan watched Scarlet clean the little boy and smiled. She would make such a good mom one day. He walked down the hall and into the master bedroom. The Dursley were still sound, asleep, and he wanted it to stay that way until they left. He knew that they would do far worse to that little boy, especially the walrus. Few of the magical worlds with Harry Potter at his relatives ended with Harry being Yuli abused. This one had that possibility if they didn't take the little boy. It made Alan sick when he had to judge child abusers, and he gave them the most horrifying punishments. So why not now? Alan pulled out a small black velvet bag from his coat pocket and untied it. Then he pulled out a small black bottle. Scarlet gave him permission to use this poison, so he wasn't holding back. It came from another world, one fully of demons and exorcists. Though in those worlds it's used to give someone a demon taint. With an evil grin that his sisters would be proud of, he pulled out a needle and filled it with the blood. He then gave half to the horse and the rest to the walrus. This will drive them insane and slowly kill them, and that was just fine with him. Scarlet picked up the little boy and dried him off. He looked like a mix of his mother and grandmother with a hint of his dad. The eyes were his mother's stunning emerald green, and he had his grandmother's soft curly hair, but he had his dad's face, though that might change. She opened the first aid kit and pulled out a shiny blue bottle. Haru, I need you to drink this for me. I know it smells bad, but I promise it tastes like blueberries. Though he didn't look convinced, he still drank it. A soft blue light surrounded him, and the spells broke. Sitting on the counter was a cute little fox demon. Her hair had grown just a bit past his shoulders, with the tips being a light sapphire blue, and got darker as it went up, and his ears were now pointed. Scarlet smiled as the scars vanished along with the malnutrition. He would never be very big or tall, as he was submissive, but that didn't mean much, as he would most likely be stronger than other demons. She did worry about his immune system, though, as some submissive got sick very easily, and when they got sick, they got sick. She picked him up and dressed him in a cute little blue silk kimono that had butterflies on the bottom of the skirt and sleeves. Scarlet then pulled out a beautiful moon pendant. This was your mommy's, and I know that she would want you to have it. As it was, clasped around his little neck, the pendant glowed and wrapped the little boy in a warm light. He looked at her, and she just smiled before clapping her hands. Time to go. They left the little house and walked down the road. Well, Scarlet and Alan walked. Haru was carried. Scarlet and Alan made sure to stay out of sight and in the shadows. As they neared the gate that would take them to Haru's grandfather, the little boy became nervous. What if he know like me? Haru mumbled. Haru, your grandpa was so happy when we told him that you were alive, that he cried, and your grandpa doesn't cry easily. Scarlet stated. They smiled when Haru slowly nodded, and they walked through the gate. Shinji paced back and forth between the trees waiting for his grandson. When his little lily flower was taken, he thought that he would never have family again. But then Madame Scarlet showed up and told him he had a grandson. He cried so hard that he got a headache, but he was so happy. Shinji jumped when he heard arguing and saw Madame Scarlet and Sir Alan arguing with a little boy watching them. I do not have a candy addiction. I have a candy stash. There's a big difference. There is no difference when I catch you stuffing your face with chocolate at 4 in the morning. Shinji chuckled as the two bickered and walked over, clearing his throat. Madame Scarlet blushed and glared at a nearby tree, and Sir Alan just chuckled. He looked at the little boy and felt tears trail down his face. This was his grandson. Haru looked at the tall man. He didn't look like a grandpa. The man's hair was like his, only longer, and instead of blue tips, the man had red tips. His eyes were a pretty yellow like the flowers in the garden. Who are you? The man smiled and gently cupped Haru's cheek. I'm your grandpa. You look so much like your mother, but you have your grandma hair color. Haru scrunched up his little nose and shook his head. You silly, you not old. Guanpa old. Haru stated. The man laughed, but Haru could tell that he wasn't laughing at him, but what he said. Haru, I am very old. I just don't look it because demons age very slowly, and so will you. Haru's eyes go huge. Me? Yup. The man said with a smile. Haru, Shinji is right. You are a demon like your grandpa and mother. We have to leave now, though, as we have work to do, and I'm sure that your grandpa wants to tell you all about your mother. Haru looked at them, and then at his grandpa. The man looked at him with such love, and he wanted that for so long. Maybe it was time to hope again. Okay. The years passed, and Haru grew up into a beautiful young man. As he grew, he started to look more like his mother and grandmother. His grandfather soon started introducing him to other demons, but he didn't like it. He did make some friends and meet some weird people. When Haru reached his demon maturity, his grandfather took him to the courts and started introducing him to doms. At first it was fine, but then the dom started to pressure him, and he snapped. They learned quickly that he was not to be forced, and that if they tried, they would most likely leave with a few less body parts than they arrived with. The worst was that bastard Sesomaru and his priss of a mother. No matter what Haru did, Sesomaru always came back, though his mother learned fast that she was to keep her mouth shut or she would lose her head. Leave me alone, you prick, Haru shouted at his stalker. Sesomaru just raised an eyebrow and continued his stalking. Time moved on, and things didn't really change until Haru met a spunky little girl stuck in a tree. Why are you up there? Haru asked with an amused smile. They want me to be a lady, but I want to climb the tree and explore. Then the little girl looked off to the side, a small blush on her face. But now I'm stuck. That's how Haru met his AOI and changed many things. As the years passed, Haru and his AOI became close and soon referred to each other as siblings. Haru was very protective of his little sister and was downright vicious when Teisho started to court his AOI. Why the hell should I let you court my little sister? Haru hissed at the demon before him. Haru may be a sub, but there was no way in hell that he was just going to give his little sister to some idiot. I love her spirit and fiery personality. She is unlike anyone I have met before, and I am sure that I will never met another like her. Teisho said with confidence, though Haru could tell he was shaking. Haru stared at him for a long time before moving so fast that Teisho had no time to react. You hurt her, and I will make you beg for death, Haru said as he dug his claws into the taller demon's neck. He grinned sweetly when Teisho nodded quickly. The years passed in peace, and the three of them grew even closer. Haru and Teisho would spar with each other, and most of the time Haru won, though Teisho claimed that Haru cheated. Soon enough, Teisho and Izayoi were married, and soon after Izayoi became pregnant. Haru was overjoyed, and Teisho fainted. Haru took great pleasure in waking the demon up. His skin was blue for a month. Unfortunately, Teisho had to leave, but he promised to come back as soon as he could. Izayoi was so sad, but she understood. Haru was pissed and threatened to gut him if he didn't come back in one piece. Izayoi told Haru not to threaten her husband and said that Teisho wouldn't break his promise. When Teisho came back, they would be a family. It's funny how cruel fate is. Haru ran through the trees and towards the flames. He prayed to whoever was listening that Izayoi and the baby were safe. When he had gotten word that Izayoi was in labor, he was so excited that he grabbed everything he needed and left. His heart all but stopped when he saw the red glow in the distance. The manor was in flames, and there was no sign that it would stop anytime soon. Haru quickly manipulated the clouds and made it rain, putting out the flames. He dropped his bag and ran inside. Izayoi, are you here? Haru moved quickly when he heard a faint moan coming from some rubble. He quickly moved it and found a badly injured Teisho. Teisho, where is Izayoi? The demon shook his head and coughed up some blood. Was stabbed, had to heal her. Cough cough fled with baby. Inuyasha, my little boy. Teisho coughed up more blood before his eyes became heavy and his breathing stopped. Haru shook Teisho and yelled at him to wake up, begging him to wake up. Teisho, come on, please. We need to find Izayoi and Inuyasha, please. Haru sobbed over the loss of his best friend and the loss of his sister. That's how Shinji found his grandson, sobbing his heart out as the rain fell, washing away any trace that may have led them to Izayoi. The next few years were hard on Haru. Shinji tried to get him out of his room, but the young fox's magic would lash out, and he soon stopped and just held his grandson. Over time it got better, but it wasn't the same. Haru stopped smiling, and his eyes lost their spark. He would only leave his room at night to wander the forest in his fox form. Shinji had long since become accustomed to finding Haru covered in blood, not his own, when he checked on him in the morning. It was a cold winter's night, about 8 years after the fire, that changed everything for the better. Snow fell gently to the ground and painted the bare trees white. Haru walked through the sea of white and brown, just breathing in the cold air, his white fur glowing in the moonlight, making him look like some ethereal being. He smiled softly at the memory of his first winter as a demon. When he woke up one morning, only to find that his hair had turned white. He had been so terrified that his grandfather would get rid of him that he tried to hide it. A passing servant had heard the commotion and quickly told his grandfather, who came into the room just as he was pouring a bottle of ink onto his head. He had freaked out and almost had a panic attack until he saw that his grandfather's hair was white too. Once his grandfather had calmed him down, he explained that it was natural for their hair to turn white in the winter so that they could blend into the snow. Though Haru laughed at his grandfather's sour look when he relived that he would never find the little boy in the snow and ice now that the little boy's hair was blue and white. He was also shocked that he could change his size. Scarlet had once described his preferred size as a mix between a greyhound and a Great Dane. She said that he had the build of a greyhound, but the height of a Great Dane, and after she showed him a picture of the two dog breeds, he had to agree. Haru's footsteps became silent as he heard soft whimpering coming from a group of trees. As he got closer, he picked up the scent of copper. Whatever it was bleeding. He sniffed around and crouched when the scent came from a hollow beneath a tree. It wasn't very big, so whatever it is was small. Haru shrank down to the size of a normal fox and carefully peeked in. He gasped as the scent of cherry blossoms and dog filled his nose. He felt tears well up as he looked at the small child that was curled up in the hollow. This small child that smelled like his sister and his best friend. Haru carefully crawled in and looked at the child. His back had a long, bloody gash that looked to be infected. He didn't need to feel the child to know that he had a bad fever. Haru crawled back out and changed back to his demon form. He took off his heavy winter robe and gently pulled the little one from the hollow. He bundled him up and ran as fast as he could. When he arrived back home, he summoned someone to tell his grandfather that he needed him. Haru then ran to his room and gently laid the little one down while unwrapping him carefully. He checked the little one's forehead and confirmed that he had a fever. Haru summoned a jug of cold water and a rag, getting it wet before putting it on the little boy's forehead. He didn't turn around when his door was thrown open. He was far too focused on his task. "Haru, what do you need?" his grandfather asked as he entered the room. "I need you to get all of the healing potions from my lab and the cherry blossom oil." He didn't need to look up to know that the older demon had left. Haru gently undressed the little boy and set the robes aside, leaving the child's chest naked. He had a few bruises on his chest, but nothing too bad. All the damage was on his back. The little boy was gently turned onto his stomach so that Haru could see the full damage. There were small cuts on his back, but it was the large gash that went from his tiny shoulder to his tiny hip that had him worried. When his grandfather came back with the requested items, he gently wiped the little boy's back and cleaned the wound before applying some healing paste and wrapping it. He then sat behind the child and tilted his head back. His grandfather handed him the requested potions, and after a few minutes got the little boy to swallow them, plus some water. Haru then covered up the little boy, set the cherry blossom oil on the warmer, and silently left the room with his grandfather. Once in the hall, his grandfather turned and looked at him. "Haru, who is that child?" He was silent for a few minutes before he looked up at his grandfather with tears in his eyes. "I think that's a Zeoi little boy," was his whispered reply. Inuyasha woke up feeling better than he had in a long time. He was warm and comfortable for the first time since his mother's death. His eyes snapped open when he remembered that he fell asleep in a tree hollow. He carefully sat up and looked around the room he was in. It looked fancy, and there were beautiful paints on the walls. Most of them were of trees and plants, but some were of people. He was startled when he saw a painting of a woman that looked just like his mother and a white-haired demon. Both were smiling. He left the bed and gently pulled on his robes before moving towards the door. He looked around and found the hall was empty, but he still moved quietly through the hallways. He managed to avoid some servants and make his way to what looked like a stone garden. When the cold air hit him, he got dizzy and almost lost his balance, but managed to right himself. He went back inside where it was warm and thought about what he should do when his stomach growled. He needed food to think. Inuyasha did what he normally did when he was looking for food. He followed his nose. He was walking in the direction he smelled the food coming from when a door to his left suddenly opened and he was roughly picked up. "What do we have here? A stray looking to steal?" The demon growled. Inuyasha was terrified. This was the same demon that had attacked him not too long ago. He tried to get free, but the demon's hold on his neck was too strong. He was starting to see black spots enter his vision when the demon was thrown down the hall. He felt himself falling, but he never touched the ground as he was caught and pulled to a warm chest. "How dare you attack a child in my home? I will not stand for such disrespect, not only in my own home, but the home of my sister's child. Leave now and never come back, or I will kill you," the demon holding him hissed. Inuyasha looked over at the demon on the floor and was surprised to see him cowering. The demon quickly ran down the hall, and the distant sound of a door slamming followed. Haru was beyond pissed. This ogre demon had barged in and demanded that Haru accept him as his dom, but he then also attacked Inuyasha. The bastard was lucky to still be alive. Haru looked down and found big amber eyes staring back at him. He smiled at the child and walked back into the dining room. He sat down and moved the child to the seat next to him. He could tell that the little boy was nervous, so he just started to fill his plate for him. "You don't need to be nervous, little one. Just eat your food and we'll go from there, and don't be afraid to ask me questions." Then he started eating his dinner again. Inuyasha looked at the demon next to him. She was very pretty, and she was being so nice to him. The other demons only ever attacked or tried to eat him. He looked down at his food and then back at the demon. She was eating the food, so it can't be poisoned or bad. He took a hesitant bite and moaned at the taste. He devoured everything in sight and was soon stuffed. He looked to his left when he heard the demon chuckling and blushed when he realized how childish he had acted. "You said that I could ask you questions. Though it wasn't really a question, she still nodded, so he continued. What's your name? She paused and then chuckled. You're right, how rude of me. I'm Haru, and this is my home. I brought you here last night when I found you in a tree hollow injured. Inuyasha stared in shock at the demon. His mother had told him about a fox demon named Haru that had become her best friend and brother. Mother told me that she had a best friend named Haru. Inuyasha said in wonder and hope. If this was the same Haru, then he wouldn't have to be afraid anymore, and he would no longer be alone. Haru gently pulled the little boy onto his lap and ran his fingers through Inuyasha's long, silver hair. I met your mother when she was about 6. She was so determined not to be a lady that she ran away all the time. I would normally find her stuck up a tree. When your father started courting her, she got worse, but he didn't care. Kept saying that she was the most spirited woman he had ever met. Haru spent the next 2 hours telling Inuyasha all about his parents before moving the sleepy little boy back to his room. He changed them both into more comfortable sleep or before tucking them both in. Inuyasha sighed as he was changed and tucked in. He was so warm and happy that he thought this all must be a dream. He rested his head on Haru's chest and fell asleep listening to the beating of Haru's heart. Maybe things would get better. Chapter end notes. I teared up a bit when I wrote Teisho dying and Izaoi going missing. Remember to vote for Naraku being paired with HARY or not. Winky face. The next few months were rather awkward for the family of 3. Inuyasha had to get used to being cared for by others after only having his mother for so long and then being on his own. Shinji had to remember to lock up his weapons and other dangerous objects after Inuyasha had almost been eaten by a cursed clay pot. And Haru had to deal with 2 children now, as his grandfather had mentally turned into a 5-year-old after he discovered Inuyasha's love of pranking. Other than that, it was going rather well, until Inuyasha did what most children his age do. They get into things. Inuyasha thought he was being rather sneaky as he followed Haru. Unfortunately, like most children, being sneaky doesn't mean you're being quiet while you're doing it. Inuyasha didn't realize that his little feet were making noise on the floor or that he was softly giggling. He had been following Haru for the last few weeks, as the older demon vanishes around this time, every day. He had never managed to find out where the older goes as he gets distracted or Old Man Shinji pops up. This time, Inuyasha would find out for sure. He got confused when Haru approached an old bookshelf. Did he read when he disappeared every day? His eyes widened when Haru grabbed a yellow covered book on the middle shelf, and it moved. Inuyasha didn't want to follow Haru into the room, as the older demon would most likely shoo him away and change the switch just in case. So, he waited. Oddly enough, he didn't have to wait long, as Haru came out not half an hour later, muttering about needing some obsidian powered. Inuyasha watched him pull the book again, and the shelf moved back. He waited until he couldn't hear Haru anymore and ran to the shelf. He had to stretch to reach the book and silently cheered when he pulled it. He carefully slid the door that was revealed and wrinkled his nose at the smells. The room was lit up by the sun streaming through the 3 far windows, and the walls were covered in shelves with different jars and bottles on them. In the middle of the room was a table with a black cauldron on it and a dark oak book stand. Inuyasha inched forward and looked around, making sure not to touch anything. Haru had told him the potions were dangerous and that he wasn't to take a potion not made by him, Old Man Shinji, or someone trusted by them. Haru had promised to teach him how to make potions when he was older and could fully understand how the ingredients affected each other. Inuyasha got up in a nearby chair and looked at the open potions book. He still had trouble reading, but he was getting better and knew that this was most likely the potion Haru needed the obsidian powder for. He jumped when he heard Haru coming back and quickly got down from the chair. Unfortunately, he misjudged the distance and sent the chair falling. It knocked into the shelf behind it and sent ingredients flying, one of which landed in the potion. He screamed when the potion started boiling and hissing with the fumes turning a vicious red. Inuyasha said boy squeaked when he was grabbed around the waist and pulled from the room, the door quickly being shut behind them. Tears rolled down his face as he heard the potion continue to hiss and boil behind the door and now closed bookshelf. What did you do? He looked up at Haru's face and started crying as the shock left and the fear took over. Inuyasha felt warm arms pulling him close and Haru's soft voice filling his ears. Hush now, it's okay. You're okay. Inuyasha, you're okay. Inuyasha's eyes started to feel heavy and he had to fight back a yawn as sleep started to claim him. After a few minutes, sleep won. Haru sighed as Inuyasha fell asleep in his arms. His heart had stopped when he heard the potion start to boil and hiss, and then the little boy screaming. He looked at his potions lab and sighed at the mess that was sure to be on the other side of the door. First, he would take care of Inuyasha. Once Haru had tucked the little boy in, he slowly walked back to his potions lab. Inuyasha was still in so much trouble for this, and was going to write down why children weren't allowed in the lab and what could have happened had Haru not been there. When he reached the lab, his grandfather was standing in front of the door, holding his nose. The servants informed me that a foul smell was coming from your lab. Haru sighed. I was so lost in thought this morning that I didn't notice Inuyasha following me. His grandfather nodded in understanding. You did the same thing with my storage room. I believe you were almost eaten by the same pot that tried to eat the kid. He smiled at the memory and then steeled himself for the horror beyond. The lab was black. A thick cloud of red vapor was on the ceiling, and a man was laying on the floor. Wait, a man? Haru rushed over and checked for a pulse. He sighed when he found one. With his grandfather's help, they moved him to a guest room. The man had shoulder-length hair that had a shine to it. His skin was pale but not sickly so, and he was wearing all black robes. The man didn't appear to be injured, just unconscious. Haru looked him over and found an odd seal on the man's right forearm. He wrinkled his nose and quickly dispelled the nasty thing. With the thing gone, the man's demon heritage came through. He wasn't surprised that the man was a raven demon. The slightly large nose gave him away. He seemed to be a half-demon like Inuyasha, but the magic in his system would keep him from having a human half like Inuyasha did on the new moon. Haru sighed and placed a ward on the man to let him know when he awoke. Now, he had to go clean the lab. Severus moaned as he returned to consciousness. The last thing he remembered was brewing in his potions lab after a talk with Dumbledore about HARY. Severus was pissed that the man didn't give a shit about Lily Little Boy or the fact that he might even be dead if the blood in the cupboard was anything to go by. Brewing always calmed him down, and that is what he needed. He had been brewing a pepper-up potion, as he could brew that with his eyes closed, when one of his experimental potions started to glow and bubble. It exploded on him before he could react, and that was it. He looked around and saw that he was in a Japanese-style room. He was still in his robes, but his right sleeve was rolled up and the mark was gone. Severus stared at his bare forearm until a noise from the door made him jump. Standing in the doorway was a little boy with silver hair and dog ears. He ate his head and wrinkled his little nose. You smell funny. Severus wasn't sure if he should be offended or not. Inuyasha, the little boy, Inuyasha, yelped and turned around. Standing behind the child was a short and petite, raven-haired woman. She was glaring at the child and then pointed to the corner. The child hung his head and went to stand in it. The woman sighed and then smiled at him. Hello, I'm Haru. I found you unconsciousness in my potions lab after Inuyasha accidentally messed up my potion. May I know your name? It is Severus Snape. I am the potions master at Hogwarts. He was surprised at the look that crossed the young man's face and the growl that came from another in the hall. Grandpa, stop. Severus looked at the man that had just entered and was shocked at the similarities between him and Lily. That bastard headmaster took my lily flower. His school can go to hell. Severus was once again shocked. You are Lily's real father? If this is true, then that would make the young man. Yes. Severus felt tears pooling in his eyes as he looked at the young man. Then that would make you her son. Haru tilted his head. Yes. How did you know my mother? We were best friends. We told each other everything. We had to pretend to have a huge fight when we were older so that Dumbledore couldn't force us into doing his will. He wanted a spy and would have done anything to get me as such. Lily was the little sister I had always wanted. She always claimed that I would have made a great uncle. Tears were now falling down his cheeks at what could have been. You still could. The next few years were rather peaceful. Severus had taken his role as Haru Uncle very seriously, and the suitors had been terrified of him. Even more so when he had finally learned to use his demonic powers, though the unfortunate side effect of this was his sudden urge to hoard shiny things. As the time passed, Inuyasha grew taller than Haru, but was still shorter than Severus and Oldman Shinji. As it got closer to Inuyasha's 15th birthday, Haru got excited about introducing him in court. And then the day came. Haru was bouncing as they walked to the closest court. Since Inuyasha was now 15, He was to go to court and register as a submissive or dominant. Half-demons were to register at the human age of 15, but couldn't participate in the courts until they reached 100 years in age, while full demons both register and participate at the age of 100. Today, both Uncle Sev and Inuyasha were registering. While Inuyasha was just here to register, Uncle Sev could both register and participate even though he wasn't 100. While it's not common for such a thing to accrue, it does happen. Those that have had their demon heritage forced into dormancy, like Uncle Sev, and age into their human 30s and up, tend to be as mature as a demon in their hundreds. Haru remembered when he registered at 100. While his father may be human, Haru still turned into a full demon due to a special trait in the Eclipse bloodline that overpowers any other bloodline unless the mother allows it. While Haru did have magic, it was due to the Eclipse bloodline already have magic to begin with. Haru was shaken from his thoughts when Inuyasha touched his arm. "How do you register?" Haru smiled secretively at him. "It's a surprise." He laughed when Inuyasha huffed and crossed his arms. He stayed like that until they reached the court. The court entrance was hidden behind a gorgeous waterfall, and you needed a special pendant to get in. Haru placed his pendant in the grove of a rock and smiled at the shocked look on Inuyasha's face as the waterfall split and revealed the entrance. Come on. This was one of Haru's favorite courts, as there was plant life everywhere and a natural feel of calm in the air. They made their way past many demons that Haru knew and some he didn't. He was so excited. Inuyasha watched the man he had come to see as a second mother, excitedly bouncing and waving politely at the demons they passed. His eyes widened as they approached a giant crystal flower that sat in the middle of a small pond in the center of the court. He noticed 3 young-looking women standing in front of it. They all had long, light pink hair and were wearing similar kimonos. It was just the colors that were different. "Inuyasha, Uncle Sev, I would like to introduce you to the lovely Willow sisters." The young women bowed, and they bowed in response. "While it is lovely to see you again, Haru, may I ask why you have come?" Inuyasha watched Haru as his bouncing grew worse. "Inuyasha and my uncle Severus are here to register." Inuyasha blushed as the 3 women looked at him, and then at Sev. "Well, gentlemen, let's get started." The women led them over to the flower and told them to place their hands on the petal before them. Once done, the flower started to glow different colors and tendrils of light appeared and moved towards them. Severus was surrounded by multiple blue and purple lights, and Inuyasha was surrounded by yellow and orange. Soon the lights faded and 2 pieces of parchment appeared in one of the women's hands. Inuyasha looked at the women and jumped when they shrieked. "Oh my! Master Severus, you have quite the power level for a dom. Any sub would be honored to be your mate. And young Master Inuyasha, you have a destined submissive. That's so rare." Said young man was very confused and was suddenly hugged by Haru. "My baby has a destined mate. I'm so proud." Inuyasha watched wide-eyed as Haru suddenly let go, a heavy blush on his face. He mumbled an apology and quickly ran off. Inuyasha was in a daze and yelped when someone smacked the back of his head. "If you are quite done gapping like a fish, I would suggest you go after him." He looked at Severus and quickly nodded before running after Haru. The older demon wasn't hard to find as his magic was leaking into the tree he was hiding in and was making it glow. Inuyasha sat under the tree and looked at the sky. "When Mother died, I thought that I wouldn't be far behind her." He paused. "Mother was the only one that cared for me. The other humans would sneer and scoff at me, and the demons would try and kill me." He leaned back against the tree as painful memories came back to him. Even when Mother was there, they still hurt him. One night, a demon had found me and I got hurt pretty bad. I honestly thought I would die that night. I was shocked to wake up in a warm room with my wounds treated. That day my life changed for the better. I found a family that would love and protect me, even when I blew up the potions lab. He smiled when he heard Haru giggle at the memory. I gained a new family member that day, and I grew up knowing I was loved and hearing about my parents. But one day I started to think of one of my new family members as my mom. He heard Haru gasp and move in the tree. It frightened me that my mother might not like that, and I cried in confusion. Then the old man found me, and I explained my problem. He understood and said that my mother would be happy that I could find someone I loved so much and that loved me in return. He told me that I wasn't replacing my mother. I was just gaining another. I have always seen you as my second mom, Haru. You don't need to feel like you're betraying my mother and your sister. He smiled when his mom was suddenly crying into his chest. He smiled as he remembered the thought that had popped into his head so many years ago. Things had gotten beyond better. Chapter and notes. The next chapter will be tying into canon, and then we'll be jumping into canon, but at the same time not, as fanfiction doesn't really do straight canon. Laughing face. See the end of the chapter for more notes. It was a few months after visiting the courts that Inuyasha had his first potions lesson. Haru was originally going to be his teacher, but Severus chimed in stating that he was a potions master and had been the potions teacher at Hogwarts, so he would be the better choice. Though he quickly backpedaled when Haru looked at him with puppy eyes full of hurt at what he thought was a jab at his potions making and teaching skills. Haru, you are amazing at the art of potions making, and I have seen you brew potions that not even the most skilled potions masters would dare brew, with such ease that it shows you have a natural talent. I do not feel that Inuyasha has the same natural talent, and it would make things difficult for you to teach him when you find potions so easy that it doesn't matter the level. I am used to teaching dunderheads that can blow up the most simplest of potions. I will know where to start. So with that, Haru was satisfied, and the potions lab became the most popular form of entertainment. It was common to hear something explode, hiss, or Severus yelling. It was also common to hear Inuyasha being thrown out the window by either an explosion or Severus. Haru found the whole thing funny and was there for every lesson. It was the next lesson that would go down as the funniest potions disaster in history. Haru sat on a fallen log, enjoying the sunshine, while Severus was giving Inuyasha his lesson. The potion they were making needed direct sunlight, so everything was set up outside for today. So far, nothing had blown up or melted. Haru could see Uncle Sev twitch every time Inuyasha added an ingredient or stirred the potion. He knew that Uncle Sev was just waiting for something to happen, but so was he. Haru wondered sometimes if he should mention that his AOI was just as bad, if not worse, at potions than Inuyasha appeared to be. But then he would bite his tongue out of fear that that knowledge would most likely break what little sanity his uncle had left. He was brought from his musings by the sad sound of hissing and bubbling. Looking up, he saw Inuyasha cauldron emitting a pale, rainbow-like vapor that slowly fell to the ground. Haru quickly created a shield around himself, just as the cauldron exploded in a shower of color. He waited a few minutes before dispelling the shield and looking around. He was shocked at what he saw. Every tree, bush, flower, and rock had been turned into some type of candy. Haru looked around for any sign of his son and uncle when a high-pitched shriek made him jump. "You dunderhead fool! How can you mistake ground? Unicorn horn for powdered river pearls? One reeks of magic and the other reeks of fish." He looked around the field and spotted a small fluffy black thing yelling at a small fluffy white thing. He carefully walked over and found that the small fluffy black thing was a very fluffy black rabbit. He figured it was Uncle Sev because only he would be able to make something so cute look so bloodthirst, which meant the small fluffy white thing was Inuyasha. Haru squealed at how adorable Inuyasha looked. He was basically a white fluff ball with two black eyes and a little black nose. "Inuyasha, you look so cute." He picked the half-demon, turned puppy, up and snuggled him. "You're so cute and fluffy. As much as I enjoy watching you squeeze the life out of the little idiot, would you kindly make a potion to fix us?" Haru blinked slowly at the talking black fluff ball before squealing again and cuddled the highly irritated black fluff. He turned when he heard something coming this way. He blinked and tilted his head as his grandfather came charging through the trees looking panicked. Apparently, the explosion made it all the way to the nearby village, and all the villagers were now animals of some kind. The children and teens found it fun, as did some of the adults and elders. Though one particular elder, that tended to piss Haru off every time he came to the village, had been turned into what Scarlet calls a naked mole rat. It wasn't hard to brew the potion needed to fix everyone, though some of the children tried to make a break for it. Everyone was fixed up just before sunset along with most of the forest, though the rest could be done the following day. Severus finally surrendered to the fact that Inuyasha can't brew to save his life, and that's when Haru informed him of how much worse his AOI was. This apparently gave Severus the hope he needed that Inuyasha could be taught. It took time, red years, and many hangovers for Severus, but Inuyasha could now brew some potions. They would never be perfect, but they were at least decent. Years passed, and the small family of four enjoyed the peace. But it didn't last when the Shurkan jewel arrived. Haru was humming to himself as he worked in his garden. His grandfather was off doing paperwork, Uncle Sev was off searching for ingredients, and Inuyasha was off looking for something, but didn't say what. His peace was broken by the sudden arrival of an excited Inuyasha who looked quite pleased with himself. He was covered from head to toe in mud and had a tight hold on a wiggling clothes sack. Inuyasha, what in the world have you been doing? Said half-demon, just grinned like a loon and plopped down on the ground. I spotted this little guy watching you for about 3 months, but he never got any closer than that. I remembered Scarlet mentioning something about familiars and how powerful magic users and demons can have one or more. She gave me a book on recognizing the signs of a potential familiar bond, as she said it was possible that I might gain one, and this little guy showed all the signs of being yours. Haru looked from Inuyasha to the wiggling sack and then back to Inuyasha. He gently touched the sack, and the creature inside calmed down. He took the sack and carefully opened it, only to find mismatched eyes looking back at him. Inside the sack was a pitch-black wolf pup that had a light blue eye, left, and a dark amber eye, right. He looked to be about 5 months old, but Haru could feel the demonic energy coming off the little thing, so that made him think it was a shadow fawn. Hello, little one. You must have had quite the adventure coming all the way down here from the mountains. The little pup tilted his head and gave a big puppy yawn. Haru chuckled and pulled the little bundle of fur onto his lap. He looked up when Inuyasha cleared his throat. When I caught the little guy, I could feel a strange demonic energy coming from him. It didn't feel like the normal demonic energy you would feel from an average demon or even a powerful one. Haru hummed at the unasked question and smiled down at the pup. Shadow fangs are not demons, though they do have demonic energy. They are living shadows born from death and darkness. As he grows older, his fur will slowly lose its solid form and start to move like the shadows he was born from. Not all shadow fangs take on the form of a wolf. Scarlet told me about one taking on the form of a unicorn. If anything, they are more closely related to wraths or reapers. He chuckled at the look of awe on his son's face. He smiled when Inuyasha shook his head and then tilted it, little white ears twitching as he thought. On my way home, I heard some of the villagers talking about some jewel that a priestess named Kikio was asked to guard. Apparently, it's supposed to be so powerful that both man and demon hunt her for it. Since it's in the village, I thought I should tell you and the old man. Haru suddenly felt like he couldn't breathe. He didn't hear Inuyasha calling him or the pup in his lap whimpering. That damn jewel had resurfaced, and it was close to them. To his son. He'll be damned if he let the thing destroy his family. He won't let history repeat itself. Haru handed the pup to Inuyasha and slowly stood up before heading for the forest. Inuyasha watched as his mom vanished into the forest, and he assumed towards the village. He jumped up and ran into the house and towards the old man's study. He slammed the door open, ignoring the glare he received, and proceeded to speed talk. He only stopped when the old man yelled at him. "Calm down, you idiot, and speak normally." Inuyasha took a deep breath and repeated himself, explaining what he had told Haru and what had then happened. He didn't like the look that crossed the old man's face when he told him about the jewel. Before he could question it, though, Sev showed up. Shinji closed his eyes as memories flashed through his mind. Fire and blood, the screams of his clan members as they were slaughtered. "I think it's time you two learned about the most horrific day in our history, and it all started with that damn Shurkan jewel." He stood up and looked out the window. "Many years ago, when I was still a child, a powerful priestess by the name of Midoriko came to the heads of the Eclipse clans. She told them of a Vyson she had had of the battle she was to face many months from now. She asked them to protect the jewel that would be forged from her spirit and those of the demons once she died in the battle, and they accepted. Months passed before she sent word, and a warrior was sent to collect the jewel. It was placed in our most secret village, a place for women and children and those training to become monks and priestesses. There weren't many warriors or those to defend the village. We didn't think we needed to, and we were wrong. A human that had been trusted by the elders themselves had betrayed us. He led soldiers into the village, and it was a massacre. We were unprepared and hugely outnumbered. The children untrained in their powers and the adults protecting them. I watched my mother, the head priestess of the shrine and guardian of the Shirkan jewel, slaughtered in front of me, along with my sisters as they tried to get to our mother. The jewel vanished after that, and the village was turned into a memorial for those last on that dark night. Many were last, and families were destroyed. The clan split, and the elders withdrew into the mountains. I was one of 5 survivors, my late wife being another, and the screams are just as clear as they were that day. He could feel the tears rolling down his cheeks and briefly glanced over at Severus when the man cleared his throat. I can understand that, and I'm sure that Haru has been informed of this. But why did he have such a bad reaction to learning that the jewel was here? Shinji sighed and tried to stay calm. Haru had been training for years to become a high priestess for the lunar clan of the Eclipse bloodline, and yes, Inuyasha, submissives both male and female might train to become a monk, priest, or priestess, just like dominant males and females. 3 months after Haru met Izaoi, he took the final test and passed. Thus, he became recognized as High Priestess of the Lunar Clan. Unfortunately, when one gains the title of High Priestess, they also gain the wisdom of their past successors, which means they gain the memoirs of the past High Priestesses. He closed his eyes as memories of that day came back to him. His poor innocent grandson running into his office, sobs racking his body as pain and fear shone bright in his eyes. Haru had refused to leave his side and slept with him for almost a year. The 3 demons stayed silent, just lost in their own thoughts. All 3 had tears rolling down their faces and wished Haru would come home quickly. He moved silently through the forest, only one thing on his mind, to find this priestess named Kikio. Haru followed the trail of spiritual energy and the whispered voices that bled from the jewel. His face was blank as he entered the clearing and didn't even flinch when an arrow flew by his head. He zeroed in on the 2 humans and coldly glared at the older. As she was loading another arrow, he sped forward and grabbed the girl around the neck, making her drop the bow. You would do well to remember that you are not at the top of the food chain, girl, and had I wished to, you would be dead. He hissed at the wide-eyed girl. He twitched when the other human tried to whack him with their bow. He dropped the girl and grabbed the bow, intending to glare at the other human. His eyes softened when he realized that it was a child. Please refrain from doing that, child. I do not wish to hurt you, but I will be forced to remove you from here if you interfere. Haru softly asked the child, who looked quite surprised at his actions. Leave my sister be, demon. If it is the jewel you wish for, you will not have it. Haru whipped around and glared at the girl before coldly sneering at her. You idiot girl. I would rather destroy it than use it. I am the High Priestess for the Lunar Clan of the Eclipse bloodline, and if you have any brains in that head of yours, you will hold your tongue. He coldly hissed at the shocked girl, who appeared to be slightly trembling. You will keep that jewel away from my family, especially my son. If the day comes that you feel that you can no longer guard and purify it, you are to give it to me. Am I clear? He was pleased when she quickly nodded before turning back to the child and smiling. The bow you are using is what is messing up your aim. Use wood from a fallen cherry blossom tree. It tends to be much lighter and flexible. With one last glare at the supposed priestess, he left the clearing. It was months before Haru heard anything about the jewel again, and it came in the form of a nervous Inuyasha. Haru sat underneath the old willow tree that grew next to a large lake about a mile away from the manor. The little shadow Fong, now named Sure, was curled up on his lap. Inuyasha had once asked him why he had named the little shadow Fong Death, but he would just send his son a secretive smile. He smelt his son sitting among the willow branches and was waiting for him to come down. He smiled at the nervous energy coming off the half-demon in waves and figured this had to do with why he sometimes reeked of that girl. His son had been up there for about an hour, working up the courage to talk to him, and he figured that the poor boy had stressed enough. Inuyasha dear, would you like to come down at some point and talk to me? He asked, without even opening his eyes. A few minutes passed before he heard Inuyasha's softy land in front of him. Haru cracked an eye and chuckled at how nervous his poor son looked. He decided to take pity on him and speak first. If you wish to continue this friendship you have with the girl, I will not stop you. But if she harms you in any way, her life is forfeit, and you can tell her as much. He smirked at the look Inuyasha gave him. I'm your mom, and I know everything. Plus, I can smell her on you when you try and sneak back in before getting clean. Haru outright laughed at the deep scarlet blush that covered his son's face. I never meant to keep it from you, Mom. I was just nervous about telling you because I know how you feel about Kikio, though I have noticed you hanging out with her sister, Kid. Haru hummed and ran his fingers through Inuyasha hair when he sat next to him. She is a sweet child, and I like her fire. She reminds me of your mother when she was that age. Though Kid knows how to climb a tree without getting stuck. They both chuckled at that, and Inuyasha hugged him. So, does this mean you don't hate me? Inuyasha asked in a small voice. Haru looked wide-eyed at his son's bowed head and felt tears fill his eyes. He gently moved Shur from his lap and pulled Inuyasha close, kissing his forehead. Sweetie, I could never hate you. Sure, you may become friends with others I don't like, but I will never hate you. I could never hate you. They sat quietly after that before Inuyasha had to go and meet up with Kikio. Haru just sat there enjoying the breeze when a sudden wave of power crashed into him. He sped off in the direction it came from and found an odd half-demon that felt wrong. He moved forward but stayed out of the other's reach. Who are you and why are you in my territory? He shivered when dark red eyes focused on him and a wave of power slammed into him. Haru was slowly getting pissed. How dare this little bastard try and intimidate him? Haru slammed a small portion of his power, which was still stronger than even most demons, and fired it at the little creep. The half-demon was thrown across the clearing and slammed into a tree. Haru sped over and grabbed him around the neck. You ever try that again, and I will rip you apart. Many others have tried and failed to intimidate me just because I'm a submissive, and I'll be damned if I let you do the same in my own territory. This is your one and only warning. Attack me or my family, and you won't live long enough to regret it. Now, if you are quick done being a little bastard, tell me your name and why you are here. Haru then let go of the other's neck and stepped back. The half-demon coughed a bit before righting himself. I came here in search of something. Haru corked a brow. And you thought flaring you power and pissing me off was a good way to find it? He smirked when the other had the good sense to look sheepish. I will allow you to search my territory by my warning stands, and you must tell me your name. The half-demon stood there for a moment before speaking. You first. Haru nodded. It was only fair. I am High Priestess Haru from the Lunar Clan of the Eclipse bloodline. I am Naraku. A week passed after that meeting, and everything was calm, but it didn't last. A dark shadow fell over the small family of 4 that would last for 50 years. Haru sped through the forest with Shur hot on his heels. Tears ran down his face as memories from that dark day came back to haunt him as smoke and flames filled the sky. He could feel Inuyasha confusion and slowly growing fear as he raced towards his son, ignoring the cuts he was receiving from the branches. He was temporarily blinded by the flames before quickly looking around for Inuyasha. He could barely hear over the screams and roaring flames, but eventually located the half-demon. He felt relieved when he saw the Inuyasha was okay, but that boy was in so much trouble. But the relief didn't last when he heard the unmistakable sound of an arrow soaring through the air. It happened so fast that Haru couldn't even react as the arrow pierced his son and stuck him to a tree. He could smell the blood and hear his son's heart slowly stop, and he wished it was all some horrific nightmare. Tears rolled down his cheeks, and he couldn't feel his lungs screaming for air. The only thought filling his head was that his baby boy was dead. Then he opened his mouth. Ha 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 ha. Both Shinji and Severus sped up as they heard Haru heartbreaking scream, both ignoring the tears rolling down their faces. The scene they came upon was horrifying. Fires were everywhere along with injured villagers, but what horrified them was the giant enraged fox. Shinji grabbed Kid just as a tree fell where she was standing. Kid, you need to tell me what happened. The little girl had tears running down her face and blood on her front, but she looked unharmed. Sister Kikio shot Inuyasha and pinned him to the tree. Haru saw and got so upset. He ran to the tree and screamed for him to wake up before turning on Sister Kikio and cursing her then. When she died, he changed and started attacking. She sobbed before passing out. Shinji and Severus quickly worked together to rescue the villagers from Haru's wrath and hoped that he would come down by morning. But he didn't. For the next 40 years, Haru attacked anything that even thought to get close to what the villagers were now calling Inuyasha Forest. Not even Shinji or Severus were spared from his blind rage. They grew concerned when they noticed that he refused to eat or sleep. He only defended his pup. And so, they weren't surprised when he finally collapsed. He could feel fatigue setting in, but he still needed to protect his pup. He could not let them get close. But who was he protecting his pup from? Why was the world growing dark? He collapsed onto his side, sending sharp pains through his side. He tried to get back up, but his legs couldn't support him. He growled and struggled to stand when he heard people approaching. "Easy, Haru. Please stop struggling. You're exhausted enough as it is." He froze at the familiar voice, but he couldn't remember who it was. "Haru, please get some rest. We don't want to lose any more family, and I don't want to lose my only nephew." Family? Nephew? Who are these familiar voices? "That's it, Haru. Just close your eyes and get some rest. We promise not to take you from your pup." The soft and calming voices lulled him to sleep, but he faintly felt the voices move him to the den he made beneath his pup's tree. The familiar voices and calming scents finally pulled him into a deep, dreamless sleep that would last for the next 10 years and the chaos that would occur. The first thing he noticed was the sound of birds chirping in the trees. Then he smelled the moist earth all around him. He soon felt the dried leaves and grass that made up his burrow crunching under him as he moved. He crawled from his burrow and shook out his fur before stretching and moving to the front of the tree. He froze when he saw that his pup was no longer there. Ki jumped and turned towards Inuyasha Forest. She would recognize that howl anywhere. Haru had awakened. Severus sighed as he neared the little building that housed his nephew's idiot son. He didn't smell the half-demon in the area, so he knocked on the frame as not to startle the two humans and demon child. They looked up and stiffened. Severus rolled his eyes and sneered at the idiot monk. "Had I wished to kill you, I would have already done it. I am looking for Inuyasha, as I feel he should be warned of his impending doom." The monk made to stand, but Severus just waved his hand. "Master Severus, what a pleasant surprise. What are you doing here?" He turned his sneer onto the idiot flea. "I am here to warn the idiot that Haru is awake and is beyond panicked at not finding the dunderhead fool stuck to the tree still." He turned when he heard someone gasp behind him. He turned and smirked at the pale face of Inuyasha. "I would say I have some sympathy for you, but that would be a lie." Severus' smirk grew when he saw Haru break the tree line. "I would suggest not running and taking it like a man." He was quite satisfied when the idiot tried to make a break from it. The others watched as Inuyasha tried to run from the huge fox demon. They had moved to help, but were stopped by the other demon. His pup was near, and so was another familiar scent. He rushed through the trees and soon found himself in an open field, and on the other side was his pup. Inuyasha knew making a break for it was useless, but he had to try. He didn't even make it 5 steps before he was pounced on. He sighed as his face was licked up and down by his mom, and he felt rather guilty that he hadn't tried to contact him. He hugged his mom close and stroked his fur. "I'm sorry, Mom." They all starred as Inuyasha held the now smaller fox demon close. Who were these two demons? Inuyasha stood up with his mom wrapped around his neck. He sighed as he knew that he had a lot of explaining to do. "Come on, Mom. It's time for you to meet my friends." His mom just purred. Once everyone was inside, he started to fidget with the sleeve of his kimono. He yelped when Severus whacked his hand with a stick that Inuyasha didn't even know he had. "Well, I guess there is no other way to put this, so..." The raven demon is Severus and the fox demon. Around my neck is my adopted mom, Haru. Haru was my mother-adopted older brother, and he took me in when I was about 7. Severus is my mom's uncle. Any questions? He hoped not, but growled at Naraku. "Why haven't you mentioned them before?" Much to Inuyasha's misfortune, Severus answered. "Because he is a dunderhead and feared that Haru was angry at him, which would have been correct if not for the fact that you were pinned to a tree." Inuyasha glared at the floor and yelped when his mom nipped his ear. He huffed and crossed his arms, but smirked when Shippo started laughing at him. "Mom, why don't you comfort Shippo? He's an orphan now due to his father being murdered and his mother passing away due to sickness." Shippo didn't even have time to brace himself. After a bit of talking and Severus threatening bodily harm should Inuyasha cause Haru any more stress, he left. Inuyasha informed Haru about the need for medicine for Kagura, and the fox demon was more than happy to tell them about a demon that lived in the mountains not far from here that had wonderful herbs. "He's an absolute sweetheart and has some of the best herbs I've ever seen." Haru gushed while still in his fox form, and wrapped around a very confused Shippo. So, with Haru guidance, they left for the mountains. He didn't like this supposed reincarnated Kikio. He didn't even like the original. There was something about the girl that felt wrong, and her clothes didn't help. Haru was brought from his thoughts when Inuyasha fell of the back of the girl's bike. As he hadn't wanted to get anywhere near the damn pink thing, he chose to run beside it. So, when Inuyasha fell off, he sat down in front of him and started laughing. "Shut up, Mom." Haru just laughed harder. They started walking after that and soon came to a forest where some villagers were carrying out a dead woman. They claimed that a demon by the name of Jinenji had killed her, but they also claimed that he ran the herb farm. They led them to the farm and spotted the rather large demon right away. Though, before Inuyasha could do anything, Haru was off. Haru raced over to the half-demon and changed back into his humanish form. He still had his fox ears and at least one tail. He tapped Jinenji on the arm and waited for him to turn. His eyes softened when he saw how nervous the little thing was. "Hello, little one. I don't mean to pry, but is your father by chance the demon Akihiko?" Before the little thing could even reply, the villagers started throwing things at them. Haru turned and growled in annoyance before stalking towards them as the little half-demon ran to his mother, who then clubbed Inuyasha on the head. He would have gone after them, had his son not picked him up. "Mom, they're not worth it." He just huffed and crossed his arms. Inuyasha was still holding him even though they were in the farmhouse. "Such nasty little pests. I don't see why I'm not allowed to teach them a lesson," Haru stated while glaring at the fire. "Because, Mom, that would cause more trouble and I don't think you want that, right?" He just huffed again. They talked for a bit while Jinenji made the medicine they needed. "So, why haven't you taken Jinenji to be registered to the courts?" Haru asked the woman. He was startled at the look of confusion on her face. "What courts?" "The demon courts, of course. At the age of 15, half-demons are tested to see if they are dominates or submissives, and then at the age of 100 they may participate in the courts and find a mate and or mates." "Did Akihiko never tell you about that?" Haru asked and got very upset when the woman shook her head. "If the man weren't already dead, I would kill him." "That's it. I'm sending a letter to the nearest court, and they are sending out someone to help you both." They soon left once Jinenji had given them the medicine, but as they were leaving, Kagome demanded to know if Inuyasha was going to help them. The villagers think that Jinenji is the one eating people just because he is different, but that doesn't make him guilty. Haru looked at the girl and softly growled at her. She knew nothing and it showed heavily. But before he could tear into her, Inuyasha spoke up. "But that's what it does mean when you're different. Nobody trusts you. You're always the first to be blamed. And it is always your fault." Haru didn't even let Inuyasha take one step before holding him close. "It is not your fault that she died. It is not your fault that they could not see how special you are. And it is not your fault that you were left on your own. You were a child, and still are. It is their fault that they didn't see you as I do. You are a sweet and caring young man, and if I ever hear you say otherwise, I will put you over my knee," Haru stated with a stern look. His eyes softened when his son smiled and nodded. He kissed Inuyasha on the forehead and took the offered arm. Haru was the only one to notice Kagome's sour look. As they were heading out of town, they came across the villagers plotting to get rid of Jinenji and his mother. Kagome spoke up and stated that she was going to stay at the farm, while Inuyasha hunted for the real culprit. Haru was annoyed at the arrogance the girl showed. She all but ordered his son around and got pissed when he spoke up against the hidden order. He placed a hand on Inuyasha's arm and softly smiled. "Sweetie, would you please do this for me? I knew Akihiko very well, and it would have pained him to know that his child was accused of such a horrible thing." He softly smiled when Inuyasha sighed and kissed him on the cheek. "Came Mom, but only for you." Haru chuckled, but inside he was glaring at the little wench that thought she could control his son. His gaze turned cold when he looked towards the villagers. "I am High Priestess Haru of the Lunar Clan from the Eclipse bloodline. I placed Jinenji and his mother under my protection, and should you attack, I will destroy you. This is your one and only warning." He then turned and left. He waited just outside of the farm and grabbed the girl as she passed. "You ever order my son around again, I will make you suffer. Am I understood?" He growled at the girl and was slightly satisfied when she quickly nodded. though he could tell that she was only doing it to get away. He knew she didn't mean it. The rest of the day was spent with Haru telling Jininji about his father and helping him with the farm. Kagome was helping too, but she wasn't very good at it and was taking forever as she tried to distract Jininji. It was late in the evening when disaster struck. Haru was dreaming of faceless beings holding and loving him. Even asleep, he could feel his power growing to the point that it was painful. He feared telling Inuyasha, as he didn't want his son to worry, but it was getting to the point that it could kill him. He was startled awake by the sound of angry shouts and things hitting the roof. He saw Ayaka leave the hut and sped outside when he smelled blood. The older woman was bleeding from a cut on her forehead, and he quickly healed it. He growled when the girl tried to reason with the mob and was about to attack when demons attacked the mob first. Haru grabbed Ayaka around the waist and jumped away from the incoming demons and burning hut. He watched the girl fire a sacred arrow at the demon and hit it, but before she could fire again, Haru grabbed her out of the way. "How the hell are you still alive? Do you rely on my son to keep you alive, or are you just too stupid to die? Instead of standing right in front of the demon, move out of its range?" He growled at the stupid girl. She looked shocked, and that just pissed him off more. He was so busy yelling at the girl, he didn't realize that the demon had snuck up on him. He had to quickly toss the girl out of the way and just barely avoided the demon's tail. Unfortunately, he landed right on one of the demon's babies, and it bit into his leg. Haru screamed as the demon baby's sharp teeth sank into his leg. He saw the demon coming and knew he wouldn't be able to escape, so he placed a barrier around himself just in time for the demon to slam into it with its tail. It was preparing to do it again when Jininji punched it through the mouth. Haru dispelled the barrier when Inuyasha showed up outside it. The half-demon killed the demon baby on his leg and picked him up before jumping away. "Mom, you okay?" He patted his son on the cheek and nodded before looking back to Jininji. He glared and growled at the girl when she basically demanded the Inuyasha help Jininji. Haru stopped him and looked over to Ayaka, who had the same look he once and still does wear. The look of a parent watching their baby grow up. He walked over to the woman and hugged her. It's never easy to watch them grow up, but it is always worth it. She gave him a watery smile before turning to look at Jininji. Haru softly chuckled when he heard Inuyasha shout for Jininji to show the villagers who's boss. And that's what he did. Haru took care of the dead demons while Inuyasha pouted at the fact that Jininji was too pure-hearted not to help the injured villagers. After talking with the mother-son duo, the three left to take the medicine to Kagura. Though Haru had warned them that his uncle would most likely stop by to buy herbs, as they had a lot that were normally hard to find. Haru smiled and enjoyed the sunshine. Inuyasha had promised to fill him in on what he had missed, but something about the way he said it made him feel like he was going to get a really bad migraine. But right now he was enjoying his son's company, and he would deal with it later. The party watched as the very angry fox demon destroyed the forest just outside of the village they had stopped in. At first, they didn't understand why he was so upset, until Inuyasha informed them of Haru's role as High Priestess and Guardian of the Shirkan Jewel. So, he really did have every right. Haru destroyed another boulder in his rage. How dare that little bitch destroy what his great-grandmother died protecting? Let's not even mention Naraku or the fact that Kikio was back. God, he wanted to fight someone right now. It took the combined efforts of Shippo and Inuyasha to get Haru to calm down, if only a little bit. And if the glares the fox demon was shooting Kagome grew in intensity, no one commented, not even on the fact that he took the shards they had from her. When they heard about the plague that had befallen the area, no one, other than Inuyasha, protested about helping them out. Plus, Moroku had already taken payment, which Haru smacked him for. There is no proof that we can help them, and it is rude to take without knowing you can give back. So, if we cannot help them, then you will be returning it to them. Am I clear? The heavily blushing monk nodded. Haru smiled and kissed his cheek. Good. Now, Sango dear, what were you saying about the mountain? Once again, no one commented. They just walked to the mountain in silence. Haru was not impressed with the obvious trap, but the children wanted to go in. Shippo, stay out here with Sango, please. I don't even want you this close to the mountain, nor do I want anyone entering the mountain, but your brother and the monk insist, he said with a put-upon sigh, though chuckled when the little fox blushed. "'Kay, I'll make sure to protect them and stay out of trouble." Haru kissed his cheek. "Good boy. He then handed the little fox over to a tried-looking Sango, before handing her a small glass vial with a brown potion in it. It's not the best tasting thing, but it should help get that stuff out of your system faster. The demon slayer nodded, before chugging the brown potion and grimaced at the taste. Haru chuckled at her, before following his son into the trap. About halfway in, Moroku was having trouble. So, Haru innocently offered him the same potion he had given Sango. He chuckled when the monk quickly refused, which had Inuyasha chuckling. I don't blame you, I know what goes into most of those potions, and trust me, you don't want to know. Haru just huffed and made his way deeper in. Only most of them? Looks like you've been slaking on your studies. Whatever will Uncle Sev think when I tell him? The look of horror on his son's face was priceless. They came to a rather startling sight, deep within the mountain. Though, Haru wasn't all that surprised, just shocked that someone had actually pulled the spell off without killing themselves. Inuyasha, I'm warning you now. If you step 1 foot into that bloodbath, your ass is meeting my hand. This caused Moroku to choke and Inuyasha to pale. Though apparently, that wasn't very threatening, as not 10 minutes later Inuyasha was fighting the demon. Are you going to stop him? Moroku asked the startlingly calm fox demon. Emerald eyes met his, and Haru shook his head with a sigh. I will have to get him at some point, but doing it now would cause more chaos. Plus, I warned him. The fox demon chuckled when the monk started to unconsciously rub his own behind. Haru sighed as Inuyasha stubbornly refused to listen to Moroku warnings. That boy was in so much trouble after this was over. As he watched his son, once again, attack the demon, he felt a very familiar presence, and it filled him with rage. His nails lengthened, and he spun towards the presence. He growled at a shocked Kikio. Give me one reason. He hoped she didn't give him one. As she moved to open her mouth, the souls in her body fled into the demon, and then she somehow fell into the pit. Haru cursed and jumped down after her. You will not die here, as I want to take the pleasure in doing it. If it was possible, Kikio paled further, just as he was about to leave the pit. The girl jumped down beside him and looked like she wasn't expecting him. God damn it! If you want to die so badly, just wait until we leave and I will fulfill your goal. The girl looked startled and was about to respond when Kikio grabbed the idiot's bow and fired at Inuyasha's sword, which sent the arrow into the barrier. Goddamn idiots. Once the barrier fell, everyone was sucked up out of the mountain. Haru grabbed Inuyasha and the girl, but accidentally missed Kikio. He dragged them from the bodies, and as they landed, Haru lost it. Naraku watched as Inuyasha and the girl landed, but froze when he saw who was with them. A little voice in the back of his mind was telling him to flee, and another voice was telling him to flee now. He didn't even have time to taunt Inuyasha before a heavily pissed-off fox demon descended on him. Naraku just barely got away from those razor-sharp claws. Maybe you should rethink all of his plans. He really didn't want to be the fox's ragdoll. Haru seethed as his prey got away. At this rate, he was going to lash out at whoever pissed him off next, which would most likely be his son. He turned to the 2 others and growled before storming off. He needed to kill something. Inuyasha watched his mom disappear into the distance and felt guilty about what had happened back in the mountain and then with Naraku. Though it had been funny to see the other demon flee, maybe not with Kikio, but still, he took Kagome back to the others and avoided Moroku knowing looks. He really should have listened to his mom's threats. Shippo looked from a smug-looking Moroku to a heavily blushing Inuyasha. He didn't know what was going on, but whatever it was, Inuyasha was the cause. He was kind of disappointed that Haru wasn't with them, but heard Inuyasha mumbling about the other fox needing to calm down. Shippo sighed and leaned into Sango. He hoped Haru would be back soon. He already missed him. Kagome was fuming on the inside. How dare that beast treat her like an idiot? And it also took the jewel. And no one said anything. Not even Inuyasha. She'd show that thing its place. She just needed some time to plan. A few hours later, everyone froze when Haru walked into their camp and calmly stopped in front of a squirming Inuyasha. Shall we do this here or in the forest? They watched wide-eyed as Inuyasha looked towards the forest, a heavy blush covering his face. Forest. Haru nodded and walked back the way he came, Inuyasha following. They were all dead, silent. Well, except for Moroku, who was quietly laughing. Sango asked him wait was so funny, and he explained that Inuyasha was being punished and said no more. Which annoyed Kagome. What do you mean he's being punished? she demanded. Moroka gave her a hard look. It means that he is being punished, and that is all you need and deserve to know. They descended into silence again. That lasted until Inuyasha and Haru returned. No one commented on the fact that Inuyasha's eyes were red, or when he curled up to Haru's side and fell sound asleep. The next few days were peaceful, though everyone was getting a little annoyed that they hadn't gotten any leads. So, during this quiet time, Haru would take Shippo out with him to gather herbs and was even teaching him what could be used in potions. Shippo loved the bonding, and Inuyasha was growing used to the idea of having the little fox as a brother. It was the day they finally got a lead that Shippo finally called Haru mom, and Kagome was given back the jewel. Haru glared at the girl as he handed her the jewel. This is only temporary, as the place I'm taking Shippo today is dangerous enough without the jewel. Inuyasha, I'm placing a tracker on you so we can find you later. Please behave. Inuyasha blushed heavily, but nodded. Haru kissed his cheek and left after picking up a hyper Shippo. Unbeknownst to everyone, Haru had other reasons for giving that girl the jewel. He was making his own plans and manipulating the players. Just like last time, something felt off about Naraku, and it intrigued him, and he wanted to know what it was. After all, foxes are sly and curious creatures. Haru spent 2 hours showing Shippo how to pick and tell which herbs were the best. They were having a lot of fun until the wards Haru had placed around Inuyasha went off. They quickly gathered their things and left. Haru could smell a foul taint in the air, and he held his kit close. He ran through the roots and came across Sango and Kagura first. Making quick work of the roots around Kagura, Haru focused on Sango. Pouring some of his power into her mind, he soon saw what she did, and it broke his heart. He carefully woke her and made her focus on him. I will help you get your brother back, sweetheart, but I need you to trust me when the time comes. Do you think you can do that? He asked her softly. Sango looked into those soft and warm emerald eyes and found nothing but the truth. Yes. With that one word, she could already feel things changing for the better. Haru smiled at her and kissed her forehead. Come on, we need to find the others, he said as he helped her to stand. With a quick pepper-up potion, she was feeling a lot better, if not slightly weird. He led her deeper into the forest and stopped when they found Naraku. Stay here, please. Sango looked like she wanted to protest, but didn't, thankfully. Haru made his way over to the monk. He didn't even need to see into the man's mind to know what was happening. Gently untangling the roots, he soothed the wind tunnel while waking the man. I can place a very powerful ward on the wind tunnel to prevent it from growing. With a bit of research, I should be able to remove it if you'd like, he asked the dazed man. Moroka stared into those powerful emerald eyes and nodded. He could see no lie in those warm eyes. Like before, Haru smiled and kissed Moroku's forehead. Come on. Inuyasha and the girl aren't much farther, he said as he helped the monk and waved the others over. It wasn't long before they found the other two, and Haru checked Inuyasha over. Neither one would look Haru in the eye, and it didn't take a genius to figure out way. Though, they were all wary of how calm the fox demon was about it. Haru made sure that everyone was asleep before leaving the camp. He had placed a tracking charm on the jewel and knew right where to go. Phasing through the barrier and into the shadows of the room was sadly easy, and Haru was a bit disappointed. He spotted Naraku sitting by the window and smirked. You do realize that the only reason Kikio got that jewel from the girl was because I let her. Just like I could kill you now and end this all. Haru took pleasure in that fact that Naraku went stiff and looked ready to flee. I'm not gonna, however. I'm far too curious about why you feel tainted. He trailed off as he moved towards the still frozen demon. He stared into fear-tinted red eyes and gently smirked. If my suspicion is right, I might just keep you. Haru placed a barely there kiss on the frozen demon's lips before leaving. He giggled all the way back to the camp, deeply lost in thought on how fun things had gotten. Haru was humming to himself as he half listened to the girl moan and whine about losing the jewel, while his eldest told her not to worry. He did chime in when Shippo made the comment about Inuyasha being easy on Kikio because he loves her. Shippo, sweetheart, whatever gave you that impression? He asked the kid in his arms. Shippo looked up at him with those big leaf green eyes and tilted his head in confusion. It's the way he acts and stuff. Why? Is that not right? Haru shook his head. No, it's not. Inuyasha was tested in one of the courts back home, and he has a destined mate. If anything, he would probably see her more as a good friend or sister. Though, that's probably not how she or the girl sees it, Haru slightly thought. He was brought from his musings by the sound of a cow and moved just in time to avoid Totosai and his damn cow. Haru glared at the moron and sighed when he started attacking Inuyasha. Once everything calmed down and Totosai explained his reasons for being there, Haru had to agree with some of Totosai's observations. But there was no way in hell that the old coot was taking the sword. He sighed when Totosai started to lay it on thick and smacked the moron when he started plotting with Myoga. You will leave the sword with him, or I will make your life a living hell. I'm planning on giving him proper lessons on handling and care. Totosai just stared at him before going back to plotting with Myoga. He sighed and tuned them out until the old coot mentioned Sesshomaru and started to freak out when said demon showed up. Haru picked up his youngest and made his way out of the danger zone, tuning out the idiot duo. He was kind of curious to see what Sesshomaru would do when he finally noticed his presence. He got his answer soon enough when Totosai started talking about the Tensiga. Do you dare imply that this useless sword is worthy of me? This was where Haru chimed in. I'll have you know that I was the one that suggested the Tensiga and thought that it was far more appropriate for one that wished to be one of my future mates. After all, I do hate violence. He was giggling like a loon on the inside, but on the outside his face was blank. The look of shock on the other demon's face was priceless. He just wished he had a camera. While everyone was frozen in shock, Totosai used his hammer and flooded the clearing with lava. Everyone was silent as they left, and no one spoke until they had finished setting up camp. It was a blank-faced Inuyasha that broke the silence first. Mom, what did you mean about Sesshomaru wishing to be your mate? Haru stared at his eldest and sighed. I met Sesshomaru a few years after I first entered the courts. I don't have a destined mate, and as I am very powerful, I will most likely have at least 3 or 4 mates. I was being harassed by a raven demon, and Sesshomaru stepped in. I had seen him before, and had always thought that he was an ass. He still is. Unfortunately, the more I ignored him and fought him, the more determined he became. I was kind of hoping that he had moved on, but I guess I'm not that lucky. Inuyasha stared at him a little more before staring at the ground, which caused Haru to sigh again. Inuyasha, you are my child, and any potential mate will have to get over it. You and your brother are non-negotiable. Now come here and cuddle with me. He finished and added a pout for good measure. The next day, Totosai left, but not before Haru gave him enough whacks to the head to make one believe he had a second one. Haru wasn't surprised when the old coot came running back, with Sesshomaru not far behind. Haru sighed and picked Shippo up once more and moved out of the danger zone. He was mildly impressed with the dragon's claw, but he just played with Shippo after he got bored. When Sesshomaru blinded Inuyasha, Haru made a mental note to give his son a bottle of special eye drops, plus a mental note to help Inuyasha with his swordsmanship as soon as possible. When Inuyasha finally sensed the wind scar, everyone was in awe of how powerful it was. They all thought that Inuyasha had killed Sesshomaru, which had the half-demon avoiding his mom. You didn't kill Sesshomaru, love? I helped forge both swords and promised your father that you two wouldn't be able to kill each other. The Tensiga saved him and sent him off somewhere. Use these eye drops to clear out the poison in your eyes, sweetheart, and watch your brother while I go check on the moron. I should be back by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. He kissed his son's cheek and left after a quick hug. Haru hadn't expected it to take this long to find the moron, but it did. When he finally found him, he had to wait for the adorable little girl to leave, a cute little smile on her face, before making himself known. If that was you trying to impress me, you failed. Inuyasha is my pup and all but blood, and I'll be damned if I let you continue this stupid and pointless rivalry. You used to visit him at the manor, but then your mother sunk her teeth into you, and you became an ass. I liked the man you were becoming, and I despise the man you have become because of her. If you were serious about being one of my future mates, then stop being an uncaring ass. And who knows, I might just fix your arm. Sesshomaru said nothing, but Haru could tell that he was actually thinking about it. And that's all he could ask for. As he was moving back through the shadows, he felt shards nearby and figured he'd check it out. When he arrived in the village that the jewel shards and his sons were in, he spotted the incoming tornado. This turned out to be a rather hot wolf demon, who was in possession of 3 jewel shards. Though the wolves did get him thinking. Where was Sure? While Haru was puzzling over his missing partner, Inuyasha was glaring at the wolf demon. Said demon looked around at his fallen wolves before looking back at them. How dare you? Why did you slaughter my pack of wolves? No one spoke until Kagome looked at Inuyasha. Inuyasha, watch out. He has 3 shards. Though before she could continue, Inuyasha interrupted her. So, you're the one controlling this bloodthirsty pack. The wolf demon sneered at him. And you're their executioner. Damn you all for murdering my underlings. But before he could continue, Haru spoke up. If you did not want them harmed, you shouldn't have sent them after the villagers. If you are their leader, then you must lead them, not make stupid choices that could lead to their deaths. I know for a fact that the leader of the mountain court not far from here would have no problem taking you and your pack down. Attacks like this leaves neighboring villages on edge, and it makes it harder on the half-demons that live near them or are traveling through. Haru stated from his perch on one of the roofs, Shippo sitting on his lap in slight confusion over how he had gotten there. The wolf demon looked at the other demon with a slight spark in his eye that didn't go missed by the demon's eldest. Inuyasha twitched in annoyance and started shouting at the wolf demon to get its focus off his mom. How many innocent people have you and your mongrels killed? You reek of human blood. Apparently, Inuyasha plan worked as the wolf demon focused on him again. They needed to eat. Got a problem with that, mutt face. This earned a snort from Haru and an insulted look from Inuyasha. Did you just call me a mutt? The wolf demon smirked. No, you're right. That would be an insult to canines. You smell much worse. By now, Haru and Shippo were both dying on the roof with tears running down their cheeks from laughing so hard. Inuyasha shot them an annoyed glare that was really a pout before looking back at the demon. Huh, don't like my smell? Then maybe I'll solve your problem by slicing off your nose and stabbing some air into your belly. The half-demon then lunged at the wolf with his sword, only to miss when the other dodged. The demon then moved to attack back and landed a solid kick to the face, which sent Inuyasha skidding into the dirt. He's fast. Sango commented with Miroka nodding in agreement. Kagome, being the moron that she was, started shouting at the downed half-demon. Inuyasha, watch out. He's using the power of the scared jewel. They're on his legs and right arm, which effectively informed said wolf demon of her ability to see the shards. Haru didn't miss how the demon's eyes widened in shock before gaining a sharp glint. The fox demon silently seethed at the girl and made a mental note to tear her apart later. Verbally, of course. This time, Inuyasha stood up and shook his head, mentally sighing when he caught the dark glare his mom was shooting Kagome. Why didn't you say so earlier? Huh, I thought you were acting pretty tough, but it's only 'cause you've got jewel shards. You haven't got any power on your own, do you? He felt a cold sweat break out over his body when his mom's dark glare was refocused on him. Heh, but you gotta know how to use the power, you whining whelp. The wolf demon shot back. Inuyasha mentally cursed as his mom's glare all but burned through the side of his head. His mom was already mad at him. No point in holding back now. If only you could fight as fast as you can talk, then we'd get somewhere. And as if on cue, the glare intensified. Shut up, albino runt. You ought to be put down for rabies. The half-demon shot back. They're well-matched when it comes to foul behavior. Though, it looks like Inuyasha will be paying for it later. Miroku commented as his gaze settled on a very pissed Haru. Sango nodded in agreement before making her own comment. He's a wolf demon. She stated with a pointed look at the other demon. Miroku looked at her in curiosity. You've encountered them before? She turned to answer, but the wolf demon spoke up. I'm Koga, the new leader of the wolf demon tribe, and your destroyer, he said before attacking Inuyasha. Sango took this chance to answer Miroku's question. I've heard about them from other demon slayers. They're demons who control wolves. Although they appear human, they're no different than the wolves they command. The monk nodded before jumping when a pale hand landed on his shoulder. Standing behind his was Haru, but the demon's smile seemed tight. Karara, would you mind showing those little pests how amazing you are? I need to talk to Miroku and Sango for a moment. The cat demon nodded before running over to the approaching wolves and transforming into her bigger form, effectively scaring the pests. Smile still in place, Haru looked at the two humans. You two wouldn't happen to have seen a shadow fong in the form of a wolf while you've been traveling with my son, Have you? The two humans looked stunned before Sango shook her head. I've only recently joined them, so I wouldn't really know. Morocco said. Monk shook his head as well. No, I haven't either. What about you, Shippo? I believe you joined Inuyasha and Kagome not long after they started searching. The little fox demon scrunched up his nose in thought before shaking his head sadly. Sorry, Mama. I haven't seen one either. Haru's smile softened and he hugged the child close. It's all right. I'll just have to ask your brother when he's done playing. The two humans snickered at the two demons' fight being called playing before Sango looked curiously at the older fox demon. I've only heard rumors and legends about shadow fangs. Why would you think that we would have seen one? Amused emerald eyes looked at her. Because Sure is my partner, and I thought he might have decided to follow Inuyasha around while I was sleeping. The fox demon started laughing as shock appeared on the two humans' faces. After having a good laugh and stating that he would explain later, they all focused back on the fight. Just in time to see Inuyasha send Koga flying into one of the houses, which was then destroyed. TCH. What a joke. You can barely keep up on the defensive, let alone attack. Koga stated once the dusk had cleared. Inuyasha paused for a moment and looked down at the Tetsuzaiga before getting into a familiar stance. As Koga charged forward and Inuyasha was preparing to use the wind scar, the wolf lunged back. Let's retreat. This is too dangerous. He called to the wolves before taking off. Everyone, besides Haru, was stunned at what just happened. Did he just run away? Inuyasha asked, only to receive a smack to the back of his head. He yelped and turned to yell at whoever did it, only to come face to face with his mom. The half-demon quickly paled when his mom gave him a smile full of teeth. It would seem that you have neglected your lessons, both in swordsmanship and manners. I'll need to fix that. However, before Haru could drag the half-demon off, Moroku came to the rescue. Inuyasha, were you about to use the wind scar in battle with him, or not? Wincing as Haru's smile became sharper, he didn't even try to deny it. Yeah, but the coward up and ran away. He muttered, which earned him another smack to the head. Seems you've forgotten your great-grandfather's lessons as well. As leader of his tribe, Koga has earned the right of alpha, which sharpens his senses. He could feel the power rolling off of the Tetsuzaiga and also smell it in the air. As alpha, he wasn't going to risk losing any more pack members. Haru stated with a sharp look at his pouting son. Moroka nodded, as he was going to say something similar. If that's the case, then it's not just brute strength we're up against. Sango added calmly. Haru nodded at her, before focusing on the girl and growling. I will only say this once, so pay very close attention. There are humans and demons alike that would stop at nothing to find shards of the jewel. You shouting for the world to hear that you can see and sense them places a big fat target on your back and causes trouble we don't need or want. The next time you do that and one of my children suffers for it, you better pray for mercy from whoever you believe in, because I won't be listening. She paled before looking at the others, who seemed to agree with Haru's point, before slowly nodded with a sour look on her face. Glad to see you understand. Now let's put these poor people to rest before I train Inuyasha. The older fox demon said with a chipper smile before walking off. Everyone watched him go, before looking back at Inuyasha, who looked like he was about to be sick. Sango and Moroku weren't sure if they should find it funny or sad. So, they just walked off to help Haru. It took them almost all day to bury the villagers, and when they were finally done, the sun was setting. Inuyasha seemed to think that made him safe from his mom's training. But just as he was about to settle down, his mom struck. You didn't honestly believe that you would get away from training, did you? Inuyasha swallowed heavily and quickly shook his head. Good. Sango dear, we'll be borrowing Karara for a bit. The demon slayer looked wide-eyed at them before nodding with an amused smile. For the next 3 hours, everyone could hear Haru cackling, Inuyasha cursing, and Karara roaring in what could only be described as amusement. Everyone chose to ignore the random explosions that occurred every now and then, along with what was most definitely the sound of Inuyasha's failed attempts at avoiding said explosions. By the time all three showed up again, Haru and Karara were simply covered in dirt, but Inuyasha looked like he had gotten into a fight with a rock slide and lost. He was covered in small cuts and bruises, though he had a rather large one in the shape of a paw on his forehead. Moroku and Sango tried not to laugh, while Shippo was rolling on the floor. Kagome, once again, looked like she had swallowed a lemon. Inuyasha, you can either eat first then get a bath or bath first then eat. Either way, you're doing both. Sango, I'll be taking Karara with me again. Is there anything special I need to do for her fur, or is she fine? Haru asked the silently giggling demon slayer. Sango shook her head. No, she should be fine. Though I would suggest brushing her out first, she tends to shed a lot. Haru nodded, shot his son one last pointed look before leaving for the hot spring he knew wasn't far from the village. Karara watched the fox demon closely as he finished brushing her fur and lowered her into the warm water. Something felt off about him, and as time passed, she felt it grow. Her eyes narrowed as emerald met crimson. I know you can smell it, but I would appreciate it if you didn't let anyone know. The demon chuckled when she glared at him. I have no mates, and that is very dangerous for someone as powerful as myself. The power builds, and as I have no mates to give it to, it just builds up in my body. I should be fine for a bit longer, but I will need to find her soon, or the power will start to poison me. Karara stared wide-eyed at the fox demon before slowly nodding. Maybe she could help find the shadow Fong. Haru said that it was his partner, which means it must absorb the demon's power overflow and keep him balanced. She would keep an eye on the demon, and if they didn't find the shadow Fong within the next week, she would alert the others to the demon's sickness. The next morning, everyone packed up and made their way through the mountains, though Sango noticed Karara's gaze falling on Haru every now and then before they took the air. All right, I've picked up the scent of the wolves. I'll be able to lead us right to them, no problem. Inuyasha said as he stood up from where he had been sniffing the ground. That white bastard. I can't believe he called me a mutt. The half-demon grumbled. I don't blame him for getting upset over being called a mongrel, but when he's sniffing the ground, he sure looks like one. Shippo commented from his spot in the basket on Kagome's bike. I heard that, Shippo. Come here and say that. I dare you. Haru chuckled at the two. He has a point, sweetie. I've told you before that you don't have to smell the ground to pick up a scent. All you need to do is focus like I've been teaching you at night. Inuyasha pouted at this and huffed before looking away. A few minutes later, Sango, Naraku, and Karara showed up after they had finished looking around the area. Inuyasha, can you smell or hear anything unusual about this area? Naraku asked the half-demon quickly. Inuyasha, who was still sour over Shippo's comment, proceeded to snap at the monk. Oh, so I'm your faithful terrier all of a sudden. Wondering if I've sniffed out a scent or heard something with my little doggy ears. Damn, you guys piss me off, every single one of you. His rant was interrupted by his mom, giving his ear a sharp yank. Now you listen here, young man. I don't give a damn if you're upset with what Koga said or your brother's little comment. You will not take it out on your friends. You will apologize to Naraku and let him explain. Haru hissed at the half-demon before letting go of his ear. Inuyasha pouted and gently rubbed his now sore left ear. I'm sorry for yelling at you, Naraku. Why did you want to know? The monk looked slightly startled, but quickly shook it off. We were wondering if you sensed another presence in the air like we do. Before Inuyasha could respond, Karara looked up the cliff face to her right and started growling. Sango followed suit and went wide-eyed. Look, everybody up there. Looking up, everyone spotted a group of wolves charging down at them, or more accurately, Inuyasha. The wolves crashed into the half-demon and sent them all over the edge of the path, down towards the river below, while another group went after Sango and Naraku. Haru ran to the edge of the cliff, ready to help his eldest, when Koga shot up in front of them and sent him stumbling back in surprise. He tripped and hit the back of his head, slightly stunned from the sudden pain. He could only watch as the girl was grabbed by the wolf demon and carried off. The pain in his head spiked as the girl started screeching like a banshee, and he doubled over, clutching his head. As the pain slowly faded, his instincts flared to life. They demanded that he chase down the wolf and tear it to shreds for kidnapping his baby kid. He could feel himself shifting into his fox form and the power burning through his blood. He knew he didn't have much time before it started to poison him, so he had to hurry and find his kid. Sango and Naraku watched in stunned silence as Haru shifted into his fox form before running off in the direction Koga had gone. They looked at each other when Kagura started to make low growls as the demon ran out of sight. They needed to find Inuyasha and fast. The two humans split up with Sango and Kagura following after Koga and Haru, while Moroku searched the river for Inuyasha. The monk found him not far downriver and held his staff out for the other to grab. "Oh man, I really got washed downriver. Where's my mom? I thought for sure he'd be the first to find me." The monk grimaced. It seems that Koga's plan was to kidnap Kagome all along. Not long after he fled with her, Haru became agitated and shifted before running after him. Inuyasha grimaced as well before getting a serious look on his face. That's why the wolves retreated. Their master got what he wanted, so there was no use staying. Though, I'm not sure why my mom would chase after them. Wait, wasn't Shippo with Kagome? Moroku went wide-eyed before slowly nodding. Then Mom's instincts kicked in and he wanted to rescue his kid. I almost feel bad for the wolf. If you think Mom is protective of me, then just think of how protective he is of Shippo, who is still a baby in demon years. The monk winced at this and almost felt pity for the wolf as well. They both looked up when they heard Kagura approaching. "Sango, any sign of Kagome or Haru?" The slayer shook her head. "I almost caught up with them, but I ran into some heavy interference," she told the monk. The two men looked at each other before looking back at Sango. "With what?" She nodded for them to follow, and she led them down the path she took. Laying on the ground was a rather odd bird-like demon. "What are these things?" Inuyasha asked before Moroku added on. "Are they birds?" Sango shook her head, unsure. "I don't know, but there weren't just 10 or 20 of them. They covered the entire sky." Moroku nodded before looking up. "So, these creatures explain the foreboding energy we sensed." Sango hummed in agreement. "I imagine these mountain peaks are their territory. If Sango found these flying demons a challenge, then we may have more than just the wolf demon tribe to worry about." Moroku added after a moment. They all nodded in agreement before they heard Shippo warning signs, which were little weird screaming mushrooms leading off into a trail. That confirms why Mom ran off after Koga. Shippo must have gotten captured with Kagome. Inuyasha stated blandly. Both Sango and Moroku nodded. "They're leading straight into those mountains." The slayer commented as more mushrooms popped up. "Well, we've got no time to waste. Let's go." Inuyasha yelled as he ran off, the others not far behind. He could smell some wolves close by and found them picking his kit's mushrooms. That was fine with him. He didn't need them to find his kit, but following the wolves would make things easier. Haru slipped through the shadows and followed the wolves as they headed back to their den. The fox demon stopped just outside of the territory surrounding it. He didn't want to be spotted by their lookouts. He realized that it was getting late, and he didn't want to risk his kit being hurt. So he found a hollow tree nearby and curled up inside it, before falling into a fitful sleep. The Wolves Part 2. The fox demon was startled awake by the sound of his kit screaming in fear. Rushing from his makeshift den, he spotted the girl fleeing with his kit as they were chased by some wolf demons. Haru charged after them and grew agitated when the demons cornered his kit at the edge of a cliff. His agitation quickly bled into outright fury when the human picked up his kit and made to throw him over. He charged forward and leaped over the wolf demons, shocking them quite badly. Haru didn't care though, as his focus was on the human that still had his kit. She was so startled by his sudden appearance that she dropped him. The fox demon moved forward and Gentle picked him up with his teeth, before moving away from the girl, but still keeping the wolves in sight. Haru checked his kit over and growled softly when he found nothing. His little kit clung to him and sobbed into his fur. "Mama, I was so scared and they were going to feed me to the wolves, but Kagome said that she wouldn't help them if they did." The fox demon bristled at the new information and growled at the girl, as he realized that it was the wench's fault that his kit was kidnapped. Haru quickly stopped when his kit started to cry harder, and he focused all of his attention on his kit. The demons watched as the wench was about to throw the little fox demon off the cliff, but froze as a loud growling filled the air. A large shadow passed over them, at first thinking it was the birds of paradise, until they saw the large black nine-tailed fox demon land in front of them. It growled at the wench, and in her shock, she dropped the little fox demon. The larger demon moved forward and Gentle picked up the smaller, before moving away from the wench, but still keeping them in sight. The larger demon started to check the smaller, before softly growling. The wolf demons weren't sure what to do. They knew that none of them would be able to take the larger fox down, not even Koga. Every single one of them paled, however, when they heard the little fox demon call the other mama. It was an unspoken rule that you do not kidnap a fox demon's kit, let alone a nine-tailed fox's. That was just plain suicidal, and the worst part was that the mother now knew that they had tried to eat the kit. They grew confused when the demon's fur bristled, and it growled furiously at the wench, though it quickly stopped when the kit became distressed. One of the wolf demons moved to grab the wench, only to be squished when a dead boar landed on him. Everyone looked up at the cliff behind them and found Koga standing there. "Hey, what did I say about eating her? I warned you." The wolf demon that was helping move the boar off the other quickly responded. "We weren't going to eat her." She ran from the cave with the little fox demon and tried to escape. She was about to toss the little demon of the cliff when the other demon showed up. He said with a nodded towards the black fox demon. Koga looked over at the two fox demons and jumped down. He walked towards them but stopped when the larger demon started growling at him. "Why'd you come here?" he asked, his hands raised as a sign of peace. The fox demon glared at him with hard emerald eyes. "You kidnapped my kid and threatened to have your wolves eat him. I care nothing for the wench. Her and her big mouth are the reason he was taken in the first place. My instincts tell me to kill you and eliminate the threat to my kid and pup. Give me a reason I shouldn't listen to them." Koga stared calmly at the fox demon as he puzzled over where he had seen those eyes before, and then it hit him. This was the other demon that he had seen with the mutt. He observed the fox demon and could tell something was wrong. Its breathing was labored, and he caught the subtle wince of pain that crossed the demon's face as it slightly moved. Koga didn't see any mating marks, so he could think of a few reasons as to the cause. "It wasn't my intention to take your kid. I'd be more than happy to release him back to you, but the woman stays." The fox demon stared at him for a moment before nodding. "I already said that I care not for the wench, but I will take my kid and leave you with only a warning this time. But for your sake, there better not be a next time." Koga nodded and watched with a bit of concern as the fox slowly stood on shaky legs. It didn't make it far before it started shaking to bad. It looked at him for a moment before looking down at the frightened kid. "Shippo, love, I need you to go find your brother. I've exhausted myself and won't be able to take you back." Whatever the fox was going to say next was interrupted by it throwing up blood. Everyone watched on in shock as the kit screamed in fear and clung to the other demon. The older fox demon swayed, but stood firm as it touched its nose to the kit's forehead, forcing it to transform into a big pink thing, before gentle blasting it off the cliff and into the air. The fox watched for a moment, before getting violently sick again. Koga rushed forward as the demon swayed and transformed back into its regular form. He caught the fox demon before it hit the ground and pulled the smaller male to his chest. He looked down at the demon's face and saw how pale the other was. Koga really hadn't wanted to think about the possibility of the smaller demon going through a power overload or that it was poisoning him. Sighing, Koga held the smaller demon close and instructed the others to get the wench back to the cave. Shippo was panicking as he tried to find Inuyasha and the others. His mama had been throwing up blood before forcing him away. He needed to find Inuyasha and fast. He was rounding a corner when he saw Inuyasha being carried past him by a bird of paradise. "Inuyasha, you're supposed to be rescuing Kagome. Now you've been captured, and we've got to rescue you. We don't have time for this. Mama's sick, and..." He trailed off as tears rolled down his face. "Shippo, it's you? What's wrong?" The little fox looked over at the monk and slayer as more tears filled his eyes. "Oh, Naraku, Sango, look, Inuyasha been captured." The two nodded before picking up the little demon and following. Naraku then told the little demon about their plan to have the bird demons lead them to the wolves. "We figure the bird will take Inuyasha right to the wolf den because they're allies." Shippo started to panic again. "Who came up with that idea?" "The birds of paradise and the wolf pack are bitter enemies, and Kagome and Mama are there in the wolf den." Naraku blinked at how panicked the little fox demon was getting. "I see. I guess I should have looked further over the summit for their feeding ground. This mountain valley is filled with wolf bones." Sango rolled her eyes at the monk. "Inuyasha, they're enemies. Damn it. Right now, I don't care about the wolves or the stinking goose heads. There's only one person I want to kill. Let me go, buzzard." Inuyasha yelled and kicked the demon, which dropped him into a pile of bones. You're gonna pay for this, Naraku. Be a man. Get down here and fight. Sango looked at said man. Are you gonna go down there and fight him? We have to rescue Kagome and Haru. That's our first priority. The man nodded sagely. Sango just gave him a flat look in return. Haru zoned in and out of consciousness. He felt another jewel shard besides the ones in the wolf demon. He could hear fighting and the winch screeching, but it was muffled. His body felt weak, and he hated it. It was a struggle to stand, but he managed. Looking around, he saw wolf demons fighting birds of paradise, and as he looked up, he caught sight of Koga and the winch attacking a larger bird demon. Koga jumped down towards the other wolf demons and left the winch with 2 of them before taking off again. Haru moved towards them and spotted one of the birds heading their way. It grabbed one of the wolf demons standing next to the girl before it took to the air. He snorted when the winch grabbed a discarded bow and arrow before taking aim at the bird. He sneered when she nicked its wing, but nothing more. He figured rescuing the wolf demon would allow him the chance to release some of the overflow. So, raising his left hand, he focused a pool of living shadows in his palm before sending it to the bird demon. The living shadows freed the wolf demon before swallowing the bird whole. Haru made a cushion of shadows under the falling wolf demon to keep him from further injury. He calmly walked over and helped the other up. Are you okay? The wolf demon shakily nodded before pointing at the sky. Look out! There's more! Haru prepared to send out more living shadows, but stopped when Inuyasha took the pests out. He saw the girl go all starry-eyed and expected that she was going to play up the damsel in distress act. However, he didn't expect his eldest to rush over to him in a panic and check him over. Shippo said that you were throwing up blood and really weak. You look really pale and tired. He smiled and kissed his son's forehead. All been fine, love. Don't get so worked up. Inuyasha glare plainly stated that he didn't believe him, but the arrival of the others saved Haru from further interrogation. Kagome, Haru, are you two all right? Sango asked as they landed. The winch ran other to them, while Haru just nodded at them with a smile, before receiving an arm full of crying Kit. Hush, sweetheart. I'm all right, it's okay. He cooed in the Kit's ear. Kagome, what's going on here? Sango asked as she looked around. Right? We're in the middle of an all-out war between the wolf demon tribe and the birds of paradise. She would have continued, but a loud growl cut her off. Turning towards the sound, they spotted Haru glaring at Kagome. This is not a war. It is a battle for territory and nothing more. Do not try and add more drama by calling it by another name. War is a vicious thing that takes innocent souls and taints them with hate and bloodlust. No one truly wins, as everyone pays the price. Everyone watched as Kagome paled, while Inuyasha saw respect flash through the gathered wolf demon's eyes. Moroka nodded and hopped down from Kagura's back. All right, then I'll take care of them. If you value your lives, stand back. He shouted as he pulled the beads from his wrist and unleashed the wind tunnel. The bird demons were cleared from the sky in a matter of seconds. The wolf demons stared in awe and amazement before cheering. Koga, who had been watching the whole thing, grumbled, Great, it's the mutt face. He's the last thing I need now. I'm busy. I don't have time for dog training today, so I'll let you escape. Go home, puppy. Get out of my face. Inuyasha eye twitched in annoyance. Shut up. Dream on, wolf. You're going to pay for kidnapping Kagome and stressing my mom. Koga paused and looked over his shoulder. Your mom? Ah. He meant the petite and powerful sub. Hey, dog breath. Take this chance to run, but I did nothing to your mom. He trailed off to a whisper. Inuyasha didn't catch the last part, but apparently his mom did, as the fox demon's face was bright red. I didn't catch that. The half-demon bit out. The wolf demon twitched before taking a big breath. I was going to ask if I may court him. Everyone stared, and Inuyasha looked like he was going to faint before quickly recovering. What? Koga nodded adamantly. I've seen that not only is he powerful, but he's protective, loyal, caring, and I'm sure much more. I don't think anyone could ever be truly worthy of being his mate, but I'd like to try. Haru was an impressive shade of red, and Inuyasha wasn't sure if he approved of the wolf or if he wanted to kill him. So, he leaned towards the middle, Fight him to see if he would make a good protector. At least that's what he told himself. Inuyasha jumped from rock to rock as Koga went higher. Stupid mutt. I told you I'm too busy. Go play fetch somewhere else. Haru sighed at his eldest's actions, but kept his eyes looked on the other shard. Koga, it's about another 50 feet up. He heard the wench call out, but was that annoyance he heard in her voice? She must have thought that the two were going to fight over her knot. Koga asking to court him, and Inuyasha defending his honor. Haru couldn't help but inwardly giggle at the girl's stupidity, though he did chuckle at how offended Inuyasha got when he heard the girl helping Koga. 50 feet more? Because there's nothing at the peak. Koga yelled back, I would suggest turning around. It would be very hard for you to court me if you're dead. Haru stated calmly. Thankfully, Koga heard his warning and jumped up just in time for the larger bird demon's body to face plant into the mountainside. It then moved up the mountain towards Koga, who jammed the spear he had in the bird's mouth. Unfortunately, he didn't pull back in time, and the bird snapped its mouth shut, effectively catching the wolf's arm. Thanks for giving us a hand. Now we will tear it off. The demon shouted before flying into the air. Koga managed to kick the demon's teeth, which broke, and get free, but not without losing the shard in his arm. He fell towards the mountain and landed hard at the top. And now it's coming back for the jewel shards in my legs. He trailed off as a wave of pain hit him. Hearing footsteps, he looked up and found the mutt standing there. Oh, great. Why are you here? Inuyasha shot him a sour look. Shut up and take notes, flea bag. You're about to witness some really power now. Please. My mom told me to help you. Koga was slightly surprised by this, but recovered and was about to comment when the mutt raised his sword and aimed at the bird demon. Inuyasha focused and took aim, before releasing the wind scar and destroying the flying rat. Feeling quite proud of himself, as he saw the pure shock on the wolf's face, he headed back down to the others. You killed the giant bird of paradise with one swing. Shippo cheered at him from their mom's arms. You've certainly mastered the wind scar, Maroka commented. The half-demon shook his head before looking at his mom. What do you think? Have I mastered the wind scar? Haru hummed before tilting his head. I suppose. But that doesn't save you from training. He added with a smile full of fake innocence. Inuyasha grumbled before turning his focus to the wolf demon that Sango and Kagome helped bring down. I've single-handedly gotten rid of the pigeon from hell. Now just this flea bag wolf to deal with. Unfortunately, his mom had other ideas. You're not going to be dealing with anything, you understand? Koga is hurt, and I highly doubt you want a one-sided fight. Inuyasha shot him a sour look before pouting and crossing his arms. Never mind. This is nothing, Koga tried to say confidently, but his face and voice were filled with nothing but pain. Haru walked over and kneeled before the wolf demon. I'm sure I've already said this once today, but I'll say it again. You can't court me if you are dead, but I want you to think long and hard about that. I have 2 children, a half-demon and a fox kit. I may adopt more, and some may even be human. I will need more than one mate, and you need to think about that as well. If you can't handle that, then fine, but if you truly want to try, then come and find me. Koga looked him in the eye before nodded, though he really couldn't help but taunt the mutt. Trying to get me when I'm down? But I'm still able to whip you, the wolf demon said as he strained himself to stand. Inuyasha, who was still in a sour mood, took the bait. Again with the insults. You're dead. As Haru moved to interfere, he heard the girl start to speak. Inuyasha, sit boy. He watched as the beads around his son's neck glowed, before pulling the half-demon to the ground. Everyone froze as a dark and cold power filled the air. You too. Take Koga back to your den, please. The cold fury in the fox demon's voice sent cold fear running through everyone as he spoke to the 2 shaking wolf demons. They hesitated for a moment and squealed when cold emerald eyes gazed at them. They quickly rushed forward and gently helped Koga up before running. Once the wolf demons were out of sight, the tempter dropped and ice slowly started to form on the ground. Haru slowly stalked towards the trembling wench as the shadows danced around him. You dare use such a foul thing on my son. You dare treat him like a dog and act like his master. You dare bind my son to your whim. He hissed through clenched teeth. He raised his hand and prepared to take the wench's head, but another stopped him. Easy, Mom, it's fine. But if it bothers you that much, then I'm sure the old fart can get it off. Haru looked at his son and then back at the wench before sneering. You owe my son a life debt. Be thankful. She nodded frantically at him, but he just huffed and took Shippo back from a still stunned Sango. Ignoring the curious stares, he faded into the shadows and appeared at the top of the mountain. He grabbed the jewel shards before transforming and curling up around his kit. Hearing footstep, he slightly opened one eye and saw Inuyasha looking down at his feet nervously. Haru huffed and moved his tails in a clear invitation. Inuyasha smiled and picked Shippo up and placed the kid on his lap before curling into the older demon's side. He smiled softly at his children before falling asleep. He was startled away by Inuyasha and the wench yelling at each other. If I'm such a jerk, then stop tagging along and getting in the way. I'm tired of wasting my time rescuing you. Haru couldn't help but snicker. His pup had a point. I see. Sango. Oh, said woman looked at the wench in curiosity. What is it? Can I borrow Karara? What are you going to do? The slayer asked. Inuyasha mumbled something, but he wasn't sure what it was, though apparently it set the girl off again. I'm going back home, stupid. You happy now? You're such a jerk. Haru rolled his eyes and snuggled closer to his kit. It was far too early in the morning for her dramatics. Go back home again. See if I care. Inuyasha shouted at the top of his lungs, only to be silenced by his mom throwing a rock at his head. Keyed Village. Chapter notes. This took longer than I would have liked. This year has not been kind to me. I was making good progress when in the middle of April my USB KO'd, and unfortunately I had been doing some late night typing and hadn't saved to my computer. Thankfully, it was just the reader that died, and my mom knew a place we could take it to get everything off. XD. Then some personal stuff happened, which was taken care of quickly. After that, I was just having family time with my sisters and mom. Only me and my middle sister are twisted enough to play Joking Hazard, and it'd be twistedly funny, though our dad's not too bad. It was a lovely day for a walk back to Keyed Village. The wench was gone, and Haru couldn't be happier. He cuddled Shippo close and started bouncing as they got nearer. Everyone watched the older fox demon bounce around in amusement, but Inuyasha found it a little odd as well. Hadn't his mom been in the village before coming to find him? After all, they all but lived next to it. Haru squealed and transformed before taking off into the village. He ignored the shouts of surprise and cooed when he found his target. The others chased after the older demon, who now had Shippo on his back. They were puzzled over the villagers' reactions. None more so than Inuyasha. When they found the two, Haru was wrapped around an amused Kid. "'Tis good to see ye as well, Haru," the older woman said as she hugged the demon. Inuyasha saw the happiness and deep sadness at Kid, and a bad feeling settled in his stomach. "Kid, what happened to my mom after I was pinned to the tree?" She looked at him with a sad smile. What any mother would do. He protected his pup for almost 40 years before going to sleep 10 years ago. Bad feeling confirmed. Inuyasha moved forward and gently took his mom from Kid before grabbing Shippo and vanishing. The other two looked to Kid in confusion. Inuyasha needs to reassure and apologize to his mother in private. After that, they didn't push. The next 2 days were rather peaceful, though Inuyasha was jumpy and grumbling about his ears burning. "Everybody's taking a shot at me today. I can feel it. My ears are burning." The half-demon grumbled as he looked around. Haru chuckled from his spot on the ground as he helped Kid sort herbs. "Kyu sight. Inuyasha, stupid is as stupid does. You need to learn to be more careful with your speech." The older demon snorted. "Kid, he takes potion lessons with Uncle Sev, and the man uses very colorful words, even if he has a silver tongue." Kid chuckled when Inuyasha glared at his mom before his mind registered what Kid had said. "Are you calling me stupid, you old hag? What do you know about it? You weren't even there." Rather than reprimand his son, Haru ignored the insult. The two of them had been doing it for years, and it amused him to no end. "I know this, ungrateful dog. In order to find the sacred jewel shards, Kagom's spiritual power is essential. Yet you made her upset with your words and sent her running home. And while I'm sure Haru would be more than able to find the shards, he will not clean up the mess she created." "Damn right I won't," Haru stated with a sneer. Inuyasha looked at his mom and tried not to pout. "That was her idea. She chose to go home. I never forced her. She said, 'I'm going home,' Stupid. Both Haru and Kid stopped what they were doing and looked at the half-demon before Kid spoke. Inuyasha, yeah what? That imitation was pathetic. She told him before continuing what she was doing. At the look on Inuyasha's face, Haru lost it and laughed on the ground. I'm a demon, not a comedian. Mom, stop laughing. Haru just continued to roll on the ground, clutching his sides. After a little bit, Haru wandered off and wasn't impressed with what he found Moroka doing. He rolled his eyes and joined Sango and Shippo, who were both leaning on a fence. He's acting like a dirty old man. Haru chuckled. Actually, he is rather tame compared to my grandfather. Before he met my grandmother, he was very well known for his technique behind closed doors. Sango looked torn between amusement and horror, while Shippo didn't understand. Haru laughed before moving towards Moroku. I'm terribly sorry, ladies, but I must speak with the kind monk. He told the women with a sweet smile that scared the hell out of Moroku, who didn't even think about arguing. He dragged Moroku over to Sango and Shippo before just listening to their conversation as they walked through the village. I agree completely. I'm just as eager as you are to continue our quest for the jewel shards, but there's no use getting impatient. Until Inuyasha cools down and goes to get Kagome, we're stuck here at a standstill. Moroku finished with a sigh. Shippo pouted from his mother's arms. Inuyasha is so stubborn sometimes. He's got enough pride to choke a horse, and he can never admit when he's wrong. Haru chuckled. Stubbornness runs in the family, and because your brother spent so much of his childhood with Uncle Sev, who is the king of stubborn, it added on. Inuyasha, even as a child, has a hard time admitting when he is wrong to those not family. You two are his friends, and he finds it embarrassing to ask you even for help. While I loathe the wench, I refuse to clean up her messes unless I have no other choice. So, I'll go talk to Inuyasha and you three can find a good hiding spot to watch the well from. Haru finished cheerfully, before handing Shippo to Sango and walking off. Almost a half hour later, all three of them spotted Inuyasha hopping into the well. Haru smiled as he walked down the familiar path. It felt wonderful to feel the familiar magic wrap around his body. It was almost midnight, but he knew that the others would still be up. As he was about to open the door, his hand froze. He found it hard to swallow, and everything was just screaming at him. So he ran. Tears blurred his vision, and he almost made it back to Kid hut before tripping. He landed face first, and the pain in his nose was the last straw. Tears poured down his face and sobs shook his frame. He was so upset that he didn't notice Shippo until the little one was in his lap. Mama, what's wrong? Haru said nothing and hugged his youngest close, just sobbing. Hearing the noise, Inuyasha left the tree he was in and joined them along with Moroku, Sango, and Kid. Mom, what's wrong? Inuyasha asked him while pulling him close. Can't face them, he said brokenly. Haru heard Inuyasha sigh. You know they love you. Whatever he was going to say next was interrupted by Haru being pulled away. Haru, thank God you're all right. Moroku, Sango, and Shippo watched as Haru was all but smothered by the other demon. They looked at Inuyasha to find the other smiling. Guys, meet Shinji, Mom's grandfather, and my great-grandfather. And you've already met Severus. He added with a nod towards the other man that appeared to be lecturing Haru. The rest of the night, and a little bit of the next morning was spent with Haru being smothered and Shippo being cuddled by his new great-grandfather. Eventually, Inuyasha managed to slip away to go sulk by the well. Inuyasha stared into the well, deep in thought. So, he never noticed his new little brother until Shippo popped up beside him. Inuyasha, Ash! Inuyasha shouted before realizing that it was just Shippo. Don't pop out at me like that. You scared the life out of me, he added with a glare. Shippo rolled his eyes before glaring right back. Swallow your pride and go back. I'm sure Kagome will forgive you for whatever it is you're arguing about. Inuyasha gave him a weird look, but wasn't going to tell his little brother about their fight. The brat would end up telling their mom, and Inuyasha didn't want that to happen, so he played dumb. What are you trying to say? Do you think this is my fault? She's to blame too, you know, Shippo huffed. Yeah, but I'm sure you were accusing Kagome of being involved with Koga. Inuyasha leaned back in shock. That was almost accurate, but he wasn't accusing her of being involved with the wolf. The argument was about that fact that she wanted T.O.B. She didn't outright say it, but the clues were there. And as reluctant as he was to admit it, Koga would probably be a good match for their mom. While he was lost in thought, Shippo continued. I know Kagome helped Mama protect Koga and kind of helped him escape, and I understand that Koga is your sworn enemy. What I don't understand is why she and Mama helped him after he kidnapped her and caused Mama stress. She was terrified when he threw her over his shoulder and leapt over cliffs and dragged her into the wolf den. So why did she take his side? Inuyasha, do you think it's possible that Kagome really might have fallen in love with Koga? Inuyasha inwardly snorted, but outwardly glared at his little brother. What are you asking me for? Are you out of your mind? There is no way Kagome loves Koga. If you're going to reason with me, come up with something reasonable, he shouted before sending Shippo flying. After a thorough lecture from the old man about improper throwing technique, Inuyasha and Shippo, who was on the half-demon's shoulder, wandered through the village. I'm sorry, Inuyasha, you're right. Kagome doesn't love Koga. She's just kind-hearted. Inuyasha inwardly snorted again. Shut up already. You never change your tune, do you? I know what you're trying to do. You want me to go after her, but I'm not gonna. Forget it, Shippo pouted. But you want to go after her, and you know it. Just hear me out. You don't know the mind of a woman, and neither do I. So maybe we should take the advice of someone older and wiser like Kid. It can't hurt. Inuyasha huffed with a slight glare. This is none of her business. Just relax. I won't tell her this is about you and Kagome. I'll pretend I'm asking advice for a friend of mine, okay? Inuyasha hesitated and looked at the younger. Do you think it'll work? I guess it can't hurt to hear her out as long as she doesn't know it's me. It couldn't hurt, right? Shippo cheered and jumped off Inuyasha's shoulder. Right on. Let's go. He was so very, very wrong. Not only was he forced to sit next to Kid, but his mom was also there. He was doomed. Shippo smiled brightly at Kid and his mama. Kid, Mama, do you have any experience with dogs? Both Kid and Mama smiled knowingly, but decided to play innocent. Dogs? Kid asked in confusion, while looking at Inuyasha. Yeah, this isn't about me, okay? Nodding, Kid looked back at Shippo. All right then, tell us about your dog friend. She asked kindly. Here's the deal. It's a little complicated. He trailed off into a whisper before pulling out the crayons Kagome gave him. So, a few minutes later, Shippo was showing them his pictures. Oh, Shippo, they're wonderful. Mama squealed. He blushed but focused on his story. There once was a dog whose mom was a fox. He happened to be friends with a cat, but then a wolf appeared and fell in love with the fox. The dog was very protective of his mom, and he fought with the wolf constantly. But one day, the wolf kidnapped the cat and whisked her away. And then some big, ugly bird swooped down from the sky and pecked at the wolf and hurt him very badly. Meanwhile, the dog came to rescue the cat with the fox, but when he got there, he noticed all these ugly birds, so he killed them with the fox. The dog wanted to kill the injured wolf next, but the fox wouldn't allow it, and the cat practically scratched his eyes out in order to protect the wolf and let him escape. You see, the cat and fox were only trying to help the injured wolf, but the dog suspected that the cat had actually fallen in love with the wolf. So, the dog was a real jerk about it, and the cat hissed at him and ran down a well back home. So that's the basic story for you. I want to know how the cat and dog back together as friends again. Kid and Haru were trying not to laugh at the story, and Kid was doing very well, but Haru was coughing into his hand. First, the dog must acknowledge that he made a mistake. Inuyasha stood and glared at her. What mistake? Inuyasha, why are you whining? I thought this was about Shippo, little friend. Haru asked the half-demon in confusion. Inuyasha blushed before sitting down. Fine, continue. Kid nodded. Cats are coy. She is probably longing for the dog to come after her and make amends. The dog and cat have misunderstood one another. That is why they will be at loggerheads until the air is cleared. Hence, the dog must go and see the cat, and they must speak about the matter frankly. That is the most expedient solution. As Kid finished, Inuyasha stood up and left. After a few minutes, Haru lost it, with the other two joining him. So, what's this about a wolf in love with a fox? Haru sat up and smiled at her. Koga is a charming wolf, and my instincts seem to like him, but whether or not he comes to find me is unknown. He trailed off as he sipped his tea. Kid nodded, but Shippo was confused. Mama, do you like Koga? Yes, little one, I think I do. Though all of this will make much more sense when you're older. Shippo just nodded as he was pulled into a hug. After that, everything was fine. Though Inuyasha chased Sango, Moroku, Shippo, and Shinji all around the village when they came out of hiding to stop Kagome from hitting Inuyasha. After all, you never let your target know that you were spying on them. A trap. It was a lovely day, and Kid and Haru were drinking tea. Kagome was looking at Shippo drawings, while the little fox made more from his spot next to his mama. Everything was rather peaceful, until a pissed-off Severus entered the hut. "Where is he?" Severus growled at the fox demon. Haru sighed and pointed towards the tree outside. "He's gotten better at hiding," Severus growled and stormed back out. Not long after, a shriek was heard, followed by Inuyasha pleas for help. Haru ignored them and continued drinking his tea. "Hey mama, why did Severus want Inuyasha?" Shippo asked innocently. Before Haru could answer, Moroku and Sango entered the hut. "Why is Inuyasha screaming for help?" Haru looked at Moroku and chuckled. "Uncle Sev is taking him away for a potions lesson. Would any of you care to watch?" The two humans looked at each other and nodded quickly. A few minutes of walking led the little group to a clearing where Severus was yelling at Inuyasha. "You done ahead. Do you wish to kill us? I told you 3 crushed roots, not 5 chopped." Everyone was wide-eyed and really unsure what to think. They had never seen Inuyasha get hit over the head like that before, nor yelled at like that. Haru seemed to be laughing his ass off, much to his son's and uncle's annoyance. Haru moved into the clearing and hugged his uncle. "Why don't you test Moroku and Sango? Spiritual power and magic are quite similar, and it's not unheard of for a slayer to have magic and just suppress it unconsciously due to the training they go through. I would have Shippo do it too, but he's much too young at the moment. Maybe in a few years, and his uncle huffed and waved them over. "My nephew believes that you two might be able to make potions, and has asked me to test you. So, we will be making a simple candy drop potion. It should work well enough." "What about me?" the wench whined. Haru just huffed in annoyance. "My uncle has no patience for you, as I barely do. You may have spiritual power, but it is pathetic. You do not train with it, nor do you use it other than to fight, and even then it's sad. You have no control, and would sooner kill us than make anything usable." The wench turned red and stormed over to a fallen log. Haru had no doubt that she would try and make something by herself. He hoped that if she did, it wouldn't kill her. She still needed to clean up her mess. For the next hour, Severus instructed the 3 on how to make the potion. The results were fascinating to say the least. As expected, Inuyasha made the potion, but the candy drops were not meant for consumption and turned into colorful marbles, which were given to Shippo after Severus checked them over multiple times. Moroku was far worse and had, somehow, become sentient. It tried to kill the monk and almost succeeded, until Sango smashed it with Moroku Cauldron. Severus collected what was left for research and banned the monk from entering his labs or touching another cauldron. Sango was perfect, much to her shock and Severus' joy. He actually hugged the surprise slayer and begged her to become his apprentice. She tried to refuse at first, but Haru pointed out that she would be able to learn potions for healing and that she could become his apprentice after the jewel was recovered. After that, she hesitantly agreed to take lessons when they were in the village, along with lessons from Haru. It was as they were cleaning up that Inuyasha shrieked and ran from a large form chasing him. Everyone watched as Inuyasha ran from a large wolf-like creature that appeared to have Kara chasing it. Severus huffed in annoyance while Haru ran at the black beast and tackled it. "Sure, you silly boy. I've been looking for you. And look at you, so big and fluffy." Haru squealed as he hugged the stunned shadow Fawn close. Severus rolled his eyes but had a smile on his face. He's been hiding in the forest and visits Kid once in a while. He mainly stuck to the area around the tree. Haru looked slightly sad before she licked his face, and he squealed again. "Severus, what is that?" Sango asked the raven demon in confusion. "That is Sure, my nephew's familiar. Sure is a wolf-type shadow Fawn that Inuyasha found many years back. As you would be considered a witch, Sango, I believe that Karara would be yours. Inuyasha does not have one at the moment, nor do I know when or if he will have one. As for you, monk, I have no idea if you could possibly have a familiar." After that, things calmed down and everyone got ready to leave. There was word of a demon bear that attacked a village, and it wasn't hard to figure out where to go, though Haru wasn't thrilled with the fact that the wench was leading the way. Sango, what did the villagers say about the bear? I was too far away to hear them properly. Haru asked the slayer when they briefly stopped. She turned to him and gained a thoughtful look. One of the survivors said it started out as just a mischievous cub ruining the fields, but suddenly it grew huge and attacked the village. Haru hummed as he ran his fingers through Sher's soft shadow fur, as the shadow fawn was in his arms in a smaller form, before looking at his son from the corner of his eye. Miroka followed Haru's gaze and spoke up. Inuyasha, you seem displeased about something. The half-demon scoffed. Huh, that's the understatement of the year. Yeah, sure, we gotta seek out the sacred jewel shards that Kagome senses. But why should I waste my time on a bear hunt when I could be hunting down a wolf? Haru turned to look his son dead on, his eyes full of amusement and a small smile on his face with a quirked brow. Inuyasha ignored the look and stayed focused on Miroku. We already know that Koga the wolf demon has 2 sacred jewel shards jammed in his skinny little hairy legs. I happen to like my men a little hairy. Haru chimed in, causing Sango to turn red and give a little laugh. Inuyasha twitched at the comment, but ignored it and continued. I'd feel more like fighting if I smelled the reek of wolf on this mountain, not the stench of bear. Miroka briefly looked at Haru before looking back at Inuyasha smirking. So, in other words, your first priority right now is butchering Koga. Shippo giggled from his spot on the monk's shoulder. He's his arch-rival for asking to court mama. This comment earned the younger a wicked whack to the head. The little fox demon quickly recovered from his fall to the ground and yelled at his older brother. What did you do that for? Inuyasha just huffed and turned away. Miroka bent down and whispered to the little fox. Shippo, if you bug Inuyasha, you'll only feel his fist. Haru chuckled and waved his youngest over. Come here, little kid, and leave your brother be. Inuyasha, please refrain from hitting your brother, please, or at least wait until he's older and has a chance of hitting back. Inuyasha was about to comment back, but rustling bushes grabbed their attention. Haru rolled his eyes at the idiot men that popped out and picked up his kit. Don't worry, kid. They're just ordinary thieves. One of the men stepped forward with an annoyed look on his face. Who are you calling ordinary? You arrogant wench. And by the looks of you, you ain't got no money. So why don't you leave us the women, and we'll call it even? Haru growled at the man before speaking to his eldest. Inuyasha, be a sweetheart and get rid of these idiots, please. Inuyasha smirked at the man. If I were you, I'd get out over here. You greatly insulted my mom by calling him a wench, and if you don't want to get hurt, you better leave. The man's face turned red. What did you just say to us? Haru suddenly got tense and let her drop to the ground. He watched the trees behind the men and prepared to move quickly if needed. He could feel the jewel shards heading towards them and moved away from Sango as she readied Hirekatsu. Suddenly, the ground shook and a tree came flying at them. Sango quickly took care of it, while Haru put Shippo on Sher back. Sure, protect him and don't interfere unless absolutely necessary. Sher whined, but nodded and backed away. Haru looked back and found that the demon bear was bigger than he thought. The sacred jewel shard is in his forehead. The wench shouted. Inuyasha smirked. He would make one hell of a bear rug. He might be huge, but he's still got the brain of a bush pig. He shouted before lunging forward and striking its neck. He then landed in a tree and looked back only to see a black mass in the sky. Naraku, poison insects. Inuyasha quickly jumped down and joined everyone else. Inuyasha looked. Hearing Miroku shout, he quickly turned around and found the insects swarming the bear. They're taking out the jewel shard. Inuyasha growled. Once the insects took the shard, the bear fell, and they flew off. Miroku was the first to speak as the insects left a very long trail. Is it a trap? Sango nodded. Probably. Inuyasha just growled and smirked. Fine with me. And this time, Naraku won't manage to escape. Haru laughed. Inuyasha, he didn't escape. He ran for his life. I warned him not to touch what is mine, yet he dared harm my pup. Everyone looked at him before Kagome spoke up. I don't see why he should fear you. She sneered. Haru smiled at her. Because I know what he fears. Then he took off with Sher not far behind. It took them all day to find out where the insects were leading them, and Inuyasha didn't hesitate to take out the front gates. When the dust cleared, they found a courtyard full of dead wolf demons. What's this? Inuyasha questioned as they looked around. Haru felt sickened by all the death in the air and pulled Shippo closer to his chest. They're mostly wolves from a different tribe, but some of them are from Koga pack, he said, weakly as they moved forward. What were they doing in this castle? But more importantly, what killed them? Naraku asked softly. Haru felt a familiar, yet different demonic energy fill the air and stared in horror as the dead rose from the ground. They attacked and mainly focused on Inuyasha. A sudden spike in demonic energy behind them had Haru focusing on whoever was approaching. Unfortunately, it was Koga. Hearing Inuyasha's sudden shout of confusion, he whipped around and found his son covered in wolf demon blood. He paled. He knew what Koga would see when he arrived. Inuyasha covered in blood with dead wolf demons surrounding him. Inuyasha! Inuyasha! How dare you do this? Inuyasha looked up at him. Before you jump to conclusions, your pals here were already dead by the time I got to the castle. Shut up! You can't lie to me. You're covered head to foot in their blood. Koga shouted back, his voice full of pain. Haru saw where this was going and handed Shippo over to Sango. Please look after him for me. She looked confused but nodded. As he was preparing himself, the wench tried to reason with the wolf. Koga, you're wrong. We came here looking for a demon called Naraku, and we found the wolf tribe slaughtered. Koga looked at her and growled warningly. Kagome. She either didn't hear it or didn't care. But then they came to life and started attacking us. But they weren't really alive. They were zombies. Kagome, don't even try to lie to me. Already dead when you got here. How stupid do you think I am, you bloodthirsty mutt? Haru didn't hear Naraku and Sango start talking. His main focus was Koga. He could feel the blood rushing through his veins and his muscles relax. As Koga moved to strike Inuyasha, he moved forwards and intercepted him. Koga, if you wish not to believe us, then fine. But I won't allow you to harm my son in a blind rage. If you wish for a fight, then I'm your opponent. Haru, Koga whispered weakly. The fox demon didn't look at the wolf and quickly twisted the other's wrist and slammed him to the ground, causing a huge crater. He fled the crater, with Koga following. Koga never managed to land a hit as Haru kept dodging, keeping his eye on the other's right arm, a twisted fragment causing Koga rage to escalate. He saw Naraku and Sango storm the castle, but losing his focus caused Koga to land a hit to his shoulder, which sent him flying into a wall. Quickly recovering, he dodged just in time to avoid Koga's foot. The only reason Inuyasha wasn't interfering is because of the barrier he had placed around himself and Koga. He loved his pup, but his eldest wasn't strong enough to handle the tainted wolf. Besides, he needed his son to focus on their kind hostess. Haru landed a good hit to Koga's side and sent the other sliding, but he quickly recovered and started firing of rapid punches. He wasn't going to be able to keep this up much longer, especially as he still wasn't recovered from the power poisoning he suffered. The barrier he had placed suddenly snapped, just as Koga was moving to land a hit to his chest. He braced for impact when his was tossed away. Haru was blinded by the sudden light the hit caused, and it took him a moment to realize what had happened. In the crater was Inuyasha. He felt numb, and he knew that tears were running down his face. His chest felt tight, and he couldn't breathe. Approaching footsteps had him looking up to find their hostess coming towards them. Name yourself. He heard Koga shout, and their hostess responded. Well done, wolf boy. With the score settled, you're able to die without any regrets. Koga growled at her. What do you want from me? She just smiled. My name is Kagura. I will see that you have one final dance. Koga grew shocked as the dead wolf demons rose. What's the meaning of this? My men were all dead. Why do they rise again? Haru brokenly laughed. You chose not to believe us. He felt Koga's eyes on him, but his eyes never left Inuyasha's body. To attend your final dance, it would kill them to miss it, Kagura said with a twisted smile. Koga growled at her. You sorceress! Was it you, then, who slaughtered my friends? She laughed. I wonder. It slipped my mind. Suddenly the bodies attacked, and Koga quickly dodged before charging Kagura. I'll kill you, sorceress! But before Koga could reach her, the shard in his arm glowed red, and he slowly fell to the ground. The jewel shard in your arm has finally released its poison. Now it's time for you to die. She waved her fan and sent cutting winds at him, but never hit. Standing in front of him was Haru. Did Naraku never tell you my one main rule? The rule that will be your death. Never to touch what is mine. Kagura didn't even have time to dodge. Haru punched her in the face and caused a crater. He was about to do it again when he heard something behind him. Turning around, he found Inuyasha using the Tessega as a crutch. Haru marched over and slapped him. You ever do that to me again, I will resurrect you and kill you myself. Inuyasha nodded quickly and only stopped when Kagura started speaking again. It looks like the wolf didn't kill you. Inuyasha scoffed. You're kidding yourself if you think that puny wolf cub could do me in with this meager attack. Oh, please forgive me. Then you are up to a duel with me? Inuyasha looked at his mom, who nodded. I'll take you on, but I warn you, you're not going to die quickly. Tainting me with the blood of the wolf demons and sending that fool after me was unforgivable. But even more infuriating is the reek of Naraku that cloaks you. Kagura smirked at him, but said nothing. Just the thought of that beast is enough to give me the strength to move my wounded body, Inuyasha said before lunging at her. When he attacked, it felt like the wind was fighting him, and he was pushed back. I'm the wind sorceress. The wind in this castle is entirely under my control. Dance of the Dragon, she said as she sent the wind at him. While Inuyasha was fighting, Haru got Koga out of the way. I should kill you for what you did, was the first thing the fox demon said. Koga nodded sadly. You're right. I asked to court you, and you told me that I would have to accept the fact that you adopted the mutt. I should have believed you, and I didn't. Haru looked at the wolf demon as he treated his arm. My grandmother believed that everyone deserves a second chance. After all, if she hadn't given my grandfather a second chance, I wouldn't be here. Whatever Koga was going to say to that was interrupted by the castle vanishing. Haru moved them to the ground and watched as Koga left. He knew that Koga was going to have to work harder to earn his trust after this mess, but he felt that the end result would be worth it. Haru changed into his fox form and curled up next to his children, Shur and Karara. He knew that he would have to pay Naraku a little visit soon. But right now, he was too tired to think of anything at the moment and just let the darkness claim him. Chapter notes. Sorry this took so long. My grandfather lost his fight with cancer the last week of June, and I needed time for that. I had everything done about the last week of July, but I haven't had the time to go through and fix things or to post until recently. After what happened to the castle, everyone was tired, but they couldn't stay there. So, after Haru rested a little, Inuyasha and Shippo were placed on his back, and they moved somewhere safer. Thankfully, there was an old hut not far off that would work for now. By this point, Inuyasha had woken up and Haru moved to treat his wounds. They weren't too bad, and the one on his chest could easily be fixed with a potion. Sango, in my bag is a black pouch that has potions in it. Can you grab the dark green one, please? She nodded and quickly found what she was asked to. It took her a moment to find the potion, as there were many in the pouch, and a charm had been placed to make the inside bigger. Sango handed over the potion and watched as Haru glared Inuyasha into taking it. The half-demon made a face at the taste and stuck his tongue out. A few minutes later, the skin started to shift and change, and by the end, his chest was normal. Thanks, Inuyasha grumbled before kissing his mom on the cheek. Haru smiled and patted his head before speaking. I know everyone's thinking it, so I'll put you out of your misery. Yes, Kagura was born from Naraku. He used a forgotten technique to make her, and it wouldn't surprise me if he makes more. Shippo was the next to speak up. But Mama, Naraku a man. How can a man give birth to a woman? Haru and Inuyasha laughed at that, before Haru spoke again. It is possible for a male submissive to become pregnant, but I'll explain that when you're older. As for Naraku, he was created from a host of various demons, and like other demons that can absorb others into their bodies, Naraku simply tore another demon from his body. Thus, you have Kagura. Sango nodded. That makes sense, but this also causes us more trouble. If Kagura can control the wind, what other demons can Naraku create and have at his command? Everyone nodded grimly before Inuyasha spoke up. Still, don't you think it's strange that a woman, this Kagura, possessed unusual strength? If Naraku could create someone like her, you're right. Why wouldn't he have done so much earlier? Sango questioned before Moroku added on. That's the point. It's not that he didn't choose to do it. He wasn't able to before. Sango said, catching on to the monk's line of thought. Kagome frowned before speaking. Meaning Naraku has recently gained some kind of new powers? Haru, oddly, remained silent. The next day, they made their way towards a village Haru knew of, as it was the closets, and they needed some supplies. Unfortunately, they had to take a path through a marsh, but it wasn't too bad, just foggy. Halfway through, they decided to take a small break to get more water. While Haru and Sango were collecting the water, some villagers came out of the fog and attacked them. Haru watched in amusement as Sango beat the crap out of them with her bamboo bottle. One of the men got pissed and demanded to know who they were. "What manner of beings are you, wenches?" Haru snorted softly and Sango glared. "That's exactly what I would ask. You seem to be no more than ordinary men." The fox demon started snickering into his hand. "Sango, you're so sassy, I love it." The slayer just smirked. The men looked at them before one spoke up. "They're not Koharu, my lord." The idiot on the horse didn't seem to care. "Such beauty. Bring them with us." And so idiots 1, 2, and 3 nodded. "Yes, sire." Idiots 1 and 2 started moving towards them babbling stupid nonsense, while Haru and Sango just smirked. Haru then noticed a young lady rushing out of the tall weeds, but before he could say anything, Inuyasha showed up. "No, you don't." Idiots 1, 2, and 3 were taken care of easily, before Inuyasha punched the master idiot off his horse. The 4 idiots quickly retreated, much to Inuyasha's confusion, though Haru didn't care much and focused back on the young lady. "I take it that it was you they were looking for?" She nodded meekly. "I'm afraid so." A few moments later, the others joined them. Though, the girl took one look at Moroku, and Haru knew the monk was screwed. "It is you, Master Moroku. You've returned. Moroku, how I've missed you," Koharu said as she happily hugged the confused monk, while everyone, but Haru, stared in shock. "Ah, I take it we met in the past?" Moroku asked in a mix of confusion and fear. The girl looked up at him and smiled. "I am Koharu." "Koharu? Oh, you don't say." Everyone was positive he still had no idea who she was. Koharu nodded and still smiled. "For 3 long years, I have waited." Moroku smiled with fake confidence at the girl. "Koharu, I almost didn't recognize you. How very providential, meeting you like this." Everyone else was staring in shock while Haru was in tears. "That young girl is a friend of Moroku?" Inuyasha asked in confusion. "More than just friends, judging by how nervous he looks." Kagome replied. Shippo just nodded from his mama arms. "I lost my parents and siblings in the war. The keeper of the oil took me under his care, but worked me day and night. I was weary from my duties and wept each night. Then a wondrous day, a kind gesture from you, when you happened by our village to perform an exorcism. At the age of 11, you asked me to bear your child." Koharu trailed off, dreamily, while the others moved back, and Haru fell to the ground from the pain of laughing so hard. The others stared at the monk, who looked at them nervously. Is something the matter?" At this, Sango and Kagome charged. Haru would add his 2 cents later when he could breathe again. "You're disgusting. How could you lead an innocent girl on like that?" Kagome shrieked. "You lech!" Sango then added. Koharu sighed with a dreamy look on her face. "The happiest day of my life." Both women looked at her like she had gone crazy before Kagome attacked again. "You'd better take responsibility for this." Moroku nodded quickly before scratching his cheek. "Would it change matters if I told you I haven't laid a finger on the girl?" Sango snorted, still glaring. "That seems hard to believe." Well, she was still a child. Moroku pouted at them. Koharu continued like nothing was wrong. "Moroku had to take leave of our village shortly afterwards. I knew that one day he would return for me. I believed it with all my heart. As of late, I noticed the keeper of the oil's young lord leering at me. My fears were realized last night when he tried to force himself on me. I struck him with some firewood until he lay motionless. Please, Moroku, won't you take me with you?" Moroku looked uneasy. "Koharu, please. I have nowhere else to go. Besides, I'm an adult now. I am able to bear your children." Everyone gasped in horror, and by now Haru had passed out, realizing that they weren't going to be able to go to the village now. Inuyasha picked up his mom, and they backtracked to an old abandoned shrine. Inuyasha placed his mom inside before going to speak with Moroku. "I hope you understand our position, Moroku. We can't take that girl with us." The monk sighed. "I know. Still, we cannot simply abandon the orphan child." Sango added on. Moroka nodded in agreement. "Tor enough. Perhaps she can accompany us until we can find a suitable family to take the girl in." Sango nodded while giving the monk a cool look. "At the least, seeing it was you who asked her to bear your children." "Oh, that? I ask the same question every single time I meet a new girl," he said with a smile. "Every girl except one, maybe." Sango glared at him, while Inuyasha was wishing that his mom wasn't unconscious so they could enjoy this together. Moroka looked at Sango, and a moment later her hand was in his. "Sango, would you consider bearing my..." "Spare me, would ya?" She interrupted him. Not long after, Haru woke up and was upset by the fact that he had missed the fun, before quickly informing them that there was a village not far that might be able to take the girl in. When they arrived, Moroku and Haru were nominated to go talk to the village elder about taking her in. He was a kind old man and seemed more than happy to have her. "So, would you be willing to take this young girl into your village, elder?" Haru asked kindly. He nodded, smiling warmly. "I would be honored. Leave the young girl with me, Priestess Haru, young monk." They bowed and said goodbye before leaving to inform Koharu of her new home, which didn't go well. "Please, I promise not to be a burden. Let me come," Koharu pleaded. Inuyasha snorted at her. "No chance," he said before Sango added on. "It would be dangerous for you to come along with us. Stop arguing and stay behind," Inuyasha said with irritation lacing his voice. Koharu looked like she was about to argue more when Moroku and Haru showed up. "We spoke with the village elder, and he's more than happy to have her." Koharu looked greatly upset by this, and Moroku asked her to come with him. "Koharu, come with me, would you?" Everyone watched as he led her down the hill, where he pulled her into a hug. After a moment of silence, Inuyasha spoke up. "Does it look like he's setting her straight? From up here, it looks more like he's seducing her," Kagome added on. Sango huffed and looked away. "Letcher, he's all over the girl. A parting like that will make her fall deeper in love." Haru sighing had everyone looking at him. "You're all thinking about it wrong." After the loss of her family, she was alone and was forced to work day and night, even though she was a child. He was the first one to show her any kindness, and she latched onto it. He is her safe place, just like I was and still am in Inuyasha. When he first started living with us, he wouldn't let my own grandfather within touching distance and grew upset if he couldn't find me after a certain point of time. It will take her time to feel safe with others after what she went through. Everyone fell silent as they saw it in a new light. So, when Koharu asked them to stay one night, they moved to agree, but Miroka cut in. "No, I fear that postponing our departure will make it that much harder on her." At this, Koharu ran off in tears. Sango sighed, but remembered what Haru had said. "Stay for her sake. One last night won't make that much difference." Kagome nodded in agreement. "It would probably help, seeing as we're the only people here she knows." Moroku looked down sadly. "I must decline. If reason gave way to passion and Koharu became pregnant, she would be burdened for the rest of her life with my likeness." Kagome and Sango recoiled in shock while Shippo looked confused. "Reason gave way to passion? Mama, what does that mean?" Moroka gulped as Haru coldly smiled at him. "It means that if Moroku ever wants any children, he will remain silent." After that, it was agreed that they would stay the night and leave in the morning. Everything was going well, but Inuyasha noticed his mom twitching. His mom had only ever done that twice, when he all but adopted the old hag and when he adopted Shippo, which meant he was getting another sibling sometime soon. He groaned and wanted to bang his head on the wall. Unfortunately, that would have to wait as they were surrounded. Inuyasha and Moroka left to check it out as there was no scent of demon in the air. As soon as they left the house, they saw the villagers coming towards them in a trance. While Moroku and Inuyasha were dealing with the villagers, Koharu ran in and informed them that a demon had attacked the village elder and his wife. Haru followed behind them silently. There was demon, and while she was powerful, she could not hide from him. He knew Koharu's soul was gone, and she was nothing but a puppet at the moment, but his instincts had never failed him. When they got to the village elder and his wife, he quickly checked them over before healing them up. They'd be fine in the morning, just a little tired. He could feel that they were closer to the demon and waited for her to appear. He wasn't left waiting long, but he had to hold back a squeal at how adorable she was. She vanished before appearing and then reappearing back in her original spot. Sango threw her hirekatsu at the demon, and he had to interfere when the little demon threw it back. Sango thanked him, and the little demon looked surprised for a split second. She then turned her mirror and tried to take his soul, but he couldn't stop himself this time. He squealed loudly, "You are so cute." He rushed forward and scooped her up in a hug, shocking the little thing so much that she lost her hold on the souls in her mirror, and some of them were released. "You're too cute. You're one of Naraku, yes? Well, that doesn't matter. I'm still claiming you. I've always wanted a daughter, and you're so cuddly. Now, what's your name?" The little demon looked shocked and just stared up at him for a few moments. Before he could get an answer, Maroka came in. "Kana." Maroka stared at them in shock, not really knowing what else to do. When Kagura had shown up and said that the others were under attack, this wasn't what he thought he would come across. Haru was holding a childlike demon in his arms, and the others looked fine, though Koharu was unconscious. "Haru, what's going on?" Kagura showed up and said you were under attack. The older demon looked at him and smiled. "Isn't she adorable? I've always wanted a little girl." She looks so cute in winter and spring colors, maybe some soft summer colors too. Inuyasha used to let me dress him up, but then he got older and refused. That's right. You said Kagura was here, yes? We should probably go check on that." Maroka just blinked at him before shaking his head. It was better to not question the other, for fear of losing what little sanity he had left. Once Koharu and the elder and his wife were taken care of, they quickly moved outside, just in time to see Inuyasha moving to use the wind scar on Kagura. "It seems that my idiot son needs more lessons. She's baiting him into using the wind scar, and he's falling for it." Haru growled in annoyance. The other looked at him, but it was Sango that spoke up. "How can you tell?" she asked. "While I didn't see her and Inuyasha fight, I know that her control of the wind is almost flawless. There's no way she would allow herself to be hit with the wind scar again after last time. So, her allowing him to have a chance to use it now means that she has something planned." He trailed off as he looked at the little one in his arms. Everyone followed his gaze, and that's when it clicked for Sango. She's expecting for this little demon to hurl the wind scar back at him. Haru nodded and set the little girl down. "Sweetie, can you do mommy a favor and teach your new brother a lesson on not being an idiot? All you have to do is follow your original plan. Just don't kill him, okay?" The little demon had a mixture of amusement, pleasure, and confusion in her eyes, but slowly nodded. Haru smiled widely and kissed her on the head before giving her a gentle nudge. She gave him one last look before vanishing. Everyone looked at the older demon with mixed emotions. "Haru, I'm not sure if I fear you more or respect you. All I do know is that I pity Inuyasha right now and am praying for his soul and sanity," Maroka said with a bit of fear lacing his voice. The others could only nod in agreement. Haru smiled at them sweetly before turning back to the fight, just in time to see Inuyasha use the wind scar. The older demon, however, never took his eyes off Kagura and wasn't the least bit surprised when the wind demon quickly spun around to reveal the little one. Inuyasha never saw her, due to the light of the wind scar, so wasn't prepared for his attack to be hurled back at him. Thankfully, the little one did as he had asked and didn't hit him straight on, but that didn't mean the idiot wasn't going to be feeling it for a while. After requesting that the girls to stay out of sight for now, Haru, Shippo, and Moroku made their way down to Inuyasha. Once there, Haru proceeded to check on him. He was pretty banged up and the wind scar got him good, but it looked worse than it was, though due to the fact that he wasn't prepared for the return attack. It sent him in a shock due to the sudden pain. Haru was tempted to let him heal natural as punishment, but his motherly instincts wouldn't let him. So, he decided to heal the little idiot up once the shock wore off. After he was done examining Inuyasha, the older demon noticed the clouds rolling in and a sour smell filled the air. Everyone covered their faces as the wind picked up and mini tornadoes appeared in the sky. When they touched down, they vanished to reveal Naraku with a smirk on his face. Haru stared at him and simply stood there, listening to the other chuckle and poke fun at his son. Normally, he'd be pissed, but the little idiot deserved it this time. That was indeed simple enough. I came so that I could ask you in person how it felt to have your own power turned against you, and very easily, I might add. Rolling his eyes, Haru simply picked Shippo up and watched Moroku. I am indeed honored for your presence, Naraku. I rather expected a demon puppet. You are a coward who never sullies his own hands, who knows only how to lay traps. You must have been falsely confident, or else you would not have dared show your face," he said before pulling the beads on his left arm loose. Haru was about to beat the monk with his own staff, but Naraku started talking. "The wind tunnel. You are free to draw anything into your void. But surely, even you could not be that foolish, monk," Naraku said with a pointed look at the little demon's mirror. "Yes, Moroku. You can't be that stupid," Haru hissed coldly, glaring death at the now sweating monk. "Of course not, Haru," Moroku agreed nervously as he put his beads back on. Haru maintained his cold glare, but aimed it at Naraku, who seemed to hesitate slightly before continuing. "My course of action was simple. I created wind and void as incarnations of myself, and witnessed the damage I was able to inflict." Moroku seemed to tense at this new revelation, while Haru just continued to glare. He was tempted to go over and beat the living hell out of the other demon, but his instincts wouldn't allow him to leave Inuyasha's side. Not that he really wanted to. There was still a chance that the sudden shock to his body could jumpstart his demon blood to become dominate. While his eyes never left the three in front of him, he still kept a close eye on the half-demon, though his blood started to boil when Kagura spoke up. "Have we not spoken long enough? Shall we take Inuyasha head along as a trophy?" "No. Did you not want to tell that woman that Inuyasha had been slain? I was under the impression that this is what you desired." Before anyone else could speak, a cold fury filled the air and ice started to form. Everyone looked for the source, and all eyes landed on Haru. His eyes were glowing an acid green, and his hair was moving without any wind. His eyes stayed looked onto Kagura, who was shaking. It only got worse as he started to speak. "I warned you last time not to touch what was mine, and yet you speak of taking my son's head as a trophy. I should kill you. It is within my rights to do so, but I will not. Instead, I'll give you only this as a warning." Sure. Before anyone could blink, a huge shadow fell over Kagura, and she was bitten multiple times. She tried to attack whatever was biting her, but to no avail. Eventually, it stopped, and the shadow moved to Haru's side, slowly taking on the shape of a large wolf. "Let that be a warning to you. Sure is a shadow fong and can find you anywhere. One word, and you will be no more," Haru said with a cold smile that seemed to affect everyone but the two demon children. As sudden as the cold fury and ice appeared, it vanished when Inuyasha started twitching. Everyone was left reeling at the sudden change, and it took them a moment to regain their bearings. Naraku, sensing that he was still one of the targets to the older demon's fury, played on the other's hate for a certain woman. Reaching into his robes, he pulled out a nearly complete Shirkan jewel. Moroku and Shippo stared in horror, while Haru simply gave it a passing glance out of the corner of his eye. "Monk, you suggested earlier that I do everything to avoid sullying my own hands. Even the mightiest are inferior to someone. A woman attempted to use me so that I would murder Inuyasha for her." "A woman? You don't mean?" Moroku asked with slight confusion and dread. Naraku smirked and looked right at Haru, locking eyes with the other. "She is some piece of work, that Kikio." The fox demon's eyes hardened and broke eye contact when Inuyasha started moving again. "Kikio personally handed that sacred jewel shard to me of her own free will, and thanks to that, I was able to create Kagura and Kanna." Naraku finished with a smirk. Kagura, seeming to have no true fear of the warning Haru had given her, raised her fan. "She wishes to gaze upon your face. After you're good and dead," she yelled as she sliced her fan through the air, sending blades at them. Haru protected Inuyasha and Shippo, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to prevent Moroku from getting hit and sent flying. Just as another wave came at them, a sacred arrow landed in front of them, dispelling the attack. Upon seeing the arrow, Haru started to get pissed again and glared daggers at the idiot ass. Karara landed. "You idiot! We told you to stay put for a reason," Haru shouted at the wench, who was turning red from either embarrassment or rage. Kagura looked at them in confusion and anger. "Her again? You failed me, Kanna. Why did you not steal her soul?" she shouted at the other demon. Hearing the shouting, Haru looked up and realized what was going on. He quickly had Shirgo over and retrieve the little girl, much to Naraku and Kagura's shock. Haru accepted her from Shur and cuddled her, while glaring at Kagura. No yelling at my little girl. Failing implies that she tried to take the wench's soul in the first place, and she didn't. She was busy getting cuddles from her new mommy. And thank you for not hitting your new brother straight on, sweetie. Oh, do you mind if I still call you sweetie? He asked the slightly blushing child in his arms. She looked up at him for a moment before looking back down, hiding her face. I do not mind. I like it, she whispered softly. There was silence for all, but a moment before Haru started squealing and holding her close. You're so cute. Everyone watched on with a small amount of horror as Haru cuddled the little demon, though Naraku looked rather resigned to this new turn of events. Not really knowing what to do, Naraku tried to carry on as if nothing happened and turned his focus to the woman. Woman passed this message on to Inuyasha. If he must hate someone, then hate Kikio, for the only thing she desires is Inuyasha death. Haru snorted and ignored him, but apparently the wench couldn't. I'm tired of hearing your voice. You make me sick. Take this, she shouted as she fired an arrow. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, Kana managed to get out of Haru's hold and block the arrow with her mirror like she did with the wind scar. The arrow struck the mirror and was swallowed by it. Kana looked down at the mirror, slight confusion showing in her eyes. The arrow went through. It didn't deflect. What's going on? Why did it not strike back at her? Kagura demanded, annoyance lacing her voice. Kana was silent for a moment before her eyes lit up. I understand. The arrow is made up of souls. The mirror is entirely filled. Unless the souls are released, the mirror will burst. Her eyes locked with her new mommy's eyes, and he gave her a gentle smile and nod, so she let go. The mirror's surface glowed brightly, and dozens of souls soared through the air. As soon as all of them were released, Kagome told Moroku to use his wind tunnel, which he refused to do. Kana's still in front of them, and I value my life. Kagome looked at him like he'd gone mad while Shippo chimed in. No, she's not. Mama's cuddling her again, he said with a pointed look to his left, where his mama was cuddling his new sister. Moroku nodded and swiftly took of his beads and unleashed the wind tunnel. Kagura destroyed more of the ground, so the monk was only getting boulders as they simply walked away. However, before Naraku could get away, Haru grabbed him. I don't care if you created her or not. I'm claiming her as one of my children. She is to visit me at least once a week, and if she wants to see me more than that, you better damn well let her. I find out you're telling her to spy on us when she visits. I'll claim her permanently, and you won't see her again. If you try and stop her from seeing me at least once a week, I'll skin you. Am I understood? He growled at the other. Naraku tried to act calm, but he wasn't doing it very well. Yes, I understand. Should I expect the Shadow Fong to pick her up? Haru nodded sweetly, and it scared him. Yes, and sure has full permission to play with you and anyone else there that tries to stop him. The creepy, sweet smile vanished as soon as he looked at Kana. Mommy will see you later, sweetie. Be a good girl, and Mommy will give you a surprise when you visit. Haru then set her on the ground, gave her one last hug, and kissed her forehead. Kana blushed lightly and gave him a tiny smile before walking away with the others. Sighing softly, the older demon wandered over to his eldest and gave him a blank stare. Inuyasha tried to look away, but the pain made that rather hard. Normally, I'd let you heal on your own for making such a stupid mistake like that, but I'm your mom, and I think letting Naraku of all people poke fun at you is punishment enough. Moroku, can you have Sango bring me my bag, please? The monk nodded and hopped on Karara to get there faster. Haru kneeled down and started to gently remove the remains of Inuyasha robes from his chest and arms. He growled when the wench got to close. So, with a huff, she crossed her arms and looked away. A few minutes later, Sango and Moroku showed up, and Haru took his bag with a thank you. Unfortunately, it was a bit too dark, and the blood on his hand was making it hard to grab the vials. Shippo, can you give me some light, please? And Sango, can you hand me the potions? Both nodded, and soon the air was filled with fox fire, while Sango helped Haru. It took a while, but eventually Inuyasha was patched up, if not stiff and sore, and the villagers were placed back in their homes. They left the village before everyone woke up and traveled for a while until they found a hunter's hut. Haru had sure on Inuyasha duty, so the idiot wouldn't irritate his still healing wounds while he went off to get more ingredients. Sango dear, lesson time. We're going to go collect herbs and other things as this area is full of them. Now up you get, come on. He laughed while herding Sango off into the meadow, while Shippo, Karara, and an irritated Kagome followed. Tetsusaiga. It was a day and a half after Naraku little visit, and Haru was happily teaching Sango to brew a healing salve when one of his uncle's ravens showed up with a scroll. The fox demon read it quickly before jumping around like a loon. Inuyasha, it's done, said half-demon stuck his head out of the hut, excitement shining brightly in his eyes. The old man did it? Haru nodded and bounced over to the younger, pulling him out of the hut. Everyone watched on in confusion as the older demon happily started chanting softly and tapping each bead on the necklace. After a few minutes, the wind picked up around the two, and the necklace glowed briefly before the light shattered. Both Haru and Inuyasha looked tired, but incredible pleased. What did you just do? Kagome demanded in a high, pissy voice that grated on Haru's nerves. I removed the enchantment on the necklace, so you can't use or abuse my son. While he still can't take it off, I can at least attach different protection charms and a tracking charm on the off chance that I lose his, but in a river. The older demon added with amusement. Inuyasha turned tomato red and pouted. That was one time, and I told you that the old man pushed me in. The older demon just smirked. Yes, but it doesn't make it any less funny. The others, besides a pissed-off Kagome, laughed at the two, but the amusement died when soul collectors showed up and tried to get Inuyasha to follow. The half-demon looked at his mom, who growled in annoyance. Fine, but you open your wounds back up. I'm stringing you up, and I'm going to let your brother use you for target practice. Inuyasha, seeing the unholy gleam in his mom's eyes, nodded quickly before carefully following the soul collectors. The carefully following didn't last long when the half-demon lost his footing while going down a steep hill. He quickly got up, brushed himself off, and refused to look at his mom. They honestly didn't have to go far, as Kikio showed up in the tree in front of them. She didn't look pleased to see all of them, and before she could say anything to Inuyasha, Haru bitch slapped her out of the tree. Kikio was shocked, and fear shone bright in her eyes. The soul collectors tried to help, but Haru killed them and moved after Kikio again. You little bitch. You play with him, and then you threaten him? He is my son. You will leave him be, or I will make sure you never see the afterlife again. I see your true self, wench, and it's as ugly as it was back then. Both you and Kagura will leave, or I'll make you suffer. Haru growled and sent shadows out towards Kagura's hiding place, where she did the smart thing and fled. Kikio followed suit not long after. Haru sniffed and led everyone back to the hut where he beat the shit out of a few trees until storm clouds rolled in. Inuyasha walked over to his mom and cleared his throat, not wanting to startle the agitated demon. Mom, I know you're mad, but you need to calm down. You're starting to upset Shippo. His mom looked at him briefly before sighing and dropping to the ground. Inuyasha moved to sit next to him and leaned on his shoulder. You never wanted me to be friends with her, but you never stopped me. I honestly could never figure out why, until she was brought back and her true colors showed. I'm sorry for not trusting your judgment back then. I guess I was being rebellious. He trailed off with a bitter chuckle. It's not your fault, love. I thought I was doing the right thing by letting you learn from your mistakes, and no look. His mom sighed tiredly. Inuyasha hummed with a little smile. But look on the bright side. You now have 2 more children, and I'm a big brother by 2. Even if my new little sister is Naraku for a dad. His mom chuckled and kissed his cheek before standing up. As the two walked back to the hut, they saw a walking dead man coming towards them. A demon has come. It devoured the entire village. On its back was the mark of the spider. Please help me. Haru growled at the corpse now laying on the ground and quickly picked Shippo up, while Inuyasha and Miroka talked about what they should do first. Kagura must have been controlling his body with her dance of the dead. It has to be a trap, Miroka said bitterly. Inuyasha growled and nodded in agreement. Yeah, a trap set for me to meet the third demon. He heard his mom sigh, and he turned to look at the older in question. We don't have much of a choice here. If we walk away, the demon will keep killing and cause more chaos. If we hurry, we may be able to save the villagers that manage to hide or escape to a temporary safe point. Though my warning still stands about letting Shippo use you for target practice. Inuyasha paled and nodded quickly before setting out. They arrived at the village just in time to stop the purple bastard from harming 2 children. Inuyasha used his Tetsuega to back the demon off, while Haru grabbed the 2 children and pulled them to a safer area. Naraku's newest creation was a rather large purple demon with white hair, 2 large horns, and massive jaws. It started chuckling before speaking. You're thinking that I dodged the Tetsusaiga. You're surprised at my speed despite my enormous size. Inuyasha growled and readied his stance. He was cursing himself for not keeping up with his mediation, because he knew that his shields weren't strong enough to keep the demon out. His mom was so going to kill him. The demon started chuckling again, but Inuyasha could hear the slight confusion in it. Your suspicion is correct. I am able to read the minds of others. But what are these shields you think will keep me out? Inuyasha just glared, but both thought and said nothing. My sisters Kagura and Kano were merely the opening acts. Now Goshinki makes his debut. Inuyasha wasn't sure what to do. If he moved to attack, the demon would just read his mind and know. But if he fought on instinct, he'd have a better chance. However, fighting on instinct had a large chance of his demon blood becoming dominate if his wounds were reopened to a much worse extent. Growling in frustration, it was just a chance he was going to have to take. Quickly moving forwards, Inuyasha lunged out, but the demon jumped and moved to land on the half-demon. Inuyasha rolled out of the way and didn't give the demon time to gloat before attacking again. Once more, the demon dodged and swiped at Inuyasha, sending him skidding across the ground. Haru watched from the sidelines with the others, but made no move to help. He felt the power rolling off Tetsusaiga and knew what was coming. It was a dangerous waiting game at this moment, and if Inuyasha demon blood took over, he knew he'd have to interfere. He made sure to keep the others out of the way while still keeping a close eye on his son. It was only a matter of time now. Inuyasha got up and made a quick barrage of attacks on the demon. He never landed a hit, so without thinking he moved to use the wind scar. Unfortunately, the demon caught on and surged forward, grabbing the blade with his teeth. 5. Inuyasha felt the blade shake. 4. The demon bite down. 3. Inuyasha tried to free the blade as he felt dread pooling in his stomach. 2. The demon's bite caused cracks to form and grow. 1. The Tetsusaiga snapped in half. Haru watched on and had to stop himself from running to his son. He needed to focus as the possibility of Inuyasha demon blood taking over was very high now. And when the demon swiped at the shell-shocked Inuyasha, he knew what was coming. No matter what happens, you guys must not interfere. He knew they were looking at him in confusion, but his focus was on his son. The demon started laughing once more, unaware of what was to come. Inuyasha, it appears that your mind has now gone blank. Your sword is broken, and so is your spirit. Or are you dead, perhaps? Kagome moved to run over to Inuyasha, but Haru kept her back and moved forward instead. You don't understand what you've done, do you? The demon looked at him and became agitated. Why can I not read your mind? Haru ignored him. You don't see it, do you? I do. Do you wish to know what I see? I see your death, and you have no one to blame but yourself. The pissed-off demon moved to attack him, but his arm was cut off. He screamed in pain and looked for who had downed it, only to find Inuyasha looking at him. Is there something wrong, Goshinki? I thought that you were able to read my mind. Haru could only watch on and be prepared to get his son back. I don't understand. Why have you transformed? Goshinki growled in agitation. Inuyasha snorted and growled back. How should I know that? You should be less concerned about me and more concerned about Judgment Day. Goshinki roared before charging at Inuyasha, who merely used his claws to slice Goshinki into oblivion. Once Inuyasha landed again, he simply stared at his bloodied hand. Haru moved towards his son, adding power to his scent, so it filled the air. He could see Inuyasha already relaxing and gently pulled the younger into a hug. Sleep, sweetheart, it's okay now, he said gently as he lowered them to the ground. Inuyasha yawned and curled up on his lap, like he did when he was a child. Mommy, you smell nice. Oh, how so? Smell like moon and roses. Can I take a nap now, night-night? Haru smiled softly as he kissed his son's forehead. Night-night, sweetie. Inuyasha said nothing else, just curled up in the older demon's lap with a fistful of hair to his nose, sound asleep. Fixing it. The next time Inuyasha wake up, it was to the heartbreaking sight of the Tetsuzaiga broken in half. He was still curled up in his mom's lap, with the older demon running his fingers through his hair. Inuyasha, don't be upset. I knew at some point this would happen. I just didn't think it would be this soon. Inuyasha gained a confused look on his face and peered up at his mom. What do you mean? His mom smiled sadly and looked over at the broken sword. When I went with your father to have it made, I knew that you couldn't, or more like mustn't, rely on your father's power alone. How else were you able to become stronger? So, while it was being forged, I placed a charm within the blade itself so that when the time was right it would snap. This shows that you no longer need to rely on your father's power. Now we simply need to find that senile old fart and his cow. Inuyasha remained silent, simply thinking about what his mom had said. On one hand, he was over the moon at knowing he was going to become stronger without relying on his old man. But on the other hand, it hurt a little knowing that his mom knew this would happen and didn't tell him. His mom would never harm him, unless they were training, and he knew that, but if his mom knew it was going to happen, why let him fight Goshinki? Would you have wanted me to stop you? Had I told you about the charm? Would you have fought with your sword knowing it could break, or would you have tried to avoid using it? Think about that very carefully. Realizing he must have spoken aloud, Inuyasha blushed and hid his face in his mom's lap. He did think about it, however. He wanted to say yes, he would have used it, but deep down he knew that was a lie. The Tetsuzaiga gave him power and strength he never truly had growing up, and the thought of losing that had unconsciously scared him. He hadn't realized until now how much he relied on his father's power. Haru smiled down at his son and knew that Inuyasha had realized the truth. Shippo, help me catch some fish. Let's go eat and forget our sad thoughts. Big golden eyes looked up at him, and he couldn't help but coo at how cute he was. Everyone happily ate their fish and chit-chatted about random things when Shippo looked to his mama in question. Hey mama, how did Inuyasha transform and kill Goshinki? The others heard the question and wished to know as well. Haru finished the piece of fish in his mouth and explained. Half-demons can awaken their demon blood if their lives are in danger. It's a defense mechanism that a good number of half-demons have. Some can easily suppress their demon blood again, while others have trouble. Those that can't suppress it can become insane or rabid. A half-demon's body and mind just isn't built for that much demonic energy. That's why Inuyasha's father asked me to place a seal on the sword that would keep Inuyasha from using it until he could be properly trained. But make no mistake, young man, your demon blood is for extreme life or death situations, and will start train after your sword is fixed. And as if on cue, the skies grew dark and Totosai cow fell out of the sky, without the old fart on it. Master Inuyasha. Instead it had Myoga, who attached himself at Inuyasha's face. Haru snorted when Inuyasha smacked the little pest. Myoga, were you hiding out with the old fart this whole time? The older fox demon asked in a sugary sweet voice. Myoga glared at him, but it wasn't very impressive due to the blush. How rude, making me sound like a coward. The fox demon simply shot the flea a sly fox smile. You said it, not I. Myoga did the smart thing and ignored the older fox demon in favor of speaking with Inuyasha. Tell me what happened to Tetsuzaiga. Myoga froze and appeared to have a mini heart attack when he saw Tetsuzaiga broken in half over by where they had been sitting. Inuyasha, who channeled his mom's twisted sense of humor, sighed and spoke with incredible sadness in his voice. A demon called Goshinki bit it in half while I was fighting him. Both mom and son had to bite their cheeks to keep from laughing at the flea's serious face. My lord, please, you must take the pieces of the sword and go to Master Totosai. Myoga said sternly, but everyone could hear the slight panic. Still channeling his mom, Inuyasha sighed and shook his head. I think I'm just going to find a better sword. Totosai was a pain in the ass last time we met, and I really don't want to go through all the trouble of finding him only for him to say no and take the Tetsuzaiga. Mom knows some very good swordsmiths and is more than happy to take me to them. Myoga looked like the world had just ended and tried to get Inuyasha to reconsider. But, Master Inuyasha, Totosai is the best swordsmith. Your father trusted his skills with his very life and yours. You can't simply get rid of the Tetsuzaiga. It was a gift from your father. By now, Myoga looked like he was about to have a panic attack, and that's when mom and son lost it. They were laughing so hard they had to lean on each other to stay upright. "I'm sorry, Myoga. I couldn't resist messing with you," Inuyasha said between gasps of air. "Mom already said we had to find the old fart. Plus, I like my sword too much to simply get rid of it." Myoga stared at the two and wanted to cry. After the two giggling idiots calmed down, it was decided that Haru would go with Inuyasha as he was there when it was forged the first time. So, hopping on a momoback, they made their way to Totosai, while Myoga stayed with the others. Haru and Inuyasha meditated while on their way to Totosai, and Haru only kicked Inuyasha off the bull twice when the younger started to fall asleep. Once at Totosai, the old fart started sobbing like a baby when he saw the blade. Only a simpleton would allow this to happen. "What has this fool done to you, my precious Tetsusaiga?" Haru, having had enough, slammed the old fart's head into the ground. "Call my son a simpleton or a fool again, and I'll put you out of business permanently. And for your information, it was me that allowed it to happen. I placed a charm on the blade as it was being forged, so that it would snap when Inuyasha no longer needed to rely on his father's power. Now fix the damn sword," Haru added with a vicious glare that had his demon side coming through. Both Totosai and Inuyasha gulped at the demonic energy Haru was putting out and moved back a little. "It's not that simple," Totosai quickly explained when the demonic energy grew thicker. "I can repair it over the course of 3 days. But I'll require something to bond it." Haru, understanding what Totosai was getting at, moved over to Inuyasha and grabbed his bottom jaw in a firm but gentle grip. "I need one of your fangs, sweetheart. So, hold still and this won't hurt." Inuyasha, who still didn't get it but trusted his mom, held still and tried not to flinch when he felt his mom grab his top left fang. With a swift yank, the fang was out, and Inuyasha only felt mild discomfort. While Inuyasha was rubbing his tongue over the spot where his fang had been, Haru handed said fang over to Totosai. The swordsmith looked it over and nodded. "Not perfect, but it will have to do." Haru simply snorted and stood up, with Inuyasha following. "Totosai, I expect that sword in 3 days. Should that not happen, well, I'll leave that to your imagination." Totosai looked at him and tilted his head. "Why do I only have 3 days?" Haru smiled sharply, and Totosai gulped. "Totosai, I've known you for a very long time, and your games don't work on me. 3 days, Totosai. I will hunt you down if you don't show up." The swordsmith nodded quickly before Haru and Inuyasha left. For the next 2 days, Inuyasha was restless, and the night before Totosai was supposed to show up was a new moon, which made it worse. Haru didn't much care and happily cuddled the now human Inuyasha. "I wish Totosai would hurry up and bring me the sword," Inuyasha grumbled as Haru happily played with the half-demon's now black hair. The older fox demon saw Sango staring and looked at her curiously. "Is this the first time you've seen him on a new moon?" She nodded dumbly. "He looks like an ordinary human now." Moroka nodded in agreement. "I heard this happens to him, but this is my first time seeing it as well," Moroka said as he looked back at the glaring half-demon. Haru chuckled and looked back at Sango. Half-demons like Inuyasha have a time of the month when their demon blood goes dormant and their human blood takes over. For Inuyasha, it's the new moon, which thankfully is easy to keep track of. I remember the first time I saw Inuyasha on a new moon. He was in a panic and tried to cover his hair in flour while wearing a scarf to cover the fact that he had human ears. When I found him, I couldn't help but laugh, and he thought I was making fun of him, which upset him, and he ran off. When I found him, I had to explain to him that I wasn't laughing at him, put the scene, as when I was his age, I had tried to dye my hair black with ink my first winter with my grandpa. I had no clue that my hair would turn white during winter until my grandpa came in with white hair too. Haru told her in amusement. The two humans chuckled when Sango looked at Haru. "Isn't your uncle a half-demon?" Haru nodded with a smile as he knew what she was asking. "While my uncle is a half-demon, he doesn't have a time of the month where he becomes human due to the magic he has. Since he also has magic, it keeps him balanced, so the Uncle Sev you see is the Uncle Sev you get," he added cheerfully while Inuyasha grumbled about unfairness. When Shippo and Kagome came back, the younger fox demon curled up on Haru's lap and fell asleep. It was a good thing, too, as Kagome started being an idiot. Inuyasha, Do you plan on becoming a full demon? Everyone looked at her like she was nuts, and Haru choked on his tea. Kagome, what gave you that idea? Inuyasha asked in honest confusion while keeping an eye on his mom. Well, that's what you said in the beginning when you tried to get the jewel from me, she said with slight annoyance. Noticing that things might get ugly if Kagome continued this line of questioning, Sango quickly started asking Haru questions about some of the potions she was reading about. Naraku, seeing what Sango was doing, joined in, and it wasn't long before Kagome's question was forgotten. After a while, Sango and Kagome went to sleep with Inuyasha not far behind them as he fell asleep curled up to Haru's side. The older demon pulled the younger two closer before letting his tails and ears appear and wrapping them up. Shippo snuggled into them and grabbed a fistful of fur while Inuyasha buried his face into her neck. Naraku, you should get some sleep. I'll keep watch, Haru told the monk who blushed at being caught. Are you sure? Haru nodded and gazed at Inuyasha. Even now, I can't sleep on a new moon. When he was a child, I have him sleep in my room on the new moon. I knew that he was safe in the manor, but my instincts wouldn't allow it. So, I'd wrap him up in my tails and keep him safe, like any mom would. Maroka looked at the older demon and smiled softly before falling asleep. And if Moroku felt one of Haru's tails wrap around him, he did nothing but smile. They didn't get much sleep, however, as they could suddenly feel an evil aura fill the air. Haru bared his fang and changed into his fox form, making sure to keep Shippo and Inuyasha behind him. Haru snarled as Totosai, former apprentice Kaijinbo, and the sword he wielded. He could smell Goshinki all over the damn thing, and it made him sick. What dipshit would ask this? Moron, to forge a sword using that demon's teeth? Unfortunately, Haru had a pretty good idea how who said dipshit was. Which one is Inuyasha? Kaijinbo asked with a creepy-ass smile. Haru snarled and grew to the same size Goshinki had been, while Sure made ready to grab Shippo, should they need to move quickly. Kaijinbo, back down and I might make your death less painful, Haru stated with as he stepped forward. Kaijinbo didn't look the least fazed and simply shot him a feral smile. I forged this sword, the Tokujin, and now it cries for the blood of Inuyasha. Haru laughed coldly. You think I'll let you near my pup? You're nuts. The only blood that shall be spilled is yours, Kaijinbo, or should I say Goshinki, he added with a sneer. Kaijinbo said nothing and pointed the sword towards Inuyasha. Kaijinbo didn't even have time to make a little speech like it seemed he was about to do, because Haru set his ass on fire. Kaijinbo wasn't the least fazed and laughed. Haru charged and moved to tear the demon apart, but he dodged. Sango threw her Hireikatsu, but Kaijinbo cut it in half. Haru changed to his full demon form and let the shadows free, encasing Kaijinbo. While Kaijinbo tried to get free, Totosai showed up with Inuyasha's sword. I should have known you had something to do with all this commotion. Inuyasha just growled at him. You're late. Or maybe you hadn't noticed. Thank you, he added as an after that when he grabbed the Tetsusaiga. Myoga, being the pest that he was, showed up and tried to get Inuyasha not to do it. Myoga, I'm letting mom deal with it until the sun comes up, he stated blandly, which caused Myoga to feel like an idiot. Haru used the shadows to keep Kaijinbo in place until the sun was up. He wanted to see if his theory was true. Once Inuyasha transformed back, the Tetsusaiga was activated and crashed into the ground. He was right. Hey Totosai, what the hell did you do to my sword? Inuyasha growled in annoyance. What? Are you having some kind of problem? Totosai asked innocently. Inuyasha glared at the old fart of his shoulder, as if you hadn't noticed. Why is this so heavy? Oh, it must have something to do with the fang of yours I used. Pay no mind, Totosai added as an afterthought. Haru sighed and looked at his son. Inuyasha, I'll explain later. I'm about to release him. Get ready. As soon as the dome fell, Kaijinbo charged. Totosai was about to make a comment when Haru smashed him in the head with the old fart's own hammer. While he didn't like this, he needed to see if Inuyasha would figure it out on his own or if Haru had to put him through special training. But for now, it was a waiting game that Haru couldn't stand. On the bright side, when Sessamaru shows up, the older fox demon will have a target for his stress and anger. After all, Inuyasha recently told him about the Unmother, learning a lesson. Chapter notes, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. The battle between Inuyasha and Tokujin wasn't going very well. Due to Inuyasha being unable to lift the Tetsusaiga and Kaijimbo's inability to use the Tokujin properly, they were matched. Though it wasn't surprising that Inuyasha at least was able to relieve Kaijimbo of the Tokujin by taking the other's hand off. Kaijimbo's body vanished once the sword was no longer in his possession, but Inuyasha didn't seem to care much at the moment. He ran straight over to Totosai and glared. How in the hell do you figure I can carry around such a heavy sword? One thrust and I need a rest. Shut up, MOM. Haru covered his mouth with his hands, but it was obvious that he was still laughing. Totosai stared right back at Inuyasha, completely ignoring Haru. Do you wish to know how to handle the heavy Tetsusaiga? Haru began to shake even more, knowing fully well what Totosai was going to say. Inuyasha, unfortunately, walked right into it. You mean there's a way to do it? Totosai nodded. And it's simple. Inuyasha, once again, walked right into it and leaned forward waiting for Totosai to speak, but he never did. Smiling sweetly, Inuyasha placed a hand on Totosai's shoulder. You aren't going to tell me that the answer is in building up my own strength, are you? Totosai gasped at being caught, and Haru just lost it. Inuyasha growled and whacked Totosai on the head. I should have known. The others chuckled in amusement, but Kagome sneered. The old guy shouldn't have even brought it up. She muttered quietly to herself. Unfortunately for her, Haru heard and made plans to get back at her later. But for now, he was more focused on the Tokujin. Walking over, with Inuyasha, Totosai, and Moroku following, he examined the sword from a safe distance. Strange that the evil aura around the sword still hasn't dissipated, Moroku said in confusion. Totosai voiced his agreement, but Haru shook his head. It's not strange if you know who asked for it to be forged. There's no undoing what's been done, and trying to destroy it now would be pointless as the blade is alive. It would take me months to find the right rituals. I'd need to just dissipate the evil aura. Haru said, highly annoyed. We'll have to construct a barrier around Tokujin to contain the aura. Otherwise, we won't be able to control its evil. Haru, do you think you could help me? Moroku asked as he began pulling out seals. Of course. Hand me the seals, and I'll place some of my power into them and make the barrier stronger. Moroku nodded and handed over the 3 he had out already. The barrier would be a bit crude due to their lack of resources, but it was better than nothing. While Haru was applying his power to the seals, Shippo popped up in front of him. Mama, can't you or Moroku put some kind of scared spell on it? Haru smiled warmly at the little fox. That's a very good question, but no. The aura is too strong for Moroku, and I'd be stuck here for at least a week if I tried. Had the sword been older, then I could have been done with it by now, but it's too new and too powerful at the moment for me to even think about attempting it. Not to mention that I'd need a proper container for such an evil aura, as simply dispelling it is far too dangerous. It would just linger in the air and find another target. Shippo nodded in wide-eyed fascination before simply going back to watching Haru power up the seals. Unfortunately, someone was impatient. Forget the barrier. I'll use the Tetsusaiga to smash it to bits. Haru sighed and moved back, taking Shippo with him, as his eldest proved his stupidity. Inuyasha attacked the sword and was rebuffed. He landed a few feet away and stared in shock and confusion, until his mom smacked him on the back of the head. Why? Inuyasha asked with a pout, which he would later deny. Haru simply stared at him like he was an idiot. Once the barrier was placed, and Inuyasha made it known that he didn't plan on leaving the sword, they built a fire and stayed the night. Come morning, everyone was well rested and enjoying the food that Haru made when Inuyasha started yelling. Would you get off my back? Stop saying the same thing over and over. Myoga, who popped up out of nowhere, huffed in annoyance. I will not stop until I have your promise. You must vow never to abandon the Tetsusaiga again. While they argued and the others plotted, Haru watched on. Myoga, enough. I will train Inuyasha like I promised his father I would. He knows fully well that he is not to use his demon blood unless he has no other choice. Totosai nodded in agreement. Haru is right. Inuyasha, I'm sure Haru has explained this to you already, but I'll still make my point. Your Tetsusaiga was once made of your father's fang, and in essence, he protected you. But now it's different. The Tetsusaiga was reformed using your fang, and now it is time you truly learned how to protect yourself. Only then can you truly wield the Tetsusaiga once more. Haru nodded while Inuyasha looked at the old man in shock. Who knew he could be so serious? The happy moment was short-lived as dark clouds rolled in, but Haru looked like he was about to receive the greatest gift ever. Everyone looked towards the sky and were surprised to see Sesomaru coming towards them. But it wasn't them that he attacked, it was the Tokujin. The sword wasn't even scratched, but it now sat in a small crater. What the hell are you doing here? Inuyasha asked, surprisingly calm. Sesomaru narrowed his eyes slightly, but didn't comment on it. Just what I would ask you. I've merely come for the sword. It seems the demon you killed was so bitter. It desired revenge, even after its remains were forged into a sword. The other looked slightly shocked, but Inuyasha calmly smiled at him. I wasn't asking about that. I was asking about what you were doing here in the same place as my rather pissed-off mom, who I told about the unmother. Inuyasha said, as his calm smile turned vicious. Sesomaru paled and twitched when arms wrapped around his waist. Oh yes, Sesomaru. What are you doing here? I thought you had better self-preservation. Haru purred, and he moved in front of the frightened demon lord. Any other time, Sesomaru would have gladly taken advantage of the situation. But this was not one of those times, and every part of his very being was screaming grovel. Haru, I never would have let it kill him. It was simply a distraction, no harm done. As soon as the last 3 words left his mouth, he knew he was Ed. Haru's smile turned absolutely feral. No harm done? That's your excuse for tormenting my son with his mother? For using the memory of my little sister as a distraction for your own gain? All the time in the world to think of something good, and all you can come up with is no harm done? Anything else to say, or will you submit? Sesomaru didn't even blink as he stared into glowing green eyes before doing the stupidest thing ever. He tried to make a run for it. He wasn't even fully turned around before Haru started tossing him around like a rag doll while the other watched on. Inuyasha was laughing his ass off with Shippo, while the others were shocked at how violent Haru was being. After about a half hour, Haru finished off his torment by jumping on the beaten demon and slamming him into the ground, causing a deep crater. Now, Sesomaru, this is your final warning. Mess with my children again, and I'll take your balls. Okay. Haru asked sweetly, and Sesomaru could only nod. Good. Now I think since you were such a good boy and took your beating like a man, even if you did try to run a first, I'll let you fight Inuyasha. But first I need to heal you. Sesomaru didn't even have time to register what Haru was doing until the fox demon had his tongue in his mouth. The older demon felt lightheaded as Haru healed him up by simply making out with him. Not that he was complaining. Before Sesomaru could take things farther, Haru left the crater and stared down at him. Feeling very disappointed, Sesomaru followed, if only to stop from being buried by the other demon. Haru skipped over to Inuyasha and hugged him. Sesomaru has happily agreed to train with you for a little bit. He'll use Tokujin, and you'll use Tetsusaiga. Oh! And Sesomaru, no testing. Haru said with a sickly sweet smile. Sesomaru nodded quickly, and once the two were ready, they fought. Haru had 3 rules in place that neither male was stupid enough to break. 1. No hand-to-hand. 2. No powers. 3. First blood wins, but nothing lethal. So, with those rules in place, the 2 males battled for almost an hour until Sesomaru got Inuyasha on the shoulder. Sesomaru had been holding back somewhat. He didn't want to piss Haru off, but he was still impressed with how long his brother had lasted. All right, you two. That's enough. Sesomaru wins, but I'm very proud of you, Inuyasha, Haru said with a warm smile before kissing the younger's forehead. Inuyasha blushed and turned away, ignoring the soft snort from Sesomaru. Haru walked over to the older demon and yanked his hair, so they were eye to eye. I will be by at some point to meet her. Sesomaru nodded as much as he could and inwardly cried over the chaos that would happen when Rin and Haru met. He was so Ed. Mate number 1. Once Sesomaru had left, they all decided to move away from the former training ground and simply stay there for the night again, as it was getting pretty dark already. But once morning came, they quickly packed up and moved on. Their walk was rather peaceful, with the exception of Inuyasha and Shippo silently plotting. So Koga doesn't like Kagome, but Mama? I guess that makes more sense, and once you get over a few things he did in the past, he's not all that bad. From what I remember, he did treat Mama right. Father used to tell me about how Mother was once treated by another demon before Father started courting her. The demon had been rude and nasty to her and didn't treat her like she deserved. But Koga seemed to really like Mama and was really worried when he was getting sick the first time they met. Shippo said thoughtfully. Inuyasha nodded before grimacing. As much as I hate to admit it, the wolf would be good for him. But with Mom being so powerful, he'll have more than one mate. I know for a fact that Sesomaru already has a spot, as weird as that is for me, and Koga will most likely take another spot. I think I remember Mom saying something about needing four once. And unfortunately, he had a fear of who the third mate was. I think Mom was being courted once, though it was long before he even met my mother. I once found a painting of Mom, smiling with two humans. It was hidden away in one of the old man's storage cellars. One of the humans was male, but I couldn't tell what the other human was. The male was about Mom's height, if not a hair taller, and he had his arm around Mom's waist. Mom was leaning into the other, and I saw a courting pendant around his neck, though that's the only time I've ever seen it. I asked the old man about it once, and he said that they had been Mom's friends who had died. Inuyasha said with a sigh. Shippo looked a bit upset by the news, but the little fox was smart enough not to ask his mama about it. So do you think Koga will accept Mama's conditions for courting? He asked curiously. Before Inuyasha could respond, Kagome said she felt a jewel shard closing in. Next thing they knew, Koga was stopping in front of Haru. Koga smiled a bit sheepishly at the other demon. I thought a lot about what you said last time we met, and I feel I should apologize to not only you, but Inuyasha as well. It was wrong of me to accuse him of something like that without having any real proof or listening to your side of the story. So I'm sorry. He finished by adding a deep bow. Haru smiled softly, while Inuyasha wrinkled his nose, feeling rather awkward about the whole thing. It's fine, Koga. You can't take the full blame, as that fact shard was messing with your head. But thank you for apologizing anyway, and I happily forgive you, as I'm sure Inuyasha does as well. He stated with a sharp look at the fidgeting half-demon, feeling eyes on him. Inuyasha looked at his mom and winced once the fox demon's words registered in his head. He turned away, as he found a tree very interesting at the moment, and grumbled his agreement. I accept your apology, Koga, and I give you my blessing to court my mom. But you still need the old man's blessing plus Sev's. He stated rather proud of his quick thinking, which left him the moment Koga grinned at him. If you mean Sev as in Severus, the very well-known potions master and healer, an old man as in Shinji, the head of the Lunar Eclipse clan, then yes, I do have their blessings. I met both after my first meeting with Haru and asked for their blessing, in person a week and a half after what happened at the castle. Both also threatened me, politely as well. So Haru, High Priestess of the Lunar Clan from the Eclipse bloodline, would you do me the honor of allowing me to court you and hopefully become one of your four mates? Koga asked politely with a bow. Haru blushed and smiled shyly. I would be honored, Koga, leader of the Eastern Wolf Demon Tribe, to accept your request of courtship. But I must know now if you will accept my 3 rules of this courtship in return. Rule 1. You cannot harm my children mentally or physically. Rule 2. You must accept my chosen children regardless of their true parentage, for the child is not responsible for the sins of their father. Rule 3. You are not allowed to cause harm to others that I accept courtship from, but should you wish to revoke your offer of courtship, I will not begrudge you of it. Do you accept these rules as I have placed them? Koga gently took Haru's hand and placed a gentle kiss on the back of it. I accept your rules and wish to place one of my own. Haru nodded. My one rule is for you to never lie to Mai. I don't expect you to tell me your secrets, as I know you would not expect that of me. But I wish for you to not lie or give me half-truths. If you wish for me not to know, then simply say as such. Do you accept? Instead of saying anything, Haru let his demon features show and gently bit the inside of Koga's right wrist. Koga growled softly once Haru let go and pulled a Fong pendant from its place on his sheath. He lifted it over Haru's head, and the Fong fell right over his heart. The two just stared at each other until Shippo broke the silence. What just happened? Both demons laughed, while Inuyasha chuckled. Mom just formally accepted Koga's offer of courtship. Mom bit Koga's wrist to place a courtship brand to let other submissives know that he's currently unavailable for courting, and it'll become a permanent mating seal if they get that far. The pendant that Koga gave Mom is a courtship pendant. It's like a courtship brand. It lets other dominates know that Mom is already being courted by one dom, but there is room for more. But if they get far enough to mate, Koga will bite Mom and place a mating mark. Had Mom just needed one, mate Koga would have placed a courting brand instead and gave him the pendant after they mated. Everyone nodded in fascination, but Kagome was the one to break the silence next. So, does that mean you have a courtship pendant in Inuyasha? She trailed off with the purr. It was Haru that answered, however. No. When Inuyasha was tested, it was revealed that he had a destined mate. While rare, it's not unheard of, but those with destined mates don't need courtship pendants as they can feel their mates through their bond. Haru stated sharply, adding a glare when the wench tried to argue. She thankfully stayed quiet. So, Koga, was this all you came for? Haru asked after a moment. The other shook his head sheepishly. I was wondering if you knew where Naraku was? Sango nodded sadly. We know just as much as you, I'm afraid. Naraku has a barrier around his castle, and it makes it impossible to find. Haru could probably find it if he wanted to, but when asked, he simply smiles. She finished in amusement, long having gotten over the demon's refusal to help them. The reason behind his refusal made a lot of sense and was a hair childish. Wanting Inuyasha to get strong while refusing to make Kagome life easier was an acceptable reason to refuse in Haru's mind. Koga sighed, knowing that Haru wouldn't help him either, even if they were courting now. I figured I'd ask before leaving. I'll see you soon, Haru, he said before giving the fox a kiss on the cheek. See you soon, and be nice to those two, he said with a pointed look at both Jinta and Hakaku. They're your friends, and I like them. Koga nodded in amusement before taking off. Haru chuckled in amusement before looking at the other two wolf demons. You two will keep an eye on him for me, won't you? Jinta nodded happily, while Hakaku smiled tiredly. That's if we can even keep up with him, but I'm happy he found someone that can keep up with him. In speed and everything else, Hakaku added with a chuckle before running off with Jinta not far behind. After the wolves left, they continued on with their day, but as they were walking through the forest, Inuyasha picked up Naraku's scent. Plus Koga. Mom, I smell both Naraku and Koga up ahead, the half-demon said before taking off, the other not far behind. A few seconds later, Koga sped past them. Inuyasha and Haru, who were both farther ahead of the others, followed him. Koga, what's going on? Inuyasha questioned once he saw how panicked the wolf was. Naraku showed up out of nowhere with a caged carriage, said something about testing his new incarnation. There was a guy chained up in the back with a mask over his mouth. The guy's fast, not to mention strong, and whatever Koga was going to say next was cut off by a guy with lilac hair bursting through the trees. Inuyasha, Haru shouted just as the man struck out at him. Moving quickly, Inuyasha avoided the blow, but the other just kept coming. You've finally shown up, have you, Inuyasha? Looking at the shadows behind the man, Inuyasha saw Naraku standing there in his damn baboon fur. Hearing a growl, Naraku said nothing and quickly released the chains that bound the man, who destroyed the puppet Naraku was using. Jiromaru is unstoppable now that his mask has been removed. He will slaughter everything in his wake. Before the puppet faded, Naraku caught sight of Haru's face. He paled rapidly when he saw the feral smile that was on the fox demon's face. It promised nothing but pain for him once Haru had the time to track him down. However, he forgot that Shur was visiting Kana at the moment and screamed like a little girl when he turned around and came face to face with the smiling shadow fawn. Haru, knowing full well what was happening to Naraku at the moment, focused back on the creature in front of him. Koga, please keep watch over Shippo and the others. Do not get involved unless it's absolutely necessary. Thankfully, Koga didn't argue. Jiromaru moved to attack him, but he easily dodged. Inuyasha, keep him busy. Right. Thank you, for obedient children. Once Jiromaru was distracted, Haru focused on the second incarnation. It was rather clever how the two worked. Jiromaru was the shell that kept the second safe, while the second held all the brains and stealth. Had Haru not seen the second leave Jiromaru, their little attack plan might have worked. Haru slowly poured power into the earth to slowly harden it, so the second couldn't get under them and surprise them from behind. Unfortunately, he had to do it slowly, so it wasn't noticed until it was too late. which left them open and Inuyasha got hit. First looking at Inuyasha to see how bad the damage was, he then turned his eyes towards the second. He made sure to keep his eyes on it the whole time he was walking over to Inuyasha. Finally decided to show have you? The second looked confused and angry at being caught, but laughed it off. Bad move on its part. I am Kaguramaru and I have been lying dormant inside Jurama's belly. Haru smiled, having known that from the start. Is that supposed to surprise me? If so, I already knew that as I've been tracking you since the moment you left his mouth. And let me guess, Juramaru obeys no one but you. The fox demon's smile was utterly feral and Kaguramaru looked pissed beyond belief. Sango, Moroku, keep those two occupied while I check Inuyasha. Both nodded and quickly took over. Moroku tried to use the wind tunnel, but with Kaguramaru's speed it was too dangerous. Sango threw her Hireikatsu at Juramaru, but he knocked it away easily. Kaguramaru quickly moved to attack Sango, but Moroku got her out of the way. Thankfully, Haru had the foresight to apply shield charms to both Monk and Slayer, so they were both fine, but Kaguramaru was pissed as hell. Haru patched Inuyasha up the best he could at the moment before letting him go back to the fight. By that Juramaru had tried to bite Moroku and Kaguramaru had disappeared again. Inuyasha tried to listen for him, but Kagome was shouting and he couldn't focus right. As he turned around to yell at her, he caught sight of Kaguramaru popping up behind his mom. Koga, mom now! The wolf didn't even need to be told twice. He was already knocking Kaguramaru away before the thing knew what had happened. Koga picked Haru up and moved back, but kept an eye on Kaguramaru the whole time. Thanks, Kago. I hadn't even realized he was there until you were knocking him back. Stop Girl was screeching in my ears, and her perfume was clogging my nose. He said in distaste. What kind of moron wears perfume around those that have such a strong sense of smell and rely on it for battle? Only the really stupid kind. Crisis averted. Inuyasha focused on Juramaru while Haru and Koga tag-teamed Kaguramaru. They started by herding him away from Juramaru and towards the dense tree roots. Unfortunately, when Koga moved to punch him, Kaguramaru went underground as it hadn't hardened yet. He reappeared under Inuyasha's feet and got his arm. Koga and Haru moved to intervene, but he went under again. Juramaru took the chance at hit Inuyasha, sending him hard into a tree. He then came at Koga, but the wolf dodged, only to get hit in the leg by Kaguramaru. Juramaru then rushed Haru, who dodged and kicked him in the face. There was a crunch, and Haru smiled when he realized that he just broke Juramaru's nose. The other wasn't down long, and surprised Haru by going low. As he moved to counter, Kaguramaru dived at him and threw him of his stance. Juramaru wasted no time and grabbed Haru by the ankle and slammed him head first into a tree, breaking it in half. Ha ha ha! Is this the best you can do? Pathetic. I think I'll eat the fox now as punishment for being so why. Kaguramaru shouted in glee as he raced towards a very dazed Haru. Koga tried to get to Haru, but Juramaru blocked him. By the time Haru's head cleared, it was too late for him to block the incoming blow. But it never came. The hell you'll touch him. Looking up, he saw Inuyasha slice through Kagurama's blade-like arm. The half-demon wasted no time and lunged once more at the shocked incarnation. Moroku and Sango rushed over to Haru and helped him stand. Did the sword just become lighter? He wielded Tetsusaiga with one hand. Haru snorted, but it was Moroku that answered her. He's so simple-minded that when he got angry, he forgot how heavy the sword was. Inuyasha, having heard them, snorted. Simple-minded, huh? Is he underground? No. It should be too hard for him by now. Haru said with a pained grimace. Look in the air, or the trees. Inuyasha nodded and tried to focus on his surroundings before quickly moving towards Koga and Juramaru. Kaguramaru had moved to attack Koga's other leg, but Inuyasha beat him to win, and the pest had to dodge. Haru, getting sick of this cat and mouse, used the shadows to poison him. Inuyasha, he's slowed by my poison. Finish this. Both Koga and Inuyasha acted quickly and herded Kaguramaru towards Juramaru in the hopes he'd go hide in the other, and he did. Koga ran at Juramaru, hiding Inuyasha behind him. And at the last second, he moved out of the way just as Kaguramaru came out of hiding. With one powerful swing, Inuyasha destroyed them. Since the incarnations were destroyed and Haru knew for a fact that Shur was making Naraku suffer, the tired fox demon wandered over to the wolf and half-demon and dragged them into a cuddle pile. Neither fought him, and after a few minutes, they were all asleep. Delusional wenches. The next morning, Koga went on his way, but not before giving Haru a kiss on the cheek and a promise to send him his first courting gift within a few days. Haru smiled happily and sent him off with a kiss on the cheek and a hug. After Koga left, everyone agreed that it would be a good decision to head back to Kid village. As they were on their way back, Shur showed up with a passenger. Kana hopped off and shyly looked up at them through her bangs. Haru smiled widely at her and gently picked her up. "How are you, my little snowdrop?" Kana gained a little blush on her cheeks and snuggled into the raven's arms. "Missed you." She received a kiss on the head and a light tickle to the side, which made her giggle. "Well, I'm glad you came then. How about I introduce you to everyone?" Kana nodded shyly, but Haru could feel her tense up slightly. "Well, the brunette is Sango, and next to her is Naraku." Both smiled and waved at her, which she returned. "The white-haired half-demon is your older brother Inuyasha, and the little fox is your younger brother Shippo." Inuyasha smiled in amusement and waved, while Shippo pouted. "Why am I the little brother?" Haru chuckled and soothingly rubbed Shippo's cheek. "While technically Kana could be seen as younger than you, she is both physically and mentally older. Or to put it simply, she 10 years 7. Shippo still continued to pout, and it took a moment for Haru to understand why. The raven smiled softly and pulled Shippo to him, so he was holding both children. "She's not taking your place. You'll always be my baby kid, just like she's my little snowdrop and Inuyasha my pup." This seemed to appease the little fox as he happily snuggled up to a bewildered Kana. She looked up at Haru, silently asking what she should do. The raven gently placed her small hand on Shippo's head, and the little girl caught on. Soft growling caught Haru's attention, and he looked over his shoulder. The Shadow Fawn was glaring daggers at Kagome, who was looking at Kana like she was some kind of disease. Haru growled at her and shot her with a stinging hex. She yelped in pain and rubbed her left thigh, which now had a bright red mark. Kagome looked at the others for help, but they all had seen the way she had been looking at Kana and fully believed that she had deserved it. So, the trip to Kid village was tense. Once they arrived, Kagome stormed off like a spoiled child that had been told no for the first time. Kid didn't ask, thankfully, and didn't even bat an eye at Kanna's presences. She simply smiled and led them all to her hut. Once inside, Haru told the two children to go play while he and Kid patched up Inuyasha. Kanna's eyes showed her confusion of being told to go play, but Shippo was more than happy to teach her his favorite game. "Mama, can I teach Kana how to play hide-and-seek?" Normally he wouldn't ask as his mama didn't care, but Kana was different from the village kids. "That's fine, but no forest, and make sure that you explain the rules fully to her. It would probably help if you have some of the village children play too." Shippo nodded happily and led Kana from the hut. For the next few minutes, everything was peaceful. Then Kagome showed up with her bag packed and a glare on her face. "I'm going home. Did you hear what I said, Inuyasha?" Inuyasha snorted. How could he not? "Put a cork in it. Just get it over with and go," he said without even looking at her. Haru and Kid looked at each other, but paid them no mind. Why should they care? Haru continued healing Inuyasha's chest, while Kid sipped her tea. They did, however, roll their eyes as Kagome left with her nose in the air. "So, Kid, how have you been? I know Grandpa had said something about your shoulder hurting." Haru asked as he looked the other over. Kid smiled in amusement and chuckled. "I'm doing very well. Shinji has been giving me an ointment that has helped." Haru nodded happily at her before looking at Inuyasha's chest. "All done. Your chest might feel a little tender for a bit, but it will be gone by tomorrow." Inuyasha nodded as he pulled his shirt back on. He shot his mom a mischievous look before turning to Kid. "Did Mom mention that Koga is officially courting him now?" Kid grinned wildly at him before looking at the blushing fox demon. "No, he has not." Inuyasha got up and left his mom to gossip with the old hag, chuckling to himself as he heard the two start talking as soon as he had left. Inuyasha figured he'd go look for his little brother and sister. Following the cheers of the village kids, he found Shippo looking around in confusion. "Shippo, what's up?" The little fox looked up at him and bit his lip. "We were all playing hide-and-seek, but we can't find Kana. We tried calling her out, but it didn't work." Inuyasha nodded and looked at the village kids. "Did any of you see where she headed?" Most of them shook their heads before one of the older boys nearby spoke up. If you're looking for that girl with white hair, she wandered off to the forest. I saw Kagome talking to her a few minutes before, and the older didn't look happy to see her. I don't know what was said, but the little girl had her head bent the whole time. Inuyasha nodded in thanks before looking back at Shippo. Go back to Mom and let him know what happened. I'm gonna go find Kanna. The little fox nodded and quickly ran off. Inuyasha didn't waste any time and headed for the forest. He followed his nose and found Kanna not far from the village. She was sitting by the stream and just stared at the water. Inuyasha walked over to her and sat down. You okay? He asked her softly. She didn't say or do anything, just stared at the water. You know, Shippo was rather upset that he couldn't find you. I'm sure Mom's worried as well. Why don't we go back and have dinner, and you can tell us what's wrong when you're ready? Inuyasha asked her with a soft smile, hoping it would work. Kanna briefly looked at him from the corner of her eye before looking at the water. Do you think I shouldn't exist? That I'm a freak of nature? She whispered so quietly that Inuyasha almost didn't hear it. He looked at her wide-eyed. What had Kagome said to his little sister? Reining in his anger, he slowly but gently pulled Kanna onto his lap. He could feel how tense she was, and he soothingly rubbed her back. You're none of that, little flower. Whatever Kagome said to you is a lie. You are my little sister, Shippo older sister, and Mom's little snowdrop. And I'm sure that if he had it his way, he'd make you his little snow princess too. He added with a chuckle that got Kanna to blush. Mom adores you, and even though I haven't known you long, I can't see this family without you. Oh no, I'm gonna have to protect you from all the perverts in the world once you're older. If you're this cute now, I can only imagine how gorgeous you'll be once you're older. I'll have to have Shippo help me kill them all. No one gets to have my little flower. He shouted with a mock cry of outrage and hugged Kanna close. Inuyasha dramatics at Kanna giggling, and that made him smile. Now, little flower, let's head back so Mom doesn't go on a rampage. Kanna nodded and cuddled into his hold. Once they were back at the hut, Haru swiped Kanna from Inuyasha and gave him a questioning look. Inuyasha shook his head and mouthed later at him. The raven narrowed his eyes, but let it go for now. Dinner was a rather peaceful affair with lots of chatter. After everyone had eaten, Inuyasha asked if Haru would come for a walk with him. The raven understood what wasn't being said and accepted the request. What did the bitch say to her? Haru asked with a growl. I don't know what Kagome said, but if what Kanna asked is any indication, it wasn't good. She asked me if she shouldn't exist and if she was a freak of nature. Inuyasha didn't even blink when his mom destroyed the tree that had been next to him. Rage was rushing through his veins. How could that bitch say such things to his child? How dare she make his little girl feel like a freak? He was going to make her pay. But not yet, oh no, not yet. He was going to plan this out perfectly. Oh yes. That bitch won't know what hit her until it was too late. That bitch has sealed her fate. Inuyasha should have felt fear fill his very soul when he saw the twisted, bloodthirsty grin on his mom's face. He probably should have felt sorry for Kagome and even the need to warn her, but he didn't. She had brought this on herself, even after she had been given so many warnings, but she ignored them all. So no, he didn't feel anything for Kagome and was going to let her suffer the consequences of her actions. The dark atmosphere faded away as a giant soul eater soared overhead. Both picked up the scent of Kikio, and while Haru wanted nothing to do with her, he wanted to be the one to kill her. Inuyasha, get her out of the way while I relieve some stress. Inuyasha didn't argue and moved towards the fallen woman. Haru waited for the demon to come at him before releasing his rage. The Soul Eater didn't stand a chance as Haru toyed with it. It felt like hours had passed before he finally let the demon die. With most of his rage gone, he calmly sorted the dead souls from the trapped ones. The dead souls were released into the afterlife, while the trapped souls were sent back to their bodies. Feeling calmer, Haru wandered over to Inuyasha and the dead woman. So, Kikio, what brings you here? He asked sweetly. Inuyasha wasn't sure what to do and simply stood back and watched on. I was being chased and ran blindly. She bit out, shooting hateful looks at the fox demon. It seems that the heart of Enigmo, that beats deep within Naraku, still yearns for my touch. She hoped that would get a reaction from Inuyasha, but instead it just caused the fox demon to move closer. Enigmo heart? He asked in a mixture of amusement and curiosity. Kikio thought about her next words very carefully and looked at Inuyasha in hope that she would get a reaction. He desired me, and having me kill you with my own 2 hands was something that he dreamed about. It was something that the jealous heart of Enigmo schemed for. Inuyasha, thinking of their previous friendship, snorted. He was jealous over something so ridiculous. Kikio, thinking that she had him, smiled in amusement. Yes, ridiculous, but that's what mortals are. She totally missed the amused light within Haru's eyes. His suspicion had been right. Inuyasha noticed his mom's amusement but said nothing and looked at Kikio. Does Naraku have feelings for you two now? He asked curiously, but Kikio took it the wrong way and thought he was jealous. He is reluctant to admit it, but I am certain that he has a lingering desire for me, and in an effort to ease that feeling, he's trying to get rid of me. Haru snorted on the inside. What was with these 2 wenches and thinking that every man wants them? The human may have wanted her, but Naraku would sooner cut off his arm and balls before touching this clay doll. I do believe that you should be going now. After all, I'll be more than happy to kill you if you don't. Kikio looked at Inuyasha, but he just looked back at her with a questioning look. Knowing better than to stay, Kikio let her soul collectors take her away. Once Kikio was out of sight, the 2 men finally noticed Kagome standing nearby, just staring at Inuyasha in betrayal. Yeah, both these wenches were delusional. Old men. Haru watched the staring contest from the sidelines. He had a feeling about what the wench was thinking, but knew that his son didn't if the confused look the half-demon was wearing meant anything. Kagome, Inuyasha asked quietly. Haru snorted when she ran off like an idiot. Mom? Inuyasha questioned, sounding rather lost. He just walked over to him and kissed his forehead. Don't try and understand delusional idiots. You'll just get a headache. Inuyasha looked totally confused still, but didn't argue. Haru nodded and happily led him back to the village for cuddles and sleep. The next morning, Kagome prattled on about all the supplies she had brought back, while Sango and Moroku watched her in confusion and hidden annoyance. They had been told a little about what she had said to Kanna, and they weren't impressed. While Kanna was made by Naraku, that didn't make her just like him. She was rather clueless about certain things and how to interact with others, but she was a sweet child that hadn't deserved such harsh words. So, when Kagome stated that she was leaving again, they tried half-heartedly to stop her. They were beginning to really dislike her, and the only reason that they talked to her at all was because she could see the jewel shards. So she left then. Both Slayer and Monk jumped when they were brought from their thoughts by Haru's sudden appearance. The fox demon didn't look surprised, just annoyed. Well, since she's off to pout, I'm going to train Inuyasha. Sango, if you'd like to, I know that Uncle Sev is at the manor and would more than happily teach you today. Sango nodded in amusement and watched on as Karara and Sure followed the fox demon into the trees. Moroku, I think Shinji has some scrolls you could read and study while I'm with Severus. We all know that the man will let you nowhere near his lab. She added with a smirk. Moroku looked rather sour over the fact, but followed her anyway. Haru watched from the trees as Inuyasha dodged both demons. He's gotten slow. You could try putting weights on his arms and legs. I hear it works rather well. Snorting, he looked to his left and found Scarlet sitting there. It's been some time since I've seen you. What's up? I know you didn't just come here to see me, he said with a smile, but without any amusement. Scarlet nodded and handed him an old leather-bound book. There was no writing in the front or any markings that would tell what's inside. It's a spell book on parcel magic. Haru tensed up at the mention of magic and felt dread fill his stomach. Why are you giving me this? Scarlet didn't just give things to others without reason. They're getting desperate in their search, and your uncle can't keep them stalled forever. I can't give you exactly when, but I'm betting on within the next 7 to 8 months, she stated in annoyance. He wasn't sure how to react to this new information and felt numb. Do you know how? She smiled, but it was bitter. Try Wizard Tournament. Toss your human name in, and the goblet will do the rest. On the bright side, they expect a naive 14-year-old, not a fully trained high priestess from the lunar clan of the Eclipse bloodline. She added with a smirk, hoping to make him feel better. What will happen to them? Haru asked sadly as his gaze landed on Inuyasha. I don't know, it keeps changing much to Fate's annoyance. Each choice you make changes it, and Fate hates that. If she had it her way, You wouldn't be here, and Inuyasha would be clueless, pinning over Kikio, and eventually end up with Kago. Haru growled at that and flipped off the sky. Well off fate. He screamed at the sky, much to scarlet amusement. Inuyasha? Sure. And Karara paused what they were doing when they heard Haru scream. All three sweat dropped when they saw the raven and a black and white-haired woman shouting at the sky and giving it the middle finger. They all looked at each other and backed away very slowly, as not to attract their attention. All three wanted to keep what sanity they had left. Thank you very much. After all, one of Haru's rules was never mess with crazy people or your sanity is forfeit. And it was a very good rule to remember. Bad news and good news. Chapter notes. Sorry this took so long. Kana stayed one more day before Sure took her back to Naraku. Haru pouted for a few hours while cuddling a pleased Shippo, much to the others' amusement. They eventually decided to head out again and had managed to con Hachi, a tanuki that is technically Moroka's friend, into giving them a lift using one of his transformations. Though this was after they got Haru to stop cuddling him. Though Hachi didn't seem to mind if the pleased look on his face was anything to go by. Unfortunately, Kagome had came back and acted like she had done nothing wrong. Everyone had actually expected the fox demon to attack her, but he smiled smugly instead. It was rather unnerving, even though Kagome didn't seem to notice how Haru's smile was more predatory than smug. They traveled for a bit with Kagome, trying to talk to Inuyasha, who ignored her, while Haru fawned over Hachi, which had the tanuki blushing up a storm. Eventually, they landed near some messed up ground and rubble that used to be Naraku Castle. I can still feel traces of Naraku miasma, Moroka stated as they looked around. It doesn't make any sense, though. There's hardly any signs of the ruins. You sure Naraku Castle was really here? Inuyasha asked the others in confusion. Sango remained quiet, as did Haru, who was watching her, so Moroku answered him. You got a point. Considering it's Naraku, it wouldn't be the first time we've been lured to a false castle. Kagome looked at the two and opened her mouth, only for Haru to cut in. It's honestly not that hard to make something as big as that castle disappear without a trace. While it's possible that it was an illusion, I don't think Naraku would put that much energy into something like that. It's more likely that the castle had been abandoned and he just took over. You'd be surprised by just how many castles and manors have either been abandoned or simply forgotten about. I can name 5 in just this area alone. Haru stated absently, completely ignoring the glare Kagome was shooting him. Well, I think it was an illusion. Who in their right mind would just abandon a castle? Kagome stated sharply while trying not to sneer. No, Haru, right? It was real. Everyone looked over at Sango, who was kneeling by a hole. Kagome shot her a sour look and huffed. How would you know that? Sango coldly glared at her, but didn't reply. She simply went back to what she was doing. Kagome slowly turned red at being ignored, but stayed silent when she caught the look Haru was shooting her. Once his message had been received by the stupid wench, he walked over to the kneeling slayer and helped her. The other slayers, yes? He asked her softly as he helped pull some of the armor free. Sango nodded with a soft smile, but her eyes were pained. This was my father's armor. The day he was murdered, we demon slayers were lured to Naraku Castle. My father and all the others were slaughtered. The assassin was my young brother Kahaku. His mind was being controlled by Naraku. Their bodies were buried in the corner of the courtyard, right where we're standing. She trailed off, but Haru could see her fighting back tears. He gently pulled her to his side and kissed the top of her head. We can move them to the Slayer village and give them a proper burial. If you need to talk or simply grieve, come to me, okay? He added the last part softly, so only she would hear it. Sango nodded stiffly, but he knew that he would be seeing her soon. Haru looked up at Moroku, and before he could ask, the monk was already taking off his purple wrap and laid it out. You read my mind. Thank you. The monk blushed and refused to look at him, which made him and Sango chuckle. It didn't take long for the remains to be dug up, and seeing as it would take too much time to move them back to the Slayer's village, Sango agreed to have them buried near the cliffs for the time being. After Haru repaired the armor, much to Sango's silent joy and gratitude, he helped Inuyasha place large rocks on the graves to make a makeshift shrine that would also keep animals from digging them up. Once done, Moroku performed a small ceremony, and after that, Haru preformed his own. Sango watched as the older fox demon transformed from the fun and caring, if not insane, Haru into a high priestess worthy of the name. Had she not seen it for herself, she never would have recognized him. His hair was in a lost braid that fell down his back, and he was wearing formal ceremony robes. He looked stunningly ethereal, and she felt honored that he would go this far for her and her kin. Sango had honestly thought that he would do something similar to what Maroka had done, but this was far different than what she had expected or even hoped for. High Priestess Haru, as she didn't feel right simply calling him Haru, even if it was only in her head, started chanting softly as he touched each stone with his hand. As he did this, the stone started to glow and markings started to form on the smooth surface. By the end, each stone had the name of a fallen slayer with the same symbol under their name. With one last bow, High Priestess Haru vanished and fun-loving Haru returned. After a moment of silence, Sango looked at the fox. What are the symbols under their names? He looked at her softly and handed her a pendant made from her father's armor. It had the symbol. It's the mark that all warriors of the Eclipse clans bear, and they deserve to bear it just like you do. Any who see this mark will know that those buried here are worthy of the Eclipse clan's respect. Sango looked at him and then the pendant. The symbol was a crescent moon with an 8-pointed sun in the center. It was beautiful and so graceful, but at the same time seemed so powerful. She held the pendant tight and felt so honored that Haru not only respected her kin, but respected her too. They stayed a bit longer before moving on and traveling through the forest. Inuyasha and Kagome argued about when they should make camp and where. It was Haru that finally put the argument to a stop and declared that they were camping in the field just past the tree line. Thankfully, they hadn't fully settled in, as not an hour later Karara became unsettled, followed by both Haru and Kagome sensing a jewel shard. Inuyasha followed Kagome's direction, but was honestly following his mom instead. No matter what direction Kagome tried to lead him, he'd always follow his mom first. It was in the older demon's blood to know where the jewel was, shards or not. So, it made more sense to him to follow his mom than the idiot he was currently carrying. He heard Maroka make a comment about Naraku, poisonous insects, and briefly glanced up before looking ahead again. So, they're after the sacred jewel shard too, are they? Inuyasha looked at his mom and wasn't surprised that he was far ahead of them. So, it wasn't surprising that his mom got to the demon that was attacking Kahaku first. He huffed slightly, but didn't hold it against the older demon. It had been a while since his mom could have some fun, ignoring his mom's insane cackling. Inuyasha kept an eye on Sango and Kahaku, though it was hard not to wince when he heard Kahaku ask Sango who she was. His mom was just gonna love this. Note the sarcasm. After Haru was done playing with the poor and now dead demon, they gathered up the confused Kahaku and shell-shocked Sango and moved to a hut that they passed on their way to the shard. Haru took one look at Kahaku and cuddled him. You are the cutest little human boy I have ever met. Inuyasha cleared his throat and gave a pointed look at a shaky Sango. The older demon stuck his tongue out at his eldest before giving Kahaku a checkup. The amnesia is to be expected and only temporary. It was most likely caused by the mind control he was under plus stress. You'll get slight headache as your memory comes back, but if it gets too painful, let me know. Once Kahaku nodded, Haru continued. Sango, as his sister, may I have your permission to check the shard in Kahaku back? Not receiving a reply, Haru looked up and found Sango staring. Inuyasha nudged the slayer, and she jumped. What? Inuyasha snorted and pointed at Haru, who repeated his request. Yes, please. Haru nodded and smiled warmly at the hesitant teen. Sango, why don't you help jog Kaka memory while I look at the shard? It will feel a bit uncomfortable and I need him to keep still. She nodded and moved to sit in front of the younger. Haru tuned everyone out and gently placed his hand over the shard in Kahaku back. As his power flowed into and around the shard, he felt Kahaku start to twitch. I know it feels strange, but I need you to hold still, sweetie. I don't want to accidentally pull the shard out or move it. He heard Sango draw Kahaku into a conversation, which had him calming down. He still twitched, but it wasn't as bad. Haru scanned the shard and placed protections on it before gently pulling back. He took a moment to collect himself before signaling that he was done. Once Kaku back was covered again, the fox thought about the best way to put things. Okay, I have good news and I have bad news. Which would you like first? He questioned cheerfully. Everyone stared at him while Inuyasha face-bombed. Sango quickly recovered and steeled herself. Bad news first, please, she said grimly. Well, bad news is if we take the shard out right now, Kahaku will die, but you already knew that. So, good news is I can ask Uncle Sev to look through his notes and journals for potions that will help. However, this will take some time, but I don't see Uncle Sev taking forever on something like this. Haru stated happily, but avoided eye contact, which Inuyasha caught. Amber eyes bored into the older demon's head. Mom! The fox twitched but still didn't look at them. Momo! Inuyasha drew out with a hint of force. Fine. Haru whined before pouting at them. I know that you won't like it, but I would suggest that Kahaku stay with. Haru swallowed heavily and fiddled with a strand of hair before he continued. With Naraku, until Uncle Sev has something that can help. He screamed and hid behind Inuyasha when Sango lunged at him. Let me explain, he cried. Sango huffed, but didn't move her hand from her sword. Fine. Haru nodded sharply and swallowed. At the moment, Kahaku can't defend himself properly, and leaving him with Kid would put a target on the village. We can't take him with us, either, as that would put his shard at risk. The safest place for him, even though you don't like it, is with Naraku. No one knows where he is, and the demons that do wouldn't be stupid enough to try and attack Kahaku. Yes, Naraku is but he's not a stupid one. If I personally take Kahaku there, I will lay the same ground rules I did with Kanna. I've also put so many protections on Kaha's shard that Naraku would get sicker than a drunk man if he even got within touching distance. Haru held his breath as Sango stared at him with a hard glare. After what felt like an eternity, Sango sighed. While I don't want to admit it, you're right. But I'm only agreeing to this because I know for a fact that Naraku is terrified of both you and Sure. Quickly casting a silencing charm on a red-faced Kagome, Haru perked up. So, I can take him now? Because it would up Kagura so bad. Receiving confused looks, he clarified. She's about a mile out with a bunch of demons and I hate her. So, if Kahaku not here, her plans are addition. So, may I take him now? Sango nodded sharply and watched as Kahaku was whisked away again. But at least this time she knew he would be okay. Naraku had the sudden urge to run for his life and carefully looked around. He couldn't sense Sure in any of the shadows nor Kanna, but the feeling didn't ease. Swallowing heavily, he looked back down at the papers in his hands, only to find a tiny black fox looking back at him. He screamed and fell off the boulder he had been sitting on. Now, is that any way to get someone? I thought you had at least some manners. A voice stated in amusement. Naraku shot Haru a glare, but it quickly died when he caught sight of Kahaku and then the fox demon's malicious grin. This is going to hurt a lot, isn't it? It wasn't a question, and Haru's grin only go bigger. Inuyasha wants to believe in his illusion. Don't ruin it, you pervert. When Haru got back the next morning, no one mentioned the blood on his clothes or his insane giggles. They all, besides Kagome, felt rather sorry for Naraku and silently prayed for him. Once Haru had gotten cleaned up and changed his kimono, Inuyasha filled him in on what had happened with Kagura. She was easy to deal with and rather pissed that Kahaku wasn't even here. Unfortunately, Morocco didn't see the poisonous insects hidden with the demon horde and sucked a few of them up with his wind tunnel. You might want to see about fixing that if you can. Haru nodded sadly and silently berated himself for the oversight. Once he's feeling better, I'll ward his hand against anything that could cause lethal harm to his person. On the bright side, if he only sucked up a few, we can just let the poison run its course, and he should have some poison immunity at the very least. He added cheerfully, only for Inuyasha to snort. The fox demon left Inuyasha to check on the sick monk, only to find said monk groping Sango. The slayer hit him, and Haru couldn't help but laugh at them. Young love is so cute and innocent. Once Moroku was recovered enough to travel, they followed the river downstream and eventually came across the village. They decided to see what it might have for sale, but agreed that they wouldn't stop there for long, as the day had only just begun. As they were passing through the village fields, they heard screaming, and a moment later a kid came running up behind them. "What's wrong?" Sango asked the kid, seeing as she was the closest. The kid looked panicked and frantically pointed back down the path. "It's my grandpa. Please, you've got to help him." Inuyasha, assuming it was a demon, took off before finding out what had actually happened. So, it was with no small amount of amusement that the others watched a rather grumpy Inuyasha giving the little old man a piggyback ride. Bet you'll think twice before running off without knowing what the problem is. Haru stated in amusement. Inuyasha just shot him a dirty look and said nothing. Seeing as the little old man had fallen, Haru had checked him over and was relieved that nothing was broken, and he only had a bit of bruising and a twisted ankle. Haru didn't want to heal it then and there, for the little old man would still need to rest it for the remainder of the day. So, Inuyasha was carrying him back, though the half-demon knew that this was a punishment for running off without thinking. Once at the village, Haru healed the old man's ankle and gave him strict instructions to stay off it for the rest of the day. Before leaving, they checked out what was for sale, and Haru even handed out some potions that the villagers could use, seeing as he had made too much and didn't want to waste it. Just as they were about to leave, the kid from before found them. "Hey, Mr. Dogman." Inuyasha's face twitched at the name, but other than that, he didn't react. "I wanted to thank you for helping my grandpa, so I want to give you my treasure." The boy stated happily before putting something in Inuyasha's hand and running off. Everyone looked at the half-demon curiously and held back a chuckle. The boy had given him snake skin. "Inuyasha, if you want, I can make it into a bracelet for you. It's in good shape and should fit your wrist just right. Snake skin holds wards and spells very well, though dragon hide is the preferred material." Haru asked curiously. Inuyasha huffed, but handed it over, much to Shippo's dismay. "How about I look at my potion supplies and see if I can't find some for you?" This seemed to appease the little fox demon, as he simply watched Haru work on the snake skin from the elder's shoulder. It didn't take long, and soon enough, Inuyasha was sporting a new snake skin bracelet on his left wrist. Before Haru could make one for Shippo, Inuyasha stopped suddenly and turned around. "I smell human blood." Scenting the air, Haru growled as he too smelled human blood in the air. Following Inuyasha's gaze, he snarled when he caught sight of smoke coming from the direction of the village that they had left not an hour ago. They all took off and quickly came across the grandson of the little old man. The kid had an arrow lodged in his shoulder, but looked otherwise okay. "Please help Gramps." He got out before collapsing. Haru caught him before he hit the ground and cooed softly. "It's okay now. Let me get you all fixed while the others go help." Inuyasha. The elder didn't need to continue as the younger was already off. Naraku and Sango were not far behind, not even bothering to see if Kagome was following, which Haru made sure she didn't. Inuyasha could only snarl at the sight that greeted him. Flames everywhere, bodies littering the ground, and bandits everywhere. He had to be careful with his attacks, as the bandits had gathered the women up and had them together. He disturbed them a bit and demanded to know where the leader was. "Inuyasha, among the bandits. Do you see it?" He grunted at Naraku's question, seeing as Sango was watching from above. "Yeah, there's a demon among them." Sudden chuckling had him on edge, and Naraku noted it. The bandits parted, and another with a large axe, riding a white horse, appeared. He didn't look like your everyday bandit. He looked clean and put together, which put Inuyasha even further on edge. "Little man, that sword you brandish is most interesting." Inuyasha just sneered at him. "So, you must be the demon, controlling a bunch of bandits, are you?" The demon shot him a smug dark look, but said nothing. The bandits, on the other hand, started muttering amongst themselves. The demon seemed to ignore them and simply shot Inuyasha a haughty look. "Little man, hand over that sword of yours." Inuyasha simply looked at him as if he were stupid. This seemed to piss the other off, but he quickly covered it with another haughty look. "If you won't hand it over, then I'll have no choice but to take it from you." Inuyasha said nothing, knowing full well that the demon was trying to bait him in a striking first. His mom drilled it into his head that you never make the first move against an unknown threat. You never know what they have up their sleeves. The demon got fed up with being ignored and lunged at Inuyasha, who reacted. Axe met blade, and the axe didn't stand a chance. Tsuga took a chunk out of it. Inuyasha prepared for another attack, but didn't attack himself. "That's a mighty sharp sword." Once again, he didn't respond, knowing full well that it would piss off the other again. And once again, The other reacted first by throwing one of the women at Inuyasha. He caught her, but didn't have time to fully get out of the other's way as he shot a poison-type dust from his mouth. Thankfully, it only hit his right cheek, but damn did the blistered skin hurt. Haha, you've been showered with my poison, the demon said as it aimed for Inuyasha's stomach with the broken axe. The other's attack nicked him, but he was otherwise fine, though this time he did retort. You got poison in your mouth? No wonder you can't keep it shut. I wouldn't either if my mouth tasted like shit. The demon snarled and lunged again, which Inuyasha countered before striking back only for the demon to jump out of the way. Before Inuyasha could react, the demon started to fire a web like substance from his mouth. He half noticed Moroku's sudden appearance and was rather grateful to the monk when he used his staff to erect a barrier to protect them both. Inuyasha had one last thought before they were fully encased. Mom's going to kill me in the name of training. Sango watched in horror as both Moroku and Inuyasha were cocooned. She had wanted to help, but knew that someone had to inform Haru if something went wrong. And this went very wrong. She dreaded going back to tell Haru about what had happened. Haru had the patience of a saint, and there were very few things that could snap it instantly. 2 certain winches to be exact. The other thing was someone messing with his family. So, when Sango came back and told him about what had happened, he was gone in an instant and appeared before the bandit leader. My, do we have a little insect that thinks he's all-powerful? You look more like a pest under my foot than someone with power, though we of the Eclipse have high standards, he stated viciously with a sneer that showed his fangs. The demon looked taken aback by the insult but still tried to act haughty. I assure you that I am no mere insect as you think. I am worthy of my power, as you will soon see once the monk's barrier drops, the pest said with a pointed look at the cocoon. Looking at it from the corner of his eye, he noticed both Inuyasha and Moroku shooting him looks of relief. Tell me, pest, do you know the one way to earn the wrath of an Eclipse fox? The demon looked at him in counseled confusion. Haru looked at him with demonic eyes and a feral grin. You attacked their pup and try to kill them. You signed your death warrant the second you trapped him. The pest looked scared and tried to come up with excuses. Had I known that he was yours, I wouldn't have dared. Haru just chuckled. It wouldn't have mattered. The moment you attacked this village, your life was over. The guardian of this area's court would have hunted you down and destroyed you. I'm just doing him a favor. Seeing no escape, the pest transformed into a giant moth and tried to flee. Haru just cackled and transformed as well. He was now a bit bigger than the pest and didn't even hesitate to pounce. It was with great satisfaction that he bit into the moth's neck and relished in the blood that came out. The Eclipse weren't violent by nature, but that doesn't mean that they can't be. Inuyasha was so close to losing control, and all because of this pest. No, he wouldn't allow such filth to walk this earth. Once free, Inuyasha leaned on Shure and watched in morbid fascination as his mom tore the demon to shreds. He had never seen his mom be so violent, and it was fascinating. His mom was always plotting and planning, smiling and laughing, elegant and graceful, but never vicious and bloodthirsty. A sudden scent caught his attention, and he saw Sesomaru at the tree line, looking rather uncomfortable. A moment later, another scent hit him, and he nearly puked. Sesomaru, you are such a pervert. Everyone looked at where he was pointing, but they didn't see the slight flush on the demon's cheeks like Inuyasha could. Apparently, his mom heard him and was no two looking at the dog demon, who fidgeted slightly. Inuyasha saw the look in his mom's eyes and groaned. Mom! The older demon just chuckled before walking over to the other and transformed in front of the flustered dog demon. Inuyasha, I'll be back later. You know which potions to take. Inuyasha simply moaned into sure fur. He couldn't bear to see his mom walk off with his horny half-brother. He liked the illusion of purity that he had of his mom. It was bad enough that Koga was courting him and that Naraku might be on that list too at some point. By the time he saw his mom next, there wasn't a doubt in his mind that Sesomaru would be on that list too. Little Rin, chapter notes. Sorry this took so long. I meant to update on the second, but got a nasty migraine. So I said, oh well, I'll just update tomorrow. Well, Mother Nature said that. The past 2 weeks have been off and on thunderstorms and heavy winds. Blackouts, all but non-existent Wi-Fi, And to top it all off, a minor rotation that appeared over the church not far from my house. So this time I'm just adding one chapter, but I'm going to try and update every month, whether it's just one chapter or two. Hopefully, this will help me be more consistent. Much to Sesomaru's disappointment, he was left hard and uncomfortable. Not that he would let it show, though. Haru had smiled sweetly at him, blood staining his lips a crimson red, and walked off. He had tried to follow, but a thick wall of shadows stopped him. So yes, he was left by himself, horny after Haru's bloody display, and unable to follow the tease to the little pond that the fox was now bathing in. It really made it 1,000 times worse, knowing that the tease was naked, and the only thing stopping him from seeing was a wall of shadows that seemed to mock him. Realizing where his line of thought was going, Sesomaru hung his head. Inuyasha was right, he was a pervert. Haru chuckled to himself as he watched Sesomaru hang his head. He knew that he was being an awful tease, but the look on the dog demon's face was just so worth it. While it was fun to torment the other male, he really did want to check on Inuyasha as soon as he could. So he quickly washed up and summoned some clean clothes. If you're done pouting, I'd love to meet the darling little girl you have with you. Sesomaru glared at him. Not that you'd notice if you weren't looking for it, and walked off in the direction Haru assumed the camp was at. After a few minutes of walking, Haru heard Jaken's whiny voice followed by the sound of childish giggles. The imp seemed to be complaining about being left behind and how it wasn't fair that he should babysit a human. Haru silently snuck up behind the imp and chuckled. My Jaken, are you questioning your lord's decision? That doesn't seem very proper of you. One would think that you no longer wish to be his servant. The imp froze and appeared to be having trouble understanding what just happened. Haru ignored Jaken's mental breakdown and calmly walked over to the little girl. She didn't seem to be afraid of him, but she was definitely nervous. Aeon seemed pleased to see him, and this seemed to calm the child. I've missed you too. Has Sesomaru been good to you? Aeon whined slightly and looked at him with big sad eyes. Oh, you poor babies. I bet he hasn't even given you any cuddles. Such a mean doggy. I should just take you with me. Spoil you rotten. Aeon purred happily and nuzzled into the raven's sides. A long-suffering sigh could be heard from behind him, but the raven paid it no mind. I'd take you away in a heartbeat, but you seem to have made a new friend, Nebraska? Aeon nodded happily and gently nudged the child forward. Haru smiled softly and kneeled down to her level. Hi, my name is Haru. May I know yours? Big brown eyes looked at him shyly before looking over his shoulder. He had to fight back a chuckle as he knew she was looking at Sesomaru. Hearing a slight shift from behind, he figured that Sesomaru had nodded. Rin's name is Rin, she muttered shyly, a light blush on her little face. Cute. Well, Rin, I'm glad to see that someone seems to give Aeon all the cuddles he could want. He's such a good boy and deserves to be spoiled. Rin nodded and smiled happily at him. How do you know Lord Sesomaru, Lady Haru? The raven laughed at the innocent question. First, Rin, I am no lady, though I look quite female. Second, Sesomaru has been trying and failing to court me for a very long time. Does that bother you? Rin shook her head quickly before asking another question. Do you like Lord Sesomaru? Rin thinks he is wonderful. Haru smiled slyly and looked at Sesomaru from the corner of his eye. Oh, so, do you think that I should allow him to court me? Rin scrunched up her nose and thought for a moment before nodded sharply. Lord Sesomaru is the best, and you feel right. Curious as to what she meant, Haru asked her to explain. Rin has seen other lady demons try to talk to Lord Sesomaru, but they don't feel right. They don't like Rin and say bad things. The lady demons don't act right, and Rin doesn't like it. Oh, how do they act? Rin paused for a moment before glaring at the ground. They act like the weird ladies that live in the red rooms. Rin thought they felt right, but not in the right way for Lord Sesomaru. Her mind shut down for a moment before registering what the child had just said. Rin, this sweet, innocent, naive little girl, had been in a red light district at some point and had met courtesans. Shooting Sesomaru a dark look, he calmly asked when the child had met these ladies. Oh. Rin met them before Lord Sesomaru. She didn't elaborate, but that seemed to be enough to save Sesomaru manhood. Rin, how did they feel right but not right? Rin hummed in thought for a moment before answering. They felt powerful, but still. She trailed off, not knowing that right word to use. Like a flower, I think. Do you mean delicate? She nodded quickly. Delicate? They felt powerful, but still delicate. The lady demons felt like that, but they weren't powerful. Just delicate and icky. Haru snickered at the description, knowing that it was completely true. Most lady demons weren't like that, but there are always those few idiots who think they are the most important demons to ever live. Once he stopped laughing, Haru took a closer look at the little girl. She had all the signs one would expect to see, but he would need to test her to be sure. Ruffling through his ever-present bag, he pulled out a clear glass orb the size of an apple. Rin, can you hold this for me, please? She looked confused, but did as asked, and after a moment or two, it started glowing a pale silver. Rin looked even more confused, but Haru just hummed. Well, that settles that. Hopping up, he turned to Sesshomaru. Congratulations. You are the proud parent of a little witch and or priestess in training. The older male didn't even twitch when he was shot in the face with confetti. Rin watched in wonder as Haru bounced around Lord Sesshomaru. He had said that she was a witch and a priestess, but that wasn't right. All the old people back in the village said that witches were bad and that the priests and priestesses hunted them down. So how could she be both? She wasn't bad, was she? Haru was happily annoying Sesshomaru when he caught Rin crying out of the corner of his eye. Rin, sweetie, what's wrong? She sniffled and looked at him with tear-filled eyes. Is Rin bad? The old people used to say that witches were bad. She then started to cry harder. Oh, Rin, just because you have magic doesn't mean you're bad. Many priests and priestesses have both magic and spiritual energy. They just don't use it as much. Rin looked at him, again, this time without tears. So Rin not bad? Haru chuckled. No, you're a very good girl. You're like me, but without being a demon. Rin tilted her head cutely, so he continued. Like me, you have strong magic and spiritual energy. Normally, one would overpower the other. But like me, yours is perfectly balanced. So, if you would like, I can start teaching you how to use them both or just one of them. You don't have to answer me now. I just want you to think about it. But he trailed off as he searched through his bag again. After a bit of searching, he pulled out a black crystal and a lavender crystal. These are two-way crystals. The black one was given to me by my magic teacher, while the lavender one was given to me by my spiritual teacher. Both women would be more than happy to answer any of your questions. The crystals work just like the orb I handed you. Just hold and let your power flow into them. I'll show you. Haru took the black crystal and added a little bit of power. The crystal glowed for a moment before stopping. A few seconds later, it lit back up and stayed that way. Looking up, Haru smiled at the stern-faced woman. Maruyoshi was a stern woman, but not overly so. She wanted the best for her students and pushed them when it was necessary. Known for being one of the most powerful witches, she had high standards when it came to picking her potential students. She had shoulder length, deep blue hair that made her molten gold eyes stand out even more. Due to her magic, she didn't look a day over 20, but Haru knew for a fact that she was well over 1,000 years old. Maru, this is Rin, a possible student. Rin, this is my magic teacher, Maruyoshi. Maru looked amused, while Rin was looking at her in awe. Any, why does she look like a ghost? Haru chuckled at her question. In a way, she's a ghost. The crystal is showing you an image of her, even though she's still in her tower. Just like she's seeing an image of us, even though we're still here. Rin looked amazed and quickly started asking Maru all sorts of questions, much to the woman's delight. Haru had figured that the woman had been getting bored. Maybe he should introduce her to Uncle Sev. He had a feeling they would hit it off. Rukatsusiai Part 1. When Haru joined them once more, he was unmarked and still smelled pure, much to Inuyasha relief. The older demon was excited, however, and kept cooing over a little human child that Sesshomaru had picked up. Her name is Rin, and she is the most adorable human girl I have even seen. She's about the same age as Kana, and I think they would get along splendidly. Rin, quite powerful too for her age. I introduced her to my old teachers, and they adore her too. Once everyone got over the shock of Sesshomaru of all people having a human child with him, Inuyasha asked to speak with his mom privately. Haru smiled softly at his son and patiently waited for him to speak. After a few minutes, Inuyasha finally spoke up. How do I do it? He didn't ask for clarification, as he knew what his son was asking. You have to do what your father couldn't. Inuyasha growled lowly and tightened his grip on the Tessega. What does that even mean? Haru sighed and looked off into the trees. Your father was a very powerful demon, but he wasn't a god. He had a long-standing feud with a dragon by the name of Rukitsusei. The day you were born, they fought viciously, and in the end your father managed to place a seal on him, but not before he was fatally injured. To surpass your father, you must kill Rukitsusei. Haru waited for Inuyasha to collect his thoughts before speaking again. If you wish to do this, I will come with you and remove the seal. I won't force you to make a decision now. Think about it for a little bit and... Before he could continue, Inuyasha interrupted him. I want to do it. Will you take me? Inuyasha sounded so serious and determined that Haru couldn't say no. They informed the others that they were leaving for a little while and to kindly not follow. This was directed more at Kagome than anybody else. The others told them to have fun, and they would be here waiting for them to return. Myoga somehow managed to tag along and had argued heavily against Haru removing the seal. Myoga, kindly shut up. I don't like the thought of Inuyasha facing him any more than you do, but he will not surpass his father if he doesn't face Rukitsusei in a proper battle. The little pest didn't argue back and thankfully let the subject go for the moment. After that, their walk was pleasantly quiet, though both of them spotted Naraku insects. Haru said to pay them no mind, and Inuyasha happily listened, knowing that Naraku was terrified of the fox. Reaching Rukitsusei involved a lot of climbing that Inuyasha didn't complain about for fear of his mom's twisted humor. While the climb up wasn't easy, it was a lot better than when he was being trained. When Inuyasha caught his first glimpse of Rukitsusei, he got nervous. The dragon was massive in size and didn't look like he had weakened at all, even after so many years being sealed to a cliffside. The claw on his chest is the only thing keeping him asleep. Once removed, it will be like he was never hit to begin with. You will need to be ready, because he will not hold back, and he will hit hard right from the start. Since Naraku seems to be up there already, he can do the honor of destroying the claw. Haru stated with a hint of amusement, coating his voice. Inuyasha looked closer at the claw and spotted Naraku standing on it. He would have been mad had he not already known that the other had been watching them. If that means you stay away from Rukitsusei, then I'm all for it. Haru nodded in amusement at his son's protectiveness before calling out to Naraku. Destroy it, and once this is done, I wish to talk to you. Even with it being a puppet, both mom and son could feel its radiation wariness, but it destroyed the claw nonetheless. Once the claw was gone, demonic energy slowly filled the air as Rukitsusei awoke. Inuyasha, prepare yourself. I will not interfere with this battle, but I will be watching. Inuyasha nodded nervously, but felt better when his mom hugged him before leaving. Focusing back on Rukitsusei, he quickly dodged the claws that came at him before quickly avoiding a beam of energy that the dragon fired from his mouth. The beam hit Naraku, puppet dead on, and destroyed a good portion of the cliffside in the process. A mere demon puppet, hardly a warrior. Rukitsusei stated with a sneer before focusing on Inuyasha. Little man, I hope you'll provide me more amusement than he could. Inuyasha smirked and readied his stance. More than happy to oblige you. He saw his mom out of the corner of his eye and felt a bit more confident. Come at me, little man. Don't deny me some entertainment. Rukitsusei cried out, sounding rather like an impatient child. Inuyasha smirked, but didn't drop his guard. I'm the one who's going to be entertained. Doing a subtle, but quick, once-over of the dragon, Inuyasha quickly formed a plan in his head and hoped it'd work out. If not, he was screwed. He didn't bother with attacking head-on as dragon skin was tough shit. There was no why he was piercing that without some serious force behind his swing. Instead, he waited for Rukitsusei to make the first move. If he could bounce the other's energy blast off of his sword, he might just have something to work with. Rukitsusei finally got sick of waiting and fired first. Unfortunately, the shot was too quick for him to test with, so he had to dodge. On the plus side, Rukitsusei wasn't built for speed, and Inuyasha was able to use that against him. He dodged circles around him, but this also meant that he couldn't test his blade against Rukitsusei Energy Blast. Inuyasha was too lost in thought to dodge the next attack and got hit, crashing into the cliffside and losing his grip on Tessega. Before he could recover, Rukitsusei fired another energy blast at him. Everything suddenly seemed to slow down after he was hit, and all he could feel was his demon blood bubbling to the surface. Haru felt Naraku appear behind him, but his focus was fully on his son. He wanted to go down there so badly, but Inuyasha needed to do this or he'd never grow stronger. This didn't mean that he wasn't going to cuddle him to death afterwards, though. "I can feel your stress," he snorted. "My pup is down there fighting a demon that could easily kill him if he makes the wrong choice. Not that I would let it get that far. Rukitsusei may be a prick, but he does have some honor when it comes to formal challenges." A hand snaked around his waist as Naraku pulled him close. "While I may not like him, I do respect his bull-headed strength. Rukitsusei may have age on his side, but Inuyasha has you on his. Let him put that training to work." Haru moved to say something else, but the arrival of Kagura and Momo had him pause. What on earth are they doing here? They were told to wait. Naraku sighed before let go and vanished into the background as the others came closer. The fox glared at them as they approached. "Why exactly are you all here?" Aside from Kagome, they all shrank under the demon's heated glare. Sango seemed to gather herself after a moment and answered the question. "We were going to stay put, but we felt the demonic aura and got worried. Then we ran into Totosai, and he told us about Rukitsusei and how he was the reason that Inuyasha dad was dead. We knew that you were with Inuyasha, but we just couldn't stay. We needed to be here to show our support." The demon slayer rambled on before being stopped by an exasperated Haru. "I appreciate what you were trying to do, but I asked you to stay behind for a reason. I need to focus on Inuyasha's safety, and I can't do that if I'm worrying about you all as well. It's too late for you to leave now, so just stay as far back as you can and don't interfere." They all nodded quickly, while Moroka made sure that Kagome couldn't argue. Sighing to himself as Karara and Momo took to the air, Haru refocused on Inuyasha. He was still on the ground, but Haru knew that wasn't going to last long. With the demon blood boiling in his veins, it was only a matter of time before he reacted to Rukitsusei closing in. As soon as Inuyasha stood up, Haru started a 10-minute countdown in his head. They had worked on Inuyasha control while in a demonic state, and he could only last 10 minutes before falling into bloodlust. If Inuyasha didn't recollect the Tesseiga before the 10-minute mark, he would have to step in. Inuyasha felt so strange, but at the same time, he felt so right. He knew that his demon blood was active, and that he only had 10 minutes of clarity before falling into bloodlust. His vision was blurred, and it made finding the Tesseiga difficult. But if he could simply focus on its aura, then he wouldn't need to search blindly. So Inuyasha decided that taking Rukitsusei out, even if only for a few minutes, would give him the time he needed. He lunged at the tall blob in front of him, slicing the older demon's neck and sending him backwards a few feet. With Rukitsusei stunned for the moment, Inuyasha focused his senses on Tesseiga. He was rather relieved to find that it was a few feet in front of him, but now he had to get to it. Unfortunately, with his focus being solely on Tesseiga, this left him open to attack, which was what Rukitsusei did. The demon fired an energy ball at him, but thanks to his mom's training, he instinctively used Tesseiga's sheath to absorb the attack. While it did work, Inuyasha knew that it wouldn't work a second time, given how powerful the older demon was. Thankfully, he was able to grab Tesseiga and get out of the way of Rukitsusei's second attack. As Tesseiga suppressed his demon blood, Inuyasha vision cleared, and he saw his mom holding up 5 fingers with Naraku standing behind him. So, he had 5 minutes left. Wait, what is Naraku doing? Haru chuckled as he saw Inuyasha eyes bug out. I don't think he liked the fact that you're behind me, he said while Naraku laughed into his neck. Seeing as he's too busy beating up Rukitsusei to notice that the Tesseiga has become lighter, I would have to agree. Oh look, he's activated the wind scare, Naraku stated rather mockingly. The fox chuckled, but didn't take his eyes off of his still incredibly angry pup. I hope you know that he's not going to be satisfied until he has your head on a stick, right? Naraku snorted. That would be nothing new then, yes? At least this time, it's because of something I did. Haru looked at him from the corner of his eye, but stayed focused on his oblivious son. Said son was using the backlash wave, but was too busy glaring at Naraku to notice his grand achievement. Though the fact that Naraku was making faces at the half-demon didn't help his focus either. Inuyasha, horrified face when he did notice what he had missed, sent both demons into hysterics. Eventually, they both calmed down before Haru went to his son, who demanded cuddles as soon as the older demon was within reach. Haru chuckled as Inuyasha mumbled into his hair about pervert spiders and dirty mom stealers. Pup, at some point you're going to have to get over it. I'm being courted by Koga, with Sessamaru not far behind him. Inuyasha just grumbled more. Shippo, we have to protect mom and our sisters from all perverts. Haru saw Shippo nodding quickly with a fierce look on his adorable face. The older fox sighed, but didn't try and stop them. Rin and Kanna were more than capable of getting their revenge against the boys, and he knew the outcome would be hysterical. Chapter and notes. Next chapter is going to have a surprise. X3, Stone Flower. After the battle, Haru had been adamant that they take a rest and let Inuyasha get accustomed to his sword once more. It was almost 2 weeks before Haru was satisfied with Inuyasha. Sword work. Though he'd never admit it, the half-demon had enjoyed the time he had spent with his mom. Surprisingly, they had only been a 4 days walk away from a tiny little farming village. Seeing as they were running a bit low on supplies and Haru had made too many potions, it was decided that they'd stay for a few days and do a little trading. Inuyasha, can you keep an eye on your brother for me? I've heard a few of the villagers talking about a jewel shard, and I don't want him wandering off by himself. Haru asked the other pleasantly. The half-demon nodded absent-mindedly while he was busy sniffing the air. Just as they were about to enter the main part of the village, the bushes off to the side rustled. Inuyasha growled and fought to keep his hands from forming fists as a wolf hopped out. It was holding something in its mouth and looking at Haru with big brown eyes. The fox cooed and gave it cuddles after taking the brown bundle. The wolf was loving it and, oddly enough, sure didn't seem to mind the little display. Such a good boy, aren't you? Oh, you're just too cute. I'm sure you're tried after spending so much time trying to find me, so you can just stay with us for a few days. I'm sure Koga will understand. Haru cooed as he rubbed the wolf's belly. Said wolf didn't seem to mind and just laid there in pure bliss. After a few minutes, the wolf was blissed out and Haru finally opened the bundle. Oh my! This must have taken some time, and the designs are so intricate. The fox stated in pure awe as he examined the bracelet. It was naturally made from wolf fangs with lovely pale blue beads separating them. Each fang had intricately designed scenes carved into them that were then dyed blue so you could see them better. It was a beautiful work of art, and Haru loved it. It easily slipped onto his wrist and fit perfectly. Wow, mama, it's really pretty. Don't you think so, Inuyasha? The half-demon huffed and crossed his arms, but Shippo seemed to take that as a yes. Both Naraku and Sango thought it was amazing too, but Kagome simply looked like she had swallowed a lemon. Shippo, would you mind if I had our new friend follow you? I trust Inuyasha to keep you safe, but I'd feel better if the wolf was with you too, just in case. Shippo looked up at the older fox and then back at the still blissed-out wolf. I don't mind, but he needs a name. We can't keep calling him the wolf. Haru nodded and picked the kid up. So, what would you like to call him? The kid wrinkled his nose in thought and stared hard at the wolf. The wolf, now sitting at their feet, stared right back, but went cross-eyed when an elm leaf landed on his nose, causing him to sneeze. Shippo giggled at the odd sight, which made the wolf give him a canine grin. I think I'll call him Elm, if that's okay with you? The wolf yipped, seeming rather pleased with his new name. After that was settled and the villagers were reassured the elm wouldn't hurt anyone unless provoked, Haru and Sango started working on trading with the villagers. Moroku was told to buy what they couldn't trade for, while Inuyasha kept an eye on Shippo. Kagome was left to her own devices as no one cared. Shippo was sitting by the water, laughing as Elm tried to catch the fish that swam by. Inuyasha was taking a nap under a tree not far from them, but Shippo knew that his brother was still keeping an eye on him. As Shippo was giggling at Elm's failed attempts, he heard the sound of fighting and turned just in time to see 3 boys tackle a girl down the incline that led to the river. When they came to a stop at the bank, the 3 boys started to beat on her. They were accusing her of being a thief, but Shippo knew that it was still wrong to beat someone up whether or not they did something wrong. Elm, come help. The wolf looked up at him, head titled, but came running back out of the river. Shippo pointed at the 3 boys. Can you scare them off, please? Mama wouldn't like it if we hurt them. They're just stupid. Elm nodded sharply and charged over, growling and barking. Once the three boys saw Elm charging them, they ran away screaming. Once the boys vanished out of sight, Elm yipped and happily pranced back over to Shippo. The little kid giggled at his actions and walked over to the girl. Are you okay? I don't know much about injuries, but my mama does. We can go find him if you want. Those boys look like they hit you really hard. The girl looked a little shocked, but quickly shook her head. I'm fine. Thanks for helping me, though, she said cheerfully before pulling something out of her yuka. Do you want some? It's the persimmon that I took. Before Shippo could say no, she was popping some into his mouth. Knowing his mama's rule about not wasting food, he quickly ate it. Elm whined at him with big teary eyes. Could wolves even cry? Mentally sighing, Shippo tore off some of the persimmon and gave it to him. The wolf happily accepted the offered food before laying down. Your wolf's pretty smart and scary, but I like him. My name's Satsuki. What's yours? The girl asked with a big bright smile. Shippo blushed and fidgeted with his fingers. My name's Shippo, and this is Elm. Satsuki's smile grew. Shippo and Elm? Those are really nice names. Shippo blush only grew, and he started fidgeting with his sleeves. Thanks, I gave Elm his name this morning, and my father gave me mine. Satsuki giggled a little. Is your father a raccoon demon too? Shippo crossed his arms and pouted. No, a fox. Satsuki giggled again. Just teasing. I could tell you were a fox. Your tail's too fluffy for you to be a raccoon. The little kid huffed and stuck his tongue out at her. The two started laughing before Shippo looked at her curiously. Satsuki, if you don't mind me asking, don't you have any parents? She looked at the water and gained a sad little smile. They passed away years ago. Shippo looked at her, but then looked at the water too. Oh, I'm sorry for your loss. My father and mother dead too. Satsuki nodded sympathetically. It's okay because I still have a big brother. He's gonna prove himself in the war and become a samurai. Then he's coming back for me. Shippo, having heard what those boys had said about Satsuki's brother being dead, looked up at her curiously. So, were those boys lying to you before? Your brother didn't die. She nodded sharply, her face gaining a serious look and her brown eyes turned fierce. He's gonna come back home. Even if he is dead, he'll come back to life. Shippo hesitated and looked at her warily, though she didn't notice. Hey, I'll show you something that I've never shown to anyone before. She started, searching her clothes, while Shippo was still glancing at her warily. It's my treasure, and it can make any wish come true. After a second, Satsuki pulled out a light purple shard. Isn't it pretty? It's a Shirkan jewel shard, a precious gem sought by demons. Shippo stared in horror, not knowing what to do. It certainly looked like a jewel shard, but he knew that his mama would have felt it the moment they entered the village. Was it possible that Satsuki hadn't been in the village when they arrived, so that's why his mama hadn't sensed it? Or was it just a pretty rock that simply looked like a shard? He was brought from his panicked thoughts by Satsuki speaking again. My brother gave it to me the morning he left and told me that it would grant any wish. He would never lie to me. Shippo was deeply torn and didn't know what to do. But his mama would. Haru and Sango were backtracking towards the bridge to meet up with Naraku and the boys, not caring whether Kagome was there or not. When they arrived, Haru noticed that his youngest was missing. Inuyasha, where is Shippo? Inuyasha scratched the back of his head and refused to look at the older demon. He wandered off while I was taking a nap. He still has Elm with him and knows not to leave the village. He most likely found some kids to play with and ran off. I promise that if he's not back before dusk, I'll go search for him. Haru narrowed his eyes at his twitching son, but let it drop for now. Sango and I talked to the village elder, and after a bit of trading, he's more than happy to let us stay with him for the next 2 nights. Naraku, you are to be on your best behavior, so you'll find yourself over my knee. The monk subtly tried to cover his backside and nodded quickly. Haru, seeming satisfied with his threat, led them towards their lodgings. However, when they got there, Moroka did have to exorcise a demon that was hiding in the storeroom. Thank you so much. I'd been hearing noises coming from here for weeks, but thought it was just mice. The elder exclaimed in awe. Please let me play you for your service. Moroka opened his mouth to agree, but one look at Haru and his raised hand had him stopping. It's fine, really. You're already letting us stay here. It was the least I could do for your generosity. Haru was pleased with Naraku and put his hand down, only to put them back up so he could catch Shippo. Mama, I need your help. I met this girl, and she was talking about her brother promising to come back, and she showed me this pretty stone that looked like a jewel shard, but I knew that you would have sensed it if it was one. But then I thought that maybe she hadn't been in the village when we arrived, and that's why you hadn't sensed it, or that it was just a pretty rock. Then that meant that she was all alone because the rock wouldn't be able to grant her wish because it wasn't a jewel shard, and these mean boys said that her brother was dead, which means that she can't wish for him to come back because it's just a rock. But if it is a shard, then we'd have to take it from her, and she still wouldn't be able to wish for him to come home. Haru quickly covered his kid's mouth. Shippo, I need you to calm down, please. I can't help if I can't understand what the problem is. The little kid was hiccuping by now and seemed to be fighting back tears. I met this girl named Satsuki today after Elm helped me rescue her from these mean boys. Her parents are dead, and she only has a big brother left, but I think he's dead now too. She said that even if he was dead, that he'd come back to her because he gave her a jewel shard, or what looks like a jewel shard. Satsuki brother told her that it would grant her wish. But if it's not a shard, then that means that Satsuki is all alone. If it is a shard, then that means we would have to take it from her, and she'd still be all alone. Mama, what's going to happen to Satsuki? He asked quietly as tears streamed down his face. Haru sighed softly and held his youngest close. Little one, everything will be fine, okay? Shippo nodded slowly as Haru gently cleaned his face. Now, his little miss. Satsuki, the young lady with black hair and brown eyes. He asked while nodded towards the little girl that was standing a few feet from them. Shippo nodded and looked over at her. She seemed rather tense, and Haru couldn't blame her for it. He heard the elder say the child's name, his voice laced with concern, which Haru made a mental note of. If her brother was dead, the elder would be a good choice of guardian for her. Haru calmly made his way over to the child and kneeled down to her level. He smiled softly and was happy to see that she relaxed a little. My son tells me that you have a jewel shard, but he also said that you were all alone at the moment as your brother's away. Satsuki nodded slowly and seemed to relax a little more. Shippo said that his parents were dead too. So, how are you as mama? He chuckled at the innocent question and smiled. Well, my eldest son Inuyasha, the grumpy half-demon other there, found him not long after his father passed away. He didn't want Shippo left on his own, so he brought him to me. Shippo may not be my son by blood, but he's mine in all the ways that count. I've even adopted 2 little girls, but they're with their fathers at the moment. I'd go crazy with worry if all 4 of my children were with me at the moment. I still constantly worry about Inuyasha, and he's able to protect himself. Satsuki, can I ask you a question? She nodded hesitantly, but was clearly curious. Your brother must worry about you a lot. Is she eating enough? Is she warm at night? Is she being taken care of? I'm sure all those questions and more are just swimming through his head constantly, don't you? She nodded again, but looked a little hesitant. The elder seemed really concerned when he saw you, and I'm sure he's worried about you too. So I'd like to propose something. Would you be willing to stay here until your brother comes home? Satsuki moved to argue, but Haru raised his hand. Let me finish, please. Her mouth closed with a click. I'm sure your brother would be happy to know that you were looked after while he was gone. You'd only have to stay here at night, and you can go back home and wait for him during the day. Though, I also have a way to see if your brother is alive, but you can think on that if you'd like. But you're already here, so why don't you stay the night? I'm sure Shippo would love that, and so would the elder. Satsuki still looked hesitant, but she eventually nodded. Good. Shippo was going to get a bath before bed, and I'm sure you'd like to have one too. I even have one of my daughter's yukatas with me still, so you can wear that while I wash yours. Haru scooped the little girl up, along with Shippo, and made his way back to the house. The elder looked surprised before looking incredibly pleased. Satsuki has agreed to stay the night. Isn't that wonderful? Thankfully, she's the same size as Kanna, so she can have something to wear while I clean her clothes. Oh, elder, I hope you don't mind. He shook his head. I'm more than pleased to have her here. I believe you made mention of a bath. There's a hot spring just out back. It's not every big, but you're welcome to it. Haru nodded happily and made his way there. Satsuki, I'd really like you to think on my offer to see if your brother is still alive. I know that it is a very painful thought, but I don't want you waiting on a false hope. It will do you no good and will only hurt you in the end. I did this myself many years ago. My sister went missing, and for years I hoped and prayed that I'd see her again. I was making myself sick, and it was worrying my family. So, one day I did a ritual that would tell me if she was alive or dead so that I would finally know. He felt both children looking at him, but his focus was on the path before him. The ritual told me that she was gone, and it crushed me. I didn't eat or sleep enough. I'd wander through the woods for days on end, and even picked fights with anyone I could find. It didn't make me feel better, but it wasn't meant to. It was to keep me from thinking and properly grieving. But that eventually changed, and would you like to know how? He felt both children nod, and he smiled softly. I found her son. In my pain and anger, I never tried the ritual with her son. Instead of looking for him, I tried to make myself numb. When I found that scared and hurt little boy, everything came back. My darling little sister wouldn't want me to abuse myself like I had been doing for so long. She would have wanted me to live my life for her, to do all the things she couldn't. The day I found Inuyasha was the day my life changed and the day I finally mourned like I was supposed to. He was my main focus for months while I was finding my way again. So, Satsuki, I would like you to think about this, and you don't even need to give me an answer tonight or even tomorrow morning. Just think about it and let me know. Both children were quiet and lost in thought by the time they reached the little hot spring. Do you two want to take a bath together, or do you want to take turns? Shippo blushed heavily and buried his face in Haru's chest. Turns it is? Satsuki, why don't you go first, sweetie? The little girl nodded but seemed to hesitate. You want to take my shard, will you? The one thing he had been hoping to avoid for the night. Satsuki, honey, I don't want to lie to you, but I don't want to hurt you either. He bit his lip and once again kneeled down so he could look her in the eye. Your shard. It's not a jewel shard. My family has guarded that Shurkan jewel ever since it was created, and we know how to sense it. I don't think your brother meant to lie. He honestly may have thought that he was giving you a jewel shard, but it's not. Even if it was a shard, it wouldn't be able to bring your brother back if he has died. Only the darkest and foulest of magics can do that, and the price is a heavy one. Satsuki looked like the world was ending around her. She was absolutely devastated. But Satsuki, what he did give to you is a very powerful gift. What gift? She asked quietly. Haru smiled softly and asked her to place the shard in his hand. It was a hard thing for her to do, but after a few moments, she did as asked. Closing his hand gently, Haru focused magic into his closed fist, and it started to glow. What he gave you was a shard of a stone flower. Finding one hole is almost impossible, but they can hold magical spells very well. As he trailed off, he opened his hand, and sitting in his palm was a beautiful stone lotus. I've placed multiple protection spells in it, and it will also never break. You can wear it in your hair or even around your neck. Satsuki took it gently from his hand and simply stared at it. After what felt like forever, she finally spoke. Can we do the ritual tomorrow morning? He nodded. If that's what you want, sweetie. For now, though, you need to get cleaned up? Okay. She nodded and moved to get into the spring. The rest of the night was quiet and calm, but you could still feel the slight tension in the air. Both children didn't move far from Haru all night, and they even slept with him. Satsuki curled into his side with Shippo on his chest. When morning rolled around, Satsuki was a bundle of nerves, and Shippo wasn't much better. Sweetie, are you ready? Haru asked her gently as he made his way over to them. She took a deep breath before letting it out. Yes, I think so. Haru nodded and pulled a bowl with some herbs out of his bag. Since you two are brother and sister, I simply need you to prick your finger for me. Just 3 drops of blood is all that is needed. He handed her a needle and watched her prick her finger. She quickly added 3 drops before taking the cloth Haru offered her. He poured the herbs in and then focused his magic into the mixture. Haru closed his eyes and taped into his connection with death. He found her ancestors, her grandparents, her parents, and her brother. She knew deep down that he was dead, but didn't really want to believe that she was all alone. But after what she heard about Haru and his family, she knew that she wasn't alone. So, when Haru looked at her, she knew it was time to accept it. As they left the village, They were seen off by Satsuki and her new guardians. The Lonely Soul. Chapter notes. Happy Thanksgiving. After the last village, Haru and Shippo became rather attached to Elm and didn't want him to leave. Thusher was asked to take a message to Koga stating that he wouldn't be getting the wolf back. Koga's response was laced with humor and fake anger. Apparently, he hadn't expected the wolf to return anyway. Elm was thrilled and was never very far from either fox demon. Inuyasha had complained a little at first, but it was mainly out of habit than anything else. Kagome was ignored altogether. It was about a week after they left the last village that they found any human life. A woman was kneeling on the path and appeared to be rubbing her ankle. Naraku seemed more than willing to help, but Haru put a stop to that almost immediately. I don't know who taught you that harassing women was okay, but I'm putting a stop to it here, and now, young man. Naraku shrank back and seemed to try and hide behind an unimpressed Inuyasha. I warned you. The half-demon whispered, just loud enough for the monk to hear. Said monk just gave him a dirty look. The woman was quickly helped and discreetly threatened when she tried to pick Haru pockets. She quickly fled after that, and when the others asked why she had seemed so spooked, Haru looked Naraku right in the eye and said that she had tried to rob him. The monk refused to look at any of them for the next few hours. On their walk, they came across a little rest stop and stayed there for about an hour or so before moving on. Naraku stayed at the back, still pouting in embarrassment, while everybody else talked amongst themselves. About halfway through the forest, Naraku seemed to disappear, though Haru seemed to be so lost in thought that he didn't notice. Where'd Naraku go? He was right behind us. Sango asked with a hint of worry in her voice. Maybe he wanted to find a hole to hide in? He was pretty embarrassed over the whole pickpocket thing. Inuyasha said with a small smirk. Shippo tugged on Haru's sleeve, which shook the older demon from his thoughts. What's wrong, kid? Naraku vanished. Haru blinked at the younger for a moment, seeming to try and clear his head some more. Oh, he's fine. I remember smelling the faint scent of another human as we were walking. He most likely stopped to talk to her. She did sound rather upset, but I was too focused on something far off that I didn't catch what she was saying. We should probably go find them. Everyone nodded, though Sango looked a little annoyed. Walking back, they found Naraku and a slightly older woman talking in a less used path. She asked them to come back to her village as they desperately needed help. So you say the men who went into the mountain haven't returned? Inuyasha was the first to say after the women explained their problem. Haru seemed to be zoning out again, so that left Inuyasha and Sango to take the lead more or less. The women all nodded and looked incredibly upset. We're sure they've been captured by a demon. Please help us. The two looked at each other for a moment, silently communicating, before Sango nodded. Without the men here, any bandits that found you could take advantage. At the moment, none of you are safe, especially since some of you have children as well. The women seemed relived, and surprisingly Naraku was behaving himself. Whether it was because all the women were married or because of Haru's earlier threat remained to be seen. You said it was up in the mountains, but do you know anything else that could help? Haru spoke up suddenly, startling some of the women and Naraku. One of the older women nodded slowly. There's a rumor that the demon takes on the form of a beautiful woman, but that's all we've heard, seeing as the men never come back and no women have seen its face. Haru nodded and smacked Naraku before words could even leave the monk's mouth. Sango, I want you to go with Naraku. When the demon takes him, I want you to focus on anything you can see about it, or even around it. This demon might be what's had me so distracted lately. Oh, take Elm with you too, just to be safe. Sango looked pleased with the request while Naraku looked highly torn. Inuyasha was sitting on the porch of the hunting cabin the women of the village had told them about and was glaring at a tree. Mind telling me what's wrong, or should I guess? The half-demon looked at his mom for a brief second, then back at the tree. Why do they get to go? His mom hummed, and he could hear the amusement. You're a half-demon with a destined mate. 1. This demon seems to only go after human men, and 2. Whatever tricks it's using will have no effect on you. I don't want you going in blind, and contrary to popular belief, Naraku isn't totally incompetent. Also, Karara and Elm are going with them. I'd censure too, but I asked him to check up on Jininji and his mother. Inuyasha quirked a brow in silent question, but left it alone. So now we wait? His mom nodded. Now we wait. Sango caught up with Naraku in no time. much to the monk's annoyance. What are you sighing for? Sango asked with a bit more bite than she had intended. Nothing, Moroku said, only to sigh again. She glared at the back of his head. You do realize we're on our way to destroy a demon, don't you? I know. Seeing as she wasn't getting anywhere, she decided to tell the monk what Haru had found out. According to one of the elders that Haru talked to a long time ago, defeated soldiers fled deep into this mountain, and there was a princess among them. But all the men who protected her died. They say that, in the end, the princess herself died as well. Oh, and her bitterness turned her into a demon? Moroku questioned with a bit of confusion. Sango hummed with a nod. Haru said that it's not impossible, but that it would have more than likely been the loneliness that turned her into a demon, not bitterness. He said that bitterness would have most likely turned her into a vengeful spirit, and he saw no signs of that in the area. Moroku hummed to himself, but the frown didn't leave his face. I'm not sure which is worse than, he quickly trailed off when Elm started growling at him. The monk paled and refused to look at the wolf or Sango. Said Demon Hunter wasn't sure if she should be amused or offended over what Moroku had likely been about to say. The thought quickly left her mind when Moroku pointed out a strange blue portal. Had they not been looking for it, they probably would have walked right by it. It's the entrance to the demon's lair, a barrier, if you will. It seems easy enough to enter, but it's probably difficult to come out. Moroku trailed off before pulling a green beaded bracelet from one of his many pockets and handed it to Sango. Here, put this on. It may prove helpful once we're on the other side. Hopefully you won't need it and Haru's seals will still work. Said seals were on the back of their right hands. Haru had been determined not to lose any of them if the worst-case scenario should happen. If their heart rates dropped to dangerous levels, the seals would take them right to Shinji and Severus at the manor. Sango looked at the bracelet that was now on her left wrist, but shook her head and focused back on the portal. Ready? She nodded sharply, which Moroku returned. Okay, let's get going. They both rushed in, but due to the fact that she was a woman, the portal was trying to stop her. Thankfully, Haru's seal was helping with the resistance, but she still lost sight of Moroku. When she finally made it, though, it was just her, Elm, and Kagura. Moroku was going, and there was a very thick fog in the air. She was about to walk off when Elm started pushing her to the right. What? Elm whined at her before looking into the fog. She did the same, and after her eyes adjusted, she could make out some shapes. Carefully walking over, the fog cleared enough to reveal elderly human men. Excuse me, old man. The old man grunted at her before glaring. You're mistaken. I ain't an old man. Feeling very confused now, Sango looked around again. Sure you are, you're all old. By now, most of the old men were grumbling and denying that they were old. None of you are old men? She questioned rather slowly, as if trying to wrap her head around it. They all nodded before explaining who they were. Sango blinked at them slowly, still trying to wrap her head around everything. So you're telling me that you're the men who disappeared from the village? What happened to you? At this, some of the men gained a dreamy look on their faces. It was like a dream, really. I found myself lost and in serious trouble. Then suddenly the most beautiful princess appeared before me deep in the mountains. She brought me to a magnificent villa, and I spent such a grand time. Sango quirked a brow at that. A grand time? Another man nodded. Yes, it was most enjoyable. Another agreed. Aye, enjoyable and grand. Another man off to her left continued. The next thing we knew, we all found ourselves like this. Sango looked at all the men thoughtfully before looking down at her seal. It seemed okay, but did she want to risk calling Haru when she wasn't even sure what the barrier would do? The demon was draining the youth from men, so in theory, she should be fine at the very least. After talking with the men, she told Kagura to stay with them while she took Elm with her. She actually arrived just in time to stop Moroku from kissing the princess. What she wasn't fully expecting, though, was for the princess to transform into a coyote demon. Elm was off to her right and seemed to be waiting for her signal. Before she could act, Moroku put up his hand in her general direction. Sango, as long as you don't make any noise, she won't be able to find you. It took her a second to catch on before looking at the bracelet in a new light. It was what was making her invisible to the demon. But if that was the case, then why wasn't he destroying the demon? A light burning sensation on the back of her right hand had her looking at the seal. Instead of its normal black color, it was glowing a sharp red. Sango knew that it meant something about the demon wasn't right, but she couldn't remember what the color represented. She was pulled from her thoughts by the coyote demon attacking Naraku. "You okay?" He nodded. "I was hoping to take care of this without the need for a battle." He pulled out 2 talismans and charged the demon. "Princess, you'll have to endure some pain, I'm afraid." As the talismans hit their mark, Sango remembered what the red stood for: possession. Focusing her gaze on the burning demon, she saw the princess trapped within it. Moroka charged the demon once more and hit it on the head with his staff. This forced the demon back while also freeing the princess in the process. The demon, now having lost the princess, focused all of its attention on the monk. Sango, seeing that she was free to act now, gave Elm the signal, and they both charged. Elm attacked the demon's face and led it away from Moroku and the princess while Sango attacked from behind. The demon was still unable to see Sango, and due to Haru's seal, it couldn't break the bead she was wearing. Elm attacked again, this time going for the demon's hair, to pull it down while Sango attacked with her Hireikatsu. Unfortunately, the demon was able to grab it from the air and smash it into the ground. The demon's claws hit the center, causing the Hireikatsu to crack. Before the demon could do more damage, Elm finally pulled it off balance, allowing Sango to reclaim her weapon. Moroka hit the demon with 2 more talismans before Sango finished it off with her Hireikatsu. Once the demon fully vanished, so did the illusion it had created. Sango blinked a few times to clear her confusion and took the beads off. "Hey, Moroku." Looking around for said monk, she found him holding the princess. She was torn on whether this was okay or not, but decided to let it play out. "Please forgive me for being so rough, princess. You saved me." Sango saw Moroku's eyes gain a far-off look as he watched the princess. "You were isolated for so long. It must have been very lonely." The princess seemed to nod. "Yes, I was so weak-hearted and cowardly that I fell victim to an awful demon." She heard Moroku's sigh and then noticed that her seal was now glowing a soft white, a spirit at rest. The once lonely princess was now free. Haru looked at the little grave that Sango and helped Moroka build. It wasn't much, so he added his power in and turned the tree into a shrine for the princess. It wasn't over the top like he had seen in the past, but it was defiantly unique. "I've buried the princess's ashes here. If you all offer up your prayers, I am sure that she will watch over the village." While the villagers thanked Moroku, Haru wandered off to talk with Sango. Said woman was sitting by one of the rivers that cut through the village. "Want to talk about it?" Sango jumped and shot him a half-hearted glare. "Am I a fool?" Haru blinked at her, then chuckled. "No, I had to go with him for a reason. I didn't realize there was possession involved, but I was right about the cause. I didn't want him going alone because there was no telling what could have happened. What if the demon realized what he was trying to do? What if he wasn't strong enough to fight her off? What if she tried to use the missing men as shields or as leverage? What if he made one misstep and the demon got a lucky hit? There were too many things that could have gone wrong, and I didn't want to take that risk. I also may have had her following you too, just in case." She snorted, but didn't seem upset anymore. "He wouldn't have made it out without me." Haru laughed outright and pulled her into a hug. "Men can be dense, so give him time to release what he's missing. If that doesn't work within the next few months, let me know." He whispered into her ear as Moroku approached them. Sango was beet red, but nodded slowly. "Ah, young love, how sweet and stupid it is. Now where was that letter from Jinenji? ING fruit with ING faces." Chapter notes. Sorry for the long wait. I meant to update before Christmas, but it never happened. Then I got a new game, and that side tracked me hardcore. ING love Breath of the Wild. And then I caught the cold that's been going around my house. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Oh, Inuyasha. Jinenji met a lovely plant demon and is courting her. We should go visit him and meet her. The half-demon chuckled softly and nodded. Wouldn't hurt. Plus he has good herbs. Haru hummed happily, but was still warily watching the moon from the corner of his eye. He had been starting to feel off, even with having Sure and 2, almost 3, Doms courting him. The new moon was going to be the following night, and he was about to become rather weak. He had to make sure that they found a good place to hold up for the night. Some place that would be easy for him to defend, even in his compromised state. In the worst-case scenario, he'd simply let his instincts take over and suffer the consequences. Nothing mattered more than his children. The following day, Kagome started complaining about wanting to go home for something that she wanted to do last minute. Had she said anything days ago, there wouldn't have been much of an issue. However, she left it as a last-minute thing and was angry that no one seemed to care. Sango, on the other hand, had a valid reason for needing to leave for at least 3 days, seeing as she needed to repair her weapon. All the tools and materials I'd need are back at home. If I could hold off, I would, but the last battle was too much for my Hireikatsu, and it cracked in the center. I can't fight with it like this, she stated while pointing to the large crack. Everyone understood and happily agreed that she should go get it fixed up. Just meet us back at Key Village once you're done. Sango smiled at the older fox demon in agreement before calling for Kagura, who seemed to be watching Haru rather intently. She only seemed appeased once sure, and Elm gave her a canine grins and moved closer to the raven. About an hour after Sango and Kagura left, they were walking through a rather foggy mountain pass and found a stream with odd fruit in it. Shippo, being the curious kid he was, picked one of them out of the water. This is the creepiest looking fruit I've ever seen, Haru gasped before knocking the fruit from Shippo's hands with a sneer of disgust. Don't touch that foul thing, and never ever eat one. Moroka, get rid of it. Burn it with fire if you have to. Said Monk was also glaring at the fruit, but he was also rather curious about it too. What is it? Inuyasha asked while still keeping far enough back. It's a human fruit. Namenka, a demon tree, uses humans as nourishment, so its fruit resembles human faces. Everyone looked a little green after Moroka's explanation, while Haru only seemed to get more agitated. So do you know if the tree will cause us any trouble? Or did the fruit just make a lone journey down the stream? Inuyasha asked Moroku warily, but before the monk could answer sure, an elm started growling at the stream. Does that answer your question? Haru growled out as more fruit floated downstream. With that many fruit in the water, the tree has to be rather large. Moroka commented with some concern. Well, there's been a lot of unrest and wars, so there'd be plenty of fertilizer. Inuyasha added on, but he didn't seem to believe his own words. Mom, what do you think? Haru held Shippo close and seemed to be at war with himself. It doesn't feel right, but seeing as we need to pass through, we really don't have any other choice. We keep a lookout, and if it's something that can be easily dealt with, then we remove the tree. If not, we move on. Plain and simple. Both men seemed to be in agreement, but Kagome looked like she had swallowed a lemon. As they walked further on, there was no sign of the demon tree, only its fruit. This didn't sit well with Haru, who was starting to feel weaker as time passed. By sunset, Haru was feeling incredible unwell and felt dread pooling in his stomach when they finally found the damn tree. It was seated on a cliff high above them and was far larger than any of them had thought, which only made Haru feel worse. Something about that tree feels very wrong. Inuyasha, I don't think we should deal with it just now. It's getting far too late, and I don't want to risk something going wrong. The half-demon looked mildly confused but shook it off. Mom, it'll be fine. I'll take care of it, and then we can carry on. Before Haru could say anything, Inuyasha was already making his way up the cliff and out of sight. Haru cursed and quickly followed his son up the cliff, leaving Shippo with Moroku. He was already having trouble breathing, and he wasn't even halfway up the damn cliff. Pushing himself harder, he raced up the cliff just in time to see a fat man walking away from the tree and into a temple. It didn't take a genius to figure out that the man had something to do with his son's sudden vanishing act. He moved to follow, but a sharp pain raced through his body, and he started puking up blood. After he was finished dry heaving, he felt unconscious. It felt like forever before a wet nose touching his forehead and the gentle flow of his power draining away brought him back to consciousness. Looking around, he found that it was now night, and that Sure and Elm were looking at him with concern. The Shadow Fong moved forward again, and Haru wrapped his arms around him, letting the canine absorb some more of his power. After a moment to collect himself, Haru looked around with a sigh. Elm, find Shippo and Moroku, and then get them to safety, but be careful. Sure, help me find Inuyasha, and quickly. Both nodded, before Elm took off for the cliff's edge and jumped down. Haru wasn't worried about it, seeing as he had noticed a hidden staircase on his way up and figured that the others had gotten in through there. Standing up on shaky legs, Haru carefully got on his sure back. Lead the way, But be careful, I don't want that man knowing we're here. Shur nodded sharply and took off for the entrance of the temple. Hidden stairs. Elm stayed in the shadows and watched the weird fat guy walk off with the annoying girl that seemed to have been shrunken due to some weird box garden that had other shrunken people in it. Haru wouldn't care too much if she wasn't rescued, but Elm knew that the demon didn't want to deal with finding the shards himself. Sighing, Elm scooped up the mini monk and fox kit before following after the weird fat guy to see where he was taking the annoying one. Back in the temple, Shur and Haru stayed within the shadows and traveled from room to room. So far, they had found a few scroll rooms, a kitchen, a storage room, and someone's sleeping quarters, but no Inuyasha. It was as they were heading for the last room on the top floor that the floor collapsed beneath them and they were falling. Since Haru was still seated on Shur's back, they were both fine and only a little dusty. Haru started coughing as he inhaled some of the dust, and his eyes were a bit watery. As the dust settled, Haru caught sight of Elm with a mini monk and fox kit, and then he saw Inuyasha, who he quickly smacked upside the head. What the hell do you think you're doing? I told you no, and you ignored me. If the blood loss doesn't kill you, then I sure as hell will. The now human boy paled rapidly and seemed to shrink in on himself. I'm sorry, Mama. The boy whispered quietly while staring at his own feet. The fox demon sighed and pulled the boy to him. I know you are, but you need to listen to me. Haru felt him nod and kissed the top of the boy's head before letting go. Now where's the girl? Mini Naraku cleared his throat awkwardly. Elm followed Tokujin, the fat guy, down to the basement. When he came back up, he just had Kagome close with him. Haru nodded and glared at Tokujin, who was currently buried under rubble. For now, we grab her and go, then we can come back for the shards. I don't care what the girl has to say about it. Everyone nodded before Elm took the lead, showing the way to the basement. Mom, are you okay? Haru sighed and knew that lying wouldn't do him any good. No, I'm not. I'm going through a power overload, and it doesn't help that you're currently human. This is why I didn't want you acting on your own this night. He didn't look at his son and had to fight himself to not react when he heard the other whimper softly. There were consequences for acting without thinking it through, and now they were both suffering them. When they made it to the basement, Haru sent Elm down alone with a robe for the girl. If she fights you, just leave her. We don't have time for her stupidity. Inuyasha has lost too much blood as it is. Elm nodded before making his way down the stairs. Thankfully, Elm was back not 3 minutes later with a rather annoyed-looking Kagome. By this point, Inuyasha was seated on Shur's back as well and was leaning on a Haru so that he didn't fall off. Good, let's get out of here and quickly. One word from you, and I will leave you behind. Kagome closed her mouth as quickly as she had opened it. Elm took the lead once more, and they thankfully didn't run into Tokujin. They got out of the temple and ran to the cliff edge, but that's where they had a little problem. Shur can't take all three of us down, and the cliff is too steep for Elm to carry you and make it down safely. Haru mumbled while trying to think through everything. Inuyasha was staying quiet while trying not to itch his head, as that's where Mini Naraku and Shippo were. Kagome, on the other hand, looked like she wanted to argue with everything Haru was saying. Thankfully, before she actually did, they heard a voice by the demon tree. Hello, is someone there? As they walked over, Haru noticed a lovely white potted flower that turned towards them, and in the center was the head and shoulders of a white-haired man. Did you escape from the box garden? Haru wasn't sure what he was talking about, and ignored the question as he gently sat himself in front of the elderly man. He had such a lovely and pure aura. I am High Priestess Haru of the Eclipse bloodline. I know who you are. The elderly man seemed to smile sadly before sighing. I am Sanine, High Priestess Haru, the sage of these mountains, and I'm ashamed to admit, Tokujin former mentor. Haru smiled softly, understanding the other's pain. Inuyasha snorted and shot the old sage a hard glare. What were you thinking? How could you let that animal become a sage? Sanine sighed in dismay and shook his head. It was not I that made Tokujin a sage. It was Namenka. Haru furrowed his brow and looked at the tree with confusion. The tree did, Master Sage? He nodded sadly. Yes, it happened about a month ago. Tokujin became impatient and one day found a jewel shard. He didn't know what it was at the time, and thus threw it away only for it to hit the tree. It told him that if he ate the fruit, he would get the powers of a sage. He sighed sadly once more and shook his head. When one eats the human face fruit from the demon tree, one becomes a slave to Nemenka. Tokujin obeyed the tree's command to turn me into fertilizer so that it would bear the fruit of longevity. Moroka spoke up once Sanine was finished, with a rather interesting question. Master Sage, who transformed you into a plant? To answer that, you first must understand that the fruit alone isn't enough for longevity. You see, the fruit has to be soaked and made into a potion, and only I have the knowledge of the process. This is why he kept me alive. Sanine said as he gestured behind them. Haru quickly turned around, making sure that Inuyasha was behind him. Tokujin was standing not far from them, his body made of stone due to the 3 shards he was in possession of. Ah, so this is where you escaped to, and you even have a high priestess. Nemenka will surely bear the fruit of longevity with such powerful fertilizer. Shur growled and moved to step forward but was stopped by Haru. Stay with the boys. Tokujin, you have forfeited your chance to become a sage the moment you ate from the demon tree. You are no longer human, and it is my duty as a high priestess to make sure you can't harm another in your quest to defy death in such a vile way. Haru stated firmly while forcing himself to stand tall and not show weakness. The creature laughed and took another step forward. I am more powerful than anyone you've ever known, and that's why I can take advantage of the weak. He then poured power into the staff he was carrying and shot thorny vines at them. Haru ignored everything around him, knowing that Shur and Elm would keep the boys safe, and focused on fighting Tokujin. You are not strong, nor are you powerful. You are a fool playing the game of a sage, and nothing more than that. I have seen more powerful beings than you in my life, and I am one of them. Tokujin didn't even see the attack coming until he was sent flying back. Spiritual energy surrounded Haru like a cloak and fueled his spiritual blades. They tore through Tokujin's stone skin, and he could do nothing to block them. Unfortunately, Haru was starting to feel the build-up again, and it took everything he had not to throw up. He refocused quickly when an enraged Tokujin charged at him. He readied more blades, but the build-up was too much, and his attack was delayed, giving Tokujin the chance to hit him. In an act of protection, Haru magic lashed out and sent Tokujin flying just as Haru smashed into the temple, causing it to collapse on him. The last thing he saw was the demon tree absorb the jewel shards that had been knocked out of Tokujin's belly button when he was blasted off the side of the cliff. He also saw Inuyasha screaming as everything turned black. Chapter and notes. Susu. Yeah, not sure if I feel about this chapter, but it's done so On another note, next chapter is going to be a more free for all thing. So if you have someone you want to see Haru spend time with, comment down below. I think I'll do 1 or 2 depending on who is most voted on. So you can only vote for 2 people, and if you have a scenario you want to possibly see again, comment down below. XD. Surprise? Chapter summary. Read and note if you please. X3. Chapter notes. Slowly comes out from under a rock, so I'm not dead, I just have the mentality of a 5-year-old and am utter trash. I know that it's been a while, but in the beginning of the year I was just feeling off mentally, not physically, and then the 5-year-old kicked in, so yeah, happy Easter? Or whatever you might be celebrating, goes back under rock. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Inuyasha felt horrible, not to mention tired. It had been 3 days since they arrived at Kid village and his mom still hadn't woken up. The old man and Severus had given them all checkups, and the only thing they could do now was wait. This didn't help ease his worries, but at least Kagome wasn't there to annoy him. She had thankfully gone home the moment they entered the village. His ears perked up when he heard childish giggling and softly smiled. Shippo had been worried too, but with a little coaxing from both him and Kid, the little fox demon was off playing with the village children or with Severus and the old man. Elm was always with the younger demon, and that eased his mind, knowing that his little brother was being looked after while he was taking care of their mom. Inuyasha was a little surprised that Shur hadn't shown up yet, but he was a little thankful too. He wasn't sure if he really wanted to deal with Naraku at the moment, though he wouldn't mind seeing Kanna. Sighing for what seemed like the 100th time, Kid slammed her basket down and glared at him. If you plan on sighing all day, then you can go outside and leave me in peace. He hesitated for all of a minute before rushing out of the hut when Kid made to throw a potato at his head. It was all so very dark and quiet, but it didn't frighten him. He knew that it should, but there was just something about how peaceful it was, kind of like when he would just let himself drift freely in the lake by his home. If he opened his eyes, Would he see the moonlight shining through the surface? He didn't think so. It was far too quiet for that. Normally, he would hear the gentle ripple of the water as all sorts of creatures swam past and around him. Maybe he'd stay here just a little longer? He was still really tired and he felt sore. Was that the right word for it? It was like an ache in the back of his mind that was just out of reach. Oh well, he was too tired to think about anything at the moment. He'll just drift here for a little longer, boom, or not. Inuyasha expected many things when he ran out of the hut. He expected to see the farmers working on the fields. He expected to see Shippo playing with the other village children. What he didn't expect to see was Naraku and Sesomaru glaring at each other with Rin and Kanna shyly hiding behind their guardians. You two do realize that Mom's not going to be happy if he finds out you two have been fighting, especially with the girls so close by. Inuyasha stated dryly, which had the two demons wincing. They stopped glaring at each other, but Rin and Kanna still didn't move from their hiding spots. Inuyasha sighed and crossed his arms with a pointed look towards the direction of the manor. Did I also mention that Shinji and Severus, my mom's grandfather and uncle, live just outside of the village? Wouldn't want to make a bad impression. Now would you? If they could. Inuyasha was sure that the two would be waving white flags right about now. With this, however, it seemed the girls were more than happy to finally come out behind the two demons and meet each other. Seeing as Kanna was still new to meeting others, Inuyasha kept an eye on her so that she didn't get overwhelmed with Rin's bubbly personality. Rin, this is Kanna. She's not very talkative and hasn't had much contact with others, so be gentle, okay? Rin nodded quickly at his words and seemed to think hard about something before brightening up. Do you know how to make flower crowns? Kanna slowly shook her head. Then I'll teach you. Lord Sesomaru doesn't like flowers much, and Jaken only has 3 fingers, so it's hard for him. We can make some crowns for Mama. It's okay that I call him Mama, right? Rin asked Inuyasha shyly while Kanna looked on with a rather lost look on her face. Poor girl. The half-demon chuckled and nodded. You can call him Mama, Rin. I'm sure it'd make his day once he wakes up from his nap. No point in tell them that the older demon had been taking his nap for the last few days. Shippo. Inuyasha blinked in surprise at the sound of Kanna's soft voice, but nodded nonetheless. He's off in the fields playing with some of the village kids, but I'm sure he'd be more than happy to join you too. This seemed to satisfy the little demon as she handed Naraku her mirror and led Rin off to the fields. Inuyasha snorted at how lost the two demons looked, but didn't much care. So where's Kahaku? I figured you would have brought him along to look after Kanna. The spider demon huffed and crossed his arms rather childishly. He's still at my hideout. He has food poisoning thanks to his inability to tell Kanna no. She's been trying to learn how to cook, and the boy is her taste tester. When he heard that I'd be leaving for a few days, he begged me to take her with me, so that he can take a break from her cooking. I believe that he thinks Haru will help her learn to cook properly, and in doing so, save his stomach. Kanna cooking? Well, that was interesting to hear. It would certainly thrill their mom. The older demon had tried teaching him how to cook, but just like with potions, he could only do passable. I'm sure he'll have nothing to worry able once Mom's done with her. Naraku seemed to sag in relief a bit, and it made Inuyasha wonder if the other hadn't been subjected to Kanna cooking too. Before he could question it, however, there was a boom followed by the sound of screaming. Inuyasha rushed towards the fields and found the children screaming and running in fear from whatever was thrashing around in the fields. Shippo and Rin were pulling Kanna out of the way, but the little void demon tripped and fell to the ground, pulling the other two with her. Inuyasha paled in horror and made a mad dash towards them, the other two demons not far behind him. Unfortunately, before any of them could reach the children, a large shadow rose from the dust and fell towards the kids. Crash! No. All 3 men stood there in stunned horror, not knowing if what they saw had truly happened or not. As the dust settled, they finally saw what the shadow was and then where the kids were. Standing at the edge of the field was Sure with all 3 kids, safe and sound. With a silent sigh of relief, they all looked back towards the field and stared in shock. With the dust now settled, they could see that the creature was a giant snake that was littered with fresh wounds and nasty burns. Had it not been for that, it would have been a magnificent sight, especially with how rare it was to see sky vipers on land. Inuyasha say, "Is Mom?" and stop the other two. Stop. Mom can handle this. but we need to stay out of it and remain calm. Sky Vipers are normally even-tempered, but with how injured this one is, it's more likely to lash out at any sudden movements. Let's just get over to the kids and make sure they're okay. Both demons looked like they wanted to argue, but thought better of it and simply followed him. Haru gazed calmly at the serpent before him. She was covered in old scars, but also new ones. It was incredibly concerning, seeing how Sky Vipers were a rather gentle race and were considered the peacekeepers of the skies. My great lady, I am High Priestess Haru of the Eclipse bloodline. I wish to know what has harmed you, a peacekeeper of the skies, and I offer my aid as well. Deep yellow eyes gazed down at him with such pain and heartbreak. My name is Sora, High Priestess Haru, and I fear that your help will be of no use. My mate, my hatchlings, my clan, they are all gone now, taken from me by a mad beast. She thrashed her head and cried out in pain when one of the wounds on her side ripped open. Haru didn't hesitate to rush to Sora's side and started to heal what he could. He was still tired and his magical core was drained, but he paid it no mind and continued his work. He could distantly hear his name being called, but he was too focused to respond. If she wasn't healed quickly, he knew she would die, and the mere thought broke his heart. When he woke next, it was to the angry faces of his grandfather and uncle. What in the blue blazes were you thinking? You could have killed yourself. Your magic was already drained to dangerous levels, and then you pull a stunt like that. Haru winced as a sharp pain laced through his head as his uncle continued to yell at him. It felt like his head was about to explode, and all the yelling wasn't helping. Uncle Sev, please. He pleaded softly, only to whimper in pain. There was a soft sigh, and then a cold hand landed on his forehead. He sighed in pure bliss and held on to the owner's wrist so that they couldn't pull away. I do suppose that my natural lower body temperature is good for something, a deep voice stated with a chuckle. Haru cracked his eyes open and found Naraku smiling smugly at someone across the room. The Raven heard someone click their tongue, and he had a feeling that it was Sesomaru that Naraku was gloating to. What happened to Sora? The last thing I remember was her telling me that her family was killed by a mad beast, and then I started healing her. Naraku looked annoyed for all of a second and then schooled his features. She is outside and being looked after by your uncle and the Lady Keed. According to your grandfather, the mad beast that the Sky Viper spoke of was a rather large troll demon that had been going around attacking anything it came across. It was killed early this morning by a court guardian, but none of the Sky Vipers were found alive. It would appear that the Sky Viper outside is the only survivor from that clan. I believe that your grandfather is asking around to the other clans to see if any of them will take her in. Haru sighed and shifted his gaze to the window. I don't see her wanting to join them, even if they do allow her to. She's been hurt too much and will see it as a betrayal to her clan's memory. Sky Vipers are loyal to the clan they are born to, and while she can trust other clans, she will not feel comfortable with them. Haru tried to sit up, but instantly regretted it. Don't sit up, you little fool. Your grandfather said that you were to remain laying down and not straining yourself. Naraku hissed at him, while gently pushing him back down. While I loathe to agree with him, Naraku is right. I do not wish to see you collapse again, and Lady Sora made it rather clear that she wishes the same. The fox demon huffed but didn't argue. He simply started playing with his Fong pendant. Both Naraku and Sesomaru looked at the pendant and pouted. They had heard about the wolf demon officially courting the little fox, but it was another thing entirely to see the evidence for themselves. The two looked at each other and made a truce of sorts. Haru, once you're healed, would you allow myself and Sesomaru to officially court you? The little fox blinked at them in surprise and then looked rather thoughtful. I'm sure that Inuyasha has already told you my rules, so as long as you can follow them, I don't see why not. Where is Inuyasha, by the way? The two demons looked at one another and then down at the fox demon. While you were unconscious, Inuyasha gained a familiar bond. Chapter and notes. So, Inuyasha familiar, if you have any ideas, let me hear them. Is Sora going to be? Someone's familiar, just not sure whose. Also, if you want to toss in ideas for the other, kids, go for it. Stay safe and healthy. X3. Impending doom for a puppy. Chapter notes. I'm so sorry for how long it's been. My ADHD hit hard, and then my anxiety made a nasty comeback. Also, As of June 4th, I'm now 24, cue more anxiety, and the like. As of a week ago or so, I've set up multiple alarms for myself and my 5-year-old ADHD mind, so hopefully I'll be better about updating at least once a month. Maybe more, but no promises. Also, I'm writing a book, something I've been trying to do since I was 13 or so. First 2 attempts ended with the first book being lost to a computer crash, and the second one I just lost interest in, so I'm trying to focus on that as well. On another note, I have signed up for Discord, and once I figure that all out, I might post the link in the end note for those that are interested. Shrug. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Yellow glared into bored lavender, as Inuyasha gazed upon this odd creature that seemed to be his new familiar. He wasn't even sure where it had come from, just that it appeared out of thin air. His sisters had abandoned him in favor of Sora, while Shippo was perched on his head, looking just as confused by the creature before them. It looked like the unholy love child of a dragon and some kind of canine. Inuyasha was just thankful that it didn't have wings. Its lower body was covered in deep black-blue fur with rich purple scales along its head, spine, and 2 tails. The little shit was looking at them as if it had nothing better to do, and Inuyasha wasn't sure how he felt about that. He'd seen how his mother and Shur acted and had always hoped to have that kind of bond with his own familiar. But he just knew that that wasn't going to be the case. The little shit was acting like a full-blow snob. It was as if Kagome was seated in front of him. Lavender eyes went sharp, and the creature growled at him, almost like it could hear his thoughts. Before he could say anything, Shur popped up out of nowhere and sniffed the creature. It didn't seem to know how to react, and simply froze while Shur checked it over. After a few minutes, Shur seemed satisfied and wandered back to the keyed hut, only for his mother to come stumbling out looking rather excited. Sesomaru and Naraku followed behind him, trying to look like they weren't hovering. "Mom, should you be walking around right now?" The raven shot him a dirty look before focusing back on the odd creature. Said creature seemed interested in his mother as it started to wag its tails. "Well, aren't you a gorgeous chimera? Look at those scales, so lovely. I don't imagine you're more than about 10 or 20 years old." The fox demon gushed as the chimera soaked up the attention. Inuyasha looked mildly uncomfortable and proceeded to rub the back of his neck awkwardly. "Mom, what is she, right? You are female? Or are you like Sesomaru? Pretty face, but a personality." A growl was heard behind the younger demon, but he was more worried about the pure look of uncontrolled chaos that swam in the chimera's eyes. Haru sighed and looked at his eldest with pure pity. "Yes, Inuyasha, this lovely creature is female. As for what she is a chimera, which is a simple word for the fact that she is a mix of different species. A mix of 3 at the very least. The scales are a dead giveaway for dragon. Her build is along the lines of a fox or wolf, but the split tail is more Nikomata, so I'm leaning more towards fox since the 2 blend together better. She might have some snake in her too, but I'm unsure at this moment. All in all, you have a very powerful, if young, familiar," he chirped happily, only to grow concerned when Inuyasha didn't look too thrilled. "Sweetie?" The younger looked at him and then at Shur, before looking back at the chimera. It took a lot longer than Haru was willing to admit to realize what the problem was. Sighing softly, he plucked Shippo off the other's head and placed him on Shur. "Why don't you go play with your sisters?" Thankfully, the little demon didn't argue and willingly left. Haru then took Inuyasha's hand and led him into the forest so they could talk. The only one to follow them was the chimera. Once they were a decent distance from the village, Haru got comfortable under the shade of a tree. After he got comfy, he beckoned the half-demon over by patting his lap. The younger hesitated for a moment, but then sighed in defeat. As soon as Inuyasha laid his head on the raven's lap, Haru started running his fingers through the younger's long silver hair. "Want to tell me what's on your mind, love?" Inuyasha sighed softly and shifted a little. "I thought that when I finally gained a familiar, we'd share the same bond that you and Shur do, but..." Haru hummed as Inuyasha trailed off sadly. "Inuyasha, do you know what it means to have a chimera for a familiar? A special one that has dragon in them?" The younger shook his head, and Haru smiled softly. "Chimeras in general are very picky and rarely interact with others, and even when they do, it's very distant and hostile. So to not only gain a chimera, but a dragon mix at that, means she sees something in you that just feels so right, but it won't be easy. The dragon in her will demand that you prove yourself worthy of her trust and loyalty. She will test you and might even attack you to test your strength. But if you act the way I raised you and treat her with respect, you'll have that special bond one day. She doesn't know you or your character, just like you don't know hers. My bond with Sure didn't happen overnight, but over time and with a lot of hard work. The first step for you two is greeting each other properly. Haru said softly as the chimera grew closer. Inuyasha looked at his mom and then at the chimera nervously. When was the last time he did a proper introduction? It felt like a lifetime ago, if he was being honest with himself. Taking a deep breath, Inuyasha sat up properly and bowed like his mom had taught him all those years ago. Greetings, great lady. I am Inuyasha, bloodchild of Inu no Teisho, Princess Aoi, and heartchild to High Priestess Haru of the Eclipse bloodline. I am honored by your presence, an offer of a familiar bond, should you find me worthy of your loyalty and trust. He stayed bowed for a moment more before straightening back up to face the chimera once more. It felt like her eyes were searching his very soul, but after a moment, she returned the bow. Greetings, Inuyasha, bloodchild of the great dog demon, human princess, and heartchild of the Eclipse bloodline. I am Katara, daughter to you of the Northern Chimera clan. It shall be a pleasure to see if you are worthy of my loyalty. She paused to look him dead in the eye before continuing with a feral grin. I shall not make it easy for you. Chapter and notes. I'm not sure who Sora going to end up with, so suggestions would be appreciated. Odd courting gift gone sideways. Part 1. Chapter notes. Sorry this is so late. I've had writer's block which added to my laziness. TT. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Haru was enjoying a peaceful day with his lovely daughters before that wench came back and ruined it. Naraku had left a few days ago, looking pained about doing so, but Inuyasha seemed smug about the whole thing. After a bit of sweet talking, Sessamaru left Rin with him so that the little girl could spend time with Kana. It was really more so that Kana could get more social interaction with children her age, seeing as she was a void demon. It was very unlikely that she'd be able to openly show her emotions, but understanding others was just as good. As of the moment, both little girls and a few of the other village children were playing on and with Sora. The Sky Viper was surprisingly okay with being used as a plaything, but given her nature, it wasn't as surprising as it looked. It was nearing sunset, and something in the air was putting him on edge. Inuyasha had left to go get the girl, while everyone else was doing little last-minute things. Girls, it's time to head inside now. Tell Sora goodnight. Surprisingly, both Kana and Rin had no trouble picking up Parseltongue, most likely due to Kana bonding with Sora and Rin bonding with Aeon. Hence why the two-headed dragon wasn't with Sessamaru at the moment. Thankfully, Jaken was. As he was herding his youngest three in, Inuyasha showed up with the girl. Kagome says that something bitter near the well. Do you mind checking? Your knowledge on bites is a lot better than mine. Haru looked at the girl, who seemed to be glaring daggers at his little girls, and debated heavily with himself before sighing in defeat. If she died from poison, then he'd have to find the remaining shards himself. Fine, but she says one word to your sisters and it's not the bite she'll have to worry about. Inuyasha nodded sharply and glared hard at the wench. Once everyone was gathered inside, Haru checked her leg but found nothing. If you were bitten, then whatever he did, it didn't leave a trace. You need to keep an eye on it in any case. There are demons that have that kind of power, and even the smallest cut can kill someone within hours before anyone notices that something is wrong. Kagome didn't look the least bit pleased with this, but said nothing. Oh yeah, when I went looking for what bit her, I came across this weird thing made of paper. Inuyasha held his hand out towards his mom, who carefully took it. This is Shikigami, but I can't quite place my finger on whose spiritual energy still lingers on it. Key move closer to get a better look as well, while Kagome passed out snacks she had brought from the future. It was as she was handing Inuyasha something that she froze up and pulled the shards from her skirt pocket. The shards have turned black. Before anyone could register what she had said, the little glass bottle shattered and the 3 black shards lodged into her neck. She fell back like a puppet with its strings cut. Everyone was panicking, except Haru and the younger 3. She's been cursed, which would most likely explain the vanishing bit along with the evil aura that was in the area earlier. Oh, that's where I recognize the spiritual energy from. Keyed. Do you remember that annoying little wench that attacked your sister around the time she first came into possession of the jewel? Kid paused for a moment before looking at Haru in shock. I do, but I remember not her name. Wouldn't she be dead by now, though? Haru nodded, but his smile was rather sly. She would be if it wasn't for the demonic energy that is mixed within her own. I'd say she made a deal with a demon, most likely to keep her youth. It's tainted her energy to the point where she can most likely only preform curses and the like, making her a dark priestess. Everyone seemed a little bit shocked at this, but collected themselves quickly. Naraku and Sango agreed to go after the dark priestess, while everyone else stayed behind. Haru didn't necessarily want to, but he had a feeling that this was Naraku's way of giving him a courting gift. However odd it was, he wasn't going to argue with it. He also didn't want to leave Inuyasha alone with Puppet Girl. Naraku would know better than to target Inuyasha, but the dark wench doesn't. Lo and behold, not too long after Moroku and Sango left, Puppet Girl was now pointing an arrow at his son. No, without even moving from the puppy pile, he had been made of 3 little children. He snapped his fingers and broke the bow. Inuyasha was rightfully upset, and Haru was really rethinking his choice about letting the girl live. She wasn't even fighting the curse for Scarlet's sake. Somewhere in the void, a woman with black and white hair sneezed. Haru looked down at his adorable Asin kids and sighed heavily before brightening back up. Who wants to see Mama kick a bad lady's ass? All 3 children were cheering in an instant, obviously not having been asleep at all. A thud was heard over the cheering, and they all looked to the source. The wench had face planted into the floor, her butt up in the air, and her underwear on full display. Haru sked in disgust. How the hell can she wear those kind of clothes in the era? It's beyond inappropriate. I ever catch you two wearing those kind of clothes, you'll both be grounded for the rest of your lives. I won't have my daughters dressing like they're from the red light district. That's not to say that I doesn't respect women that do, but they don't continue to wear those kind of clothes everywhere they go. The girls nodded before Rin raised her hand. So it's like how Sango wears her armor when she fights, but her normal clothes everywhere else? Haru nodded and herded the children out. Not before correcting the wench, though, and letting Kid know where they were off to. Inuyasha followed behind his mom and kept an eye on his little siblings. All 3 were chanting about how Mom was going to kick the bad ladies, but he was tempted to join them, but thought better of it. Inuyasha, do you want to go up ahead? I won't stop you, and you could probably use the practice fighting a dark priestess. His mom offered rather cheerfully. The half-demon wanted to say no at first, but then thought about it a bit more. When would he get another opportunity to fight against a dark priestess? Okay, just don't take too long. I want my little siblings to see me kick her, but 2. As he rushed off, he could hear all 3 kids cheering him on already and telling their mom to walk faster. It wasn't long before he left the forest, and he found Moroku and Sango warily watching a silver-haired woman with a large white snake wrapped around her. You must be the dark priestess that cursed Kagome. Hope you're ready to get your ass handed to you. She sneered and held up a black jewel. I am the dark priestess, Tsubaki, and you must be Kikio's lover. Inuyasha snorted. Don't let my mom hear you say that, or I won't get to fight you. He was about to pull his sword, but Tsubaki sneered at him. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Pull your sword, and I'll kill the girl. Inuyasha hesitated, but complied. Many so his mom would kill him in the name of training. After a bit of thought, he rushed her, just to gauge her power. She didn't even hesitate to strike at him with a curse that seemed to be centered in her right eye. He rushed back and quickly dodged the demon she let loose on him. When it gained a solid form, he burst out laughing and nearly got hit for it. I'm not killing that, but I can use the hand-to-hand practice. Mom's going to love you. He muttered the last part under his breath, but Moroku and Sango seemed to hear him. The demon she had let loose was a fox demon, not a kitsune like his mom. Fox demons are normal foxes that absorb demonic energy from around them. They get bigger and can grow tails, but they're not as powerful as kitsunes. The fox demon in front of him was a lilac in color with solid green eyes with 3 or 4 tails. It was rather large in size and looked like it wasn't too far off from gaining horns. It wasn't uncommon for fox demons to grow horns, just depended on the demonic energy it absorbed. Since he cut us his sword, Inuyasha thought up a quick plan on how go about fighting it. He really didn't want to drag it out and lost his chance to fight a dark priestess. Thankfully, his mom showed up before he even had to do anything. It's so cute. The fox demon didn't even have time to understand what was happening before it was tackled by his mom. Haru was not expecting to find such a lovely fox demon, but he wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. He could feel Sure laughing at him through their bond, but paid him no mind. Look at you, such a lovely girl and already so powerful. At this point, some of his own demonic energy was leaking out, and the fox was soaking it up. In a flash of soft purple light, the fox changed heavily and started nuzzling into Haru's side. She still looked the same in color and size, but she now had 2 curved black horns and 6 lovely tails. Her fur color was a bit brighter, but not by much. Haru cooed at her some more as he felt their bond settle. Such a powerful and gorgeous lady you've become. Oh, I'll call you Mai. The fox, May, seemed to love this and made a cooing purr kind of noise. At this point, all 3 younger children were cooing at the newest addition to their weird little family, while Tsubaki looked horrified. Inuyasha smirked as he saw the jewel purifying. Did I happen to mention that my mom is a high priestess Haru of the Eclipse bloodline? With that information, Tsubaki proceeded to lose her shit. She unleashed every demon that was housed within her body. Haru and the kids cheered everyone on as they killed demon after demon. Eventually, Tsubaki fled, her curse now broken and jewel still in hand. Let's leave her for now. I'll take care of her when she tries again. No one argued as they were all tired, and if they ignored Kagome, whining when they got back, Ki didn't comment. Chapter and notes. Haru and Shippo will be referred to as kitsunes from now on. As May wasn't a planned thing, I just couldn't resist. They're a little dumb. Chapter notes. I'm so sorry. TT. I didn't mean to take this long, and I really hate it when I just seem to lose all motivation. Happy holidays and New Year. The following day, everyone packed up and headed out to, hopefully, find Tsubaki before she could do anything too stupid, like piss Haru off. Seeing as there was now quite a few creatures joining them, Haru had to pull out a few tricks so that they didn't look like a walking demon parade. May thankfully was able to shrink down like Kagura, which the demonic Nico loved, while Haru had to make a charm for Sora. She didn't like the idea at first, but after some discussion and knowledge that she'd be able to do the same thing as Kagura and May, she caved. Kid, are you sure you want to come with us? Haru didn't mind her coming. It'd actually be rather amusing, but it was her age that worried him. Yes, as a priestess myself, I feel that I must come with you as well. Inuyasha looked like he wanted to make a comment, but thought better of it. Smart boy. All right, but at least let Aeon carry you. They'll react faster than your horse. With that settled, they headed off in the direction Kagome pointed them to. It was probably 3 or so hours after that they ran into something interesting. Hanging in front of the tree line, on long bamboo poles, were paper talismans meant to create a barrier against demons. It wasn't that well put together, but would certainly keep low-level demons out. While Naraku and Kid were explaining this to the others, Haru noticed that someone had also placed paper talismans in the grass and hung them from small sticks. Inuyasha, however, didn't notice them and got a small shock for it. Shippo, being the ever-curious one, moved to poke it but was stopped by Rin. Thank you, dear. Shippo, I've told you before not to touch random talismans. The little kitsune nodded meekly and apologized. Now while Kid, Naraku, and I remove these, keep an eye out for anything else that might be around. Everyone nodded, but before anything could happen, 2 young girls came into view. We've been waiting. Are you Inuyasha, the demon who seeks to destroy Priestess Tsubaki? The young lady speaking had short dark red hair and was wearing white underrobes with a red robe vest that was tied with a pink sash. The other young lady had long dark blue hair and was dressed the same, but with a light blue vest and blue sash. Haru noticed that both girls were wearing charms that looked familiar, but he was having trouble placing them. Red's was a full circle and blue's was 2 crescents back to back. While Haru was contemplating, Inuyasha was looking at the 2 like they had grown another head. What? You're both on Tsubaki's side? Red spoke up again. Priestess Tsubaki is a sister disciple. Blue then added her 2 cents with, of course we're her allies. Inuyasha, still rather confused by the 2, looked at them questioningly. So you're dark priestesses? Both girls looked rather disgusted by the question, but it was Red that spoke up. Ah, a dark priestess? Followed by Blue, adding her 2 cents again. How dare you insult us? The half-demon finally connected the dots and looked to his mom for help, knowing he was way out of his depth right now. So, you're not dark priestesses? Red, don't be ridiculous. Blue, and I am Botan, Momiji. We are priestesses who have trained hard in the art of slaying demons. Botan, don't even mention us in the same breath as a dark priestess. Inuyasha could feel a headache building as the two switched back and forth. So he was rather thankfully for Naraku trying to shut them up. Slow down and hold on a minute, you two. Didn't seem to work though. Momiji, silence. Points at Naraku. Your appearance tells me that you're a monk. Points at Sango, and you a demon slayer. Points at Kagome. And as for you, the two huddled and whisper back and forth, though they're not as quiet as they think. Look at those clothes. I sense spiritual powers. Yes, I agree. As they finally declare Kagome a priestesses, Haru is laughing himself sick while everyone softly chuckles at the silently fuming girl. During this, both girls move on to say something about working with demons such as these or something like that, but all humor goes out the window when they don't seem to recognize Kid, spiritual power, let alone his own. It's rather insulting. Haru stands straight and focuses his gaze on the two very naive young priestesses. Girls, and yes, that is what you were compared to not only Lady Kid, but to myself as well, you seem to be lacking in not only physical training, but spiritual as well. Lady Kid has been a priestess for a very long time. And while she may not have an abundance of spiritual energy, I can assure you that what she does have is very refined. I, myself, have been a high priestess for several very long years and find it quite insulting that you can say the girl is a priestess, which she is not, but you can't actually spot the real ones. At this point, Haru had started leaking raw, spiritual energy, which sure was taken care of. Both girls looked very nervous now, but thankfully the younger three were able to break the tension by distracting their mother. Mama, don't worry about it. Like you said, they're young, so mistakes are bound to happen, right? Rin, bless her heart, had somehow mastered puppy eyes and was apparently teaching the other two. With the tension broken, the two girls properly noticed the younger three and seemed to be having a hard time not cooing over them. They also seemed to notice Sora, Karara, Mei, and Katara, who had shifted into a smaller form at some point as well. After a bit, they came to the wrong conclusion. You demons! You've disguised your appearance. All seven were very confused, and everyone else looked at the two like they were crazy. Haru stepped in once more, but seemed to find this rather funny. The only ones disguised, as you put it, are Sora, Karara, Mei, and Katara, seeing as they can change their size. My children are not powerful enough to change their looks like that, and one of my daughters is human. Care to try again? Both girls looked like they'd been hit with a fish and nearly jumped out of their skin when Moroka suddenly appeared behind them. Before the monk could even open his mouth, however, a chill went down his spine. Haru was smiling at him, but his eyes said, "Try me. Moroka, come here now. We're trying to put the girls at ease, not upset them. You have 5 seconds. If you blinked, you would have missed him in under 2 seconds." The girls didn't seem amused by this like everyone else was, and proceeded to throw paper talismans at them. Needless to say, the Shikigami they summoned were tiny and very pathetic. In under a minute, all of them were destroyed, though Haru did notice 2 running back to the girls, both holding 1 strand of hair each. Botan, that was impressive work, you demons. Momiji, that was all part of our trick. Botan, in order to get these strands of your hair from you. Inuyasha knew exactly what was about to happen and grabbed the younger 3. He knew that Momiji had gotten his hair, seeing as he was the only one with pure white, but he had a feeling as to whose hair Botan had, and it wasn't going to be pretty if he was right. We really need to get the hell away from here before those things take form. Everyone but Kagome seemed to pale as their minds connected the dots. Once at a safe distance, they turned back to look at the rather large Shikigami dolls. One looked like Inuyasha and the other, Kagome. Chills went down everyone's spine as Haru started to chuckle in a rather insane manner before he shifted into his full demon form, which meant he was now eye level with the creepy Kagome doll. Those 2 girls had ate up big time. Haru was going to enjoy this so damn much. The little bitch had been getting on his nerves to no end, and seeing as he couldn't just kill her, this was the next best thing. On the sidelines, everyone felt kind of sorry for the doll. The kitsune didn't even wait for the doll to move. He charged at it and proceeded to tear it to shreds. When the other doll tried to interfere, Haru took it out quickly and went back to his stress relief. Somehow, Haru made the doll last for an hour before finally being satisfied. He shrunk down to about the size Karara tended to be when not fighting and took a nap in the middle of the carnage he had caused. At some point, both girls had been knocked out, but were unharmed. Inuyasha carefully picked up his mom and joined everyone else gathered around the other two. Tsubaki must have either sweet-talked them or deceived them. In any case, I think they'd understand once we've talked with them. Inuyasha knew what Naraku was leading to and cut him off. Seeing as my mom's a high priestess, he should be able to get them to understand, plus he outranks them if we're going by spiritual power alone. Not to mention that he's taught both priests and priestesses in the past. He'll know how to handle it. Naraku pouted while everyone else agreed. It's settled then. Mom's going to be out for a bit, so Naraku, Shippo, Rin, Kana, Sora, and Unmei and sure should stay here. I don't want the kids coming with us, and if something happens then I'd feel better knowing that the others are here to protect them. Sango, are you coming or staying? Inuyasha asked as he handed his mom over to rather excited Rin. I'll come with. Me staying would probably seem like a bit much, and I'm sure Haru would agree. The half-demon nodded and looked back at the forest. Once the barrier's down, we can go find Tsubaki. Some truth and an end. Chapter notes. I live. I'm sorry for the radio silence. I was busy in the begging of the year, but then my mental health took a bad hit, so I've been dealing with that. But don't worry, my mom is helping me get this figured out, and then I should hopefully post more often. Haru felt 1,000 times better once he woke up, cooing happily at the memory of his impromptu stress relief session. Looking around, he spotted the children playing in the field with Sora, Mei, Aeon, and Sure while Naraku was seated by the girls. He could tell that they were starting to wake up, so he shifted into priestess mode to hopeful keep any arguments to a minimum. Momiji was the first one up, soon followed by Boten. They seemed confused at first, but upon seeing Haru in his robes, grew tense. I did not wish to pull rank on you, but I feel it would be the only way to get you to listen. Haru looked at the pendants they wore once more before speaking. Those pendants you wear, may I know how you came by them? The girls looked at one another in silent conversation before nodding. Our master gave them to us before he left the temple. He said that they were important, and if we ever needed help, all we had to do was hold them and pray. Haru hummed softly and gently brushed his magic against the pendants. They started to glow, causing the girls to squeak in surprise. After a minute of this, two forms appeared next to the girls. Haru had a wistful smile on his face as they took on a solid form. So, I was right. Standing before them were two foxes with 3 tails each. They bowed to him, but didn't move from the girls' sides. I had thought that they had all been destroyed, but it seems that 2 survived. You girls are very lucky to be blessed with guardians of the Eclipse clan. They will protect you, as well as guide you. For you to be able to wear them, however, means that you must have had ancestors from the Eclipse bloodline. Your master probably knew this as well. The girls looked dumbstruck, just staring at the 2 foxes. They seemed to be struggling with this new revelation, so Haru asked if they had any questions. Wait do you hunt down? Tsubaki. Listen. Tsubaki cursed Kagome to send her to her death. The girls moved to protest, but Maroka carried on. Now, I don't know what Tsubaki told both of you, but she's a dark priestess and she curses innocent people. They both looked unsure still, so Haru stepped in. I know that this isn't something you wish to think. She was a sister priestess after all, but the world isn't black and white. Not all demons are bad, and not all priests and priestesses are good. Tsubaki fell to greed and jealousy, and in doing so, sold her soul for the power she hungered for as well as eternal youth. I know that this is a lot to take in, but we should head to the temple and help the others should they need it. I can only imagine what Tsubaki has gotten into, especially seeing as last I heard. There was an ogre sealed away in the shrine. Haru stood up and shifted back to his more human form as he called the children over so that they could leave. Sora, would you mind carrying us to the temple? The viper hummed softly before shifting back to her normal size, much to the shock of Momiji and Boten. It was a tense flight to the temple as every hair on Haru's body was stood on end. The plan was for Sora to drop them off and to take the children back to a safe distance. Haru knew that they'd want to watch the fight, and he trusted her to keep them safe. As the temple came into view, they saw Inuyasha and the others rushing out of a crumbling temple. Once the dust settled a bit, they could see Tsubaki had absorbed the ogre like Haru had feared. Sora, get close to the ground so we can jump off, then keep the kids at a distance. She nodded sharply and did as asked. Once low enough, the 4+Sure and May jumped off and rushed over to the others. What's wrong? Has my power left all of you speechless? With this power, I shall have eternal life? Tsubaki cackled before attacking them with lightning. Everyone was able to get out of the way, but Haru made sure to keep the girls close to him. Tsubaki seemed to mainly be focusing on Inuyasha, so that gave Haru time to think of a proper plan. If they killed Tsubaki, there might be a chance of the ogre getting free. A small chance, but a chance nonetheless. However, now that she had the ogre's power plus the jewel, she wasn't going to go down easily. If they could separate the two. That was it? Momiji, Boten, I need your help to take her down. I'm going to perform a ritual designed by the Eclipse clan, and I'll need you two to help keep the circle grounded. They looked hesitant at first, but then nodded sharply, determination written all over their faces. Haru shifted quickly and threw out multiple talismans that stuck to the air. Momiji and Boten took up their spots to the left and right while Haru was at the head of the circle. While the ritual was taking effect, Inuyasha used the Black Lash Wave to destroy the ogre. With the circle in place, the ogre's spirit was unable to escape, and neither was Tsubaki. After the attack, she was visibly weakened and was struggling to stand. I'm not finished. I still possess the scared jewel. Suddenly her right eye started to glow, and one of Naraku's bees flew out carrying the jewel. Sango killed it, but Kagura, who had been watching the whole event, caught it and took off. Haru paid her no mind and simply focused on Tsubaki. With the jewel now gone, Tsubaki's strength withered away as the jewel had taken all of her original demonic power. As the ritual faded, as did the ogre's spirit and Tsubaki's life. The following morning was full of soft goodbyes and Haru informing the young priestesses that he'd be sending some of his most trusted priests and priestesses to help them learn more about their shared heritage and bring the temple back to its proper glory. They seemed surprised by this, but very excited to no longer be by themselves. Now, if you ever need me, just call for sure or ask one of the others and I'll be here as soon as I can. Also, this mirror is linked to one that my grandfather has, so just call his name and he'll answer. Am I forgetting anything? Inuyasha chuckled at how overwhelmed the two looked. Mom, I think they get it. The others should show up later today, but if they don't, show up by tomorrow morning, call the old man, and let him know. After that, Inuyasha led his mom away and couldn't help but smile over the fact that he essentially had two more sisters. Not that he was complaining. Flee for your lives. Chapter notes. Hi. Sorry for the long wait. I had planned on update everything yesterday, but apparently I hadn't finished everything like I had originally thought. So I spent yesterday working on stuff and then reading over everything. As for those of you that were worried, I'm doing a lot better, though I still have bad days. I'm on a new medication, and my mother is helping me find a therapist. Things might be a bit rocky for a while as I've lost my train of thought for a handful of my fics, so some of the chapter are going to be rather short for a while. Sorry. Haru was in a bit of a mood, due to the girls and by extension partners leaving to join their fathers again. On the plus side, Kana and Rin both got a crash course on cooking and had varying levels of success, but was edible. The boys were sad to see them go too, but didn't mind having their mother to themselves again. Their days had been rather peaceful, with them helping out the occasional village with a demon problem. Their most recent being a centipede-type demon that had been destroying a village's fields. It wasn't very tough, but at least Haru could collect some decent material from it. Due to how late in the evening it was, they decided to take the village head's offer to house them. He also wished to throw them a small feast as well, but Haru was reluctant to the idea of them using up their supplies for something so unnecessarily. The village head moved to argue, but Inuyasha beat him to it. How about this then, Mom? Katara and I'll go into the forest and hunt down some boar? Maybe some wild greens too? That way the village isn't using their supplies, and they can still thank us as they'd like to. He still seemed a little reluctant, but caved when the village head said that it was a fine idea. Plus Sango said she'd go with him too, and that they wouldn't be too far. Fine, but only if I get to help make the food. It's already so late at night, and I don't want anyone worrying about how long it would take to harvest and cook the boar." The village had agreed happily, and thus, nearly 2 hours later, everyone was enjoying the small feast at the headman's home. The villagers were so warm and lively that everyone was enjoying themselves. Moroku was behaving under Haru's keen eyes. This didn't stop a little granny from trying to sweep the monk away. As everyone was having a good time, a certain pest's arrival went unnoticed until he was attached to Inuyasha's face. "Myoga!" The little pest quickly recovered from being squished and acted like nothing had happened. "I was a bit concerned about you, Master Inuyasha, so I sought you out, only to find you battling a ferocious centipede. I'm glad you're safe," said half-demon, looked unamused and snorted, "Ferocious, my ass. Funny that you're nowhere to be found when we're in battle. Yet you never miss a beat when there's food and women around. You little schemer." Myoga looked offended by the accusation. Now, let's not be cruel." Inuyasha just gave him a deadpan look. "Where have you been all this time anyway, Myoga?" The little pest blushed and chuckled softly. "Even old pests like me have some bedfellows they'd prefer to keep secret, you know." As the little pest started chuckling again, Haru flicked him off of Inuyasha's hand, where he then landed on a candle. Eventually, the feast ended and everyone went to bed, though Haru felt like something was off. The Kitsune demon stared at the ceiling, wide awake. Everyone else had been asleep now for some time, but something at the back of his mind kept him from following. He had made sure that Inuyasha and Shippo shared a room with him, as he knew it would only make his nerves worse. It was reaching midnight when he felt something shift in the wards he had placed. He quickly handed Shippo to Inuyasha and rushed outside to keep Sango from taking Moroku's head off. Haru knew she was still asleep before Moroku even said anything, but he was wrong about her being possessed. No, there was something else going on. He didn't want to get too close, as she was holding her Hiraikatsu. Seeing as she was technically sleepwalking, Haru strengthened his scent so that she'd fall into a deeper sleep. Thankfully, it worked, but Moroku ruined it by rubbing her, but after he had caught her. She smacked him and was puzzled by why she was outside. Haru stayed off to the side, simply watching everyone and trying to puzzle everything together. Shure's growling drawled his attention to the fact that Myoga had been hiding in the monk's sleep robes. Haru paid no attention to the conversation the others were having about the demon they had killed that day. Something about its spirit haunting them, or something. All of his focus was on Myoga and his paranoid behavior. He knew that Inuyasha was keeping an eye on him, but the half-demon said nothing, which the Kitsune was thankful for. But he also knew that his son would react seconds after he did should something happen. And happen it did, not moments after they were done burying the demon again. Moroku moved to attack Sango. "I won't forgive you for this." He attacked her for a time, but then suddenly changed his target to Kagura. All the while, Haru simply watched and grew pissed when he finally figured out what the hell was happening. Before he could do anything, though, the centipede's mate showed up to add in more chaos. The others were of the opinion that it was the one possessing them, but Haru knew better. Inuyasha killed it easily, but froze up not seconds after. Haru had been planning on letting this chaos play out for a bit more, but when Inuyasha started to try and seduce Myoga, he officially lost his shit. Killer intent was coming off him in waves, and no one dared to move. The Kitsune slowly stalked towards his eldest, and his eyes screamed, "Try me. I don't give a flying what your issue with Myoga is, but if you desire to live, I would suggest getting thee off of my son." Everything was silent for a moment, before Inuyasha seemed to come back to himself. "Mom!" The Kitsune didn't look at him, and simply focused on Myoga. "I quickly realized that this was your doing, and was going to let it play out for a bit, but then she pulled my son into it. Deal with her now, or you'll be dealing with me as well." Killer intent was still pouring off of him, but Inuyasha was able to calm him down. "Mom, I need you to take a deep breath and focus on me, please." Emerald met gold, and Haru did as asked. With the Kitsune now calm, everyone was able to get the whole story from the suicidal flea. Shoga, another flea and the one causing all the chaos, had been hunting Myoga down due to the fact that they were betrothed. The womanizing flea had been running from her for some time, and she had finally had enough. She apologized for her actions, and Haru did the same. It wasn't her fault, but he lost his temper when her act with Inuyasha got out of hand. "Yes, I understand, and I really am sorry. I had finally reached the end of my rope and lost my head. I shouldn't have made your son act that way regardless. Haru smiled softly in return. It really is fine. No one was hurt, and I completely understand, so please don't apologize. He fought back a yawn and leaned into Inuyasha. He'd been feeling rather tired lately and wasn't fully sure as to why. Maybe he needed to spend more time with his potential mates? Maybe that's why he'd been feeling so drained? He'd send her off to find Koga later. But for now, he'd just take a nap next to his pup. Inuyasha gazed down at his mom, slightly worried about how tired he'd been over the past 2 weeks or so. He'd keep an eye on the older demon for now, but if he noticed anything else, he'd contact the old man and Sev. The flu. Haru wasn't having a good morning by any stretch of the imagination. Sometime during the night, Koga showed up and had been trying to soothe him, but it really wasn't helping to much. At first, he thought that he was going through an overload, but he didn't have the usual symptoms. Come to find out, he caught the flu. It had slowly been working its way through his system, and he was now getting hit hard with a fever and vomiting. The wolves had been in the area, thankfully, so it really hadn't taken them long to get there. Koga was cuddling Haru while the others were talking about this and that. With the new moon rising tonight, Haru was very much on edge, especially with him being sick and unable to protect Inuyasha quickly. Oddly enough, it had been Inuyasha that made the suggestion for them to stick around until the older Kitsune was feeling better. Haru had asked if he was sure, but the half-demon nodded. He's your potential mate, so he'll find out eventually. Plus, if he says anything about it, you'll make him regret ever being born. So, here they all were, only 2 hours into the night, and Koga hadn't said a word other than the normal shocked response most did. I'm proud of you. I know how much you hate people knowing about your change. Inuyasha huffed softly and kept his gaze locked on the fire. Well, like I said before, he was going to find out eventually, and if he can't hand the fact that I turn human once a month, then he doesn't deserve your trust or affection. He pointedly ignored the fact that he was saying all of this in front of Koga, who was cuddling the older Kitsune. Yeah, well, I know you were a half-demon to begin with, but I never went snooping after I found out that Haru adopted you. It wasn't my place. Haru chuckled softly and patted his cheek. And I thank you for that. He looked like he was going to say more, but his face went green and he covered his mouth. Koga picked him and rushed him over to the trees, where he proceeded to empty what little he had left in his stomach. I think there's some herbs nearby that should help with the vomiting. I'll have Jinta and Hakuko come with me to look. Haru just whined in response. Inuyasha made his way over and took Haru from Koga. Thanks. I hate how sick he can get and how useless I feel. With me being human right now, it'd take ages for me to find the right herbs this late at night. Koga moved to say something, but thought better of it and shook his head. Contrary to what I might have implied in the past, or what others might have said, you're not useless. Yeah, you can't go hunting down the herbs he needs, but you simply being with him eases his mind. I can't imagine what it must have been like to raise a half-demon, knowing how hated they are by both human and demon alike. He must have worried about you simply going into another room, let alone leaving the home. He knows that you can take care of yourself, but it's a parent's right to worry, yeah? He feels just as useless as you do right now, but it's not his fault nor yours. Inuyasha looked rather dumbfounded, but simply nodded. It was only a few minutes after the 3 demons left that Jinta and Hakuko came back to the camp saying how Koga was being attacked by Kagura. Unfortunately, by the time they got there, Kagura was gone, and so were Koga's jewel shards. None of them were happy about the development, none more so than Haru, who was trying to go after the bitch but was too weak to break out of Inuyasha's hold. While annoyed, they decided to move on and hopefully find Kagura in the process. Even though Koga was in no shape to fight, he was determined to get his shards back but promised Haru that he wouldn't do anything stupid. It was not long after Haru fell asleep that Koga picked up on Kagura's scent once more, and they made their way to her. Haru woke up to the sounds of Koga screaming and someone shouting for Inuyasha to stop. Opening his eyes, he blinked slowly as he caught sight of Inuyasha changing back in front of Kagura. He wasn't surprised when Naraku's demons came out of nowhere to protect the bitch from Inuyasha's attack and allowed her to get away. What did surprise him, however, was how pissed Koga was about Inuyasha putting himself in harm's way by changing in front of Kagura. What the hell were you thinking? Do you have no self-preservation? She now knows about what night you change on. Haru wasn't too worried about that, seeing as Naraku would be a hypocrite if he had a problem with it. Kagura was a problem for another day. It was kind of funny to see how worked up Koga was about it. He was too, but he'd wait until he was feeling better to address the issue. For now, he'd let Koga read his son the riot act. Playdate. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. It was on a lovely morning that a half-asleep Shippo received an odd letter that left Haru trying and failing not to laugh at his youngest son. The little kitsune was very confused and also rather frightened. "Mama! A thunder demon named Soten challenged me to a duel." Haru read over the letter and hummed thoughtfully. "Ramai Valley isn't far from here." "Oh, Inuyasha, isn't that the valley where the Thunder Brothers used to live?" He nodded and looked rather thoughtful. "If their tribe wanted revenge, then why not target me?" The older kitsune nodded slightly and tilted his head in thought. "I meet quite a few members of the Thunder clan from this area, and I don't recall anyone by the name of Soten. It's highly possible that whoever Soten is most likely still a child or isn't old enough to register with the courts yet. Otherwise, I feel like I would have heard of them at least once." Shippo looked slightly relieved at this, but then frowned. "Does that mean that they've been living on their own all this time?" Haru nodded sadly. "Yes, I fear that might be the case. The two Thunder Twits were always so full of themselves, so I doubt that they would even think to stay in contact with the other tribes, so Soten might think that they're the only one left." With that in mind, they all set out for the valley. Shippo was still nervous over the whole thing and refused to leave Haru's arms. Not that the older kitsune minded. When they were about halfway through the mountain pass that lead to the valley, a huge boulder came rolling down the cliff at them. Haru didn't mention the little red dragon that had pushed said boulder. Everyone dodged, though Shippo got kidnapped by the little dragon in all the chaos. "Mom!" Haru looked at the half-demon and smiled innocently. "Yes. Did you just let Shippo get kidnapped?" Haru tried to look offended but failed. "Inuyasha, I'm hurt. How could you think such a thing?" Said half-demon didn't look the least bit convinced, but said nothing. Knowing that there was no real danger, Haru said nothing when Sango and Naraku took off to search from the skies. He did, however, find it hilarious when the little dragon ambushed them with a puppet that looked like the winch and tried to make Inuyasha sit. "I can't breathe." The thing was so ugly, but the winch looked so offended that it was so hard to keep a straight face. "I can't. I'm going on ahead. Inuyasha." "Oh." Don't hit him, seeing as it'll trigger a defense mechanism that all young dragons have. When Haru arrived at the valley, he spotted Shippo facing off against an adorable little girl. Knowing that they couldn't do too much harm to each other, he decided to let them have their fun. If it got too bad, he'd step in. Not long after he arrived, Inuyasha showed up and joined him on his perch. "No winch." He shook his head. "I left her behind when she started complaining about some nonsense." "Oh, this is Korya, by the way." Haru smiled softly at the little dragon, who appeared to be rather confused. "I figured I'd let them wear each other out. So far, they haven't done any real damage." Inuyasha nodded in agreement and sat back to watch the show, absent-mindedly scratching Katara's head. About an hour or so later, the two children were laying on the ground panting and on the verge of falling asleep. "Well, time to collect them. I contacted another Thunder Demon tribe that I'm still on good terms with, and let them know about our young lady. They'll be by tomorrow afternoon to pick her up, but she'll be staying with us for the time being." Not waiting to hear what the other might say, Haru calmly collected both children. "Did you have fun, Kit?" The little boy nodded sleepily as he buried his face in the elder's collar. "Soten, sweetie, your cousins are going to pick you up tomorrow, but you'll be with us for the time being, okay?" The little girl was sound asleep and heard none of what he had just said, but that was fine. He'd just explain after she woke up. Though, he was rather happy that Shippo now had a friend closer to his own age. He knew that the little kitsune adored his sisters, but they couldn't keep up with him sometimes, so having a friend like Soten would do him some good. On the plus side, the Thunder tribe he had reached out to wasn't that far from the manor. Chapter and notes. Surprise guest next chapter. He didn't think this through. Chapter notes. Sorry this took so long, as the past 2 months have not been good for me mentally. My mother got sick in the beginning of October, and 2 weeks before November, she had to be hospitalized for COVID and an ear infection that caused swelling in her brain. She was put into a coma for 2 weeks until they could get it under control, but she also developed pneumonia while there, and it made everything worse. Thankfully, she's more or less fine now, and came home a week ago. While I did have everything done, I obviously wasn't in a good place and am slowly getting back into a good headspace. Again, I'll hopefully update again before Christmas, but if not, happy holidays. After the incident with Soden, it had been agreed upon that it would just be easier to head back to Keed's village. The Thunder Child was thrilled that she'd get to spend more time with her new friend, though the two children spent most of their time messing with Inuyasha or playing with Haru's tails. The day they arrived back to the village was lovely and was made even better when the wench made a beeline for the well. The Thunder Tribe leader Mara was actually there waiting for them and smiled softly at the two children. So, this is little Soden? She's the spitting image of her grandmother, and I'm sure she has her matching temper to boot. Mara had long black hair with electric blue eyes and had a build similar to Sango, but slightly taller. The two Thunder Demons stayed for a while more before biting their goodbyes, though Mara did promise that Soden could come to the village whenever they were in the area, which made Shippo happy. For the next few days, everyone enjoyed the downtime, though they had gotten word of a group of bandits being found dead, and all were missing their faces. This was chalked up to Naraku causing trouble, but they didn't have too big of an issue with it, seeing as the demon wouldn't do anything too big that might incur Haru's wrath. That was until the following day, when a strange man came charging towards the village. "Hey Mom, I can smell Naraku nearby." The older Kitsune looked puzzled. "Sure says that. Naraku's still at his hideout. So a new reincarnation maybe?" Inuyasha nodded. "I'll go check it out. I'll see if it's going to be a problem." The others went with him, but more out of curiosity than anything else. While the children went off to see their new guest, Haru sipped his tea happily. He'd interfere if needed, or their guest got too close, but for now he'd let them handle it. Then he smelled the stupid. "Well, it seems like she's back. I should probably go and make sure she doesn't die at the very least." Keed seemed to find his comment funny, or at least his annoyance, as she was trying not to laugh at him nor choke on her own tea. May accompanied him, though that was probably more for the entertainment than worry over Haru's actual safety. As they made it to the top of the hill, where the fight was happening, Haru spotted Katara off to the side. She seemed to be debating something, but he had no clue as to what. So, pushing that little oddity to the side, Haru looked around and spotted a demon staring at the stupid wench. It didn't take him long to figure out what this demon was. Thus he understood what Naraku had been trying to do. Haru knew that it wouldn't work how the other had intended it to, but he gave him an A for effort. Seeing as the others had it handled to a degree, Haru made the wench his main focus. So, when the demon made a move to grab her, the ING idiot just stood there. He intervened. "Seeing as I know what's going on, I can guarantee that this little fool isn't who you're looking for, though she is rather close, I suppose." The demon, Muzo was its name, looked both pissed and confused. "What are you going on about? She is the woman I've been missing." Haru snorted and proceeded to pick at his nails. "I understand what Naraku had been trying to do when he released you, but he didn't think it over very well. I'll have to speak with him about this, but I'll deal with that later." Muzo grew frustrated and tried to grab the wench with his vine-like attachment once more, but Haru destroyed it again. "Stupid fool, if all you're going to do is stand there and look like an idiot, then maybe I will just let him take you." The wench looked pissed, and while Muzo was focused on them, Inuyasha used the wind scare on him. "Well, that's handled for the moment, but I doubt he'll be gone for long. Now the question is, do I stay and wait or go find Naraku now and get this settled?" While Haru thought about it, Inuyasha raised his hand to get the others' attention. "I know this might sound weird, but could you wait?" When everyone turned to look at him, he paused, but Haru gestured for him to continue. "Well, it's just that I'd like to practice for if we come across other demons that have similar abilities. Since this would essentially be a more controlled environment, I could test different strategies without having to worry about a fatal possibility." Everyone, other than the wench, seemed rather pleased with the argument, none more so than Haru. "Sure, I don't see why not. You made a good argument, and I've told you before to find opportunities to practice, so I'd be a hypocrite if I said no." Everyone was pleased, but the wench, and started making plans for when they'd face Muzo again. Haru was thrilled by their enthusiasm and left them to their own devices unless they asked for his opinion. It was the funniest thing when their first line of business was to tell the girl to go home. She tried to argue, and eventually, Inuyasha had to pick her up and throw her in the well. He was laughing so hard that he didn't hear two people coming up behind him. "What has him laughing so hard, you think?" "I don't know, but I'm sure it has to do with why everyone's by that well. Sobering up, Haru turned around and came face to face with Momiji and Boten. They hadn't changed at all, but he could tell that they had grown. "Girls, what brings you all the way out here?" They both hugged him happily, but made sure not to drop the packages they had. "We were on our way to the manor to deliver these when we heard all the commotion," Momiji said, while Boten nodded in agreement. "Yes, even though it hasn't been too long since the temple was brought back to life, we've learned so much. We've even been allowed to do missions by ourselves recently." Haru smiled widely and herded them over to the others. "That's wonderful. I'm so glad that you're having fun. Inuyasha, look who's here." Everyone turned around and seemed so pleased to see the two girls. "You two have good timing." Kid was about to take us to an old cave that she thinks Muso might be. Though we did see Kagura heading that way too, so either way is worth looking into. Haru hummed in agreement and looked at the two. "Muso is a demon of sorts that Inuyasha and the others went to practice with. I'm sure they'd let you two practice as well if you'd like. It would give you two some hands-on experience." The others voiced their agreement, and the two girls looked at each other and thought it over silently. After a minute or two, they grinned at each other and nodded. Muso, or Enigmo as Kid pointed out, was in fact hiding out in the cave. With Kagome gone, Muso's new focus was Haru, which was to be expected given that Naraku was courting him. So some of those emotions poured over in an odd way that seemed to frustrate Muso more than the lack of Kagome. Seeing as Muso would just regenerate no matter what they did, it gave them all a good amount of practice. With each defeat, Muso's body changed in some way, which aided them in many ways, from quick thinking to changing their attack without a second's notice. They were also able to read each other better, and after the first two rounds, they didn't get in each other's way, and even knew when to aid in an incoming attack. Haru only had to interfere a handful of times, mostly when Inuyasha or Moroku would get too close on an attack and didn't react quick enough. The girls were all long-ranged attackers, so they were out of harm's way for the most part. Shippo, being too young and not as trained, was sitting with him and Kid, happily making healing salves that Haru had told him to practice. The little kitsune hadn't been happy at first, but Haru promised to give him magic lessons later, and when he was older, then he could start having combat lessons. While still upset, he was at least appeased. "Mama Momo trip." Looking up from his own salve, he spotted Momiji holding her ankle. "The others have Muso focused on them if you'd like to go heal her." Shippo lit up and rushed to his sister's side. Looking towards the sky, he spotted Naraku's insects and figured that the demon now realized his mistake. Naraku's going to be taking Muso back after this last round. Kid saw the insects too and nodded. It does appear so. Would you mind keeping an eye on them while I go on ahead? They're going to follow the insects anyway, but there are things I want to talk to him about before they show up." Kid hummed in amusement before waving him off. Now, Naraku would willingly admit that he hadn't thought his plan out very well. In theory, he thought it would work, but he realized his mistake rather quickly when Kanna, quiet little Kanna, managed to knock him over. She hadn't meant to do it. She was running from Shure and a mini Sora and ran into him when she was rushing around a corner. So, yes, mistakes were made. He had at first thought to go to Haru, but thought better of it after playing out how that little conversation might go. He felt stupid enough, no need to rub salt in the wound, even if the kitsune would help while still poking fun at him. Thus, he was left with finding the other by himself, or more like he'd have Kagura do it and clean up the mess after. So, now here he was, waiting in a forest for his insects to bring Muso to him. Letting those brats use him for practice was a small price to pay. Rather Muso than himself anyway, seeing as Haru was no doubt on his way here. So, how stupid do you feel right now? Speak of the devil. I mean, if you were really feeling that off about the whole thing, you could have come to me. Naraku glared at him, only to sigh in defeat. Yes, I'm aware of that. However, I thought that this might work. And when did you realize it hadn't? When Kanna beat my ass. Dead silence filled the clearing, only to be broken by Haru's mad laughter. It's not funny. She took me to the ground on accident and demanded to know what was wrong with me. She smacked me and said I was an idiot. Naraku now looked like a buffed-up cat, and it only made Haru laugh harder. At this point, he thought that he might want to rethink his life choices, but he didn't. Not a single one. Because there was no outcome better than this. and he didn't want to risk losing it. This amazing kitsune had changed his life into something he could never have even dreamed of, and he liked it that way. Baby kitten. Chapter notes. I have had these ing things done for close to 4 goddamn weeks. I took a break in January as I was feeling a little burnt out, and I had planned to update last month. But things happened and I just never did, so I am sorry for the wait. Enjoy. See the end of the chapter for more notes. It had been about a week since Naraku's lapse in judgment, and they hadn't really done anything. By now, Inuyasha was going stir-crazy, and it was driving everyone nuts. Inuyasha, while I do love you, I'm not afraid to tie you to a tree and let your brother have at it. Haru said from his set on a fallen log as he brushed through Shippo's hair. Boten and Momiji had left that morning, so the kitsune was feeling a little needy. How about this, we can go see Totosai and see what he says. While I do know of one way for you to get through any barrier, I'd like to avoid that option at the moment. While not happy about it, Inuyasha agreed. Now, Haru could have stopped the chaos that was about to unfold for his dim-wit of a son, but he figured it'd be a good lesson for him, and the training would help get rid of all that pin-up energy the younger seemed to have. Though, when Inuyasha found out that this training was nothing more than getting the old fart water for a bath, he wasn't going to be happy. Haru will give the old man this. He did try to correct them. Totosai, what's the story behind the little lynx child? The old fart scratched at his head. I don't quite know, to be honest. He showed up here one day, wanting me to teach him how to break through barriers. The kitsune looked at him like he was stupid, and that didn't set off any red flags. He can't be any older than Shippo, and you haven't been looking out for him, or even try to figure out where his family is. Before Haru could strangle the fool, Inuyasha frantically called out to him. Something's wrong with Bunza. Shooting Totosai one last dirty look, he rushed over and took the little kitten from his eldest. He has a bad fever and is far too light. Look in my bag and see if you can find Shippo's spare bedroll and my potions box. While Inuyasha was doing that, Haru looked towards the 3 waiting canines. Sure, I need you to hunt down any herds you can find, specifically those that help lower fevers and are easy on the stomach. I want you to focus on small game like mice or birds. Katara, can you please catch any small fish or crustaceans you might find in the river? All 3 nodded and went their separate ways. Mom, I found them. Haru nodded and pointed towards one of the buckets that the younger had brought up earlier. Light a fire and get some of that water going. He's not going to like any of the potions I give him, and I want him to have some tea to wash it down with. There should still be some of the tea blend that Shippo likes in my bag. Knowing that he could just get more later, Inuyasha didn't hesitate and even made them some tea as well. Chuckling softly to himself, Haru fixed up the mess of wood that didn't deserve to be called a hut and set Bunza down on the bedroll. Hello, little one. My name is Haru, and Inuyasha is my pup. You must not feel too good right now, any? The little lynx child nodded, but seemed to be fighting to stay awake. You remind me of my little kid, so stubborn even, while sick. He chuckled when Bunza grunted at him. I know you're not going to like them, but I need you to take some medicine for me, okay? There's nice yummy tea waiting for you. Afterwards, it took a few minutes, but eventually, Bunza took both potions and fell asleep after drinking his tea, though that probably had more to do with the herb Sure had brought back. While Inuyasha was training once more, Haru kept an eye on the little kitten as he cooked. Katara and Mei brought back quite a good selection of meat, so Haru was making 2 batches of stew that would be easy on the little one's empty stomach. You remind me of my papa. Haru smiled softly and looked at Bunza from the corner of his eye. Oh, do I? Then may I ask why you're not with him? The kitten sighed and his eyes glossed over. A demon named Nanafushi took over the mountain where me and my lynx tribe lived. He blocked off the mountain with a demonic barrier, so we couldn't gather food. Our lives were totally disrupted. My father's the tribe leader, and he says that Totosai is the only one who can make a weapon strong enough to break the barrier, and that Totosai would know the technique to use. But the old man's eccentric and refuses to teach just anyone. Well, that's what father told us. People in my tribe are starting to doubt and turn their backs on him. Haru felt as if he should recognize the demon's name, but he was drawing blank. Well, for now, I want you to get some rest, and we can figure everything else out in the morning. Bunza nodded slowly and was back to sleep within minutes. What do you think we should do? Knowing that Inuyasha had heard everything, He wanted to see what the younger would say. I think whether I learn this technique or not, we can't. Simply walk away. Haru smiled knowingly as he handed his son a bowl of stew. You may try and deny it all you like, but you've gone soft when it comes to children. I remember a time when you refused to even be in the same room as a child and would nearly jump out of your skin when a baby started crying. Inuyasha huffed and refused to look at him, but didn't even try and deny any of it. Once morning came around, Bunza was full of energy and had a rather healthy appetite. As Haru was cleaning up the breakfast mess, he heard a weak meow from outside. Walking out, he found Bunza holding a little yellow lynx with red stripes on her face and paws. "Tarako, what are you doing all the way out here?" After the little lynx was fixed up and fed, she spoke to Bunza, seeing as he was the only one to understand her. "She says that my father's gone to attack Nanafushi. Even though he doesn't know how to break the barrier, he went inside it to take back the mountain for the lynx tribe. Before anyone could stop him, Bunza rushed from the hut and stole one of Todesai's swords and vanished. I know the mountain he's talking about, and it's not all that far from here." Sensing what was going on, Mei grew to her normal size and waited for them to get on. It took some time, but with Bunza being so small and carrying a heavy sword, they caught up to him without breaking pace. By the time they got to the mountain, the lynx tribe was gathered near the barrier with Bunza's father knocked out on the other side. "Wait here, it could be a trap." Inuyasha nodded and kept a firm hold on a fighting Bunza. "I doubt that he found a way in, so odds are that Nanafushi opened for him. I can tell that he's not dead. So what is this pest waiting for?" Gently touching the barrier, Haru sent out a pulse of magic and found it rather weak. "Inuyasha, I leave this to you." Without looking back, Haru mounted Mei and pulled out a book on blood warding. After touching the barrier, he remembered why the demon's name seemed so familiar to him. He was a mantis demon that had caused quite a few issues some years back and had gone into hiding with his tail between his legs. While annoying, he wasn't all that strong, so Inuyasha would have no trouble dealing with him. And if it saved Todesai's sorry hide in the process, no one needed to know. Though that meant they'd need to track down his old friend, so that Inuyasha could learn the proper skill set it'd take for him to break barriers. After all, Tsukyamaru still owed him a favor. Chapter and notes. For those of you that know what's coming, no you don't, hysterical laughter. Don't with family. Chapter notes. I swear to God that I didn't realize how long ago I last updated. Normally, I write to help with my anxiety and stress, but I guess it was affecting me more than I realized at the time. I'll be seeing my doctor soon, so hopefully a change in my meds will help get things back to normal. So sorry for how long it's been. Sad face. It was a rather pleasant evening, and Haru was enjoying himself. It had been some years since he'd seen his brother in all but blood. Tsukyamaru was a bat demon with a rather pretty face that Haru teased him about without mercy, though he would snap at anyone else who tried to do the same. They met not long after Haru first registered, and seeing as they were both rather uncomfortable in such loud places, they got along rather well. Though Haru detested the slightly older demon's father, the bastard set Haru's instincts off like no other, well, with the exception of Sessamaru's mother. But that bitch got on everyone's nerves. The kid soon felt rather bad about not having seen his brother in so long. Hopefully he'd be forgiven and appeased that he now had nephews. As they were reaching the coast where the bat demons resided, Haru noticed that something felt off. Normally, he would have felt his brother's power by now, but it was missing. "Mom, are you okay?" Jumping slightly, Haru smiled stiffly at his eldest. "Something's wrong. I should be able to sense Tsukyamaru by now, but it's like he never existed." Inuyasha stepped closer and gently squeezed his hand. Maybe he's moved to another area? Or he just hasn't been here for some time? Taking a deep, soothing breath, Haru smiled shakily. Yeah, maybe. As they wandered onto the beach, they heard a woman cry out in pain. Not wasting any time, they rushed off to find the source. Outside of a rather worn-looking hut was a group of 5 men attacking a woman on the ground. Inuyasha stopped the men, while Haru rushed to check on the woman. "Are you hurt anywhere?" The woman shook her head, but wouldn't meet his eyes. "Bore him a child." Haru focused back on the men, and it took a moment for his mind to catch up to what was being said. So, because she loved a demon and had his child, she is to be condemned? The man that had been shooting his mouth off turned to look at him, probably to say something else, but froze upon seeing who had spoken. Haru was in priestess mood, and his eyes were ice cold. You blame her for your problems instead of seeking aid? You men are pathetic. Did it not occur to you that the demons would lie? I know of the clan you speak of, and its leader is a greedy pig that won't listen to anyone he deems beneath him. The men were shaking now and slowly backing away from him as ice slowly covered the sand beneath their feet. I will deal with this fool, but not for you pathic people. Leave, before I lose what little patience I have left. Knowing that they were outmatched, the men fled quickly. Once they were out of sight, Haru took some deep, soothing breaths to calm down. Inuyasha, I'll be back in a bit. Inuyasha looked after his mom and knew that he wouldn't be back for at least an hour. So, once they were all seated inside the hut, Shizu, the woman, asked why they were looking for the bat demons, eyeing them suspiciously. When they explained that they had no ill intentions, Shizu began to explain her history with the demons and the deal she bitterly made to trade her child for the village's safety. As she was talking about the father of her daughter, Inuyasha grew pale. You said his name was Tsukyamaru? Yes, but soon after he passed away, the attack started again. Why? His heart broke, knowing that the man his mother had been looking forward to seeing was now gone. Inuyasha seriously doubted that he simply passed away and knew that his mom would feel the same. My mom, Haru, the demon from earlier, knew him. They were brothers in everything but blood. Inuyasha trailed off before realizing that that meant he, plus the others, now had a cousin. Your daughter, Shiori, where is she? With her grandfather. Screw whatever Myoga said about having to kill the guardian of the barrier. His mom has another way. Right now, he just wanted to rescue his cousin. That's if his mother hasn't beaten him to it. Haru stood on a cliff's edge, watching the cave that housed the demon bats. Rage flowed through his veins as his gaze landed on the little girl at the mouth. She looked so much like his brother that it almost hurt. Not far below, he spotted Inuyasha and the human woman. He really should have stayed to get her name. She was his brother's wife after all, which made Shiori family too, and the Eclipse were very protective of family. As he observed the cave and his son, that bastard, Taigo Kamaru, showed his ugly face. It took all of his willpower not to charge down there and slice him to ribbons. He wanted to see how Inuyasha would handle the situation. Seeing as Inuyasha was unaware of the barrier's full power, it was no surprise that he attacked the bastard. Though, hearing that poor girl begging and pleading for her mother not to be hurt boiled his blood. The fool would die soon, he promised that. Later that night, Inuyasha stared blankly into the fire, lost deep in thought as everyone else spoke amongst themselves. I could hear your thoughts from outside. Get ready, though, as those fools have chosen death. Everyone looked startled by Haru's sudden arrival. But once they registered what he had said, they rushed outside, just in time to see the bat demons descending on the village. Haru forced Shizu to stay in the hut, though the barrier he placed did help. While the others dealt with the small fry, he calmly made his way through the chaos. Those that saw him before they died looked horrified. He was sure that if they could, they would have warned the others. It didn't take him long to find his target. After all, he wasn't hard to miss. As Haru got closer, he saw that fool holding Shiori, and his smile only grew. Tell me, Taigo Komaru, did you not think that I would find out? The large demon froze, but seemed to gain a smug confidence. What can you do, brat? The child holds the barrier, and you are but a fox. Haru smiled and let his form shift. Taigo Komaru paled as he realized his mistake in underestimating the other. So, you kill my brother in all but blood, hold my niece hostage, and mistake me for some common fox? Haru's form shifted into his full demon form, now towering over the other. Demon, do you think that this barrier will stop a kitsune of the Eclipse bloodline, let alone a high priestess? As Haru's paw smashed through the barrier, Shiori fell from the bastard's hand. As she was falling, Makoto while sure got the barrier stone. With his niece now safe, Haru did not hold back and proceeded to rip him to shreds. With the other demons having fled, all that was left was Haru and the body of Taigo Komaru. Inuyasha could tell that his mom was running on pure rage, and it wouldn't end anytime soon without help. Handing Shippo to Sango, he calmly made his way closer. Once he was in his mother's line of sight, he stopped and started to hum. It was the same song his mother would hum when he got frustrated or lost control. After a few minutes, the older demon seemed to calm down and slowly started to shift back. As his mother took on his usual form, he got closer and pulled him into a hug. It was rare to see his mom this upset, but he could understand why. He was probably blaming himself for not being there, for failing to protect not only his sister, but his brother too. Later, he'd comfort his mom and tell him that it wasn't his fault, that he hadn't failed. But for now, he would just let his mom scream and mourn. Everything else could wait until tomorrow. As Haru had worn himself out, they all decided to stay at Shizu's hut until the following afternoon. Thankfully, no one commented on Haru being the first one up and making breakfast for everyone. That was something better left to Inuyasha. Once everyone had finished their food, Haru requested everyone to come outside. It took some time, but I cut the connection that tied Shirori to the stone. I imagine that the connection that Taigo Komaru had with it will act up, however. So Shirori and Shizu, I want you to stay back. As predicted, the remnants of Taigo Komaru tried to fight them off and attack the girls, but another remnant protected them. Inuyasha sliced through the stone, splitting it in two, and finally ending Taigo Komaru's reign of terror. As Inuyasha was admiring his now red blade, Haru smiled sadly as he watched Sakyamuru's spirit fade away. Goodbye, Aniki. What's new, Pussycat? Chapter notes. Sorry, it's been a while. I've had a lot going on. Good news is that I'm going to be trying out a new update schedule. I'm going to update at the end of the month or the beginning depending on when I have free time, but I'll try to stick to that. See the end of the chapter for more notes. It wasn't hard to convince Shizu to move to Kid's village. She didn't even hesitate to agree, which thrilled Haru. Plus, Shirori seemed pleased with the fact that she'd actually be able to make friends and meet Haru's daughters. So, after packing up what little they still had, they all made the pleasant journey back to the village. The villagers didn't hesitate to accept them and help them settle in. Obviously, the two were a little overwhelmed, but very much happy with the arrangement. Kid offered to house them, seeing that the only available hut needed repairs to the roof and other small fixes. As for Shirori, after getting over her shocking features, the children accepted her just as quickly as they had with Rin and Kanna. With any luck, the two girls would come by the village before the group had to leave again. Haru was enjoying the peace and quiet, absent-mindedly listening to Naraku and Sango talk about how Inuyasha went to the well to collect Kagome. As they were talking, Haru caught the familiar scent of Hachi. Looking around, he spotted the tanuki hiding behind the tree next to Kid's hut. Hachi, what brings you all the way out here? The tanuki jumped but calmed down once he noticed Haru's concerned gaze. Well, I had no choice but to hide in human territory. You see, those awful demons from the west are in the neighborhood. Haru went wide-eyed, but seeing as both Naraku and Sango didn't know what he was talking about, they asked for him to start from the beginning. The cat demons are killing every demon they cross paths with and searching high and low for the jewel shards. Of course those fools are looking for jewel shards. Though I honestly thought your sister had more common sense, Karen. Following the direction that Haru was looking in, the two humans saw a red-headed cat demon walking down the steps of the shrine. She seemed to hesitate upon seeing Haru, but Karen was always the most stubborn of her siblings. I heard there's a priestess in this village. This must be where she lives right here, she said while pointing at Kid's hut. Haru snorted. While Kid is a priestess, she's not the one you're looking for. I'm going to assume that you're referring to the wench who isn't here. Normally, I wouldn't care way you want her, but she made a mess that I refuse to clean up. So go back and tell your sister tough luck. Karen puffed up a bit, but her description of Kagome as young and wearing skimpy clothes had the older demon laughing. While I do appreciate a good laugh at the girl's expense, I'm going to need you and your fellow Panthers to leave. Attack the village and anyone inside it. Will mark you as an enemy of the Eclipse clan, Haru said as he slowly released the hold he had on his power. Karen stepped back, knowing very well that she was no match for the kitsune. Fine, we'll leave. Haru didn't pull his energy back until he felt them leave the area. Those stupid fools will be back soon. I'm sure they're trying to bring back their master, though the demon was a rude bastard, so I don't understand why they would. Please tell Inuyasha about this when he gets back. I have something I want to check. He didn't wait for a reply before shifting into his full demon form and taking off. It wasn't a widely known fact, but Teisho had a hidden castle that he liked to hold up in when he wanted to be left alone. Haru was one of the very few that knew where it was. When the war with the Panthers first started, Teisho tried to settle it peacefully and made a treaty, but obviously that didn't end well. Since Torin tended to be the more level-headed one of the four siblings, Haru thought he might try and give it a shot with her. Plus, there was still a record of what had happened during their last meeting before Teisho killed the stupid bastard. So hopefully Torin would at least see reason, seeing as it would be a waste of time to head back to the village, as the stupid wench had already been captured. Haru decided to join Sesshomaru, seeing as he was nearby one of the hidden entrances. Not that he knew that. Upon spotting the other demon, he also spotted Ryokan, a gentle-natured wolf demon that once fought alongside Teisho. Haru always had a soft spot for him, seeing as he resembled a giant hamster more than a wolf, and felt bad for not checking up on him. Hopping off of the ledge he had been standing on, Haru started petting the dejected demon. "Ryokan, is Sesshomaru being mean to you?" Said demon stopped mid-step and looked over his shoulder. Haru knew very well what he was doing and brushed past the demon, Ryokan happily trailing behind him. Sesshomaru now had no way of getting rid of the demon without angering the kitsune in the process. The trip to the Panther Demon's hideout was rather uneventful, other than Haru poking fun at Sesshomaru every now and then while also showing off his two new courting pendants to an equally excited Ryokan. Sesshomaru's pendant was one of his fangs like with Koga, while Naraku's was a delicately made obsidian spider that was imbued with his demonic energy. Just like with Koga, Inuyasha was present for the official request of courting, as he needed to give his blessing as Haru's eldest son, which Haru deeply valued. Though it was very entertaining to watch Momiji and Boten interrogate the two demons with the little ones trying to imitate them. Upon arriving at the Panther's hidden village, Haru ignored all the commotion, though did pick up Shippo so that he wasn't hurt, and made his way to Torin and hopefully talk some sense into the demon. He wasn't sure where Sesshomaru went off to, but as long as he didn't cause too much trouble, the kitsune didn't care. Handing Shippo over to a thrilled Ryokan, Haru stepped up to the shriveled-up body of the Panther King. "Torin, do you truly wish to do this? Do you not remember what a bastard he was? How he wasn't above sacrificing his own people if it get him what he wanted." He knew she was down in the town tormenting Sesshomaru, but he still needed to ask it, even if it was to himself. "It's the only way they'll learn, but I wish I didn't have to do this in the first place." Sighing, Haru shifted into his priestess form, as the others liked to say, and started to put his plan into effect. Not wanting to make any mistakes, Haru took his time as what he was trying to do was a delicate process. So, by the time he was done, he only had a few seconds to get away without being spotted. Ryokan was still holding Shippo, and the older kitsune trusted him to keep his kit safe while all hell broke loose. Deep down, it hurt to see all the chaos caused by one demon's selfish need for power. Haru had once been close to Torin, as she was one of the first friends he had made upon entering the courts. But then a shift of power happened within the Panther clan, and he started seeing her less and less until one day she vanished. When he heard about the war, he tried so hard to get Torin to listen to him, but it was like she didn't even know who he was, which hurt him deeply. With the defeat of their master, the Panthers went into hiding only to show up once again 50 years ago. Haru vividly remembers seeing Jaken once, not long after Inuyasha had been pinned to the tree. Now that Haru knew about what happened back then, he felt horrible that he couldn't come to Sesshomaru's aid or even try to make Torin see reason once more. But there was no use trying to fix the past, as it would all come to a head tonight. Whether that meant gaining his friend back or losing her forever, he wasn't going to sacrifice his family. As the ceremony started, Haru had to stop himself from interfering. It was even worse when the Panther King turned on his own like the kitsune knew he would. Ryokan held him close as Torin screamed for her siblings as their souls were taken by the Panther King. God, it hurt so much to watch, but there was no stopping it at this point. It felt like any eternity as Sesshomaru and Inuyasha fought the Panther King, but eventually, Inuyasha managed to land the final blow after Sesshomaru weakened the bastard with the Tensiga. As the bastard took his last breath, Haru landed in front of a sobbing Torin. She looked up at him in shock, but before she could say anything, Haru started to speak. "I once asked you why you chose him over me, and you said that loyalty is to the clan, and I once accepted that. But then I tried to warn you, tried to make you see the truth of his own loyalties, and you called me a liar. That day, I knew there was no reasoning with you. That day, I mourned the loss of my best friend." Haru looked at her now, tears streaming down his face, and he saw regret, sorrow, and guilt. "I could accept loyalty to the clan, but in the end, it was only loyalty to himself. You refused to see that, even when he broke the peace with his greed for power and land. You still refused to see even when it was right in front of you. But it takes him killing your siblings to see his true ways. Why couldn't it have been back then, when I tried so hard to make you see the truth? You were my best friend, and I was trying to protect you." By now, Haru was on the verge of completely breaking down, and it was only Sesomaru's tight grip around his waist that was keeping him from falling. Torin was outright sobbing too, and was shocked to see her siblings alive. Haru put a spell in place that would keep their souls from being fully consumed. "Once I used the Tensigo on your master, their souls were guided back to their bodies." Torin looked at Sesomaru, then Haru, but the kitsune refused to look at her again. Reaching into his robe pocket, he pulled out the treaty and a crystal ball containing the last meeting between Teisho and the Panther King and tossed them in front of Torin. "If you still don't believe me, even after all this, then look at the crystal. But the other is a treaty Teisho wrote in hopes of finding a peaceful solution. Do with it what you want." As Haru moved to leave, Torin grabbed his hand. "I'm so sorry, Haru. I should have believed you, but I just couldn't. We were taught loyalty to the clan above all else. But there were so many times that I just wanted my best friend, instead of all the pain and fighting." Haru's hand moved before his mind could react, and he slapped her. She looked at him in shock, but he couldn't hold his temper back any longer. "And I wanted mine. When I was being harassed at the courts, when I went through my training to become High Priestess, when I lost Ban, when I lost my first love." By now, Haru was on the ground, clutching his pendants close, as if afraid they'd vanish. Torin realized how much pain she had caused the other and pulled him close, saying she was sorry over and over again. Haru eventually wrapped his free arm around her and sobbed into her chest, letting go of all the pent-up anger he had at her. Their friendship wasn't fixed, far from it, but this was at least a good start to healing it. Chapter and notes. I don't know how I feel about this chapter, as I had it laid out differently in my head. Shrug. Rich people don't listen. Chapter notes. Double update. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The Panther siblings stayed in Keed's village for about a week so that the treaty could be rewritten, but the real reasons was because Torin wanted to try and make it up to Haru. During this time, Kana and Rin were getting to know not only Shirori, but the happy-go-lucky Shunran, who was happily using her power to make flower crowns and similar things. Shuran, as a guy surrounded by 3 sisters, found that he quite liked sparing with Inuyasha, as well as plotting ways to protect their sisters from potential mates. Though, they did share a fear of said sisters as well. Likewise, Karen spent most of her time hanging out with Sango, as they both had common interests and a deep love for their family. They traded poison-making tips and tricks as well as fighting styles. Seeing as they had a similar build, their fighting styles were slightly similar, and they took turns trading pointers on how to refine their movements, so they could have an easier time with regaining speed or traction. By the time the siblings had to leave, everyone in the village was sad to see them go. Haru had taken the time, however, to make 2 ways mirrors, so that they could still talk whenever they had the time though, which seemed to cheer everyone up. Now a week or so later, the group was traveling once more. It had suddenly started raining, so Haru had cast a spell over them so that they stayed dry. As they were passing a little rest spot, a group of soldiers stopped to kneel in front of a rather confused Sango. Would you be Sango the Demon Slayer and her travel party? Seeing as Haru hadn't said or done anything, Sango didn't see a reason to lie, fully trusting the kitsune's judgment. "Yes. May I know what it is you want from me?" The leader of the group's face relaxed slightly, most likely relieved that they had finally found her. "I am the vassal Asardi, representing the Takeda clan. We have come to speak with Sango." Everyone fell into a slightly awkward silence when Haru suddenly clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention to him. "This seems like a rather serious matter, so why don't we all get out of the rain? The rest stop should seat us all rather nicely." Knowing better than to argue with the kitsune, Sango motioned for the group of soldiers to follow them over to the hut. The men other than Asardi refused to get out of the rain, So once they got over their sudden shock of no longer being rained on, Asardi started to explain their reason for seeking out. Sango, I have been asked to request that you destroy a demon that plagues our castle nightly. We will not question your methods, and if necessary, we will evacuate the castle. Consider this an advance payment. Asardi paused to place a rather large bag of gold on the floor. Haru glared Moroku into silence while Asardi continued. After the demon is destroyed, you will receive the other half of the sum. I believe this offer is fair. What do you say? Seeing as Sango rarely asked for payment, normally taking items of trade, as it was usually small villages that asked for help, she wasn't sure what to say at the moment. But that's far too much money. Feeling a little awkward, Sango looked to Haru for help, which he happily gave. I propose a counter deal, if you will. Sango is rather proud of her skills and would hate to accept such a large offer before knowing that she could truly help you with your demon problem. After all, demons that only appear at night are most often not all they appear to be. So, I suggest that we take the normal amount that she would ask for as payment for seeing exactly what this demon is and if she has the appropriate skills to kill it. If in fact it is not something that she is able to deal with, such as a possessed soul, vengeful spirit, or the like, I will personally deal with it as it is my job as a high priestess. Does that sound like a fair deal to you, Lord Taken? Everyone looked at Haru then in the same direction he was. Outside the hut was a well-dressed man seated on a white horse. As he dismounted, his gaze locked onto Sango. It's been far too long, Sango, said Slayer. Looked at him rather confused. Do I know you? This lack of recognition seemed to fluster the man slightly, but he tried to play it off. Well, I can't blame her for not remembering. It was an awfully long time ago. Completely ignoring everyone, he kneeled before Sango and held her hands. Come, let's retire to the castle, where we can talk in leisure and get reacquainted with one another. Before anyone else could do or say anything, Haru got face to face with the still unnamed man. While I do understand that you seem familiar with Sango, I asked you a question, and I do so hate to be ignored. Softly glowing green eyes locked onto the others, and the man started to sweat a bit. Yes, your deal seems rather sound. I would hate to offend Sango or yourself. Seeming more amused than satisfied, Haru smiled sharply and whistled for May. Said demon came out of nowhere and accepted her 2 riders. No way was he leaving Sango with this fool. It was still raining when they arrived at the rather gloomy-looking castle, though the wench seemed to find it impressive. Haru was much more focused on the damage he kept seeing. It was obvious that something was attacking them at night, but he could tell that something else was going on. While the kitsune was still absent-mindedly searching the area, they were led into a receiving room where their host finally introduced himself. I am Karina Sakai, lord of this castle. After hearing the man's name, Sango seemed to finally remember him, at least a little. That snotty-nosed little, that young lord. Haru and Inuyasha had to bite their tongues to keep from laugh at what she was originally going to say, while said lord either didn't catch it or was just ignoring it. I'm glad you finally remember me. Yes, it's been 6 long years already. My castle had been plagued by a demon, and we had hired you and the other slayers. Haru latched on to that bit of information, but said nothing aloud, though Inuyasha seemed to pick up on it too. Good boy. You fought a magnificent battle. You shone like a single white lily on the battlefield. You were absolutely awe-inspiring. Once more, Haru and Inuyasha were biting their tongues, though Sango seemed a little oblivious of the true intentions behind the Lord's comments. But enough of the past, I will get to the point. The Lord stood to walk towards Sango, but thought better of it when he caught Haru glaring holes into him. Sango, slay the demon for us at once, then become my wife. You could have heard a pin drop before the room was suddenly flooded with an icy chill. Now, little lord, that was not part of the deal. Haru stood up slowly, his cold eyes locking onto the Lord. If she wishes to marry you, then I will not stop her. But I do find it rather distasteful that you should try and make such a request without making your intentions known from the start. The Lord looked like he wanted to say something, but Haru's cold gaze had him shrinking back in fear. It is certainly not uncommon for such offers to be laid down, but to only mention it now, while in the heart of your castle, is rather suspicious, no? One would think that you did not care whether she agreed or not. The Lord's eyes widened at the implication, and he tried to deny it. Fortunately for him, Sango came to the rescue. Haru, it's fine. The kitsune sighed, knowing very well what she meant, but the Lord took it a different way, though he seemed to know better than to comment. Servants, prepare rooms for our guests. The Lord then did the smart thing and fled with his tail between his legs. This, however, turned into him, giving her the royal treatment in lieu of wooing her in person for fear of the kitsune's already short patience with him. Said kitsune was keeping a close eye on the slayer, but wouldn't say anything without her asking him first. Though, he did take some enjoyment out of Moroka's aloof attitude towards the whole ordeal. Was Sango flattered? Yes. Did she intend to marry the Lord? No. Was Moroka going to say anything about it? Most likely not. Was Haru going to enjoy watching the monk sulk? Hell yes. Said monk was currently asking one of the servants to bear his child, a bad habit at this point, which only fueled Sango's temper. As he predicted, once the girl left, Sango slapped Moroka silly. Sango dear, do you want company? She hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. This was fine with Haru, though he didn't enjoy the knowledge that she was about to run into the Lord. But seeing as he could use this to his advantage, he grabbed Moroku and left to further investigate the castle. To be honest, I thought you would have said something by now, but if you want to play the fool, then I won't stop you. Haru didn't look up from what he was doing, but could feel the monk staring at him. I'm not playing the fool. The kitsune snorted and shot him a withering stare. Then you're playing the honorable knight? She's too good for a flirt like you. So who better than a handsome lord? Wouldn't that make you know better than him? Would you rather she know, than leave it and always wonder on what could have been? Moroka looked like he had just been slapped, but Haru didn't say anything more. Later in the night, Haru was sitting on the roof, letting his mind wander as he waited for the demon. When it did come, he let the others have their fun before dealing with it properly. He was also kind of hoping that at least one of them would notice what was truly going on. In the meantime, he had a warehouse to deal with. With the demon's ghost dealt with, it wasn't until the following more that they found High Priestess Haru dealing with the demon bear's pelt. You know, the one the Lord's father had been told to bury. While the servants were explaining what actually happened instead of what should have, Haru was finishing up the ritual he was preforming. The bear demon spirit is finally free. Offer your prayers, and he may bless your land and protect it. All of the castle's inhabitants withered under Haru's icy glare. The following day, once more in the rain, the group left the Lord and his castle behind, though Haru did glare coldly at the poor man until he and his castle were finally out of sight, much to everyone's amusement. Chapter and notes. I wish I could say that I had thought this chapter out, but that would be a lie. This is pretty much just word vomit. 3 ways to fail. Chapter notes. Sorry for the delay, I've been getting stuff done and all that. It was a rather calm day, and Haru was feeling a bit mischievous as most kitsunes tend to. Their little band of misfits didn't have much to do, or any leads to follow, so were enjoying a bit of downtime. As Haru was toying with the thought of going to annoy the hell out of Naraku, he caught the scent of Jaken. Now normally, Jaken would do whatever it took to stay clear of the kitsune, but the imp seemed to be rather determined at the moment. It didn't take long to figure out what Jaken was up to, and Haru figured that he'd let this play out. Plus, the kitsune could watch all the fun with Rin and Aeon. It would be interesting to see what the imp would do to obtain the Tetsusaiga. Attempt 1. While the kids and Winch were playing rock, paper, scissors, Haru was hidden behind a shield so that Jaken wouldn't see him hanging out with Rin. Jaken summoned Nomen, a faceless demon born of the regrets of man. In theory, it should have worked, but Jaken forgot to take into consideration that Nomen was rather slow. He grabbed what he had deemed as treasures while everyone had been engulfed in a thick fog. So when Nomen returned to Jaken, he had a little collection of random objects plus the jewel shards that Haru had given the wench. He knew what Jaken might try, so giving the wench the jewel shards had been more for his amusement. As expected, Jaken threw a temper tantrum and completely missed the jewel shards in the process. The imp then started to shout at Nomen once more about the Tetsusaiga, to which said demon only spoke about Inuyasha having an old, rusted sword. This infuriated Jaken more, though Haru was laughing the whole time. While he was laughing, Rin had asked. Jaken a question which led to the imp retelling how he came to follow Sesshomaru around, and how said demon had given him the two-headed staff he has. At the end of his story, Jaken decided that he couldn't leave such an important task to Nomen before running off. Mama, why is Master Jaken so determined to get Big Brother's sword? Haru had to catch his breath first before answering. Because he's an idiot that your papa has become fond of, though he'll never admit it. Don't worry too much about it, though. That imp will tire himself out. Not too long after this, Jaken ran right past the two with his ass on fire. Attempt 1 fail. It didn't take long for Rin to fish the poor imp from the river, and once dry he tried again. Attempt 2. Haru knew how this plan would end as soon as he saw the sign. In training, offering free advice and weapon sharpening. Once again, Jaken forgot to take into account that Inuyasha wasn't the only one with a weapon. The only smart thing he did was use incense to mask his scent. Before Jaken knew it, he had everyone's weapon but Inuyasha's. Haru would give the imp this. He did a fantastic job of sharpening the weapons, but missed out on Inuyasha's sword due to the fact that he fell asleep. Attempt 2 fail. By this point, Rin had gotten a little bored and wanted to pick some flowers for Sesshomaru, so they didn't see how Attempt 3 started, but they did arrive to see its end. Attempt 3. Jaken seemed to use a seal to make a hot spring so that he could grab the sword while Inuyasha was bathing. This seemed to actually work, though the group mistook the arrival of Aeon as Sesshomaru stopping by. Sango attacked them, though Sesshomaru had promised, been threatened, to duel the demon slayer that next time they met, so Haru wasn't mad at her for it. Plus Haru was still shielded, so she didn't see him. So, instead of fighting Sesshomaru, Sango ended up fighting Jaken. Seeing as Rin was worried about the imp, Aeon turned around to pick him up. At this point, Haru let the shield fall, and everyone could hear him laughing his ass off as Aeon brought them to a wild melon field as Rin was hungry. Attempt 3 fail. WTF just happened. Chapter notes. Double update. Haru had only been poking fun at Jaken for a mere second when Kagura suddenly showed up and kidnapped Rin. Seeing as Naraku was very much aware of Rin and knew better than to hurt or come after her, the kitsune could only assume that Kagura was acting on her own. Sesshomaru, get out here right now. Power was rolling off of Haru's skin, attracting Sure and Mei from wherever they had been spending the carefree day. Sure was doing his best to try and soothe the enraged kitsune, while Mei was keeping Aeon from losing their temper as well. She was actually sitting on them in her larger form so they couldn't take off. This was the scene Sesshomaru rushed into, and upon noticing the lack of a certain little girl, knew what had happened. Haru, the kitsune rushed him, and he had to hold back whines when the younger demon's nails bit into his arms. Taking a second to smell the air, he caught the scent of Naraku, but a bit more airy. Kagura, you know very well that Naraku would never allow harm to come to her. I'm sure he will even allow you to do with Kagura as you see fit. Sharp, glowing eyes met his, and he instantly knew that this was neither Haru or the high priestess he was talking to. This was an enraged mother at Naraku's castle. Now, Naraku had been enjoying a game of chess with Kahaku while Kanna was once again cooking, something she was getting far better at thanks to the guidance of her mother. So, he wasn't expecting to see Kagura enter the room with an upset and confused Rin. Two things went through his mind upon seeing this, and he couldn't decide which one he preferred at the moment. 1. Haru needed to get Rin out of a dangerous situation, though unlikely as Shippo wasn't with them, and Haru hated Kagura with his very soul and would never trust them to her. 2. Kagura kidnapped Rin for some reason, which was more likely, but put him in a dangerous spot seeing as Haru was most likely going feral over the sudden kidnapping of one of his children. Kagura, I do hope that Haru entrusted Rin to you, however unlikely that was to be, as I would truly prefer to not be on the receiving end of his temper should you have kidnapped one of his children. Rin was nodding quickly while Kagura looked both confused and scared. Naraku sighed and swiftly but gently swiped Rin from Kagura. Seeing as Kanna is still cooking, I shall leave you in charge of them, Kahaku. Kagura, courtyard now. The 3 children watched them leave, though Kanna was patting Rin on the head, trying to copy what their mother did when one of them was upset. Even through the thick walls, they could all clearly hear Naraku yelling. What the were you thinking? Back in the forest, Sesshomaru was having a hard time keeping up with Haru, something that didn't happen often. The kitsune, in full demonic form, was running through the forest destroying things as he went. Sure had vanished at some point, most likely to Naraku's castle, so it was only Mei keeping the kitsune from going completely feral. They may be courting, but Sesomaru knew that the potential bond wasn't strong enough to rein the other back in. The wolf was probably the only one that could at the moment. So, the older demon was just along for the ride really, and to make sure that the kitsune didn't hurt himself. Upon breaching Naraku's barrier, Haru zeroed in on the three children happily siding under a tree eating. They hadn't noticed him yet, but the two rather pale demons had. Shifting back, the kitsune stormed over to Kagura and punched her in the face. Not even bothering to see how far she had been sent flying or where she landed, Haru turned his attention to Naraku, who was now staring at his feet. Before the kitsune could do or say anything, he had two little girls attached to him. "Mama, look, kinda made stew. You should have some, it's really good." Looking down at the two cheerful children, Haru shot Naraku a dirty look that clearly said he got lucky. With Haru's temper now cooled, both older demons could only look on with fear and relief. Though they both knew that the children, Kahaku included, weren't going to be leaving his sight anytime soon. Sora, sure, Mei, and Aeon were simply ignored, as two were Kagura's. Screams. Koga's an idiot. Chapter notes. Sorry about the long wait. I've had a lot of things going on, and my mental health took a nosedive due to some meds I was on. I don't take them anymore, but the damage was done, and it took time to get myself back together. I'm going to try and update again at the end of the month, but it will depend on my work schedule. Haru was having a rather lovely time. All of his daughters were visiting, as well as Kahaku, which pleased Sango. Boten and Momiji loved their little sisters, and the little girls felt the same, though the boys were mumbling about being outnumbered now. "Mom, the next kid you adopt has to be a boy." Shippo was nodding along. The older kitsune laughed at them, duly noted. "But I don't have as much control over that as you think." The others were laughing as well, except for Kagome, who looked annoyed at everything. The weather was lovely, and Haru was enjoying having his children with him. So, he thought that nothing could go wrong. That was until a very frazzled-looking Koga showed up. "Haru, I have no clue what she's talking about. Please believe me. I don't even remember making any such promise to marry her." The kitsune wasn't sure what was going, just that Koga looked like he had seen a ghost. Inuyasha seemed to catch on faster, and was torn between laughing and attacking the wolf. Boten and Momiji held their brother back while Haru calmed the poor wolf down. "Koga, I need you to take a deep breath for my, okay?" Surprisingly, he did as asked and finally seemed to pull himself together. Before anything could actually be explained, Jinta, Hakaka came running out of the trees with a female wolf demon not far behind them. What they were running from was a giant black ball of hair that had lips. Haru started laughing, seeing as how stupid it was. It must be one of Naraku's experiments. I doubt he knows that it escaped. "Koga, once I've dealt with this, we can continue our talk." The ball of hair was rather fixated on the jewel shards, so getting its attention was rather easy. "Shippo, pay close attention as I plan on teaching you this fire spell." He didn't need to look at the little kit to know he was bouncing in Momiji's arms. As Haru moved towards the ball of hair, he had to dodge it a few times. But once he was within a safe firing range, he lit his fingertips with normal foxfire. "You are not to do this spell unsupervised, or you'll be grounded for years." With that said, Haru intensified the flames until his whole right hand was engulfed. After that, he started to dance around the hairball with unrivaled grace and precision. The flame grew with his movements until it was a long, thin ribbon of blue that followed his every step. Within minutes, the demon was engulfed in the flames and burned until there was nothing left. Though Haru did add in a banishment charm, just to be safe. While Haru was doing this, Inuyasha and Boten were interrogating a smitten Koga. "I take it that she's the one you were running from?" Inuyasha pointed at the red-headed wolf demon. Said demon didn't seem to know what to do with the situation, as she was looking between Koga and Haru with mixed emotions. The wolf nodded, looking rather put out. "I told her that I'm already courting someone, but she just won't listen. She said something about me promising to marry her, but I don't remember making such a promise." Koga now looked like a kicked puppy, though Jinta and Hakaku weren't helping. The siblings shared a look, but did seem to believe him. "If that's the case, then I'm sure that Mom is more than able to handle it. I mean, he's a high priestess. Inuyasha had to admit that Boten did make a good point. Odds are Mom will talk her into backing down, though I can already tell that she's not registered at any of the courts. Koga's head shot up as he looked between the siblings and the female wolf demon. You can tell that? Now, normally, Inuyasha would have called him an idiot, but the half-demon pretty much grew up in the courts, so it was easy for him to tell. Yeah, she doesn't have a sin on her. Everyone that gets registered has a subtly sin on them that belongs to the court they went to. I can't smell it on her. By this point, Haru was done with the demon and had heard what Inuyasha had said. She's not what? The kitsune marched over to the poor girl and proceeded to check her himself. Dear Lord, has your whole clan lost its mind? It's incredibly dangerous for a young demon to go unregistered. That's it. We're going the closest one right now, and then I'm sending your grandfather a strongly worded letter. The poor girl, Ayam, looked so lost and didn't even try to fight off the kitsune. So, the merry band of misfits made their way to the closest court. It was a rather short trip, seeing as they had been heading there in the first place. This court was also hidden behind a waterfall, just like the one closest to the manor, though this one's layout was more mountain-themed with a river running through it. As Haru dragged Ayam deeper in, everyone was absently waving at the demons they passed. By the time they caught up to the two, Haru was hugging a rather taller ogre demon. Haru, it's been ages. You need to visit more often. With my daughter married and everything, I have no one to drink tea with anymore. The kitsune laughed as he was spun around, but did agree. You're so right, Koda. It's been far too long. Oh, these are my kids, Inuyasha, Shippo, Boten, Momiji, Rin, and Kanna, plus one of my potential mates, Koga. The ogre looked at them all and smiled widely. Pleasure to meet you all. Though I don't Imogen, that's the only reason you're here. He added with a pointed look at Ayam. Haru clicked his tongue and gently pulled the poor girl forward. She hasn't been registered and I want to get that fixed. Don't worry, I already planned to tear her grandfather a new one. Koda seemed pleased with this and started to explain the whole process to Ayam. As he was walking her through everything, Haru gently patted Koga's cheek. I'm not going to break our courting over a naive little girl. Should you have made the promise whether you remember it or not? No, but you didn't catch my attention for your brains. Koga looked like he wanted to be offended, but just sighed and pulled the kitsune closer. Yeah, I'm a moron. Laugh it up. This last comment was aimed at the rest of the laughing group of fools. By the time Ayam was done, she looked like she had just received the answers to life's greatest mysteries. With the little ones asleep and it being so late at night, they all decided to stay at the court for the night and send Ayam off in the morning. Haru was still debating on whether to escort her back himself or send her with a very strongly worded letter. Either way, the geezer wasn't getting off easy. Monks make good bake. Chapter notes. Sorry this took so long. I've been under a lot of stress lately and haven't had the motivation to work on any of my fics. Things are slowly calming down and I'm finding motivation once more. To those that are reading The Child of Innocence and Frozen Nightmare Patch series, I'm working on them, but I won't update until I have them all done. It had been about a week since Ayam was escorted back to her grandfather by a rather livid Haru. The old wolf had tried to plead his case, but the kitsune wasn't having it and put the fear of God into every single wolf demon involved with the war that was apparently going on between the two clans. By the time they all left, the men were thoroughly whipped and the women were in charge until the men stopped acting like children. Inuyasha was also pretty sure that Ayam had some serious hero worship going on for his mother. Currently, they were making their way back to Keed's village, but were taking a more scenic route. Hey Mom, back when I was fighting that giant furball, it said something about Naraku moving. Do you happen to know what it meant? The kitsune looked rather amused by the question, but did answer. Yes, he went somewhere new to work on his experiments. I must say that he's not having the best of luck though, if what Kana says is accurate. He started to chuckle after that, but Inuyasha got his answer. As they were walking through a field, a demonic aura kicked up. Inuyasha, having learned his lesson the last time, looked to his mother for confirmation. Once his mother nodded, amusement clearly written all over his face, Inuyasha ran ahead to investigate. What he found was a little old woman trying to take on a rather sad-looking weasel demon. She slipped, somehow, and missed it as it was moving to attack her, Inuyasha killed it instead. With the weasel now gone, he wasn't sure what to do with the old woman. "Are you okay?" The old woman blinked up at him slowly before shouting that he was a demon and throwing salt at him. Now Inuyasha was stuck between a rock and a hard place. On one hand, he couldn't hit her as he might end up accidentally killing her. On the other hand, she didn't seem sane enough to reason with, and he didn't want salt in his mouth. He looked around quickly and caught his mother's eye, who seemed to be laughing at his predicament. However, the kitsune did eventually take pity on his son and motioned for Naraku to get the woman's attention. Once the woman was calmed down, Haru asked who she was. No matter how they asked it, she never gave them her name, so they just settled for calling her Madam Exorcist. Due to the increase in demon activity, I came out of retirement. Everyone looked at Haru, who smiled sweetly back at them. It was confirmation enough that the increase was due to Naraku's experiments. Maruko, even knowing this, still wanted to see what the old, and clearly senile, woman would say. He was not disappointed. I am quite sure it is because of the curse. Having been studying curses recently, Sango was rather intrigued. What curse? The old woman looked at her. Of the demon's head castle. Haru perked up, seeming to recognize the name. Its proper name is long forgotten, though I have heard many stories and rumors about that castle, though most of them are false. The more accurate ones revolve around an ancestor having destroyed the head of a demon, and the head then being buried on the land to ward off evil spirits, with the castle then being built over it. Haru then gained a thoughtful look on his face. I wonder, seeing the Haru wasn't going to continue, everyone turned back to the woman. For some strange reason, the demon has come out of hiding lately and has started tormenting people again, and no amount of exorcism has worked. Everyone jumped when Haru clapped his hands together with a cheerful giggle. I say we should see this castle. Would you mind terribly to lead the way, Madam Exorcist? The old woman seemed to gain the same insane spark that Haru had as she stood. Follow me. It honestly wasn't long before they reached the castle. When they explained what they were there for, the main attendant informed them of the Lord's madness and how he had killed one of the servants. While he continued to explain, Haru gazed around the castle grounds. Inuyasha was sure that his mother was seeing more than he or anyone else was. So when the kitsune's gaze finally stopped on something unseen, he shuddered slightly as a wicked smile made its way onto the older demon's face. Later in the night, while they were waiting for the demon to appear, Haru and Naraku were off to the side silently speaking. Inuyasha couldn't hear them, so figured that his mother had put up a privacy spell. What do you think they're taking about? The half-demon looked up at Sango and then back at the other two. Whatever it is, I'm sure it has to do with the demon here. Mom looked far too pleased with himself earlier, so I'm sure he's figured everything out already. Sango fully trusted the kitsune, so all she did was chuckle, realizing that Naraku was most likely an unwilling participant of the demon's plan. Before she could say anything else, they split up just in time for whom Sango assumed was the princess of the castle. Naraku was instantly taken with her, and seeing as Haru hadn't interfered yet, it didn't take a genius to put two and two together. Kagome and the old woman seemed to be the only two that didn't catch this, though the old woman didn't know how their little group worked. What was Kagome's excuse? As the princess gave them her warning about the previous exorcists and their paying with their lives, Sango caught Haru sending Shippo off with Sure. Either he was sending the kid off for his own safety, or the older demon was having him do something and was going to use the demon as a distraction. Sango was brought from her musings by one of the attendants screaming about the demon returning. The demon's head descended from the sky, so Sango moved first to take care of it. However, her attack passed right through it, throwing her off. She at first thought that it was just the demon's power, but then she remembered the training she had done with Haru. Sango quickly realized that the demon's head was most likely an illusion. If that was the case, then that meant that the real demon was somewhere else in the castle. Telling the others now would be too risky, so she made a mental note to tell them after the demon escaped or whatever it was supposed to do. After multiple failed attacks, courtesy of Inuyasha, and one subtly hand movement from Haru that Sango would have missed had she not been looking for it, Moroka made his move and used some sutras to dispel the demon. Thankfully, Moroku didn't mention the fact that it was an illusion, though that was probably because Haru had stomped on his foot. The kitsune turned to the princess, as she had witnessed the whole attack. "My lady, if you will allow it, I would like for my group to remain another day or two, so that we can be sure that the demon is truly gone. If it is not, then it is nothing but the demon spirit that keeps returning due to being drawn back to the castle. A possible item or similar that will need to be found and dealt with." The princess seemed slightly taken aback at the request, but quickly covered it up with a relieved smile. "It would be most appreciated, High Priestess." If anything, Haru's smile seemed to gain a sharp edge to it. Sango unconsciously hid behind Inuyasha, knowing that the kitsune's smile didn't bode well. By the time they were cleaned up and served dinner, Haru had whisked Morocco off to the corner again, but this time they had Shippo with them. "So, the demon was an illusion?" Sango nodded. "Yes, though I did notice it right away thanks to the training I've been doing with Haru." Inuyasha's eye twitched at the well-aimed jab. "Well, I guess that explains Mom's request to stay and why the princess looked so thrown off. You do realize that if we're both right, that makes Morocco the bait, right? Sango's nikir din pure delight." "Yes, I do realize this, but it serves him right for all of his womanizing in the past." Didn't mean she wasn't curious about what they were talking about over there. Sango was soon distracted by Inuyasha taunting the old woman about her purification salt, to which she started chasing him around with it. It was some time before the three in the corner split up, and by that point one of the princess's maids came looking for the monk. No one stopped him, though Inuyasha and Sango were fighting back their laughter. It got harder when Madame Exorcist gave Morocco a packet of her salt. Haru had already explained that the salt was a real thing. It was just that the old woman didn't have any spiritual power to activate it. Haru smiled happily to himself from the shadows. Shippo did such a good job. Sure, his little kid had been nervous about looking into the Lord, but with Sure there, his kid felt better. Haru wasn't surprised that the Lord was dead. It made sense after all. She couldn't just use anybody in the castle. Moving silently through the shadows, Haru kept an eye on Morocco and the princess as she led the monk deeper underground. She claimed to want to show him the demon's burial site, which Haru knew was full of dead bodies. Did Morocco know this? No. Scenting the air and feeling the shift in demonic aura, Haru knew that the princess was setting up her distraction, most likely using the Lord to cause some damage. Haru trusted Inuyasha to handle the little issue while he kept the monk from dying. Morocco managed to throw the salt at her, revealing her true form. However, with how thick the demonic aura was, he wasn't able to do much else. That was fine, as now it was Haru's turn. My, haven't we been a busy girl?" The demon flinched back, having not noticed him following them. When she saw him in his proper form, the demon tried to flee, but she didn't get far. "Now, where do you think you're going?" The demon was terrified, seeing as she had no way to escape. She couldn't even move. "I must say, your plan was rather well thought out, as was your acting. All you have to do is play the distressed princess, and you have them eating out of your hands. They never even suspected that it was you this whole time. Well, not until it was too late." Haru motioned towards the shadows, beckoning Sure forth. The shadow Fong snapped at the paralyzed demon, before moving over to Morocco. "You know where to take him. Let no one enter until I arrive." Sure nodded before grabbing the monk's collar and dragging him into the shadows. It was quite easy to find her, the real princess. She's not dead yet, almost, but not quite. Thanks to the fact that you stored all of the spiritual power you stole from your victims in her, it kept her in a death-like state. It's rather funny in a way. Had you not possessed her, when you did, she would have died. The demon tried to separate her head from the body, but Haru was having none of it. "I suppose I've dragged it out long enough. That poor child has been waiting long enough." Without any hesitation, Haru destroyed the demon. However, with the demon dead, he had to act fast if he wanted to save the child. Swiftly running through the shadows, he appeared just in time to witness Morocco struggling to keep the spiritual energy within the girl's body. The others were there as well, but he paid them no mind as he shifted into his priestess form. Haru grabbed orb after orb and weaved them into a cocoon that would surround the princess. It took time and a lot of concentration, but he was soon done. Stepping back, Haru turned to the attendants present. "Your princess is alive, but only just. This cocoon will keep her safe as her spirit heals from what has been done to her." As time passes, the cocoon will slowly sink into her skin as she heals. My companion will check on her every few days and keep track of her progress. Once the cocoon has been fully absorbed into her body, I will be back to check her once more. However, she will be very weak and need quite a lot of rest. The men looked both saddened and relieved. It took almost 4 hours before the men and women of the castle were willing to let them leave. All Haru wanted to do was sleep. It wasn't easy making such a cocoon and keeping the girl from succumbing to the damage done to her. Mom! Looking up, Haru smiled softly. Carry me, please? Inuyasha looked over his head, most likely looking at Sure and Mei, before chuckling softly. Sure, anything for you. Dealing with the princess had brought up some much unwanted memories, so sue him if he wanted to stay close to his pup. As they left the castle, Haru slowly drifted to sleep listening to the soft beat of Inuyasha's heartbeat. Hide and seek with a god. Chapter notes. Sorry for the long wait. I've just had a lot going on with the holidays closing in and me just procrastinating. I've also been hyper-fixating on Hell of a Boss recently. If you know, you know. It had been about a month since the Demon's Head incident, and the group had just been wandering from village to village. At this time, Kanna, Rin, and Kahaku were with them. Both Kanna and Kahaku had arrived a week prior, having had enough of being cooped up. Rin was dropped off the day before as Sessamaru needed to handle some business and didn't want Rin to be left on her own. Sango had been thrilled to see Kahaku, who seemed to have gained some of his memories back. Haru gave him a thorough checkup and confirmed that his mind was slowly healing from the trauma. So now, the merry band of misfits were making their way through a village that had seemed to have seen better days. That's odd. The crops are all destroyed. Do you think it could be wild animals? Sango voiced aloud. I know that the boar population is rather high in this area, but it doesn't look like they're doing. Haru said curiously, before his attention was pulled towards a group of villagers rushing towards them. The men seemed to be solely focused on Inuyasha. Suddenly, the group of men fell to their knees and cried out as one. Save us, dog god. Haru lost it, and Moroka had to keep him from falling to the ground. The kitsune was in tears as the men kept refiring to the half-demon as dog god. The children were no better, though Kanna seemed confused by the whole situation. It only got better when they essentially bullied Inuyasha into going to the headman's house, only to be worshipped even more. Katara seemed to find the whole thing funny as well, even going as far as to buy Dog God's messenger. As one of the female villagers offered pickled vegetables to Inuyasha as an offering, the half-demon actually liked to munch on those as a snack. The men started to explain what was happening. We realized that for someone of your stature, pickled vegetables are but a meager offering. But this is all the food we have to offer, Your Eminence. We have no choice but to appeal to you, Honorable Dog God. As the men carried on, Kanna wandered over to the pickled vegetables and started munching on one. This drew the men's attention, but before they could say anything, Inuyasha picked her and the plate up. Oh yeah, it's almost snack time for them, isn't it, Mom? The kitsune, having slightly calmed down, nodded. Snack time was implemented so that Kanna would put on some weight. Given her demonic nature, she would always be on the small side, but she was far too thin. It had honestly concerned Haru as the little girl barely ate anything as it was, so he tried to give her snacks throughout the day. Naraku even followed this plan as well. Seeing that Inuyasha wasn't upset with the little girl, the men calmed down. All the fields in our village have been ravaged by a band of monkeys. This caught Haru's attention, and he had to take a minute to think. Monkeys? Inuyasha questioned, though it was more towards his mom than the men. We have long heard that monkeys hold a deep fear of dogs. Please, dog god, lend us your assistance. Once again, Inuyasha looked towards his mother. Mom! The kitsune hummed to himself. If it's who I think it is, then this really isn't all that big of an issue. I will put a barrier around the crops, however, to keep it from happening again. Inuyasha nodded and looked back at the men. Okay, we'll help. It was decided that Moroku, Sango, and Kahaku would stay behind to help the villagers clean up their fields while the others went to look for the monkeys. So, Mom, do you know who we're looking for? The kitsune nodded. His name is Daisuke. He's a monkey god that calls these mountains home. He's an absolute sweetheart, so I can only assume that this mischief was done by his younger messengers. As if to prove this point, a Cyclops monkey demon popped out of the bushes, trying to intimidate Inuyasha. Giving them a good bop on the head should split them up. Inuyasha followed his mother's advice, and sure enough, 3 little monkey demons landed on the ground. Now, what happened next was Inuyasha's own fault. When confronted, the 3 boys apologized and offered Inuyasha a gift to prove it. It was a spiritual stone, and as soon as Inuyasha picked it up, it turned into a full boulder and got stuck to his hand. Both Shippo and Haru had seen this coming and couldn't stop themselves from laughing. Rin was doing the same, but Kanna walked over seeming rather concerned for him. Katara was looking at him like an idiot. The 3 boys then proceeded to taunt Inuyasha, stating that until their spell was broken, he'd be stuck there. Never one to back down from a challenge, Inuyasha used all of his strength to hold the boulder over his head. This was a poor choice because the 3 boys just threw another boulder on top of the first. Before Kanna could be crushed, Katara pulled the little girl out of the way. Seeing as Inuyasha wasn't going anywhere anytime soon, the little group followed the retreating monkeys. Haru caught up to them rather quickly, as did Shippo. The 4 little boys then started fighting, in a rather reminiscent fashion of the fight between Shippo and Little Soten. So he didn't have the heart to stop them. He just let them wear each other out. Seeing as they weren't going to get far, Haru decided that it was close enough to launch time, so got everything set up. Before long, the boys were done and Haru called them over after he got Elm. Made sure Sora, Kanna, and Rin sorted out. Aeon was with Sesomaru. Boys, you can finish playing later, come have some lunch. The monkeys were hesitant at first, but their hunger won out. They were actually not far from Daisuke's little shrine, so that's where they were having lunch. Haru had no clue where the wench was and didn't care. Seeing as Daisuke Shire has seen far better days, I'm going to assume you've been looking for his sacred stone? All 3 nodded. We believe that the scared stone is buried in a field somewhere nearby. I had a premonition in my dream, so I'm sure it's true. I had the same dream. Don't forget about me. Haru hummed, seeing where this was going. In my dream, our god was in a place that was very dark and damp. In mine, he was in a place that was small and suffocating. And in my dream, he was complaining that the place stunk of vegetables. Everyone heard a loud boom, but Haru knew what it was, so paid it no mind. Boys, I hate to burst your bubble, but had he been buried in the fields, he would be complaining about the smell of dirt, not vegetables. He's most likely in one of the storerooms that the villagers pickle their crops in. The boys looked shocked, but even more so when a heavily pissed off Inuyasha showed up. Seeing as the 3 admitted to forgetting how to undo the spell, and Inuyasha had learned his lesson about accepting strange things, Haru undid it for them. Other than the 3 monkeys, no one was surprised. It would appear that Daisuke is in the village somewhere, so eat your lunch and we'll head back to look for him. Inuyasha glared at the 3 for just a minute longer before flopping to the ground and accepting his own bowl of fish and rice. Upon arriving back at the village, the first thing Haru had the 3 boys do was apologize to the villagers. Gentlemen, where are your storerooms? I believe that you've accidentally acquired the sacred stone of the monkey god as a pickling rock. The men happily lead the little group to the 4 storehouses, and at the last one they found him seated on one of the barrels. Daisuke, you old fool. Once purified, the spirit of a rather bashful-looking monkey god popped out. Haru, must you tease an old man? The kitsune smiled ruefully at him. Oh, I don't know. It's not every day that a god is used for pickling. They carried on like this for a good hour or so, much to the villagers' shock. Daisuke has agreed to watch over your village, but he requests a new shrine to be built. This seemed to please the villagers, and just before the group could leave, Daisuke stopped them with a warning. I felt a powerful demonic aura pass over the village some time ago, heading in the direction of the Ox and Tiger, northeast. Seeing as Haru was just grinning at them, everyone came to the same conclusion that it had been Naraku. Well, what are we waiting for? Haru just smiled wider at Inuyasha, though to take note of the wench looking a little more flushed than usual. Oh well, twin cats. A week after talking with Daisuke, Kagome got sick and needed to head home. Haru didn't really care, but found it funny that Inuyasha not only went to Uncle Sev for remedies, but went around collecting his own as well. Apparently, quite a few demons in the area had been acting up, so Kid and Grandpa Shinji had been taking care of them. If you add in the fact that Inuyasha was going around killing them off as well while collecting his ingredients, The demons were thinning out rather quickly. Most of what Inuyasha collected was left at the manor, since he had more than he needed and Uncle Sev wasn't going to turn down good ingredients. What the Raven Demon couldn't use, Haru took as supplies for their journey. During Kagom's sickness, Haru took the time to reaffirm his status as High Priestess by visiting the burial grounds. He stayed there for 2 full days, just anchoring himself with the past. By the time he got back, the wench still wasn't. Sango mentioned Inuyasha going to visit her and give her some medicine. The kitsune rolled his eyes but figured that Inuyasha was probably still in the future due to Kagom's little brother Soda. Inuyasha had a weak spot for kids, so was probably helping the kid out with something. It was another 2 days before the two came back. The group was now on their way through the countryside once more when they came across an interesting sight. Kagura wandered off with Shippo and Elm not far behind her. Obviously, the adults weren't going to leave him unsupervised, but Shippo didn't need to know that. The little kid managed to find a river in his hunt for Kagura and stopped to cool off for a moment. That's when he and Elm not only found a little girl, but Kagura as well. The little girl was calling Kagura Kororo, mistaking the cat for another. Kagura didn't seem to care and let the little girl cuddle her. Shippo walked over to the two. "Excuse me, but that is not Kororo. Her name is Kagura." The little girl didn't seem to hear him as she put a bell around Kagura's neck. "Let's put this collar on." Shippo didn't seem to notice this and continued talking. Kagura is Sango's partner. The kid seemed to finally realize that the girl wasn't paying him any attention. "Now let's go home." "Kororo." Shippo puffed up. "I told you. That's not Kororo. The name's Kagura." The girl blinked at him in surprise, finally noticing him. Before she could say anything, 3 villagers caught her attention. "It's the villagers again. Run away, Kororo, quickly. Don't let the men capture you." The girl then ran off after releasing Kagura. Shippo looked even more annoyed as the girl still hadn't listened. "I keep telling her it's Kagura. She's cute, but kind of a strange girl." Kagura and Elm started growling, attracting Shippo's attention. "What's the matter with you two?" They were both growling at the villagers who noticed Kagura first. "Look over there. That cat. Again. I thought we chased it far away from the village." The men came down the embankment and started throwing rocks at the 3. Before any of them could get hit, the rocks stopped in midair and a pissed-off Haru was standing in front of them. "What exactly do you 3 think you're doing to my kid?" The others came out of the trees and paused upon seeing this. "Mom, what's going on?" Haru growled and dropped the rocks. "I don't know, but I intend to find out. I'm normally a very passive person, but you just tried to hurt my kid, so my patience is very limited right now." The men stepped back. "Who are you?" Haru growled again, as the men were getting on his nerves. "Someone that you really don't want to get on the bad side of. I am High Priestess Haru of the Eclipse bloodline." Before Haru could fully lose his temper, an elderly man came running towards them. "Stop, you men! Stop that at once! Please don't do anything violent. Cats are vengeful creatures and will curse you for 7 generations. Besides, that cat is not Kororo." Haru, seeing that the man was obviously the village elder and a man with common sense, calmed down. Once the elder made it down the embankment, he bowed to Haru, who returned it. "I deeply apologize for the villagers' rudeness to you." Haru took a deep breath and smiled softly. "I would suggest that they not do that to anyone again. One never knows who you might offend. However, would you kindly explain what's going on?" "It can't simply be because of a cat." The elder sighed. "It's not that simple, I'm afraid. Please, follow us to the village and I shall explain." Haru cast a subtle spell over the men to test them on their honesty and found nothing off. "Very well. I would like to know more." Upon arriving at the village elder's home, he explained what had happened. A smart cat named Kororo lived in this village. She used to play often with the children of the village, but several days ago, a very important faith healer passed through the village and found out about our friend the cat, and he read an oracle that said that the twin tail was bad luck, and he commanded us to expel it from the village. Haru snorted. Such nonsense. True, a twin-tailed cat can cause damage and the like, but those cats show no sign of liking humans. If there was a malicious demon within the village, I would have felt it. This important faith healer would know this as well, so I can only assume they are a fake. However, to put you and your village at ease, I'll preform a blessing on your village to protect it. Inuyasha, Naraku. Keep an eye on this faith healer, as I get the feeling that there's more to them than simply being a fake. Shippo, stay with Sango until we get this figured out. The kid nodded and looked at the collar in his hand before looking at Sango. There was a girl that was looking for Kuroro and put this bell on Karara by mistake. Can we go and find her, please? The brunette smiled at him. Sure. We can go now while there's still light out. Shippo smiled happily and climbed onto Elm's back. Exiting the elder's house, they only walked a little bit before Shippo heard the girl's voice. Kuroro. The kid lit up and looked up at Sango. That's her. Looking down the hill, they saw a short-haired girl in a pink kimono looking around. Sango smiled. Well, that was quick. Let's go talk to her, and maybe we can help her find Kuroro. Shippo nodded quickly, and Elm trotted down the hill. The girl perked up upon hearing the bell and looked towards them. Hey, I think this is yours. My name's Shippo, and this is Elm and Sango. I just wanted to tell you that that wasn't your Kuroro that you put this collar on, but Karara. The girl looked at them in surprise. Karara? Sango nodded with a smile. You're looing for a cat named Kuroro, right? Why don't we help you? It's getting rather late, and it wouldn't be very safe to go into the forest by yourself after dark. The girl looked at them and nodded, slowly. Thanks. My name is Kum. Sango smiled at her. Well, that's a lovely name. Why don't we get started? Shippo nodded quickly. Yeah, Elm has a great sense of smell, so maybe he can find her. Elm barked happily and started sniffing the ground as well as Kum, making her laugh. While they were off looking for Kuroro, Haru, Inuyasha, Naraku, and Kagome were heading towards the faith healer. As they got closer, a red fog filled the sky and Katara was the first to react, growling and releasing her own aura. Haru saw what she was doing and released his own. I'll stay behind and protect the village with Mei and Sure. You three deal with the rat. Inuyasha and Naraku nodded quickly and rushed off with Kagome trailing behind. Back in the forest, Sango, Kum, Shippo, and Elm were looking for Kuroro. Elm seemed to have caught a scent and was leading them through the trees. I hope we find her soon. Shippo looked towards Kum. You really care for this cat, don't you? Kum nodded. Yaka's Kuroro is going to have a litter of kittens soon. Sango hummed, and Shippo looked surprised. She is? She's going to be okay. I promise we'll find her. Just then the wind picked up, and Elm started growling. Sango put the two kids behind her. I don't like the looks of that. We need to get back to the village. Kum, get on Elm's back. Before the little girl could, a bolt of red demonic aura shot into the ground, followed by a horde of rats. Sango quickly readied her Hireikatsu and managed to get a good chunk of the rats. Go! Elm took off, and Sango wasn't far behind. Elm seemed to smell something and took off for higher ground. Sango followed them and noticed a barrier over the village. Haru must have put the barrier up. It would be too dangerous to get back to the village now, so let's stay out of the way for now. Shippo and Kum both nodded. Haru watched on as a flood of rats overtook the rice fields. How disgusting. I've met many rat demons in my time, but this is just absurd. Elder, please make sure to keep everyone in the center of the barrier. The rats can't get in, but humans can still get out. The elderly man nodded. What the rats destroy, I'll help fix. Let's just hope that Inuyasha kills this bastard quickly. Sango attacked the rats once more as they gained on them, but they just kept coming. Damn it, they just keep coming. Suddenly, a blur shot over her shoulder and landed in front of the rats. It looked like Karara, but with more black in its fur. Seeing as Karara was with the others, Sango could only assume that this was Kuroro. Kum lit up upon seeing the cat. Kuroro, you came for me. The cat nodded and briefly glowed red before attacking the rats. The speed in which she moved was amazing, and the rats were quickly killed. Sango sighed in relief. Well, now we know why that faith healer wanted her run out of the village. Outside of the shrine the faith healer was staying at was a barrier. This didn't surprise Inuyasha or Naraku. The demonic aura created a barrier. Inuyasha nodded, which means that Mom was right about this guy. Back up, I got this. Pulling his sword, Inuyasha quickly broke through the barrier. With it now destroyed, the demon had nothing to hide behind. The shrine fell to pieces as a giant rat demon stood before them. Damn it, My plan was perfect until that priestess arrived. I had the villagers chase that blasted cat from the village, only for the kitsune to interfere. Inuyasha smirked. Yeah, Mom has a way of doing that. Hey, Karara, why don't you come say hello to the rat? The cat rushed forward, joined by Katara. Karara transformed into her larger size, and Katara changed her appearance to look more feline. The rat stepped back in fear. The feline, Inuyasha smirked. Karara, show him what you're made of. Both felines smiled and slowly moved towards the rat. He tried to flee, but the two felines didn't let him. As they attacked, Moroka noticed that the demon wasn't entirely real. That is not the demon's real appearance. I'm fairly certain he's a demon created by the demonic aura of the other rats. Katara and Karara can tear him apart all they want, but it won't make a difference. Inuyasha looked at Moroku. Then what do we do? The monk grabbed his beads. My wind tunnel should take care of that rat instantly. Karara, move out of the way. Both felines did as asked, but before Moroku could act, the rat disappeared. We need to head back to the village, Inuyasha said as he started running back. Back in the forest, Kororo was leading Sango, Shippo, and Elm deeper into the woods. Sango looked around, making sure to keep her eyes out for any more rats. I wonder where she's leading us. Kororo led them to a small cave in the side of a cliff, where her kittens were waiting. There were 3 of them, and all of them were just as cute as Kororo herself. And Shippo walked over to them. Kororo, your kittens are safe, said happily as Shippo nodded along. That's terrific. Sango moved forward. We need to head back to the village. Imogen Kororo would be a big help in getting rid of the rats. Between her, Katara, and may those rats will be gone within minutes. Nodded as she put the collar on Kororo. Do you hear that? We'll never have to be apart again, Kororo. Suddenly, Elm started growling and ran from the cave. You two stay here. And Shippo both nodded as Sango ran after Elm. Up in the sky was a thick black cloud that had a red aura around it. I can smell it, the scent of a human child. By devouring a single child, I'll be able to double my power. Sango readied her weapon and prepared to defeat the kids. Kororo soon joined her and Elm as the demonic energy landed and took the form of a rat. Before it could attack, Sango threw her weapon, but it did nothing. Damn Elm! The wolf howled and rushed the rat, black lighting surrounding him. Elm hit the rat dead center, but it still had no effect. Kororo rushed forward and hissed, gaining the rat's attention. You! Why must you keep interfering? The rat raised his tail and slammed it down, trying to kill Kororo. Elm managed to get her out of the way and quickly rejoined Sango. I'll keep the kids safe. You two focus on trying to run the rat off. Both Elm and Kororo nodded before charging the rat once more. Elm went for his feet, while Kororo bit down on the rat's tail. Release me. Once the tail was high enough, Kororo lunged for the rat's face and got a good hit in. Damn! Feel my magic rat power. The rat then shot beams from his mouth. Elm grabbed Kororo once more, and Sango was able to dodge it as well. Unfortunately, his beam hit the cliff, causing a landslide and burying the kids. Shit! Shippo! Sango screamed as she rushed to the rubble. Shippo, can you hear me? Hearing nothing, Sango started to carefully move the boulders while Elm and Kororo fought the rat. Inuyasha and Moroku were rushing back to the village, keeping an eye out for any rats. As they were running, Karara and Katara stopped and ran towards the trees. Inuyasha and Moroku quickly followed them, ignoring Kagome. Once they found the 2 felines, they realized that there was another cat with them. Isn't that the collar Shippo had earlier? Moroku nodded and noticed how beat up the cat looked. Katara turned to Inuyasha. She says that Sango sent her. They were attacked by the rat, and in the fight, Shippo and a little girl named were buried alive with her kittens. Sango and Elm stayed behind to dig them out. The 2 men gasped, and Inuyasha quickly picked the cat up. Don't worry, we'll get them out. Katara, can you lead the way back? The Chimera huffed. Of course I can. Just make sure to keep up. Then she and Karara took off through the trees. Keeping up with Katara wasn't easy, but they managed to get there in time. Sango was still digging and seemed to have made progress while Elm was still fighting off the rat. Inuyasha rushed forward and joined Elm. Moroku rushed to Sango's side and noticed that her hands were bleeding. The monk stopped her and quickly started treating her. "You did a good job. Just relax and let us handle the rest." She nodded and tiredly leaned against the cliffside. Seeing that Sango would be fine for now, Moroku switched places with Inuyasha. The monk quickly found where the rat was truly hiding and threw a talisman at it. "Inuyasha, behind him. Aim for that rock there." The half-demon wasted no time and quickly destroyed the rock that the rat's true self had been hiding in. With the rat now dead, Katara didn't waste any time and joined Elm, as too did Karara in her larger form. Before long, they got through and Elm gently pulled Shippo out and handed him to Inuyasha. Katara went through the hole and grabbed him while Karara and Kororo got the kittens. Shippo's hands were bleeding, and once he realized that he was safe in his brother's arm, the kit broke down. Inuyasha ran his fingers through Shippo's hair. "Ease now, you're okay. You were really brave, you know." "Moroku, how's the kid?" The monk checked the girl over and found nothing but some bruising. "She's fine, but we should get back to the village. With the demon dead, the rats will have vanished, and that means Haru will have dropped the barrier." Inuyasha seemed to realize where this was going and paled. "Mom's going to kill us." "Sango, quickly get on Karara before Mom finds us." The half-demon then quickly ran back to the village with the others not far behind him. The following morning, both Sango and Shippo were back to full health and all of their injuries healed. The villagers were waving them off and thanking them for everything. Haru had left the village with the blessing of the Eclipse clan that would protect them from malicious demons again. Kororo was also in good health, as were her kittens. The villagers apologized to the feline and appointed her and her kittens guardians of the village. As the group were enjoying the nice weather, Inuyasha decided to pick on the kid. "Hey there, Shippo. I'll bet you were in love with that little human girl." Shippo turned red and refused to look at his brother. "No way. I was not." Inuyasha smirked at it. "You had a thing for her." Did not. Inuyasha smirked even wider. "I must be true, or you wouldn't be so mad." Shippo was on the verge of tears at this point. "You're wrong. Don't tease me. Mama." The kitsune sighed and picked the kid up and gave Inuyasha a look. "Don't pick on your brother when he's too little to pick on you back." Inuyasha pouted and crossed his arms. "Not my fault he makes it so easy." Inuyasha. "Yes, Mom." The assistant. Chapter notes. "Sorry this took so long. I've been busy, and then the heat wave it, and it was a ing nightmare. I meant to update over the weekend, but got busy." On an otherwise lovely day, the usual happy group was camped out at a hunter's cabin. Avoiding Haru. Why, you may ask? Because he was surrounded by scrolls and grumbling as he wrote things down. "Stupid Tatsuki. Sending all of these to me at once. I need to get an assistant is what I need." He continued like this for some time, ignoring everyone else. "What the is this?" Everyone quickly looked up as Haru glared at a scroll in his hands. "Why the did he wait this long to tell me of this?" Inuyasha. The half-demon's ears were pinned back as he carefully made his way closer. "Yes." Haru turned to smile sweetly at him. "How do you feel about helping me wipe out a moron and his stupid army?" The half-demon went wide-eyed and quickly nodded. "Absolutely." Haru smiled widely. "Good, but we need to leave now if we want to get a good start on this. We'll camp out once the sun goes down, and I can get a better reading on the bastard's location." Thankfully, they hadn't been at the hut long, so it was easy packing up. They followed Haru as he led them through the forest and stopped for camp once the sun set. Haru seemed to vanish after this, but no one other than Kagome had a problem with it. As the night progressed, Inuyasha and Moroku were taking turns keeping an eye out. However, halfway into the night, Inuyasha picked up a familiar scent. "What the matter? Do you smell something?" Inuyasha ignored Moroku for a minute as he tried to narrow the scent down. "Now I know what it is, the scent of medicinal herbs." Moroku looked at him in surprise. "Medicinal herbs? Could there be a patch of wild herbs nearby that you're smelling?" "Sure is still here if you think we should send for Haru." Inuyasha nodded. "Do it. This is the same exact smell as the herbs used by the sorceress Urisu when she resurrected Kikio." Moroku didn't hesitate to wake the girls and send Sure off to find Haru. Sango looked around, clearly ready to act if needed, while Kagome took longer. Inuyasha continued to look around for the source of the smell. I hope I'm wrong about this, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. I know telling you idiots to wait here is pointless, so just catch up when you can. Naraku and Sango both nodded as the half-demon took off. Inuyasha rushed through the trees, keeping a keen eye out for anything that looked off. As he reached a riverbank, he saw what looked like clay warriors trying to take a red-headed woman with them. Seeing that this was probably the army his mother had mentioned earlier in the day, he didn't hesitate to destroy them. Let her go! Aiming for the solitaire that had the girl, Inuyasha was able to get her free while destroying 3 of the clay dolls. The girl was sent falling, and Inuyasha was quick to go get her. Hey, you okay? She didn't respond, so he assumed she was too weak. It didn't take a genius to figure out that the girl was also brought back to life by Urisu. She had the same smell of medicinal herbs that the hag had used. Jumping back up the incline with the girl in his arms, he was met by the others. Moroka looked around in surprise. Those are clay warriors baked with human bones and graveyard soil. Inuyasha nodded. Yeah, they were created by Urisu like I thought. The hag also brought this girl back to life as well. She was who the clay warriors were after. Everyone looked at the girl and jumped when Haru was suddenly with them. The kitsune was looking the girl over with a thoughtful look on his face. Well, there's no use wondering about all of this when the poor girl can't help us. There's an old temple not too far from here that we can spend the rest of the night in. By morning, I should have a solution that can help the girl without her needing souls to function. The following morning, once everyone was awake, Sango volunteered to watch over the girl, while Haru did what he needed to. Shippo stayed with her too, as well as Kagome, who most likely didn't want to be near Haru. The kitsune didn't care either way and simply started working on his potion. Inuyasha and Moroku were nearby, just watching as Sure and Mei handed him ingredients. Katara was also watching all of this as she let Inuyasha pet her. Mom, what exactly are you doing? The kitsune hummed as the potion turned a deep purple. I'm making an elixir that can act as a soul for the girl. She didn't ask for this and shouldn't feel like she's been turned into a monster. This will take some time, so why don't you, Moroku, and Katara follow the trail those toy soldiers left behind? It would be good practice for the 3 of you. The Chimera perked up at this before looking excitedly at Inuyasha. Yes, let's go. The half-demon chuckled, knowing that Katara had been rather bored lately. Fine, we'll mark the path as we go, just in case the wind picks up and we lose the scent. Haru gave him a thumbs up, but didn't look away from his cauldron. Surprisingly, they didn't end up going too far from the temple before they hit the end of the trail. Inuyasha chalked it up to good luck on their part, but Katara looked heavily disappointed. Moroka looked around at the lake they had been led to, trying to see if they had missed something. The scent of the herbs has led us this far, but we've found nothing. Inuyasha kneeled down, looking at the ground in front of him. No, I wouldn't say nothing. It's faint, but Kikio's scent is still here. Mom's not going to like any of this. Moroka looked at him. Kikio's scent? What would she be doing here? Inuyasha shrugged as he stood up and dusted off his hands. I'm positive she's not here anymore. Otherwise, Mom wouldn't have let us follow the trail, or he would have just gone after her himself. Moroka chuckled, but then got a thoughtful look on his face. Those clay warriors reminded me of something I had heard in the last village we were at. I heard that a strange army of soldiers has recently destroyed a number of castles in this area. It's possible that this is the same army that Haru is hunting. Inuyasha snorted. You're probably right, though we should keep a lookout for anything else that looks off just in case. What else have you heard? Well, there is a rumor that it's a demon behind the attacks. These soldiers cannot be slain with swords, and even spears will not pierce their armor. It's why those clay soldiers reminded me of the rumors. There is a high chance that this army is made up of soldiers that Urisu made. Inuyasha sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, that's just going to make Mom's day. We should head back and let him know what we found. Moroka nodded. Back at the temple, Sango, Shippo, Elm, and Kagome had finally joined Haru and were enjoying tea. The kitsune was adding the final touches when he sensed that the girl was awake. Looking towards the doorway, he saw her leaning on it. Ah, just in time. I have an elixir here that will give you the strength you need without the use of souls. Sango, can you help the young lady to join us? The girl looked stunned while Sango and Shippo both laughed. The demon slayer then put down her cup and walked towards the young woman. Thankfully, The girl didn't fight them, but Haru could see that she really didn't want anything to do with them. Haru smiled softly as he poured some of the elixir into a cup. I take it that you'd rather die once more than remain alive. You have the eyes of someone that has given up on the world. Whether it has always been there or not, I can't say. Haru then walked over to her and kneeled in front of her with the cup in hand. However, if it is truly eternal rest you wish for, then I will grant it to you. But should you wish for a different purpose to this second chance, then drink this and I will help you. Either way, I will respect your decision. Haru then blinked slowly. OH, where are my manners? I am High Priestess Haru of the Eclipse bloodline. This is my kit Shippo, and next to him is Sango. The three canines and feline are May, Sure Elm, and Kirara. He then gave Kagome a withering look and sighed. The wench is called Kagome. Now, may I have your name? Kagome looked so offended that it took everything for Sango not to outright laugh. Shippo didn't have any issues with this and just laughed his little bit off. Feeling pleased with himself, Haru looked back at the girl. She just looked back at him in clear confusion. So if I truly wanted to die, you wouldn't stop me like those soul collectors from last night? Haru twitched and his smile grew sharp. Ah, so it was Kikio that I smelled on you? I was quite hoping that I had simply imagined it. The redhead saw the looks the others were giving the kitsune. So, you hate her too? Haru's smile turned a touch feral. Hate is too nice of a word for it. I'd sooner kill the bitch myself than hate her. Seeing this, the girl seemed to gain a gleam in her eye that Haru found amusing. Well, she killed my mother, so you and I have much more income than simply hating her. Now, let it be noted that Inuyasha, Katara, and Naraku had been on their way back when the wind picked up and the half-demon caught the scent of medicinal herbs once more. They had argued over whether they should follow the scent or head back to the temple. Katara ended up being the tiebreaker, so obviously they followed the scent. It led them to a decent-looking castle, and Inuyasha climbed a tree to get a better look from inside. Sure enough, there were hundreds if not thousands of clay soldiers just waiting for a command. Well, looks like we found the army Mom was hunting for. Now all we need to do is find the leader. Wait, it smells like there are some humans here too. Better let Naraku and Katara know. Jumping down, he landed silently in front of the two. Okay, let's report back to Mom. I don't want to hang around here much longer and risk getting spotted. Naraku nodded while Katara looked annoyed. I can go in and scout around, see if I can find the leader. Inuyasha shook his head. No. Mom's #1 rule is don't go into unknown territory. There could be any number of alarms, and we can't risk getting spotted. Katara sighed, but did at least accept her defeat. Fine, but I demand the right to take as many soldiers on as I want. The two men chuckled before Inuyasha nodded. Deal. Now let's get out of here. During this, Haru was learning more about Enju. So, my dear, could you please tell me about these clay soldiers? I can feel your energy was involved with their creation. The girl sighed, though she seemed to still be deciding on whether to take the elixir or not. I made them in my kiln. Koromaru, my brother, forced me to make them. Haru paused upon hearing the name. Sango, in my bag, is a black scroll. Can you hand it to me? She nodded. Sure, it's on the top, right? Haru nodded and thanked her once she gave it to him. Upon opening it, Haru quickly found what he was looking for. I thought the name sounded familiar. He was a real nasty piece of work while alive. I can only imagine how much worse he has become. Enju nodded. Urisa brought both myself and Karamura back from the dead to serve her. She even called us her children. It seems so very long ago. Haru hummed softly as he ran his hands through Shippo's hair while Sango sat next to them. She used her black magic? Enju nodded. Kawarimaru was once a warrior who was betrayed by a vassal. He excels in commanding soldiers, and after he was reborn, Urisa gave him the power to control clay warriors. Before my death, I used to be a potter by trade. Haru nodded while Sango caught on as well. Yes, I think I understand. I remember you and Keed speaking of this sorceress once. You both believe that Urisa brought the dead back to life in order to take advantage of the powers they had while alive. Haru nodded. Yes, she was a prime example of what power can drive a person to do. He then looked at Kagome from the corner of his eye, but said nothing, as it was clearly implied. Kagome looked like she was going to start yelling, but quickly thought better of it when May growled at her. Enju ignored this and continued. Urisa made me help her create clay warriors, and she intended to make that priestess help search for shards of the scared jewel. And then Urisu was killed. Haru snorted. Even if the wench hadn't killed her, there was no way that she would have helped Urisu. Kikio was in as many things, but obedient isn't one of them. Unless I'm involved, I suppose. She hasn't bothered Inuyasha in some time, so she must live on some level. Inja looked at him curiously before speaking once more. After that, Kawaramoru began to order me to make the clay warriors. I didn't want to. I didn't want any part of creating clay warriors who killed people. But when I became frail from a weakened spirit, Kawaramoru brought back more souls of the dead to animate this body. I didn't want any. I just wanted to rest in peace. By this point, Inuyasha, Moroku, and Katara were back and had heard most of what was discussed. And so you ran away? Moroku had asked the question, but was a good foot away, knowing very well that Haru would punish him if he tried anything. Inuyasha was laughing at him as he took a seat on the other side of Enju. We found out where this Kawaramoru is hiding out, but we don't know much else. I didn't want to risk him knowing that we were there. Haru nodded with a hum before turning his attention back to Enju. Thank you for telling us what you know, and while I still respect your choice in whether to live once more or find peace, may I make a suggestion? Inuyasha seemed to see where this was going and tried not to laugh. Enju saw this and nodded slowly. I'm sure. Haru smiled happily and clapped his hands together. Well, I'm unsure whether you can tell or not, but I am the master of death. I'm sure Urisa mentioned the title once or twice. Enju nodded once more, but this time there was a shine to her eyes. Well, I am in need of an assistant that can help me get my paperwork organized so that bastard Tatsuki can't just dump it all on me at once. You would still be free to do as you like a majority of the time. You wouldn't need to worry about collection souls or trying to keep your body going, and while you wouldn't be a Grime Reaper, you'd still find friends in them. Of course, the moment you become tired of it all and just want peace, I would be more than happy to give it to you. Everyone, but Inuyasha, was looking at Haru like he had lost his mind. The half-demon was laughing himself sick, and Enju looked like she was at war with herself. Haru saw this and gently grabbed her hand. There's no need to answer me now. This is a lot to take in all at once, so give it some thought and give me an answer when you're ready. Enju sighed in relief, but then seemed to freeze. Haru just smiled wider. Do forgive me, Enju, but I'd like to show off a little in order to sway your decision. The kitsune then stood up and faced the clay soldiers that had managed to find them. Summoning his scythe, Haru smiled charmingly. Well, I do believe you souls need to return to where you came from. Inuyasha sighed, knowing that his mom wouldn't let him have any fun yet. I don't want to try and sway you either, but Mom wouldn't offer to make you his assistant if he didn't think you had the spark for it. He can see that some part of you wants to have a second chance, and that's why he gave you the offer. Enju looked at him and then at the kitsune that was tearing her clay soldiers apart as if they were made of paper. Once Haru was done, he smiled happily at everyone, but then something caught his attention. Oh! It would appear that Kawaramoru is marching off to attack another castle. He then looked towards the group. Why don't we go say hi? Inuyasha and Katara both jumped up and rushed after the kitsune. Surprisingly, though not really, Inuyasha and Katara managed to overtake Haru. The half-demon figured that the kitsune just wanted him to get some fun in before he arrived. Rushing onto the soon-to-be battlefield, Inuyasha stopped in front of who he assumed was Kawaramoru and his human vassals. Hold it right there. Inuyasha and Katara charged the surprise group. However, their main goal wasn't Kawaramoru himself. Just yet, they rushed right past him and started taking on the soldiers. The less he had to command, the less he had. As shields, the two worked in sync and made quite the dent as the soldiers couldn't react fast enough. Moroku and Sango were doing their own part, as were Elm and May. Even Kagome was being useful for once. Everyone was enjoying themselves and ignoring Kawaramoru, much to his annoyance. Thankfully, the protections that Haru had given them all were working against the poisons and miasma within the soldiers. Once it was clear that the army was being well handled, Inuyasha moved on to the general. Let's have some fun before my mom ends you. The guy managed to dodge Inuyasha, and seeing that his soldiers were being taken out, decided to play his trump card. You want fun? Well then, arise from the earth. I summon you. Demon of Hell! Kawamura's horse managed to get away as the ground shook and cracked. Slowly, a giant pale-skinned demon raised from the ground as Kawamura stood on its shoulder. Demon of Hell, by my mother's sorcery, awaken, attack, destroy them now. While this had been happening, Inuyasha had looked towards his mother and gave him the most powerful puppy eyes he could manage at the moment. Haru tried to hold a straight face, but failed miserably. Fine, you may kill it, and if you manage to kill Koromaru as well, I'll let you skip practice for a week. Inuyasha looked at his mother like he had just offered him all the meat he could want. There was now a burning fire in his eyes that showed his determination. Inuyasha didn't even bother rushing the giant. With speed that was all but unmatched, he used the wind scar. If you blinked, you would have missed it. That's how determined Inuyasha had been. Kawamura didn't even know what hit him or have time to flee. All the soldiers had been caught up in the blast too, so everything was pretty much taken care of. Everyone looked at the half-demon in shock, while both Katara and Haru looked very pleased. The half-demon then looked back at the kitsune with such a pleased look on his face that Haru couldn't help but laugh. Well, you've defiantly earned your time off. Enju, who had been standing beside Haru, looked both shocked and saddened. She was then startled by Haru suddenly standing in front of her. So? The redhead blinked slowly at him before a laugh bubbled up her throat, and she couldn't stop it. Haru was pleased with this and offered her the elixir once more. I stand by what I said, though. Enju smiled softly and took the cup from him, and I shall hold you to that should the day come. Without hesitation, Enju took the elixir, and after a moment or two, her skin gained color, and she even had a heartbeat once more. All of this was a big surprise to everyone, especially Enju. What just happened? The kitsune looked very proud of himself. While you are still technically dead, the elixir has for all intensive purposes turned you into a Grime Reaper. Your heart is beating in a special way that only another Reaper can detect, so you can identify each other. To any normal human and even demon, you are alive and of no interest. Oh, I should probably introduce you to Tatsuki, so you know what he looks like. Everyone stared at the kitsune as he sent her off. Not even a moment later, Shur returned with a long black-haired man wearing elegant black robes. It was obvious to tell who it was as he had sharp orange eyes that seemed to judge your very soul. The effect was ruined the moment he opened his mouth, though. You don't visit me enough. Tatsuki surged forward and pulled Haru into a tight hug where he started to pet the kitsune's head. Haru gave a long, suffering sigh and tried to get free. Get off, you half-wit. Tatsuki was swiftly tossed to the ground and forced to kneel down while Haru lectured him. Whose fault do you think it is that I'm always busy? Tatsuki, there's paperwork in your office from years ago that still needs to be taken care of. The Lord of Death just looked up at him sadly. But Haru, it's so boring. The kitsune sighed. Don't whine, it's unbecoming. Also, if you would do them when you're supposed to, then it wouldn't be so boring. Your office is nothing but wall-to-wall paperwork. Fortunately for you, I've just managed to get a very competent assistant. Haru waved Enju forward, and the poor girl wasn't sure what to do. Hello, Lord Death. My name is Enju, and I look forward to working with you. Tatsuki looked like he was about to cry as he looked between Haru and Enju. The kitsune sighed once more. Unless she can suddenly become death, she's not replacing you. Please stop acting like a 5-year-old. Even Shippo's more well-behaved than you. Death looked at said kit and pouted harder. I do not act like a 5-year-old. Haru snorted and shook his head before looking at Enju. I apologize for him. He's normally a lot more behaved, but tends to get difficult when he skips meals. Everyone else was just watching on, wondering if they were just hallucinating. After all, the Lord of Death was supposed to be scary and intimidating. But this was just strange. In notes, Scarlet is my OC, and if you've read my other stories, you'll know that she will be present in all of my stories at some point or another. Alan is another of my OC, and is Scarlet's right-hand man and best friend. If you want more info on them, just ask in the comments. XD, please drop by the archive and comment to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.